Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 86. Let's do this today, Sasuke. Kakashi said, your body can no longer continue to practice. Yet. Sasuke replied dully, looking not in a high mood. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I can still catch up with Naruto? Sasuke raised his head, his eyes a little confused. Even if I fully develop Chidori, there is still a big gap with him. Every time I perform a commission, he is taking care of me. And even gave me the opponent. Compared to him, am I really unbearable? Looking at the frustrated disciple in front of him, Kakashi's eyes were gentle. As a genius of the Uchiha family, Sasuke is also worthy of the name of genius. Whether it is the sense of battle and strength, he has rapidly improved in each battle. If it is placed in the ninja war a few years ago, I believe he will soon stand out. But his target was Naruto. A guy with a 9 tails chakra and an astoundingly talented guy. Kakashi shook his head secretly, rubbed Sasuke's head, and messed up the black spiky head. You are good enough, Sasuke, you will be the future of Konoha. You and Naruto are both, and you are each other's most trusted partner. I know, but I don't want to be a burden to him. Sasuke clenched his fists and punched the ground, bringing up a large piece of grass clippings, with a face of unwillingness and self-blame. Every time I entrust me, I'm holding back. I don't want to disappoint him. I want to tell him that I, Uchiha Sasuke, will be his opponent for life. I, too, can be Hokage. Kakashi's expression was stunned, and the boy's face in the sunlight was tender but full of firmness. Obito. For a moment, Kakashi seemed to see what his former friend had vowed to say to him seriously, Kakashi, I will become Hokage. He chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with a softness that could not be hidden. Sasuke, Hokage isn't a competition. It's not a contest. Sasuke raised his head, his eyes mixed. At that moment, the images of the past and his partners appeared in his mind, followed by the pain of the night of annihilation. But the pain was fleeting, Naruto's smile, and everyone's help drove the pain away. Let Sasuke know that he is not alone. Everyone, Konoha, is protecting him. Finally, the picture freezes on the immature Inari. The awkward boy hates heroes because of his father, escaping from reality, but deep down he longs to be rescued. Brother Sasuke, I want to be like you, not afraid of challenges, keep getting stronger, and protect everyone. In memory, Inari's smiling face was bright, but no longer immature. To be strong is not just for the sake of being strong. And guard. Sasuke's eyes brightened. I am sincere, I want to be Hokage, to be recognized by everyone, to protect everyone, to protect Konoha. Facing Kakashi's gaze, Sasuke's icy face showed a brilliant smile. Watching the always cold disciple transform into a little sun. Kakashi seemed to see the stupid teammate he used to be, and he suddenly felt moved to the point of crying. He hurriedly turned his head and said dully, then you have to work hard, teacher, I will support you. By the way, I'm so tired from training today, let's go take a bath together. In the setting sun, one big and one small walked side by side towards Konoha bathhouse. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke said suddenly. What's wrong? Thank you for your guidance. Ah, it's really touching that my lovely disciple can thank me. Kakashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder playfully. I take back what I said earlier. Sasuke pushed Kakashi's hand away with a blank expression. It still looks awkward. Kakashi chuckled. Kakashi is in a very good mood. All 3 of my students are doing well. A certain pink hair who was thrown to the ninja hospital by Kakashi to learn medical ninjutsu. In the bathroom, Sasuke walked into the men's soup, and what he saw was a figure lying on the corner of the wall, peeping at the women's soup. The man had thick white hair, dressed in a strange red outfit, and had clogs on his feet. Occasionally there will be a wretched laugh. Peeping. Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and the thunder-type chakra condensed on his legs, suddenly bursting out with explosive power, crossing the distance from Jiraiya in an instant, and his right foot was straight on the huge butt. Bang! Jiraiya, who was caught off guard, was put into the female soup by Julie, causing a large wave. He raised his head blankly from the water, and saw a group of young and beautiful women. Their faces were shocked, and they even forgot to cover their spring light. Pfft! Nosebleed spurted out. Ah! Sadder! Female soup suddenly boiled. Soon, the bruised Jiraiya was thrown to the door. Sasuke, who had done all this, smiled slightly, hiding his merit and fame. Kakashi, who had been lingering in the dressing room for a long time, also wore a mask and walked into the men's soup. His eyes were slightly puzzled. Ah, it seemed like it was noisy just now. Did something happen? No, just a fly flew into the female soup. Sasuke closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the bathhouse, and replied softly. Ah? There are flies in the bathroom. It seems that the hygiene situation is worrying. Kakashi always has a lazy tone. As evening approached, Sasuke walked out of the Konoha bathhouse. After taking a bath, his tired body was relieved a lot. Now he just wanted to find a place to sleep well. Hey, Uchiha's little brat, you are brave. A bad voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Sasuke turned his head to look, and saw Sunan and Jiraiya, who had appeared during the day, gnashing their teeth at him. Naruto just accepted his guidance. Sasuke thought to himself, but on the surface he was calm. Is something wrong? Of course there is something, little brat, you have something to worry about, you know. The clogs under Jiraiya's feet squeaked. Do you know how heavy those ants are? Because of you, I won't be able to collect material for the next few days. He said with a sad face. I can't believe that Sunan is a womanizer. Sasuke's face sank. Wrong, I'm from Toad Sage, Jiraiya, handsome and wise. Oh, pervy sage. Sasuke had dead fish eyes. Hey, Uchiha boy, you are too rude, I'm Toad Sage, not pervy sage. Che, pervy sage, I tell you, even if Naruto has your guidance as Sunan, I will not fall behind. I swear by Uchiha's glory, Uchiha Sasuke will catch up to Naruto, and even surpass him. Humph! Sasuke snorted coldly, turned his head high, and left here as a winner. Thinking that Naruto's teacher is such a lustful and unreliable guy, the chances of catching up with Naruto are greatly increased. In this comparison, Kakashi is still very good. If Jiraiya is his teacher, he might as well use Chidori to cut himself off. This kid is quite funny. Watching Sasuke leave, Jiraiya suddenly chuckled. Chapter 87. The next morning, Naruto got up early and prepared himself a hearty breakfast. Before he could speak, however, there was a knock on the door. At the door stood Jiraiya impressively. Naruto, are you preparing breakfast? It's delicious, do you mind if I join? Jiraiya walked into Naruto's house talking to herself, sat at the table, looked at the delicious breakfast, and moved her index finger. You eat, I'll make another. Naruto reluctantly returned to the kitchen to continue working, and Jiraiya behind him also exaggeratedly sighed during the tasting. My god, how can it be so delicious, Naruto, your craftsmanship is amazing. It was the first time Naruto had breakfast with someone else at home, so he felt uncomfortable. After breakfast, they came to the training ground yesterday. Come on, Naruto, I'll teach you summoning first. Jiraiya took out a scroll and motioned Naruto to sign his name. This is the scroll to make a contract with Mount Myboku Toad. As long as you succeed, you can come back to the summoning world. And you can have your own summoning partner. A strong summoning partner can help you form a 2v1 situation in battle. Every cage-level powerhouse needs a powerful summoning beast. And your master, is a well-known contractor of Mount Myboku, deeply loved by summoning beasts. Jiraiya's tone was rather arrogant. But he also has the confidence. It is no exaggeration to say that his strength has surpassed that of the other two Sunnins, who has completed the cultivation of immortality. The activity of the spirits in the summoning world is completely different from that of the ninja world. If they are more active, there may be a very suitable place for Ryutsu to practice. Naruto remembered what Minato had said, and signed the contract without hesitation. A faint light appeared on the contract scroll, symbolizing that Naruto had become a Mount Maiboku contractor. Okay, I'll show this ninjutsu first. Jiraiya started to seal with both hands, and then slapped the ground hard, shouting, "Summoning technique!" In an instant, smoke filled the air, and a deep voice was deafening. "Hey, Jiraiya, why did you call me out today? Is there any guy who can make me fail?" The smoke cleared, and a giant red toad as high as a hill appeared in front of Naruto and Jiraiya with a giant pipe in its mouth, a bandaged waist, and a dagger stuck in it. Isn't it a fight?" Toad Wenta said in doubt after seeing the situation clearly. "Let me introduce, this is the master of Mount Maiboku, Toad Buntat. Toad Buntat, this is my disciple, Uzumaki Naruto." "Hello." Naruto nodded politely at Fumita Toad. "Well, this kid looks a bit like..." Toad Wen tilted his head in confusion. It always felt like Naruto was familiar. "This is the summoning technique." Jiraiya hurriedly lifted the summoning technique and said sternly to Naruto, "Don't look at the simple summoning technique, but it is not as difficult as Raise Nan. You need to perfectly control the chakra in your body to be able to summon the summoning of Mount Maiboku. Beast! You must have suffered a lot when you practiced Raise Nan at that time, so you must be mentally prepared this time." Jiraiya turned into a good teacher and instructed. As an experienced teacher, Jiraiya clearly understands that Naruto may face rare setbacks and losses in life. And he will be just right, give him comfort and encouragement at the right time, and help him complete the practice of summoning. "Well, I'll try, summoning." Naruto made a seal and slapped his hands on the ground. Smoke lingered, and a familiar voice sounded. "Hey, Jiraiya, are you finding fault? Why are you calling me again?" Jiraiya's face was stunned, and her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. "What? How is it possible?" Facing the questioning eyes of Toad Buntat, Jiraiya pointed at Naruto with a twitching mouth. "Sorry, Mr. Toad Buntat, I'm summoning this time." Naruto nodded gently to Toad Buntat, said. "Hey!" Toad Wen was too stunned, then his pupil shrank. "What are you kidding?" After seeing Jiraiya's helplessness and Naruto's seriousness, he fell silent. "Jiraiya, you disciple, very good. But if you want to get my approval, you still need to pass my test." Toad Wenta moved his body, causing the earth to shake and the leaves to rustle. "What test?" "Stand on my back and insist not to fall." Toad Wenta's voice was loud. "Isn't it fighting?" Naruto looked disappointed. "Well, it's okay to fight, if you Konoha can afford the environmental damage." Toad Buntat looked around and replied. "Then fight, the money makes Jiraiya old." Cough cough, let's insist on not falling, but I promised the old man not to make any big noise. Jiraiya hurriedly interrupted Naruto. "Humph, I think you're stinging." Toad Wenta snorted coldly and pointed to his back. "Come up, Naruto." When Naruto stood in prison on Toad Wenta's back, Toad Wenta jumped up. "Haha, enjoy flying." Under Jiraiya's brows, Toad Buntat kept jumping, showing various difficult movements. The huge figure fell on the ground and caused the earth to shake, giving people a kind of fear of an earthquake in the future. But no matter how much Toad Buntat tossed, Naruto always had a smile on his face, and his feet were firmly attached to Toad Buntat's back. Naruto's figure didn't move at all until Buntat Toad started panting. "Damn it, how can such a small kid be so powerful? He can pass my assessment." Toad Wenta gasped and whispered. "Of course, he's a disciple of Jiraiya, who fascinated thousands of girls. Jiraiya smugly said that she looked like a certain fox in captivity. Naruto's talent is really great, it's up to me. Minato in the sealed space said proudly. Hey, the better the talent, the better, so that you can get out of Konoha's control as soon as possible. When Naruto destroys Konoha, I can't see you smiling. Nine Tails on the side said sullenly, his eyes full of disbelief. With good intentions. No, Naruto wouldn't do such a horrific thing. In my opinion, Konoha is just a passerby to him. Minato said confidently. Oh? That's assuming, Naruto really wants to destroy Konoha, will you stand by? Hearing this, Minato was silent. For a moment, he raised his head and said firmly, if this day really comes, I will stand on Naruto's side. Clap clap clap. Nine Tails applauded vigorously. It's incredible. Fourth Hokage, who loves Konoha so much, would say such a thing. He really deserves the name of your Hokage. God, Konoha is so rotten now that even Hokage is betraying the village. Minato ignored Nine Tails' cynicism. After all, he knew Nine Tails' temperament well after they had been together for so long. The more you talk to him, the more ugly what he says. Back to Naruto's side. At this moment, Naruto is ready to go directly to Mount Maiboku with Jiraiya to visit Toad Sage. After reverse summoning, they finally entered Mount Maiboku. Chapter 88. Long time no see, little Jiraiya, and this one is Uzumaki Naruto. Immortal Fukasaku said softly, looking at Naruto with unconcealed admiration. Using the summoning technique for the first time can summoning the Toad Mantai, which is enough to show the talent of Naruto penultimate. Mount Maiboku may be about to welcome the most potential contractor ever. It's also a good thing for Mount Maiboku. And Naruto's demeanor is refined, and the warm smile on his face is more like his deceased father. Under the blessing of many factors, it is difficult for Immortal Shenzuo and Immortals Haima not to like Naruto. Maybe Naruto will be the son of prophecy. Immortal Fukasaku even thought so. While Fukasaku and Shima said hello, Naruto was also looking at the two immortals. Contrary to Toad's huge body, the two immortals are only as big as Jiraiya's head, small, one green and one purple, and they look quite cute. However, the beards and wrinkles on their faces show that they are not young. From the two immortals, Naruto can feel the amazing energy that surpasses Toad Buntat. This energy is similar to chakra, but different. Very active, full of life and nature, like sunlight or moonlight in the air, an energy that forms part of the world. It seems to be different from Ryutsu. Naruto frowned slightly. If Shinigami's Ryutsu is drawn from the soul world, or the soul, the air draws a wonderful, slightly deadly power. Then the energy here is the energy that symbolizes regeneration in life. The Aizen in Naruto can also clearly sense the difference. Reiki is the main substance that constitutes the soul. In addition, the substances of the soul society are composed of spirits. Souls in soul society will turn into spirits for building houses after they die. In Hueco Mundo, many small phantoms only need to breathe the spirits in the air to survive. Although the nature of the two is different, they should be able to transform, but I don't know how efficient the transformation is. Aizen pondered while holding his forehead. However, Naruto is not a Shinigami in essence, but a human being, so he can absorb natural energy and maybe convert it into Ryutsu. The efficiency is definitely much higher than in the ninja world. After thinking for a moment, Aizen came to a preliminary judgment. This place should be more suitable for practicing Ryutsu than the ninja world. Naruto also thought to himself. After a brief self-introduction, the two sides had a general understanding. Jiraiya wants Naruto to stay in Mount Maiboku and practice with the two immortals. Not only to lay a solid foundation for future magic, but also to let Naruto experience an environment different from Konoha. At the same time, I also hope that several immortals will experience Naruto's bloodline limit together and give opinions on Naruto's development. Naruto unleashes his Kaika Suijutsu, a magical ability that amazes the two immortals. This is similar to illusion, but also different from the blood-based boundary of illusion. It can even derive kid with different attributes, and the energy fluctuations generated by the blood-based boundary are not only chakra, but a bit like Immortal Fukasaku's face contemplating. I always feel that Ryutsu is somewhat familiar. Suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind, he clapped his palms and shouted, I remembered it, like the breath of pure land. Pure land. Jiraiya looked confused, Naruto looked thoughtful. Yes, the Pure Land is the place where the soul will return after death. Immortal Fukasaku explained. The world of ninja you are in is the human world, and our Mount Maiboku is a natural world, full of natural energy and full of vitality, while the Pure Land is the opposite of here, where the souls return after death, and it is also a place full of death breath. Speaking of this, Immortal Fukasaku looked at Naruto meaningfully, and said, being able to awaken the blood-based boundary related to the Pure Land, I think the potential of the blood-based boundary is beyond your imagination. However, the blood-based boundary that is too powerful is too powerful. There are always disadvantages. If the death energy in the Pure Land is too high, maybe, Naruto, you will die. Of course, this is just speculation, and my understanding of the Pure Land is only superficial. Pure Land. Then ask the immortal, how to enter the Pure Land. Naruto's question made Immortal Fukasaku and Immortals Haima change their expressions, and hurriedly discouraged them, little Naruto, you must get rid of this idea immediately, only the dead will go to the Pure Land, and if a living person enters the world of the dead, what do you think will happen? Okay, I know, thank you Immortal for clarifying your doubts. Naruto thanked him sincerely and did not give up the idea of going to the Pure Land. He can't be considered a pure human, and he can be considered a Shinigami with Ryutsu. For him, the Pure Land is definitely the most suitable place to practice Ryutsu. Even, the best world to build your own kingdom. Maybe you can turn the Pure Land into Soul Society, or Hueco Mundo. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a rush of heat in his heart. Immortal Shenzuo and Immortals Haima looked at each other. Naruto, will it be the son of prophecy? Jiraiya is also thinking about this. According to the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya's apprentices will have the power to change the ninja world. Originally, Jiraiya thought that the son of prophecy was Nagato, and that Nagato with Rinnegan would definitely have the power to subvert the ninja world in the future. But now it seems that Naruto, who has the limit of the bloodline symbolizing the power of the Pure Land, also seems to have the potential to become the son of prophecy. Comparing the two, Jiraiya naturally hopes that Naruto, who inherits the will of fire, will become the son of prophecy. But for some reason, Jiraiya suddenly thought of Uchiha Sasuke. The boy who has Sharingan, just as hard, has been chasing Naruto. I still vaguely remember the scene when Sasuke was put into the girl's soup. That kind of taste is really delicious. Maybe he is Uchiha who inherited the will of fire. He should be Naruto's most reliable partner in the future. Jiraiya thought so. Okay, after talking so much, I'm already hungry, come and eat. At this time, the virtuous Immortals Haima brought out the fragrant dishes from the kitchen. Let's have dinner together. The old lady's craftsmanship is still very good. Immortal Fukasaku invited with a smile. Okay, I also want to see the cooking in the summoning world. Speaking of cooking, Naruto was also very interested and accepted the invitation with a smile. Jiraiya's face suddenly turned green. However, under the gaze of Immortal Fukasaku, he reluctantly followed him to the dining table. The first dish was fried food, and there were inexplicable insects on the plate, exuding the fragrance of fried food. The second plate is spicy worms, full of color and flavor. Under Jiraiya's shocked eyes, Naruto picked up a piece of bug and ate it with a smile, not forgetting to praise. Great craftsmanship! It's amazing! Chapter 89. This unrecognizable bug tastes crunchy and delicious. The taste is crunchy, and the aroma is diffused in one bite. More importantly, Naruto can taste the mind of the immortal's Haima. While eating bugs is a bit unacceptable for humans, for Naruto, it was the best meal ever. Teacher Jiraiya, eat more. Naruto put a lot of bugs on Jiraiya, who looked terrified. After enjoying a fine lunch, Naruto found a place to sit on the floor and quietly feel the energy of nature. Several little toads wandered around Naruto from time to time, full of curiosity about Naruto. And Jiraiya is chatting with Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal's Haima. Naruto closed his eyes, focused, and soon, the natural energy in the air poured into his body. He took a deep breath and embraced the natural energy. These energetic and vigorous energies are constantly circulating in the body, but they are quite gentle, but when they come into contact with Ryutsuo and Raiko, the natural energy becomes a bit irritable. They don't deal with each other. In order to control these energies, Naruto worked hard to operate chakra, hoping to have the ability to adjust from it. Unconsciously, his forehead was covered with fine sweat, and his expression became more and more labored. OM. At this moment, the Kaika Suijutsu around Naruto's waist trembled slightly, and then an extremely overbearing and savage force emerged from Naruto's body, directly suppressing Ryutsu, natural forces, and chakra. Naruto's expression gradually became soothing. Guided slowly, the natural energy gradually shifts towards Ryutsu. After a long time, Naruto opened his eyes, felt Ryutsu boiling inside his body, and clenched his fists. The training efficiency of Ryutsu in the summoning world is at least twice that of the ninja world. Although the efficiency is still low, at least Naruto sees the hope of having a captain-level Ryutsu. In Soul Society, captain rank can only be regarded as the standard of Bankai. In the middle and late stages of the original work, ordinary captains were even foiled by a knife in a second. You really can't win a battle without a whole card. And Aizen has Ryutsu far beyond the captain's level, so his Kaika Suijutsu can deceive the captain-level Shinigami. But Shinigami, who has a sixth sense, can detect anomalies. Just like his predecessor Kenpeki Anohanaretsu noticed something was wrong when he saw Aizen's body. It is by understanding the limitations of Kaika Suijutsu that Naruto will fully expand his combat power in all aspects. While Naruto was practicing, Jiraiya and others also talked about Naruto. Little Jiraiya, it's not easy for you to accept this disciple, especially his bloodline limit. I feel that his bloodline limit is not as simple as it appears, maybe it can be developed to the same level as Rinnegan. Immortal Fukasaku recalled from the horror of being visually manipulated, I couldn't help sighing. Yet, if you don't prepare in advance, you might get caught. Jiraiya also sighed. However, the drawbacks are also obvious. As long as the vision is shielded, and the sixth sense is used to fight, the boundary of blood can be cracked. However, Kid has various attack methods, which can attack and assist. But the Sweji boundary has the aura of Pure Land after all, so I'm a little uneasy after all. I'll ask after the great immortal Toad wakes up. I hope little Naruto won't be attacked by the Sweji boundary. Well, Naruto and I have been harassing here for a while. Jiraiya scratched his head and said carelessly, Naruto likes the summoning world very much, and it seems that it will be of great help to his cultivation of the blood religion limit. The summoning world is too deserted. You stay for a few more days, and it will bring us a little anger. Immortal's Haima then sighed, it's a pity that Minato's child is gone. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Time flies so fast, Minato's children have grown up. Immortal Fukasaku said with emotion. Yet, Jiraiya's eyes were a little complicated. You are returning to Konoha now, won't you leave? Fukasaku Senjin's question made Jiraiya hesitate a little, and he thought of third generation and the Konoha he had seen. I won't leave until Naruto grows up. Finally, he said solemnly. After Uchiha was destroyed, Konoha's combat power dropped too much, and there was an urgent need for a cage-level ninja like Jiraiya. For the remaining 10 days, Naruto and Jiraiya stayed in the summoning world. With the rapid refinement, Naruto's Ryutsu had a small increase. This made him even more addicted to the practice of summoning. It was so hard for Jiraiya, eating insect dishes that were hard to swallow every day, and he even felt like his cage-level stomach couldn't take it any longer, and he was probably going to have diarrhea. On the other hand, Naruto tastes bugs with a smile on his face every time, and even eats disgusting insects that resemble flies without changing his face. Then kindly gives his suggestion for the dish. This made Immortal's Haima feel like meeting a bosom friend. Every time, he dragged Naruto to chat for a long time, from cooking techniques to cute bugs, from bugs to their internal organs. Naruto not only communicates with Immortal's Haima patiently every time, but also expresses emotion from time to time. "Mr. Haima, you really know how to cook," coaxes Immortal's Haima with joy. Jiraiya can only say that she can't learn, it's too scary. Time just slipped away slowly. During these 10 days in the summoning world, Naruto felt more relaxed than ever. The respect for Immortal's Haima and Immortal Shenzuo also comes from the heart. After all, the memories here are also very happy. Only Naruto was clear. In the future, he may become Jiraiya's enemy. At that time, Mount Maiboku sandwiched in the middle can be difficult to do. So in a day of practice, Naruto asks the two immortals what they think of Konoha. In his opinion, Jiraiya and Minato have signed a contract with Mount Maiboku, so Mount Maiboku should be biased towards Konoha. But what is surprising is that Immortal Fukasaku's answer is quite interesting. "We will not interfere with Konoha's development, but if the contractor is in danger, we will help. Then join, the contractors are hostile to each other." Naruto asked curiously. "Haha, Naruto, how could you ask such a question, how could you and Jiraiya be hostile?" Immortal Fukasaku laughed. "I mean if..." Naruto shrugged. Immortal Fukasaku didn't take Naruto's question seriously, only when Naruto stayed at Mount Maiboku for a long time, so he was bored, he thought about some strange questions. After thinking for a while, he replied, "It should not help each other." Var. What if the other person is going to destroy Konoha? Naruto continued to ask. Destroy Konoha? That's definitely not possible. Immortal Fukasaku's answer made Naruto understand. Mount Maiboku is still on Konoha's side after all. If he will betray Konoha in the future, Mount Maiboku is likely to become his enemy. Okay, stop talking, let's have some snacks. At this time, Immortal's Haima arrived with the afternoon bug dessert. This is the end of a simple conversation. In the days to come, after many considerations, Jiraiya decided to let Naruto practice celestial arts. Chapter 90. Naturally, Naruto would not refuse. Chakra and Ryutsu and Xianchu. Naruto found that his backhand seemed to be getting more and more. Aizen inside Naruto was also watching all this intently. For him, natural energy is extremely strange and interesting energy. He was as curious about it as chakra, and beyond. Natural energy is like the opposite of Ryutsu. If you can master both, and integrate them, you may be able to reach a new level. It's a nice idea, and it's worth doing a lot of research on your own. Does your own world have natural energy too? Aizen's eyes flickered, watching everything that happened quietly. Ordinary chakra is formed through the balanced fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. The magic of immortality is the power of inhaling the natural energy around you and combining your own physical energy and spiritual energy. Fukasaku the Immortal began to explain the magic of chakra, and Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground and listened carefully. The ninjutsu used by chakra is often extremely destructive. Our Mount Maiboku magic is called frog magic for short. The duration of the sage mode is about 5 minutes. Come on, Naruto, let's start with the preliminary magic practice. Remember, you must be calm, there must be no distracting thoughts in your heart, and you need to balance the chakra and natural energy in your body 1:1. If you fail, your body may become petrified, or frogs. Immortal Shinseiko looked solemn. I'll ask again, do you really want to learn immortality? Seeing Naruto nod, Immortal Shinseiko took a deep breath and began to let Naruto apply toad oil on his body to feel and absorb the natural energy. Jiraiya watched this scene nervously. Practicing immortality is extremely dangerous. He nearly died when he practiced immortality. Fortunately, it finally came through. Although the practice of immortality is a few xiangxian. But once the practice is successful, Naruto's combat power can leap above Jonin, and may even break through to Kage level, which is a good thing for Konoha. Under the guidance of the two immortals, Naruto gradually became better, with no distractions, and soon, the natural energy of the summoning world continued to flow towards Naruto. The speed of that practice was astonishing. Naruto is so sensitive to natural energy. His talent is so strong. Even though immortal Fukasaku has seen countless geniuses, he has never seen a human being who can make natural energy so violent. Those natural energies formed a thick white that kept lingering around Naruto. But strangely, Naruto suddenly looked in pain. And that breath is not like the breath of fairy magic. Natural energy has mutated. Immortal Shinzuo lost his voice. What a violent energy! Those natural energies were rapidly transformed in midair into the possible energies of the Pure Land described by the immortals, and condensed on Naruto's face. At the same time, Naruto's eyes suddenly became bloodthirsty and full of danger. It was a terrifying look Jiraiya had never seen before. That aura, that killing intent made the toads of Mount Maiboku feel uneasy and terrified. Even Toad Wenta came to the scene and stood aside timidly. What's going on? Jiraiya looked at the two immortals. These natural energies are absorbed by Naruto's body, but it seems to have awakened something. Now, these natural energies are being transformed. Immortal Fukasaku said with a look of fear. I think this may be a side effect of Naruto's bloodline limit, creating a negative personality. Now, this personality is encroaching on his body. Can we do anything? Are we just sitting on the sidelines? No, now the chakra in his body is entangled with natural energy, as well as strange forces, forming a delicate balance. If we do it without authorization, it will break this balance. I think now all we can do is wait. When Naruto opened his eyes, he found himself in Zanpakuto's space. The palace was empty, and the original bright starry sky scene no longer existed, replaced by a white mist that shrouded the sky, looking sticky and disgusting, and the air was filled with endless coldness and malice. In the white fog, there are also light spots that symbolize natural energy. Naruto reached out and slid through the natural energy, only to feel the cold. GGG. An extremely negative laughter suddenly sounded in the air, and then a white shadow swept across the sky and landed next to the throne. This is me. Naruto looked intently, but found that the man in the white robe had the same face as himself, but the expression on his face was full of negativity, like a crazy mental patient. GGG, it's really disgusting energy. The white shadow waved the white knife in his hand, and a large thick white mist was brought up, swallowing the light spot. He looked at Naruto with an evil expression. I'm finally back. Ontology, from now on I will replace you as the king. Under Naruto's puzzled eyes, Shirogane sat down towards the throne. However, in the next moment, his body seemed to have received a great impact and flew out, his chest and abdomen were even sunken in, and white liquid was sprayed from his mouth. He flew upside down at least 30 meters away, and rolled down at Naruto's feet one after another. He raised his head, his face full of uncontrollable anger, and shouted hysterically towards the throne. Why? Why don't you recognize me? I'm obviously much stronger than this weak body. I'm the king. But soon, he looked at Naruto and smiled evilly. I understand, as long as I kill the main body, I can become a king. The white knife in his hand slashed towards Naruto with gusts of blade wind. Naruto moved slightly and instantly appeared 100 meters away, staring at the white shadow with a blank expression, and he already knew it in his heart. This guy is his own negative, false white. I learned from Aizen that Shinigami and Su are related to a certain extent. Through special means, Shinigami can be hollow, and Su can also be Shinigami. And what I am facing now is the emptiness composed of my negative emotions. Beasts with no control over their emotions. Naruto pulled out Kakashi, and the sword chirped. This freehand gesture even angered Tsubai, and he slashed towards Naruto with all his strength. Chiang! The two knives intersected, and violent sparks burst out. Naruto only felt his arm numb and took a slight step back. But Tsubai's second sword has come, accompanied by hysterical laughter. You are too weak, body, let me replace you, I will destroy Konoha, I will do better than you. Naruto smirked to avoid it, put his backhand on Tsubai's abdomen, and then instantly came behind Tsubai, and Kakashi fell hard. How is that possible? Tsubai's eyes were shocked, and his abdomen was forceful, and he blocked Kakashi with a knife, but his body also smashed to the ground. Bang! Naruto then stepped on Tsubai's face with a mocking expression. Are you trying to replace me? Is this your measure? Chapter 91. Void, full of negative emotions, and often has the ability to transcend ontology. But you must know that Naruto's strength is not only Shinigami, but also his own chakra system. Besides, Naruto didn't think a guy who lost his mind could beat him. According to Aizen, after Master Hollow, the strength can be greatly increased, and it may even directly break through the cage level. As long as he has cage level strength, he can temporarily gain a firm foothold in Konoha. Naruto couldn't help disgusting just seeing Tsubai, who had the same face as himself, showing such an ugly expression. Unforgivable. Tsubai, who was stepped on the soles of his feet, felt the cold ground, and his inner shame turned into anger. He couldn't believe that the main body, which he had not been paying attention to for a long time, could defeat him in an instant. The furious Tsubai erupted with even more terrifying power, which directly shook Naruto, stood up, and sprayed Zero out of his mouth. Zero rolled up the bricks on the ground and sprayed it towards Naruto in a straightforward motion. It's powerful, but it's ugly, Naruto muttered. Tsubai, who has a face like himself, opens his mouth and squirts Zero. This scene. Just too hot for the eyes. Seeing such a false white, I really want to kill him directly. Naruto looked cold. 8 inner gates, open, open. Close the door, open it. The gate of life, open. Naruto opened the third gate directly, and when he thought about it, he immediately moved behind Tsubai. He just sprayed Zero's Tsubai before he even had time to wipe his mouth, and his eyes couldn't keep up with Naruto's movements. With Shunpo and 8 Gates' blessings, Naruto's speed has far outpaced Void. Boom! Naruto kicked Tsubai into the air, and appeared above Tsubai like a shadow. Boom boom boom! The sound of continuous beating sounded. In Tsubai's eyes, Naruto has turned into an afterimage, and his whole body is being attacked by Naruto's fists and feet. Each time, it will fly in one direction at a faster speed, but will be hit in the other direction in an instant. Like duckweed, it floats around in the air. Why is the difference so big? Tsubai was confused, and his body was in constant pain. According to common sense, the negative emptiness of Shinigami should have power beyond the essence. Under negative emotions, Tsubai is often able to exert more than 100% of his strength. How could such a self possibly lose to the main body? In his opinion, the main body is just a weak guy who can only survive by disguise. This is the first time Tsubai has tasted pain and humiliation since his birth. Finally, the string of reason in his mind was completely broken. Roar! He raised his head and roared, and in an instant, it was far more boiling than Ryutsu before, and even twisted the air. Ryutsu spread out in a circular shape, directly knocking Naruto into the air, while Tsubai also stabilized his body in the air, and fell hard on the ground, splashing large pieces of debris. Ha ha ha, main body, congratulations, you have successfully angered me. Feeling the boiling and vigorous Ryutsu in his body, Sub-I couldn't help but raised his head proudly and laughed wildly. To his surprise, Naruto didn't show a fearful expression, instead, full of playfulness, he gently wiped the dust on his fist. I think you got it wrong. At first, your identity was just, my prey. After speaking, Naruto's figure turned into an afterimage again, and in Sub-I's shocked and disbelieving eyes, he punched Sub-I's abdomen with a punch. The continuous sound of beating sounded again, this time, every punch would make Sub-I's body dent to a certain extent. How is that possible? Naruto in Sub-I's sight turned into an afterimage again, and he found it desperately. It turns out that the previous Naruto were all staying. Sub-I, turned out to be the prey. Sub-I was full of resentment in his heart and wanted to fight back, but under Naruto's stormy attack, he was completely powerless to resist. Bang bang bang! Another blow, Sub-I's whole body was sunken to varying degrees, slowly falling from the sky toward the ground, leaving a white trail. Naruto's beating caused him not only physical pain, but also psychological damage. He, Sub-I, was just a prey. When Sub-I fell to the ground, Naruto raised Sub-I, who was no longer in human form, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Is this your power? Not really. Tsubaki was like a gossamer, and there was a hint of fear in Naruto's eyes. He even regretted jumping out and was beaten in vain. Naruto threw void to one side in a dull manner and walked in the other direction. He can feel the power that is gradually becoming manic in his body. If he doesn't dominate the consciousness of his body may go berserk. In the outside world at this moment, under everyone's worried eyes, the thick white mist gradually condensed into a white mask on Naruto's left face. Under the mask, maddening killing intent was revealed in the blue eyes. Chakra and Ryutsu spewed out of him, creating a large air current. Crack! The ground on which Naruto sat crossed began to crack, spreading outward like a shattered mirror. The rich natural energy permeated around the celebrity, and the mist filled the air in an instant, accompanied by the air currents rolled up by Ryutsu and Chakra. Crack! Naruto stood in the center of the storm, slowly standing up, the bones of his body crackling. He raised his head, and the eyes under the white mask were chilling and frightening. Prepare for battle! Fukasaku and Shima jumped to Jiraiya's shoulders. Toad Bunta, who was beside him, also drew out his sword. Naruto has been devoured by the killing, we need to knock him out quickly. Gurung! Jiraiya swallowed hard, he could feel the threat from Naruto. This is unimaginable. You must know that Jiraiya is a powerful group among the cage-level powerhouses. If something happens to Naruto, how am I going to tell Minato and the others? His heart was bitter, and his hands quickly sealed. Crack! At this moment, they saw Naruto suddenly raise his hand and grab onto the bone mask. The palm of the hand is hard, and the blue veins burst out. Ka! The bone mask suddenly shattered and fell to the ground. Naruto raised his head, revealing his clear eyes, and smiled at Jiraiya and the others. I'm sorry to make everyone worry, I'm all right. It's over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves also relaxed. After this little episode, the two immortals no longer dared to let Naruto practice magic. By all indications, the celestial arts will awaken the horrific side effects of Naruto's bloodline boundaries. Luckily this time, Naruto's own will conquered the negativity, and the next time it's hard for anyone to say. If Naruto really goes berserk, and there is still a nine tails in his body, it will definitely be a disaster comparable to a natural disaster for Konoha. Chapter 92. In the past 10 days, little Sakura and Sasuke's practice has not fallen. Interestingly, Sasuke was approached by an uninvited guest these days. The specific situation will start from a certain afternoon. At that time, Sasuke was developing the Kirin, and the huge momentum matched the momentum of the chidori in his hands. The black hair that stands up is even more charming and handsome. The little boy passing by was fascinated and pestered Sasuke to recognize his big brother. Sasuke was naturally disgusted, but no one knew what he was thinking. He rejected the little boy with a stinky face. But no eviction. So, Sasuke has a follower behind his A. Remember me, this is the eldest brother I know, the famous Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha, who is also the future 5th Hokage, and I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, is the 6th Hokage. On Konoha Street, Konohamaru walked while walking. He pointed at himself arrogantly, his nose almost up to the sky. Brother Sasuke is super handsome. Yuden and Menghuang looked at Sasuke beside him with admiration. Hey, stinky brat! Sasuke's icy expression was almost unstoppable. Inexplicably a little cool. Hey, when will Naruto come back? I really don't want to be with this awkward little brat anymore. Little Sakura helplessly raised his forehead, his face speechless. If Kakashi hadn't let the two of them go to the training ground to meet today, she wouldn't be walking with Sasuke. 1 Sasuke, plus 3 imps. This combination is disappointing. Ah! At this time, Konohamaru, who was walking backwards, bumped into someone and covered his head in pain. Hey, kid, don't you have eyes? A malicious voice came. Konohamaru turned his head, and saw an ugly man in a black jumpsuit with a weird purple pattern on his face. Konohamaru, who was caught off guard, shivered with fright. The kid in Konoha is really rude. Kankuro's eyes were cold. A look of disdain. Okay, Kankuro, don't get acquainted like a kid, don't forget our purpose this time. Temari, the tall slender woman accompanying him, reminded him. But, it hurts. Kankuro sneered, grabbed Konohamaru's collar, and lifted it up. I used to kill a rude guy like you directly. Kankuro, you don't want him to be angry, so stop it, Temari reminded. Humph, let's fix this kid before he comes. Kankuro's left fist hit Konohamaru directly in the face. In an instant, Sasuke disappeared in place, kicked Kankuro in the abdomen, and kicked it at least 5 meters away, and easily took the falling Konohamaru in his left hand. Putting Konohamaru down, Sasuke didn't even look at Kankuro in the eyes of Konohamaru's adoration, and said coldly, when did the fish become so arrogant? After speaking, he chuckled, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said softly, today's sunshine is really good. Big brother, he's so handsome. The adoration of the Konohamaru trio reached its peak. Wow, what a handsome man! Even Temari was a little crazy. Idiot! Little Sakura rolled his eyes on the side, looking helpless. BD. Kankuro, who was kicked back, was angry, and directly placed the puppet behind him on the ground. The bandages wrapped around the puppets began to dance in the air, and countless shasuos danced with them, and the vigorous chakra overflowed. Kankuro, what are you doing? Do you still want to use that? Temari's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly discouraged him. I want to show you some color. Kankuro's eyes flashed with murderous intent. But the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if seeing something unbelievable. When he saw Sasuke appearing in front of him, he casually pressed a hand on the puppet's head, and his whole body was surrounded by tiny lightning bolts. The flying chakra on the puppet fell to the ground like a headless fly, uncontrollable. Fragments of thunder and lightning spread all over the puppet, and Kankuro's arm was paralyzed in an instant. This guy! Kankuro's throat twitched, swallowing with difficulty, and his eyes gradually turned fearful as he looked at Sasuke. His other hand, not yet paralyzed, scratched out of thin air, as if controlling something. At the same time, Sasuke only felt that his limbs were being held by some strange object, making it difficult to move. Puppet art? A small trick that can't be on the stage. He sneered, his body chakra soaring. Click. Hearing a light sound, Kankuro's expression changed greatly. My puppet technique was so easily broken free. Kankuro is confident that he already has the strength of Chunin, and it should be easy to deal with the small genin with one-handed puppet art. Although Konoha has always been rich in genius, genin, no matter how talented, should not break free so easily. Who is this guy in front of him? Weak. Sasuke lifted Kankuro's collar, the latter's legs swaying weakly in the air. Is that enough strength? Sasuke's eyes were full of playfulness, his DNA was turbulent, and he really wanted to follow Naruto's example and say a few more words. Hey, Kankuro, you're really embarrassing. Just as Sasuke was about to strike, a murderous voice suddenly sounded above his head. How could someone escape my perception? Sasuke felt his hair stand upright, loosened the collar that grabbed Kankuro, and looked up. In the sight, a Pandaren with red love written on his forehead and a sand gourd on his back was standing on the top of a tree with a cold expression. The Pandaren looked at Sasuke with a bloodthirsty expression, his eyes filled with excitement, and a cold murderous aura lingered around his body. Quicksand slowly overflowed from the sand gourd behind. You two, hurry up and stay away, don't be ashamed here, or I'll kill you. Gaara glanced coldly at Kankuro and Temari. Kankuro, who had been arrogant before, was full of fear, and kept bowing to Gaara to apologize. I'm sorry. Aren't they partners? How could this be? Little Sakura stood in front of the three of Konohamaru with a solemn expression. I always feel that the atmosphere is full of chills and a little uneasy. Naruto, where are you? Come back soon. Little Sakura folded her hands and prayed anxiously in her heart. Gaara and Sasuke were still looking at each other, both eyes full of murderous intent. Is this a party? It's so lively. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the air, and Naruto appeared next to Gaara in a caring tone. Hey, your dark circles, it's so heavy, you should pay more attention to rest. Chapter 93. Hey, Naruto, you're here. The moment he saw Naruto, Sasuke's tense body relaxed. Although his tone was disdainful, he was somewhat relieved. Gaara put a lot of pressure on him. He has no confidence that he can beat Gaara. Not to mention the need to protect the Konohamaru trio and little Sakura. Now with Naruto, the tide is turning. What are you kidding? That man. When did he show up over there? Kankuro and Temari were horrified and couldn't help but take a step back. When did he come to me? I didn't notice it at all. Gaara, who was still murderous before, couldn't help but be shocked. From the corner of his eyes, he looked at the treetops, and the originally diffused gravel actually stagnated in the same place as if he had encountered a natural enemy. My sand is actually afraid of this man. Gaara's eyes widened, and then she showed a bloodthirsty smile, and her inner excitement kept rising. That's interesting. As long as I kill him, I will definitely find the meaning of my existence. At the same time, Naruto's eyes also fell on the forehead protector of Gaara and others. He frowned slightly, a little doubt in his heart. This is the forehead protector from Tsunagakuer. How can Sand Shinobi appear in Konoha openly? Tsunagakuer and Konoha's relationship has never been good. Because it is located in the desert and is surrounded by yellow sand all the year round, resources are scarce, and its top combat power is completely inferior to Konoha. If it wasn't for Luo Sha's use of magnet style to collect alluvial gold to fund the village, Tsunagakuer would have collapsed long ago. In the previous ninja wars, Tsunagakuer also fought with Konoha, but the results were all fiasco without exception, which also accelerated the rapid decline of Tsunagakuer's strength. They were naturally envious of the prosperous Konoha for a long time. It's just that Konoha is rich in resources and rich in genius. So they can only hold back. It is no exaggeration to say that if Konoha's top combat power disappears, Tsunagakure will definitely attack Konoha without hesitation and scrape Konoha's resources. But none of that matters anymore. Naruto used Shunpo to come to Sasuke and others, and looked at Temari and others with a gentle expression. The visitors are guests. Since you have come to Konoha from a long distance, please experience the humanities of our Konoha. Wow, so elegant, so handsome, this man is not bad. Temari looks like a nympho. For her who likes handsome guys, Sasuke and Naruto are both difficult to choose. One cold, one gentle. Which one to choose? Gaara's eyes were burning, she resisted the desire to kill, and said, I'm very interested in you, what's your name? He wanted to do it directly, but even if he was a bloodthirsty person, he understood that the task was important. I am an extremely important part of the mission, and I cannot make mistakes now. Then there is a chance to kill the man. Facing Gaara's question, Naruto is also very free and easy. Uzumaki Naruto, how about you? Gaara. Gaara snorted coldly, appeared beside Kankuro and Temari in an instant, and said in a low voice, let's go. Humph. Sasuke couldn't help snorting coldly, looked at the Gaara trio, and then looked at Naruto, feeling a little unhappy. Obviously he is so strong, why is that Pandaren not interested in himself? Wait. Sasuke stopped the trio who were about to leave, and his tone was cold. When will Sand Shinobi be able to go in and out of Konoha at will? Because it's the Chunin exam. Temari looked stunned. You don't know it, right? Chunin exam? How come Kakashi never mentioned the Chunin exam? Sasuke and little Sakura looked confused. Humph, it's just the Chunin exam. Sasuke snorted coldly and shouted at Gaara's back, hey, that panda head, remember, my name is Uchiha Sasuke, and I'll be the one to eliminate you. Oh, so handsome. Temari on the side held his face and whispered intoxicated. Hey! Looking at Sasuke's handsome face, and comparing it with his own handsomeness, Kankuro felt a little unhappy in his heart. Gaara's figure paused, and continued on without paying attention. Kankuro and Temari hurriedly followed behind. Ah! Sasuke, you seem to be underestimated. Naruto teased with a smile. Humph! Sasuke snorted unwillingly, looking at Naruto with a hint of dissatisfaction. Naruto, you shouldn't have come, I can handle them alone. You can pull it down, that person with dark circles is definitely not something you can deal with. Little Sakura rolled his eyes on the side. You. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. However, he was completely unable to refute what little Sakura said. Can only be sullen alone. Konohamaru tugged at Sasuke's sleeve and comforted. Boss Sasuke, in my opinion, you are the best. That Pandaren doesn't deserve your shoes. That's right. Boss Sasuke is so good, Haki, he is so handsome with electric lights. Meng Huang and Yuden also spoke up. Boss, what kind of ninjutsu is that? The whole body is full of lightning and crackling, why don't you call that form Super Sasuke? Konohamaru suggested enthusiastically. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Gaara's eyes were unabated, but at the same time, there was a long-lost fear in her heart. He looked at his hands silently. It's hard to imagine that guy could get close to him. Even more terrifying. The sand he was proud of didn't even respond. Or even convey the emotion of fear. Gaara, who has killed countless people, is extremely sensitive to murder and death. For some reason, he felt the breath of death in Naruto. There was even a familiar smell. Like a monster inside of him. Uzumaki Naruto. He chewed the name repeatedly, the corners of his mouth curling slightly pervert. What an interesting man to be able to scare me. I can't wait to kill you. The other side. After being confirmed, Naruto and his group also walked towards the location of the Chunin exam. Kakashi didn't go, and Jainin naturally had other arrangements. When I came to the location of the Chunin exam, the first exam was a written exam. However, the test site was covered up by illusion. As soon as I arrived at the test center, I saw Rock Lee playing tricks. Pretending to be a weak candidate, fell in front of the door, but actually wanted to find a chance to pretend to be a strong man. Sasuke naturally won't lose to anyone when it comes to pretending. He stood up very decisively, revealing the illusion at the beginning in a very flat but actually pretending tone. This made Rock Lee very upset. So the two had a simple contest of physical skills before the test center. Rock Lee dashingly threw his white robe up to the sky, and Sasuke's mouth curved into a maddening arc, and his body began to crackle around tiny lightning bolts. The two quickly entangled together, and there were sounds of fists and feet crossing each other everywhere. In the eyes of other candidates, Rock Lee and Sasuke were too fast to catch. They simply fought for a minute, and the two stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled, as a warm-up, "It's not bad." The other candidates were shocked. "My god, is this Konoha Genin's duel? It's too scary, isn't it? Could it be that our opponents are these monsters? It's too frustrating." Chapter 94. Surrounded by so many shocking gazes, Sasuke finally felt a little bit of space back, smiled at each other with Rock Lee, walked towards the queue at the same time, and said in the captain's tone, "Let's go." "These two, idiots." Little Sakura held her forehead in pain with a helpless expression on her face. The thought of her future self wanting to heal this idiot made her feel uncomfortable. "Don't understand why Ino likes Sasuke." Little Sakura glanced at Naruto with a little admiration, and was happy. Sure enough, Naruto is the best. During the Naruto period, the candidates were observed all the time. Soon, his eyes were attracted by a gloomy woman. The woman was wrapped in ordinary clothes and looked submissive. No matter how you look at it, he is an ordinary ninja. But for some reason, the inquiring gaze that fell on Naruto was so dazzling. That woman, so strange. Naruto only felt uncomfortable. "Naruto, be careful, that woman is not easy." Ninetales couldn't help reminding him in the sealed space. Ninetales itself is extremely sensitive to negative emotions and has the instinct of a beast. From that woman, he felt a dreadful aura, so he reminded him. After all, he was in the same boat as Naruto now. Naruto looked away and followed Sasuke and little Sakura into the assessment classroom. There are already many candidates waiting in the classroom. Among them are many familiar faces. The familiar Hinata, Ino group, and a 10,000 years genin of Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto. But what Naruto didn't know was that after walking into the classroom, the seemingly ordinary woman stuck out her scarlet tongue, licked her lips lightly, and showed an interested smile on her face. "Did you notice something? Uzumaki Naruto, what a jinkraki you can't ignore." Orochimaru, as one of the Sunin, possesses Kage-level strength. Also a trusted partner of Tsunade and Jiraiya, a former 4th Hokage candidate. But this is how in everyone's eyes, a ninja who is loyal to Konoha has touched the taboo human experiment and became a betrayal. From a young age, Orochimaru's thoughts tended to be negative, self-centered, and did not believe in the power of his peers because he was afraid of being hurt by his peers. Compared to the enthusiastic Jiraiya, he is more like a silent lion majesty, dormant in the corner, giving the last blow to the enemy at a critical moment, so his temperament is relatively cold. Because of the experience of the death of both parents, coupled with witnessing the death of close friends and apprentices, and the life experience that people did not respect life during the war, Blacken's personality has further developed, and his behavior has become more and more terrible. He is obsessed with research and is eager to find the meaning of life through human research, transcend the fragility of life, and achieve immortality. He works with Konoha's darkness to study forbidden human experiments. In the end, when the incident happened, he defected to Konoha and established Yunin Village. Looking back on his past, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the person who knows the darkness of Konoha best. He understands Danzo's ambition and brutality, and collaborates with Danzo to provide Danzo with research. But when Danzo got the research results, he did not hesitate to abandon Orochimaru. Orochimaru has no ill will towards Konoha, and even wishes Konoha to become stronger. But the roots of Konoha are rotten. Following Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya followed the trail away from Konoha, and Tsunade became disillusioned with the village. This Orochimaru's lurking return to nature has a purpose. One is the Konoha destruction plan. The second is Sharingan, by the way to meet Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. From the known information, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's character is similar to 4th Hokage. And the simple glance at the front surprised Orochimaru with Naruto's sharpness. He could even feel a little natural energy in Naruto. Mount Maiboku? Then Jiraiya is also in Konoha. Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little irritable. Adding a cage-level powerhouse to Konoha is not good news for him. I heard that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has also awakened the boundaries of the blood, and this time I have to feel it. He thought. On the other side, in a small town near the Land of Fire. Wearing a sturdy white robe, Bai walked slowly down the path. The shops on both sides were wide open, and the pedestrians were smiling and chatting about their daily routines. Occasionally someone would pull a carriage by, full of supplies. It was the first time I experienced the prosperity of the town as a free man, and I had a different feeling. The body is full of ryotsu, and even walking feels a little windy. The law and order in the country of fire is not bad, so the residents of nearby towns can also be considered to be at home and work. It's just that there are still many refugees who can't get enough to eat and don't have enough clothing. Bai found a quiet place to live temporarily, under the pseudonym Murakami Bai. Because of his mellow appearance and gentle temperament, he quickly mingled with the locals. It's just that the townspeople don't know that the seemingly weak Bai has a different identity. In the middle of the night, just as Bai fell asleep, his consciousness appeared in a field of ice and snow. He stood in the wind and snow, the sky was snowing heavily, and he looked around in white, as if there was no end. Bai stretched out his hand and let the snowflakes fall on his palm, but he didn't feel the slightest coldness. The ice in the body began to operate subconsciously. For him, the weather here is the most pleasant and comfortable. Suddenly, he saw an elegant woman walking slowly in the snowstorm. Looking intently, he found that the woman had a face similar to his own, only more charming. More like a female version of myself. In the previous communication with Naruto, he knew Zanpakuto, so he had some guesses in his heart. This woman may be her Zanpakuto. The woman stopped in front of Bai, her charming eyes were as gentle as water, and her sexy body with undulating peaks made Bai blushed a little, so she didn't dare to look at it. I secretly said in my heart, why is my sword spirit a woman, it's so strange. Excuse me, are you my Zanpakuto? Bai pressed shyly, looked up at the woman, and asked politely. Yes, remember, my name is. Bai saw the woman's lips squirming, but couldn't hear the last name clearly. After seeing the woman's alluring smile, Bai's consciousness turned around, and when he woke up again, he had returned to the warm bed. What's the matter? He sat up, covering his head, confused. Wow! A snow-white knife slipped from the side and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. With the landing, the ground seems to form a layer of fine snow, which is beautiful. This is sealed state. Bai picked up the knife and looked in a trance. Everything is similar to what Naruto said. He becomes a Shinigami who can use Zanpakuto. One step closer to using Shikai. I'll be able to help Naruto-sama soon. A charming smile burst into Shiro's face. Chapter 95. Inside Hokage's office. Jiraiya was sitting on the sofa in a big way. Jiraiya, how was Naruto's practice at Mount Maiboku? Third generation asked with concern, looking away from the crystal ball. His practice is going well, and there are new developments in the boundary of blood. Jiraiya replied, but there was a hint of worry on his face. Judging from the current situation, my ninjutsu isn't very helpful to him, and his bloodline limit is already very versatile. Really? What about fairy magic? Third generation asked, tapping his fingers on the table. Xianzhu. Jiraiya's expression fluctuated a little when it came to Xianzhu. There was a dignified look in his eyes. He said solemnly, "Old man, Naruto's bloodline limit is not simple, it may have great side effects. I think we need to call Tsunade back." Tsunade? Hiruzen murmured, thinking of his female disciple, and his heart was filled with helplessness. Senju Tsunade. The princess of the Senju clan. After the decline of the Senju clan, she was also disappointed in the village and chose to leave. Active in the casinos of various countries as a big fat sheep. Konoha is also missing a powerful cage-level ninja. It would be best if she would come back to be Hokage, said third generation, smoking a pipe. Meanwhile, the written test for the Chunin exam is going smoothly. Due to the high difficulty of the exam, most candidates need to cheat to fill the exam paper. The difference is that both Naruto and little Sakura write like gods. Although the difficulty of the written test is high, it is still very easy for them. On the contrary, Sasuke is not very good. His own liberal arts scores are not good, let alone these superclass subjects. Sasuke saw all this from the corner of his eye, and his heart was suddenly filled with unwillingness. Damn it, I, Uchiha Sasuke, have average academic grades in school, but I won't be a hindrance. I'm not as good as Naruto in actual combat, not even in theory. Am I now only able to pass the exam by cheating? Damn it, I am ashamed of Uchiha's glory. I'm ashamed of Uchiha. Indignant, he removed Sharingan and gave up using Sharingan to copy other people's actions. With his self-esteem overflowing, he started to do the questions out of the blue. Even if there is no ink in his chest, he is doing his best to answer every question. It's like a reader who doesn't understand farts during the exam, and chooses C for all the multiple choice questions. Naruto, who quickly finished writing the exam paper, propped his chin and looked at the candidates around him with interest. Of course, all his actions were very covered and were not noticed by the examiner. He saw Hinata copy the answer with the perspective of the white eye. There is also the hard work of Sakura, a schoolboy. Ino's mind turned to the use of technique. And of course Sand Shinobi's cheats. Naruto couldn't see enough of it. In a blink of an eye, the written test finally came to an end. Sasuke's hand gripping the pen was pale, his face was sweating profusely, and his expression was very nervous. He kept scolding himself in his heart. Because of his poor self-esteem, he scribbled on the test paper. It took a lot of hours, and the questions were not necessarily correct, and they were basically written blindly. The result could be elimination. Is this the end of the first Chunin exam? He glanced at Naruto and little Sakura with some guilt. But they both wore confident smiles. Sasuke's heart sank. Done. Barbecue. He rubbed his black spiky head in distress, and kept scolding himself in his heart. Damn it, Sasuke, why are you so stupid, what's wrong with you at this time? Now it's over, you're going to be brushed off by the written test. Since getting to know Naruto, Sasuke has felt that his personality has begun to change, and he is so cold before. But now, I began to yearn for fetters, and sometimes even had very passionate thoughts. Under Sasuke's slightly desperate eyes, the examiner walked into the classroom and announced a desperate news. If you don't pass the written test this time, your team will not be able to take the Chunin test for life in the future, and you can now accept a waiver. There was an uproar in the audience, no one could accept such a rule. It should be known that most of the candidates are very ordinary genin, and basically it takes several Chunin exams to become a Chunin. No one wants to gamble their future completely on this Chunin exam. But no matter how dissatisfied they dare not fight against Konoha. As the most powerful shinobi village, Konoha has the confidence to make such special rules. Many ninjas raised their hands due to such oppression, chose to give up, and left with their teammates helplessly. The laid-back and confident Naruto set his sights on Sasuke. It can be seen that Sasuke, who has always been proud of himself, is also suffering at this moment. He clearly understands that his exam paper is unqualified, but he doesn't want to slow down the team. In the end, under Naruto's rather stunned expression, Sasuke stood up abruptly, clasped his arms grimly, and said loudly, "These are all rubbish rules. Since you are here, you are naturally ready to give everything. If you hope to rely on this means to make us give up, it is too disappointing. I tell you, I will not give up. I will become Chunin, surpassing all." Urshasa looked arrogant. This scene made Naruto's mouth also curled up in a playful arc and withdrew his gaze. Under Sasuke's move, many genin who were hesitant at first strengthened their hearts and chose to continue the exam. In the end, these ninjas who insisted on continuing the exam passed the first round of written exams. People who are not determined to move forward are not qualified to become ninjas. Congratulations, you passed the test, the examiner said with a smile. At that moment, all the pressure poured out, and the candidates all cheered. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that his forehead was already covered with dense beads of sweat. After everyone left, the examiner walked over to Sasuke's desk, picked up the fully written exam paper, and read it. After a long time, he put down the test paper and chuckled, "This Uchiha Sasuke, the answers he wrote are all wrong. It seems that this time there is a very interesting candidate. The second Chunin exam begins soon." Inside the forest of death, Sasuke sat cross-legged on the rock, surrounded by tiny lightning bolts. He just finished a day of training, so he started using lightning style to activate cells in his body to restore and promote cell regeneration. If nothing else, this pretentious temperament is properly handled. Little Sakura is also constantly killing fish, and then using medical ninjutsu to bring them back to life. The process cannot bear to look directly. In the words of little Sakura, his goal is to heal Sasuke and Naruto no matter how many injuries they suffer in the future. Naruto is not among them. Let's just say, after entering the forest of death, Naruto was separated from little Sakura and Sasuke. Chapter 96. In Naruto's words, he wanted to wander the forest of the dead by himself to see if there were some unexpected goals. Sasuke was angry at this, but he couldn't stop Naruto. Little do they know that Naruto did this to protect them. Because since entering the forest of death, Naruto could feel a cold aura locked on him. It is believed that the masters of other ninja village sneaked into Konoha and were more interested in himself. Minato, who has been transformed into Shinigami, is particularly sensitive to breath, and he hesitates to say his guess. It's a bit like Orochimaru, one of the Sunnins. How could the Konoha rebellion, who is addicted to research, appear here? Could it be that he still wants to experiment with himself? Naruto chuckled, but there was no fear in his heart. Now that he has too many cards, it is not so easy for a cage-level ninja to win himself. Besides, this is Konoha's territory. One of the reasons Naruto drew Orochimaru away was to protect his teammates. Sasuke was an opponent he valued, and he didn't want Sasuke to die prematurely here. The second is that he is very interested in Orochimaru. Maybe talk about research if you can. Naruto shuttled through the forest of death like this, and Orochimaru easily followed behind. There are 5 days for the assessment of the Death Forest, and Orochimaru has enough time to complete his purpose. But before that, he wanted to take a good look at Naruto, this interesting Jinchuriki. Following Naruto's day, he saw Naruto mercilessly kill ninjas from his village. No genin can stop Naruto's blow. Heartbroken every time. After doing all this, Naruto will wipe the bloodline from the knife with a smile. That smile made people shudder, and it also made Orochimaru's interest in Naruto ultimate. Until one afternoon, when Orochimaru saw a masked monster emerge from a corpse with a hollow chest, he could no longer contain his excitement. It's a sunny afternoon. Halfway through the Chunin exam, most of the ninjas who entered the forest of death were dead and wounded. The exit of the exit, the promotion of the promotion. Sasuke and little Sakura also began to keep getting some scrolls to pass the exam. Naruto was already full of scrolls to meet the promotion, but he still strolled in the forest of death unhurriedly. The sun shone and fell to the ground through the lush foliage, and the air smelled of blood. The danger of the Death Forest assessment is not only the assassination that other ninjas can carry out at any time, but also the beasts in the forest. The smell of blood is easy to attract ninjas or large beasts, so that the ninja's physical strength will be consumed again or be beheaded. Therefore, candidates will subconsciously stay away from places with a strong smell of blood. Naruto strolled leisurely in the forest, humming a little song, looking for interesting scenery like sightseeing. Whenever there is a beast that doesn't understand the style, he will solve it easily. On the treetops nearly 30 meters away from Naruto, Orochimaru couldn't help sticking out his slender tongue and licking his lips, his eyes full of curiosity and greed. Learned from Danzo. Naruto has a very wonderful bloodline limit, has the potential to be comparable to Sharingan, and coupled with the identity of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto will be a proper Kage-level powerhouse in the future. Coupled with Naruto's sharpness before, Orochimaru wanted to get in touch with Naruto and study his young and tender flesh. It's just that he has an agreement with Danzo not to touch Naruto. Naruto is Danzo's target. But that doesn't mean he can't touch Naruto, the genius that makes Danzo crazy. After learning about Naruto's power, he will play with the orphan of Uchiha, imprint his own traces into his body, and then use words to evoke his desire for power. Play with his heart, and eventually make him a slave of power, obediently walk into his arms and become his own shape. At that time, I will have the powerful bloodline limit of Sharingan. Thinking of a bright future, Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips pervert, his body trembling slightly, as if he had reached his spiritual peak and release from the inside out. At this time, he saw Naruto walking to the lake, and just as he was bending over to wash his hands, two ninjas suddenly sprang out of the bushes and stabbed Naruto's back with the kunai in their hands. Hey! Kyowa fell into an afterimage, and before the two ninjas could react, he only felt a tingling pain in his chest. They bowed their heads in astonishment, only to find that a long knife had been pierced through their chests. The long knife was pulled out, and it also took away the last trace of temperature from their bodies. A little bit of blood seeped from the wound, and soon wet the soil under him. Naruto and Shadow Clone pulled out their knives, and the two corpses in front of them collapsed. He stepped on top of the blood, wiping the blood on the long knife gracefully. In sight, two groups of souls slowly rose from above the corpse. Naruto glanced vaguely at Orochimaru's hidden location. The corners of the mouth curled up. Infuse Ryutsu into both souls. Then, in Orochimaru's shocked, even horrified eyes, the souls began to appear, and there was a constant flow of strange energy in their bodies. Uzumaki Naruto, are you actually playing with the souls of the dead? Orochimaru's eyes widened, and for a while he even forgot to hide, his eyes became hot. Orochimaru is for research scientists who can pervert to transgender. In order to study immortality, he inevitably studied the human body and soul. Among them, the mysterious thing like the soul is the most elusive. It is said that after death, the soul will go to the Pure Land. From another point of view, if you control the soul of a person, can you be resurrected? Orochimaru has conducted numerous studies with this idea in mind. In the past, Second Hokage has conducted similar research and even developed impure world reincarnation, a forbidden technique that plays with the souls of the dead. Because he is Hokage, no one can blame him. But Orochimaru is different. He was only a disciple of Hokage, and it was naturally considered unethical to conduct such human studies. After betraying Konoha, he has been conducting human experiments without interruption, hoping to explore the truth of the soul, but the research progress is extremely slow, and it can even be called no progress. But just now, he saw that Uzumaki Naruto, who was regarded as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, used a special method to visualize the soul of man. Not only that, the soul seems to be undergoing a kind of Mutation? Orochimaru swallowed hard, his eyes full of curiosity. He felt the same kind of breath in Naruto. The same madness that can be desperate for research. In the sight, the soul is surging in pain, the mask of white bone gradually condenses on the face, and there is a deep hole in the chest, and the whole body exudes the madness of ultimate. Chapter 97. The two virtuals looked at each other and immediately pinched them together, biting each other constantly, devouring each other's flesh and blood, like a hungry wolf seeing food. Naruto shook his head secretly and said to himself. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Genin's conversion rate is too poor. The amount of chakra in their bodies is too small to stop Ryutsu's invasion, and it will only become void. The void can become stronger after being swallowed, and maybe reach a new level and gain the power of Shinigami from the void form, but the process is too long, and I don't have the resources to provide this kind of experiment right now. Isn't Naruto's self-talk to Orochimaru? Sure enough, Orochimaru, a mad scientist, lit up after hearing the unfamiliar words such as Su and Ryutsu. He couldn't hold back his excitement any longer and walked out of the dark. Crack! The legs made a sound as they stepped on the grass. Naruto looked, and saw a strange woman who he had thought suspicious before. Wearing a lavender kimono, with long dark hair, his face was extremely pale, with a discordant evil smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, and his temperament was extremely cold. It turns out that Orochimaru, one of Sunin's cold faces, is transsexual. This thought flashed in Naruto's mind, and then he smiled extremely warmly. Oh, there are guests. Orochimaru looked at the gentle Naruto, and then looked at the two still fighting, only to feel extremely inconsistent. Judging from the information from Danzo, Naruto has a refined and gentle personality, inherited the will of fire, and is eager to protect Konoha and important people. But now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Naruto is a very shrewd person. Orochimaru showed a pervert smile, and his voice was full of magnetism. First meeting, Naruto-kun, I'm Orochimaru, and I'm very interested in your research. Feeling Orochimaru's gloomy aura and paranoia about research, Naruto smiled even brighter. He gently pushed Kaika Suijutsu into the two empty heads and slowly pulled it out. The smoke disappeared. Naruto said indifferently. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Orochimaru. Hey! Orochimaru narrowed his snake pupils, his eyes were a little puzzled, and his unbridled aura was also put away. He had thought about Naruto's reaction when he saw him. Shocked, terrified, stunned. After all, he is a long-established cage-level powerhouse who is opposed to Konoha. It only takes a second to kill a fledgling genin like Naruto. But Naruto's reaction was too strange. Calmly? Confidence? It seems that it is really like what he said, waiting for him for a long time? Could it be that he has already noticed himself? Orochimaru looked a little moved. Decided to test the truth. He smiled and said, I'm curious, did Naruto-kun detect me very early? Facing Orochimaru's question, Naruto put away Kaika Suijutsu and casually crossed the blood pit. Well, that's it. After receiving a positive answer, Orochimaru was quite surprised. In addition to the identity of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto's talent is also extremely amazing, and may even surpass Uchiha Sasuke. No wonder that guy from Danzo kept saying don't touch Naruto. It would be wonderful if such a young body could be transformed into its own shape. Unfortunately, he is Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's gaze crossed Naruto and landed on the dissipated corpse, and suddenly revealed a smile that he thought was charming, but was actually cold and infiltrating, and said politely, Naruto-kun, is that the soul just now? Seeing Orochimaru's eager eyes, Naruto nodded. Orochimaru immediately said urgently, how did you make the soul visible? Why did the soul get upgraded? Is this your bloodline limit? Could it be that your bloodline limit has something to do with the Pure Land? The incessant questions made Naruto take Orochimaru's attention. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated Orochimaru's dedication to research. He instantly came to the edge of a rock, washed it with water style, then sat down and gestured gracefully to Orochimaru. I didn't expect that Mr. Orochimaru also has a lot of research on the soul. If you don't mind, you can exchange it. Seeing Naruto's actions, Orochimaru didn't think much about it. He directly used the body flicker technique to come to Naruto's side. Shishiran sat down without any air, as if he had forgotten his purpose when he came. At this moment, his eyes were hot, and his gaze towards Naruto was more like a piece of quebeo. The two sat side by side. The blood near the rock was still flowing, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Large beasts appeared from time to time in the forest, but they were easily resolved by Orochimaru's shadow clone before they approached, and there was no sound at all. Naruto and Orochimaru talked enthusiastically like old friends. This is the limit of my blood, derived from the power of the Pure Land, which I call Ryutsu. Naruto stretched out his hand generously, a mass of unspeakable energy condensed in his palm. Boundary of the Pure Land. Orochimaru looked suspicious. He immediately used chakra to explore Ryutsu in Naruto's hands, and his expression gradually became solemn. In his research on the soul in the past decades, he found that human beings are composed of cells, and the soul is also composed of a strange substance, which does not exist in the present world, but may originate from the so-called Pure Land. This is because the soul's own attributes are contrary to the present world, so it will go to the Pure Land. The previous research on the dead also has many good results. For example, impure world reincarnation. By extracting a certain amount of the body of the deceased, using the body of the living as a container for the soul of the deceased, and then summoning the soul of the deceased from the Pure Land of the underworld to the present world, the deceased will retain the consciousness of the dead. In past experiments, subjects subjected to impure world reincarnation showed different performances. One of these souls has the memories of their lives, and they also know how they died. They have obsessions during their lives, so after being reincarnation by impure world, they clearly understand that they are already dead, and they are only resurrected by some special means. The other kind of soul also has memories of life, but for them, their wishes during life have been fulfilled, so the experience after being impure world reincarnation is only, they appear here as soon as they open their eyes after death, which means that the soul after death falls into a deep sleep. But judging from Naruto's methods, these souls who were supposed to go to the Pure Land have been upgraded to varying degrees due to the energy of the Pure Land, and they have become irrational monsters. And according to Naruto, these are failures. So what does a successful experiment look like? Is it another form of immortality if one can retain the consciousness of the previous life? Being able to ruthlessly experiment with the soul of a ninja, it seems that Naruto is not as gentle and easygoing as rumored, let alone someone who has inherited the will of fire. Looking at Naruto with a smile on his face, Orochimaru suddenly felt an excitement that he had not seen in a long time in his calm heart. It is to feel the same kind of excitement. He looked at Naruto, his tone was quite urgent. Why did your blood successor limit upgrade your soul? If the experiment is successful, what will happen to your soul? Chapter 98. Facing Orochimaru's question, Naruto smiled complacently, as if the one sitting next to him was not Konoha's cage-level rebellion, but a friend who could talk for a long time. The blood base limit that I have is actually controlling Ryutsu's blood base limit. Under Orochimaru's rather puzzled eyes, Naruto continued to explain, everything in the Pure Land is composed of spiritual suns, even the human soul is composed of spiritual suns. When a soul strengthens itself through practice, his Ryutsu is produced in the body, which is the energy expressed by the limit of my blood. The fourth of Had, by Lei. Naruto held out his finger to demonstrate. The white light shot out of the fingers directly knocked out a hole in the tree. Naruto retracted his finger. This is a way of using Ryutsu, kid. Kid is more versatile, both in combat and support. He went on to show several different kid, which opened Orochimaru's eyes. Of course, Other than Kid, another use of Ryutsu is the use of Shunpo and other physical arts. He continued. Other than that, it's Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. Orochimaru was very interested in this new word, and pondered a little. It's your Kaika Suijutsu. Not bad. Naruto nodded. That's why I experimented with Ryutsu. Through the injection of Ryutsu, the ordinary souls can usher in a new evolution. Once the evolution is successful, they will enter a new life form, and they will have a Zanpakuto similar to mine. And if they fail? Naruto's mouth was slightly curved. Aside, they'll become irrational phantoms. Naruto stood up, suspended above the blood, with a warm smile. I know that you have been experimenting with the human body in the past, and you are eager to find immortality. From a certain point of view, we are a kind of people who will do anything for the purpose, for the sake of research. You can throw everything away. I want to work with you, I provide resources, and you help me study the soul's experiments. I believe, Shinigamiization will be the path to immortality. Facing Naruto's invitation, Orochimaru gave a pervert smile and let out a hoarse laugh. Naruto-kun, is it alright to show the real you directly in front of me? You must know that I have cooperated with the top management of Konoha. Sure enough, Orochimaru is still connected with Danzo. Minato in the sealed space said anxiously, is he trying to sneak into Konoha this time? But after thinking about it, now that he has nothing to do with Konoha, Minato's face suddenly turned ugly. Nine Tails on the side immediately sarcastically said, "GGG, you promised Naruto that you will no longer manage Konoha, and be a tool man." He raised his head proudly, with a proud look expression. "I know." Minato sighed. "Outside world. I don't care if you cooperate with Konoha executives or not, and I won't worry about you telling them the real me." Naruto laughed softly, looking directly at Orochimaru's snake pupil. His tone was affirmative. "You and I are the same kind of people. As long as my research is valuable, you will not betray." Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licked his slightly dry lips again, and smiled pervertly. "I didn't expect the real Uzumaki Naruto to be so confident. It seems that you have fooled those rotten and stupid people well." High-rise Konoha. Orochimaru also stood up with a cold smile. "Tell me about your thoughts." Naruto handed the long-prepared experimental notes to Orochimaru, explaining, "My idea is to use a lot of Ryutsu's experiments to make the soul enter the state of emptiness or Shinigami, and explore the boundary between emptiness and Shinigami through research. At the same time, I can also find human. The balance between Hollow and Shinigami finally creates a life that is human and can use Ryutsu just like me. From the soul level, Shinigami or Hollow is equivalent to immortality. They do not age, there will be no natural death, which is the same as what you are after. So, the focus of your research will be on new evolutionary directions for the three of Su, Shinigami, and humans. This requires a lot of experiments, and also requires a large-scale laboratory." Naruto glanced at Orochimaru meaningfully. "I believe this will not be difficult for you." "Of course, now I'm an audio-visual." Orochimaru responded. "Shinigami can become stronger through Ryutsu's practice, and Su can have stronger power and consciousness by devouring each other." Naruto continued. "And human beings can have the power of both." Kaika Suijutsu suddenly appeared in Naruto's hands. The blade vibrated slightly, and Ryutsu filled the air. "This is the power of Shinigami, Zanpakuto. Want to experience Shikai?" Naruto smiled, like a researcher sharing the results of his experiment. "Of course, I also want to learn more about Zanpakuto's abilities," Orochimaru responded. Learned from Danzo that Naruto's Zanpakuto is a blood-based limiter who is good at weaving illusions. Orochimaru is very curious about this, and doesn't know how this bloodline limit is in front of cage-level powerhouses. "Crack it, Kaika Suijutsu." Naruto smiled inexplicably. The Kaika Suijutsu in his hand shattered into a mirror and disappeared into the air. "There is no illusion of magic, everything is natural." Orochimaru threw the shuriken at the trees. The touch, the sound are all right. He began to mobilize the chakra in his body, cracking Kaika Suijutsu in an instant. But he was stunned to find that the tree that the shuriken hit did not exist at all, and the shuriken had long since been thrown somewhere. Unbelievable ability! Orochimaru's eyes were hot, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, his research desire reaching the ultimate. If every Zanpakuto has similar potential, then this Shinigami has great research value. He looked at Naruto, what about the power of the void? But I saw Naruto shaking his head, the power of the void is not yet master, and more experiments are needed. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face, it's very interesting research, regardless of how Naruto-kun wants to provide me with resources. Could it be that you want to betray Konoha and follow me to Union Village? Our Union Village can't bear wood. Yi's anger. The next moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened, as if seeing something beyond his imagination. 4th generation. He stunned. In the sight of Naruto, the figure of Namikaze Minato condensed next to Naruto. Yo, Orochimaru, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be rebellious when we meet again. Minato looked complicated. I didn't expect to see you again. Orochimaru put on a sinister smile, is the current 4th Hokage Lord standing on Konoha's side or on our side? Chapter 99. Don't worry, I have nothing to do with Konoha anymore. Minato said softly. Things are not people. The identities of the two have also changed a lot. The heroes who once guarded Konoha are now running against Konoha. The rotten darkness is still dormant in Konoha, constantly absorbing fresh nutrients. Such a fate is ironic. I will let the 4th generation follow you back to Union Village, and he will use Ryutsu to cooperate with your research. Naruto said with a smile. It seems that Naruto-kun thought very carefully. Orochimaru smiled evilly, as if he suddenly thought of something, showing a rather playful expression. By the way, what is Naruto-kun's attitude towards Konoha? Konoha. Naruto put away his genial smile and said blankly, I just want to study higher level powers. If they stop me, I won't mind destroying them. Naruto turned his back to Orochimaru, a cold breath emanating from him. The tone is firm and cold. As I said, we are one kind of people. Yes, we are a kind of people, it is very interesting that I join your research. Orochimaru's pale face flushed, and his eyes were full of morbid longing for research. From your statement, this may be the way to immortality, and I naturally won't miss it. Then why did you come to Konoha this time? Naruto asked in an even tone. Orochimaru didn't mind Naruto's tone, and answered without concealment, I came here for the Konoha collapse this time. I don't know if you understand the intricacies of the Konoha high-rise. I know, Danzo and 3rd generation. That's right. Orochimaru nodded, looking at Naruto with admiration. I made an agreement with Danzo to kill the 3rd generation through the organization's Konoha collapse plan, so that Danzo has a chance to rise to the top. And I can also get a lot of ninja corpses, and even blood ninjas for research. Without the restraint of 3rd generation, Danzo's actions will be more unscrupulous, I think, maybe it will have an impact on you. Orochimaru expressed his meaning. Deep smile. 3rd generation you can't kill. Naruto shook his head. Why? Orochimaru's eyes flashed fiercely. Because, he is one of the protagonists who will witness my gift to Konoha. Naruto turned his head back, his eyes were extremely calm, so calm that it was chilling. From Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru seemed to see that dark childhood, and the sanity and calmness derived from endless malice. Although he is elegant and easygoing on the outside, he is actually cold inside and will only move towards his own goals. For such people, it is impossible to be bound by fetters at all. Just like yourself. Even with Jiraiya and Tsunade close, but it's time to go and never look back. Orochimaru also believed. The gift that Naruto referred to is definitely the most splendid scenery in this ninja world. His heart was full of anticipation, and the corners of his mouth could not help evoking a pervert wicked smile, his slender tongue sticking out like lion majesty, licking around his lips. Since Naruto-kun is so interested, I will try my best. Third generation is also a Kage-level powerhouse after all. If I put too much water on it, I may die, so I will destroy him as much as possible. Achieve my purpose. It is good. The two sides reached a consensus, and the process was unexpectedly smooth. For some reason, the more Naruto looked at Orochimaru, the more pleasing his eyes became. Orochimaru looked like a mad scientist. For the sake of research, gender can be ignored. And Orochimaru also admires Naruto very much. If it weren't for Naruto Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's sensitive identity, he would have directly invited Naruto to join Union Village. At this time, Minato had returned to the sealed space, and he watched this scene with a little worry. As can be seen from past events, Orochimaru is undoubtedly the grim lion majesty. No one can predict when he will be bitten by him. Naturally, Minato didn't want Naruto to cooperate with a dangerous character like Orochimaru. The two sides have reached a cooperation agreement, and they are also very friendly and ready to say goodbye to each other. Before leaving, Orochimaru seemed to think of something and said, "By the way, I laughed at that Uchiha kid. He is a very important experimental material for me and a key piece of my original immortality plan. That won't work, Sasuke is the one I like." Naruto's expression was mild, and he said flatly in a factual tone. Hearing this, Orochimaru squinted his eyes with a dangerous aura. It's not so much that he infiltrated Konoha to collapse the plan, but rather to get Uchiha's bloodline limit. Before, he was directly brought down by attack at Tsukuyomi, and the desire for Sharingan was derived from his heart. Itachi was invincible to him, and Sasuke was the only one left. Orochimaru has already planned to kidnap Sasuke to join the Sound Hidden Village, and then occupy his body. Everything was planned so perfectly. Unexpectedly, a Naruto was killed halfway. Orochimaru's tone was suddenly a little unkind. "Naruto-kun, I have promised you not to kill third generation, Sasuke should be handed over to me, you can't be too greedy." A cold and strong aura emanated from Orochimaru's body, and continued to oppress Naruto. Naruto looked as usual, as if he didn't feel pressure at all, and said flatly, "Shinigami research is enough to meet your goals, you don't need to attack Sasuke at all." No, Shinigami's research is too unknown, of course I have to prepare for the next move," Orochimaru said coldly. It seems that the conversation has collapsed. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll only give Sasuke a small gift, it will enhance his strength and won't hurt him." Seeing Naruto's displeased expression, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a little panic, for fear Naruto cancels the cooperation with himself. It's hard to imagine that Orochimaru, one of the Sunnins, would be soft, but Naruto is not someone who can go down a step. He is very principled and has a mental cleanliness. The goal that you fancy should grow according to your plan. If it is tainted by Orochimaru, there will inevitably be many variables, which will inevitably affect your plan. At that time, he is likely to have one less opponent worth shooting. So Naruto didn't back down, and he was completely honest. "No, you can't touch Sasuke." Being rejected again, Orochimaru's expression turned cold. "Naruto-kun, you are too greedy. No, you underestimated the potential of Shinigami and Su." Naruto's tone was full of disappointment. After negotiating with Orochimaru, he also included Orochimaru in his future plans. But now it seems that Orochimaru, who sticks to Sharingan, is too short-sighted. It's no use talking, since Naruto thinks Shinigami and Ku's potential is completely big enough for me to ignore Sharingan, then prove it to me. Chapter 100. The two looked at each other, knowing that a fight was inevitable. "Since that's the case, let's let you see it." During the speech, Naruto stretched out his right hand and instantly fired Kid. The 31 Red Artillery of Had. Endless fire burst out from Naruto's palm, completely covering the Orochimaru in front of him. In an instant, a violent explosion occurred in the area where Orochimaru was located, the flames were blazing, and the fire filled the sea, causing the animals around to flee frantically. The air was distorted by the heat, and there were black marks all around. Empty? As expected of Sunan, the response is really fast. Naruto praised, pointing to an area where no one was, and continued to instantly cast Kid. Head number 54, Wasted Flame. A disc-shaped flame shrouded the area, and Orochimaru's figure and slightly surprised voice finally appeared in it. As expected of Naruto-kun, it seems that I still underestimated your potential, being able to discover my true body so quickly, and the power of this kid has surpassed ordinary ninjutsu, which is really good, but I want to convince me of this, but also not enough. The flame ignited Orochimaru's body and kept burning, but Orochimaru's expression was still full of playfulness. Soon, the original Orochimaru gradually melted in the flames, and the main body used a snake substitute to easily stay away from this sea of fire. When he reappeared, he was completely unscathed. Is the kid of size 54 invalid? Naruto chuckled. After the practice of Mount Maiboku, his Ryutsu has grown slightly, and he can instantly cast Kid within the size of 60. But against cage-level powerhouses, Kid is really not enough to watch. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Head number 33, King Fire Pendant. The combination of ninjutsu and Kid, in an instant, the explosion that originally fell from the sky skyrocketed several times with the increase of the Great Breakthrough, and fell towards the area where Orochimaru was located like a meteor. Looking at the powerful attack, Orochimaru frowned wildly, and his mouth was still beating Naruto's confidence there. With the Nine Tails chakra you can really use some pretty powerful ninjutsu, and even take it up a notch with Kid. But if that's Shinigami's potential, I'm so disappointed. Orochimaru didn't care about the water vapor around him because of the flames, and the next moment he passed through the sea of fire and appeared in front of Naruto. He stretched out his right hand and turned into an endless snake shadow. The hidden shadow snake hand. Fantastic ninjutsu, interesting. Facing the self-created ninjutsu he had never seen before, Naruto suddenly thought of Jiraiya. A toad and a snake, aren't they natural enemies? Naruto pulled out Kaika Suijutsu with a faint smile, and the sword light shone, instantly blocking the stabbing snakes. Almost in an instant, the head of the snake group was cut off. Kid doesn't work, just use swordsmanship. Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, spit out a grass pheasant sword from his mouth under Naruto's somewhat uncomfortable gaze, and met Naruto's Kaika Suijutsu. The way you store your swords is really surprising, but if you're all about juggling, I'm disappointed. Naruto sneered. Kaika Suijutsu rippled in Ryutsu's hands. Although Orochimaru has been obsessed with research for many years, his own strength has not fallen, his physical skills experience is not much worse than Jiraiya, and he has experienced hundreds of thousands of times more battles than Naruto. So after a few tricks and tests, Orochimaru had a rough idea of Naruto's swordsmanship level. I was quite surprised by Naruto's talent. When he was only 12 years old, he had a good swordsmanship and ninjutsu, and he had a lot of potential blood chicha. This might be a genius. It is a pity that such a genius cannot currently be transformed into his own shape. Orochimaru's mind moved slightly, and the grass pheasant sword in his hand was extremely fast. Chiang chiang. The sound of swords colliding constantly resounded in the dense woods, and the surrounding trees continued to appear knife marks and sword marks, and after each knife light flickered, a big tree would collapse. It can be called the first logging combination in the forest. Orochimaru's body flicker technique is very delicate, paired with a good swordsmanship, the sword is stabbed to the point. Naruto has undergone devil-style physical and tactical training, and with a shunpo, he can keep up with the speed of Orochimaru in front of him. But in the constant battle, he could not help but fall into the disadvantage. Naturally, there is an ingredient in Orochimaru that releases water. During the battle, he did not forget to stimulate Naruto with his words, "Yo, Naruto-kun, if this is all you have, it seems that the potential of Shinigami and Su is not enough to impress me." As an icy lion majesty, he excels at juggling his opponents both physically and mentally, delivering a double whammy. What surprised him was that, in the face of his own sarcasm, Naruto still had a warm expression, without a trace of displeasure at all. Orochimaru appreciates such a city. And Naruto also sees Orochimaru as an excellent whetstone, combining the physical and tactical skills he has learned during this time. Before they knew it, the surroundings of the two of them were bare, the ground was full of chaotic knife marks, and the battle caused by the two men's fierce battle scared away countless beasts. This is a pain for other candidates, and they are still walking, but they always encounter various large beasts. It's over, I'm going to go find Uchiha Sasuke too. Orochimaru looked at the sky and showed a pervert wicked smile. He picks up speed and knocks Naruto back with a single sword. With his speed soaring, he approached Naruto directly, and the pheasant sword in his hand stabbed continuously. Hey! The pheasant sword passed through Naruto's shoulders, but there was no expected resistance. The body replacement technique is very skillful. Sensing the blade wind on the right, Orochimaru pulled out the grass pheasant sword without hesitation and stabbed it head-on. Chiang! The force that was enough to paralyze his arm came, and Orochimaru's expression changed slightly. Naruto is actually hiding? The next moment, I only felt a sharp pain in my stomach, and I was kicked into the sky by Naruto. The 12 of had, Fu Fire. The kidnet directly bound Orochimaru completely. Naruto raised his right hand again, had number 33, King Fire Pendant. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from Naruto's hands, directly covering Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, Naruto-kun, as I said, your kid doesn't work for me at all. Orochimaru didn't look flustered at all, instead he smiled evilly, but his expression froze the next moment, and he lost his voice. Why is my chakra frozen? The answer to him was endless explosions. Boom boom boom. The area centered on Orochimaru suddenly burst into hot sparks, and the billowing smoke was about to cover the sky above. The entire area has been completely turned into a sea of fire. Against the backdrop of the flames, Naruto's expression was warm, and with a bright and gentle smile, he said slowly. Kid is not just about destruction, but also restraint and medical treatment, and the submerged fire I used can suspend the flow of chakra, although for the cage-level powerhouse, the control time will not exceed 3 seconds, but 3 seconds is enough. Mr. Orochimaru, I don't know if this is enough to prove Shinigami's potential. Chapter 101. The firelight dissipated, revealing Orochimaru's extremely embarrassed figure. The clothes on his body were charred and black smoke came out of his mouth. If a ninja of the same level was dealing with such a weird kid, he would probably be killed by you. Shinigami's potential is really good. Being overcast by the junior, Orochimaru's face was a little ugly, and he decided to teach Naruto a good lesson. His figure suddenly soared, and he instantly appeared in front of Naruto. Shimmering snake hands. The many large snakes summoned in an instant bound Naruto in an instant before he could react. Evil Snake's wrist burst. Then a large snake was summoned by Orochimaru and swallowed Naruto in one bite. Boom! The big snake was blown to pieces from the inside and out, and smoke and dust spread all over the place for a while. Orochimaru's tone was rather pleasant. Naruto-kun, how is my ninjutsu? It's not worse than your kid. Are you interested in learning it? He brushed the dust off his body, ready to set off to find Sasuke. After his own ninjutsu combo, I believe that Naruto has lost the ability to act. Shinigami's potential is really good. But Sharingan didn't want to let it go. Two-pronged, no problem. Orochimaru looked towards the place of the explosion, expecting to see Naruto dying, but when the dust cleared it was empty. He felt bad in his heart, and just as he was about to use Yuyin to perform defensive ninjutsu, he felt a sudden chill in his chest. Looking down, the ice-cold, bone-piercing sword sank into his chest and pierced through his back. His line of sight was disturbed for a while, just like the waves caused by a stone dropping into a calm lake. Then he saw Naruto, still with a warm smile, standing in front of him, slowly pulling out Kaika Suijutsu with his right hand. Impossible? You don't have a Shikai at all. Orochimaru gasped and said in shock. But Naruto said magnetically, what kind of illusion makes you think that I don't have Shikai Kaika Suijutsu? Naruto pulls out Kaika Suijutsu, and the Ryutsu in his body is nearly depleted. Controlling the 5 senses of a Kage-level powerhouse is too difficult. But fortunately it was successful. Kaika Suijutsu pulled out with a large blood flower. Naruto looked calm. I wonder if such a Shikai can reflect the potential of Shinigami. Feeling the tingling pain in his chest, Orochimaru's thoughts wandered. After concentrating on research for several years, his combat skills have indeed deteriorated. Once again, he feels this piercing pain, but it seems to awaken the beast in his heart. The look in Naruto's eyes was also full of sternness. Naruto-kun, you surprised me too much. He stretched out his slender tongue and licked his dry lips lightly, revealing a wicked smile. The next moment, a small white snake spit out of his mouth. The little snake wriggled on the ground for a while, and then took the shape of Orochimaru again. The same clothes and face are still the same, but the complexion seems to be a little paler. The body that had been stabbed by Kaika Suijutsu before looking at it fell to the ground without making a sound. What an amazing ninjutsu! Naruto secretly admired Orochimaru's talent. Only ninjas who study hard can develop this kind of ninjutsu with unrestrained imagination. How could corpse-wrapped, power-obsessed figures like Konoha seniors create such practical and special ninjutsu? It is said that third Hokage is a ninjutsu professor and the most grand master of all Hokage. However, he did not develop any commendable ninjutsu. Second Hokage developed countless forbidden techniques, fourth Hokage developed Raise-Nan. And what about third generation? Nothing at all. Why hasn't a ninjutsu that can be passed down has been developed? Because all the energy is scattered. Therefore, Naruto appreciates Orochimaru's approach to research. After Kid and Kaika Suijutsu were cracked, Naruto was also a little out of his depth. I can only use that. A hesitant expression appeared on his face. When he was on Mount Meiboku, he had come into contact with Hollow. Although Subai was completely beaten by himself in the Zanpakuto space, when he returned to reality, he felt the terrifying increase brought by Hollow, as well as the boiling inside, enough to erase rational killing intent. Since then, Naruto has not had any contact with Hollow. He currently does not have a Master Hollow, and he may run away after using it. Seeing Naruto's doubts, Orochimaru threatened slowly, Naruto-kun, if you don't show your trump cards, I'll be leaving. He said with a pervert smile, Uchiha's body, just think about it. Exciting. In that case, let's let you see. Naruto sighed and his expression became solemn. This is the direction that research wants to break through, Shinigami's Hollow or virtual Shinigamiization. And what I want to show is Hollow. Hearing this, Orochimaru's snake pupil shrank, releasing a radiance called excitement. Before, he had also guessed that Naruto's trump card was nothing more than the combination of Nine Tails' power and Shinigami's power. In his mind, the attractiveness of Shinigami's power is still much worse than that of Sharingan. After all, he was persecuted by those eyes. It was only after the initial battle that he found himself underestimating Zanpakuto's abilities. The next Hollow believes there will be even bigger surprises. Orochimaru took a deep breath and waited quietly for Naruto's next move. At this moment, Naruto's consciousness has entered the space of Zanpakuto. Welcome back, my king. It was still the familiar space. The starry sky above the palace was dazzling, dotted with countless stars. The man in black robe stood respectfully to one side, bowing and nodding. Naruto looked around, but couldn't see Subai's figure. What about False White? He asked. Subai. The man in black robe was shocked. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, he should have been a little surprised to hear these two words from Naruto's mouth. He said to himself in a complicated tone, so he has woken up. Wang, what are you looking for him for? I just need hollow, Naruto said casually. Hollow? It turns out that the king desires that kind of power. The man in black robe nodded thoughtfully. That kind of power is not easy to control, but if the king wants it, I will let that guy hand over the power to the king. The last tone of the man in black robe was full of contempt for Subai, and he bowed slightly towards Naruto. King, I will satisfy all your requirements, please keep getting stronger and find your own. The voice of the man in black robe gradually faded, and Naruto's mind also felt dizzy. After the world turned around, when he regained consciousness again, he had returned to reality. A violent Ryotsu appeared in the body, and it kept flowing directly in the body. Naruto opened his mouth slightly, like a Ryotsu who couldn't bear the boiling in his body. Ryotsu began to overflow, turning milky white, lingering around Naruto's body. Chapter 102. This is hollow. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in surprise as he was shrouded in white mist, a scene similar to the previous scene of Soul Hollow. The same is boiling to terrifying energies and powerful negative emotions. Orochimaru felt a sense of unease in his heart, and subconsciously took a step back, his brows furrowed. Hollow is more like a mentality of failure of soul transformation. Compared with Shinigami, the energy brought by Hollow is more violent and more violent. With the addition of Hollow's bonus, Naruto's bloodline limit may be improved qualitatively. Will it also enhance Kaika Suijutsu? Orochimaru did not dare to underestimate Naruto, and directly operated the chakra in his body, and the cold aura also flourished from around the body. In the field, the white Ryotsu gradually condensed a white bone mask on Naruto's face, firmly attached to half of Naruto's face. Similar to the hollow of the soul before, but there is no hole in the chest. Orochimaru looked at Naruto carefully, and thought to himself, the sense of oppression has increased exponentially, but I don't know if I can still maintain my senses. The rage after hollow made Orochimaru secretly startled. There is also a certain chance of failure of the heavenly spell seal that he developed when it is injected. All losers lose their minds, and the chakra within them becomes violent. Similar to hollow. The turbulent airflow around Naruto's body in his sight continuously brought up large tracts of dust, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet, spreading outward in the form of spider webs. In the center, Naruto raised his head and looked at Orochimaru, those azure blue eyes full of contempt. So arrogant, Naruto's personality has also changed. Orochimaru shuddered. In an instant, Naruto disappeared from Orochimaru's sight, approached Orochimaru at a speed that was difficult to reach with the naked eye, and hit Orochimaru's face with his right fist. Orochimaru's face was directly dented and flew out like a cannonball, his eyes full of horror. So fast, how can there be such a big improvement? Naruto-kun, your hollow is really interesting. Orochimaru, who was knocked away, smiled grimly, but before he could finish laughing, Naruto's second punch had already hit Orochimaru's abdomen, knocking it into the air. Bang bang bang! The dull thumping sound echoed in the forest. Orochimaru flew around in the air like a ball. Naruto's figure had turned into an afterimage, and he continued to attack Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru is a cage-level powerhouse, he is not outstanding in physical skills, so time was pressed and beaten by Naruto, whose speed was soaring. After Hollow gave up Kid and Zanpakuto, what's the difference between you and the beast now? Orochimaru kept sneering. He could see Naruto's eyes full of murderous intent, completely lacking in his previous sanity. This, he understood, was a side effect of Hollow. But the so-called side effects can be overcome with research. In this way, the potential of Shinigami and Su is a bit scarier than I expected. Orochimaru smiled wickedly, completely ignoring that he was being beaten, and his hands were sealed. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Countless groups of snakes sprang from his cuffs. But in an instant, Naruto ignored the snakes that were entangling him, and knocked Orochimaru flying again with one punch. His muscles tightened, and Ryutsu surrounded him, and he shattered the snakes directly. It's a terrifying power. It seems that ordinary ninjutsu is no longer effective. Orochimaru looked at Naruto obsessively, muttered to himself, and continued to seal with both hands. He next used the more powerful snake ninjutsu, but without exception, Naruto easily solved it. Not even the serpent he summoned was enough for Hollow Naruto to hit him in one stroke. Relying on not too bad taijutsu and ninjutsu, Orochimaru is entangled with Naruto again. He keeps feeding Naruto with tricks, trying to know more about Hollow Naruto's strength. And Naruto's performance did not disappoint him. Abandoning Kid and Shikai, Naruto's physical skills have improved dramatically. Boom! The sky was getting darker, and the thunderclouds in the sky covered the sky on this side. With a roar, a torrential rain fell. Boom! There was a thunder in the sky, and the dazzling blue light suddenly illuminated the dimness of the open space, reflecting Naruto, who was burning fiercely with Ryutsu, and Orochimaru, who was panting slightly, with a face full of obsession. Orochimaru opened his arms and sighed, "It's incredible, after Hollow can have such a big improvement, and in battle, the more you fight, the stronger you are, like a beast that doesn't tire and obeys fighting instincts, which makes me look forward to studying it even more. Uzumaki Naruto, you managed to convince me that Hollow Shinigami-ization is so charming." Hey! Naruto flashed again, constantly bringing up a violent sonic boom. Under the continuous thunder, he seemed to be teleporting, appearing anywhere in this clearing at any time. Bang bang bang! Orochimaru was hit again like a sandbag. Naruto's every punch came with a boiling Ryutsu. The two looked at each other again, and this time, Hollow Naruto saw a hint of playfulness in Orochimaru's eyes. "Naruto-kun, it's really scary after Hollow, but the brain is the weapon that dominates the victory. Meet technique at Naruto." Through woven illusions, Orochimaru pulls Naruto's consciousness into the dying scene. Naruto's eyes were dazed, and his body felt a little stagnant. At this moment, Orochimaru's speed skyrocketed, and a punch suddenly made Naruto's body into a bow shape. Laughing wildly in his mouth. "Come on, Naruto, let me see what else you can do after Hollow." Bang! Naruto's body shot straight at the ground like a cannonball. The soil and rock layers are like cracking under the action of the bulldozer. Evil Snake's wrist exploded. Several large snakes shot straight at the pit where Naruto was, and also attached detonating charms. Boom! The self-detonation of the giant snake and the explosion of the detonating talisman occurred at the same time. The ground directly cracked and vibrated, billowing smoke and dust were billowing, the earth coiling slammed into the air, and the mushroom cloud rose slowly. Astringent! Awesome power, Naruto! Orochimaru withdrew his hand, his signature evil smile on his face, and his long scarlet tongue licked his lips, softly speaking. "Looking at the sky, I also understand that it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Konoha's combat power will soon arrive. Get some sleep." Orochimaru got up to leave. Crack! Suddenly there was a sound in the pit, and then, under Orochimaru's horrified eyes, Hollow Naruto climbed out again. Except for some broken clothes on his body, there seems to be no scars. What a terrifying defense! Orochimaru's greed was beyond words, and he whispered softly, "Naruto, don't be so good, so I really want to get you." Chapter 103. Naruto after Hollow suddenly raised his right hand, and chakra and Ryutsu all over his body began to frantically condense towards his palm. That momentum made Orochimaru feel bad, and hurriedly used defensive ninjutsu. Earth-style earth flow wall. The slender and sturdy earth wall stood in front of Orochimaru, giving him a little comfort, and he was secretly surprised by his gaffe in his heart. "I felt threatened by a genin." In the next instant, Zero shot out from Naruto's palm, leaving a white trail in the rain, heading straight for Orochimaru. There was a terrifying airflow around Zero, and the ground flying over below cracked layer by layer. This power! Orochimaru's expression changed greatly, and he used his strongest defensive ninjutsu without hesitation. Triple Rashomon. This is the triple Rashomon that Orochimaru learned from the 5 Rashomon of the first generation, and can summon a defensive wall that absorbs all attacks. In addition to the earth flow wall, there are a total of 4 gates tightly blocking Orochimaru. Boom! With the earth-shattering explosion, the first Ju Rashomon was blown to pieces almost instantly. The second gate and the third gate were also blown through in a devastating manner. Lastly is the dirt wall. The dilapidated earth wall was undoubtedly shattered, and Zero fell in the area where Orochimaru was. Boom! In Orochimaru's horrified eyes, a small earthquake occurred directly in the entire area, and the trees and gravel in the area were instantly shattered by Zero. Zero dissipated, the area was in a mess, the ground was squirming, and Orochimaru, who was covered in injuries, emerged from it, with a lingering fear on his face. It's such a terrifying power, I almost died. Pata! Hollow Naruto slowly stepped forward with Kaika Suijutsu in his hand, his eyes full of uncontrollable killing intent. Under Orochimaru's surprised eyes, Naruto's left hand suddenly stretched out and firmly grasped the mask behind Hollow. Crack! The mask shattered suddenly, revealing Naruto's warm smile. Mr. Orochimaru, I wonder if this is enough to convince you. It's amazing, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru spat out a white snake from his mouth, and the white snake turned into Orochimaru itself again. His face turned pale again. Even if he has the element of underestimating the enemy, he will not be so embarrassed by a genin. Orochimaru understands that the upper limit of Shinigami and Fu is definitely more than that, it is the limit of blood that can go beyond Sharingan. He looked at Naruto with sophistication and appreciation in his eyes. At just 12 years old, Naruto is definitely the most talented ninja Konoha has ever seen. It's just a pity that such a genius will eventually leave Konoha. You managed to convince me, Naruto. Orochimaru smiled. Then, happy cooperation. Naruto held out his right hand. Orochimaru held without hesitation. On the street, Jiraiya is walking on the way to collect material. To be honest, after staying in Mount Myboka for nearly a month, eating bugs every day, and facing toads, Jiraiya's body and mind are already on the verge of collapse. Reward yourself with the material, he may go crazy. However, before reaching the desired place, a loud noise suddenly came from the forest of death in the distance. The huge momentum attracted everyone's attention, and a billowing mushroom cloud slowly rose. What a terrifying chakra fluctuation! What a terrifying power! Jiraiya's expression changed greatly. Is this the destructive power of a cage-level powerhouse? How can a cage-level powerhouse appear in the Chunin exam? Jiraiya didn't care about the material, and rushed directly to the forest of death. When he arrived at the location, he was stunned to find that the area was almost razed to the ground, the smell of burning was everywhere, and the bodies of a few animals were also found on the ground. There are already boiling energy fluctuations in the air, which are chaotic and intertwined, and cannot be dissipated for a long time. Master Jiraiya. Several Anbu ninjas came to Jiraiya. What's the situation? Jiraiya looked serious. There are cage-level experts who have sneaked into the Chunin assessment. The specific situation is unknown. When we arrived, there was no one there. Anbu's words made Jiraiya ponder. What is there for a cage-level powerhouse to sneak into Konoha in this Chunin exam? Could it be Naruto? Jiraiya felt uneasy. Lord Jiraiya, we found these. At this time, several Anbu ninjas came with a few pieces of leather-like items. This is... Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, and she lost her voice. Snake skin. The man he had been chasing for half his life appeared in his mind. The man whom he regarded as his most trusted partner. It was that man who completely cut off the bond between them. Orochimaru, is that you? The other side. Sasuke and little Sakura are also in trouble. They meet the most dangerous opponent of this Chunin exam, the Pandaren Gaara. The two teams were facing each other at a distance. The sand gourd on Gaara's back continued to flow out of gravel, and the air was filled with a chilling smell. Where's Uzumaki Naruto? Gaara's voice was full of killing intent. Why did you encounter this monster here? Little Sakura's face turned pale, and he subconsciously clenched his kunai, always ready to fight. Humph! Sasuke snorted coldly. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise it will be very painful. Kankuro's eyes were full of joy, and he opened his mouth to remind. The feeling of being humiliated by Sasuke before is still vivid in his mind, and he can't wait to punch Sasuke's face directly with the puppet. Pandaren, I advise you to flee quickly, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Sasuke raised his head proudly and said coldly. Bears. Pandaren. Temari and Kankuro suddenly looked terrified, looked at Gaara, and sure enough, the latter's face darkened. They swallowed hard and took a step back subconsciously. They knew that Gaara's anger had serious consequences. Next will be a massacre. What a pity for this handsome face. Temari felt a little melancholy and pity in his heart. By the way, Pandaren, what a vicious nickname. Temari's face contorted, wanting to laugh. Hearing Sasuke's ridicule, Gaara's expression turned cold, and he raised his hand to lead, and the sand gourd behind him suddenly poured out countless gravels, and then overwhelmingly enveloped him, and a murderous voice sounded. You wanna die? Humph! The mere Pandaren dare to use an axe. Sasuke raised his small head proudly, little Sakura, back away, he will give it to me. Be careful. Little Sakura understood that as a medical ninja, he could hardly help Sasuke in battle, so he obediently avoided it. How long do you think it will take Gaara to deal with him? Kankuro asked Temari softly, a look of disdain on his face. Every time he recalled the fear of being dominated by Sasuke, Kankuro gritted his teeth with hatred. Temari remembered the scene where Sasuke was surrounded by lightning and easily solved Kankuro, and suddenly fell into deep thought, before hesitating for a moment, it should be quite tricky. Chapter 104. Under the control of Gaara, the overwhelming sand poured towards Sasuke, obscuring the sky and the pouring rain. Sasuke, on the other hand, gave a disdainful smile. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, causing bursts of thunder. At the same time, Sasuke clenched his fists and bent his knees, making a movement similar to a Zama step. Ah ah ah! With the roar, small lightning bolts suddenly appeared around his body, making a crackling sound, and the chakra of the whole body suddenly soared, directly isolating the raindrops. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Gaara confidently. Hey, you'd better keep your mates away, you don't want them to die. When the words fell, Sasuke disappeared from Gaara's sight. In an instant, a fist flashing with lightning was already printed on Gaara's face. Bang! The violent sonic boom continued. Under the rainy night, Sasuke's figure kept flickering, and every attack would bring sparks of lightning. Gaara was beaten constantly like a sandbag, unable to land at all. After being beaten for a few seconds, Sasuke could still be seen stopping for a short time, showing a rather sinister smile, shaking his hand slyly, and then the figure continued to disappear. Bang! Finally, after nearly a minute of torment, Gaara was punched into the ground, splashing layers of mud. Looking at Sasuke again, his hair stood on end, he was surrounded by thunderbolt chakra, and his eyes were cold. The pouring rain was still falling on him and it was evaporated into water vapor. Sasuke closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, felt the continuous raindrops, and said intoxicated. The raindrops surrounded by thunder and lightning are really intoxicating. This idiot is sick again. Little Sakura covered his head helplessly. What are you kidding me? Gaara doesn't have a chance to fight back. Kankuro and Temari looked shocked. Broke in. At this time, Gaara stood up silently, with various degrees of cracks appearing on her body. As a piece of debris fell, revealing the hideous face inside. Sand armor. Cover your body with sand to act as a defense. Humph, good ninjutsu, it would be boring if you were defeated all at once. Sasuke laughed instead, his body's lightning surged again. Your name is Uchiha Sasuke, right? Gaara's face was ugly and murderous. Not bad. Sasuke raised his head proudly. Very good, then you can die, Sandstorm Morning. Gaara stretched out his right hand, and the next moment, countless gravels directly surrounded this area. This is Gaara's usual ninjutsu, first use the sand to make the opponent unable to escape. Then crush the enemy with the pressure of sand. Hey, I think you have made a mistake. In the center of the sandstorm, Sasuke was not in a hurry, scattered in the sandstorm like a stroll in a garden. You're just my prey. As the words fell, the dazzling lightning flashed in the sky. Sasuke raised his right hand high, and then the sky thundered, and in the thundercloud, the huge thunder and lightning began to gradually condense into the shape of a unicorn. Let you see my own ninjutsu, Kirin. Be careful, don't die. Sasuke sneered. Kirin is the ninjutsu he has been trying to create all this time. When he was studying Chidori before, his mind flashed. If the whole body is bathed in thunder and lightning, can the power of thunder be used to deal a huge blow to the enemy? It's just a pity that his chakra is limited, and his control of the thunder attribute chakra is not in place. This rainy day came, and the mixed thunder and lightning was the right time and place, which just allowed him to use this ninjutsu, which can only be regarded as an experimental stage. When using the unicorn for the first time, his control is not appropriate, and it is not easy to control. Boom boom boom. The unicorn in the sky has been completely formed. Under everyone's horrified eyes, he locked on Gaara and slammed down directly. Feeling bad, Gaara hurriedly used defensive ninjutsu. Sand shield. Sand clone. The originally spreading sand quickly returned, forming an ellipse that contained Gaara, whose hardness far exceeded that of steel. Dot. Accompanied by the tooth-stinging sound of thunder and lightning, the entire area of lightning flashed, and thunder and lightning swayed. The sand shield suddenly collapsed with a small mouth as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and the power of the unicorn remained the same. Under the impact, the sand shield gradually cracked, revealing Gaara's shocked eyes inside. Soon, the persistent unicorn directly shattered the sand shield and landed on the defenseless Gaara. Ah! With Gaara's shrill scream, the entire area was completely bathed in thunder. Trees, rocks, and dirt were ignited by the rush of electricity, and even exploded and shattered. Under the electric light, Sasuke hugged his shoulders and turned his head proudly. Boom! There was another violent explosion in the area, and Sasuke didn't change his face, didn't turn his head, and walked towards little Sakura. Come on, let's find Naruto. Just then, an accident happened. A mass of gravel turned into a big hand to wrap Sasuke, and then Gaara crawled out of the pit, covered in injuries. Unforgivable guy. His face was full of hideousness, and he staggered closer to Sasuke. A look of panic finally appeared on Sasuke's face and he struggled hard. But the flowing sand was so tightly packed that he felt unable to exert his strength. It's over, Uchiha Sasuke, you are a very good prey. Gaara showed a bloodthirsty smile. The palm shrank suddenly. Naruto, come back soon. Little Sakura cried out mournfully. Crunch! Sasuke only felt the unstoppable force shrink, and his body made painful bone dislocation sounds up and down. His little face was flushed red, and blood even leaked from the corners of his mouth. He knew that his body was about to collapse, and if he didn't respond, he would die. Damn it, am I really so unbearable? Sasuke gritted his teeth in resentment, humiliated inside. Memories of the past generally flash in my mind. From the first acquaintance with Naruto, he has been following Naruto's footsteps. Naruto is so strong, and every battle is as elegant as a stroll. His handsomeness and pretentiousness are natural. And his own parody often becomes very embarrassing. He has fantasized countless times to solve powerful enemies with extremely unrestrained movements, and snorted in return, disdain to turn back. But a pity. Still pulling my hips. Damn it. Is Uchiha's glory going to be ruined by me? Sasuke's eyes gradually blurred, and blood continued to spurt from his mouth. He seemed to see the man walking towards him, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Is that your measure? My stupid brother. Hearing the man's words, Sasuke's eyes lit up with anger. I'll get stronger, I'll be Hokage, I'll revive Uchiha. Ah! Sasuke raised his head and roared. The lightning on his body skyrocketed violently, and the whole person was bathed in lightning. Chapter 105. Boom! The gravel that trapped Sasuke suddenly cracked, and the next moment, Sasuke's figure swept across the phantom, and under Gaara's shocked gaze, he blasted it away with a punch. Sasuke stood on the spot, the lightning around him was even faster, and his hair stood on end. He stepped on the scorched earth and let the raindrops fall on his face, rebelliously said. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have finished this ninjutsu so quickly. As a thank you, I'll let you die in rhythm. Oh, yes, this ninjutsu is called Kirin form. Sasuke was in high spirits at the moment. The so-called unicorn form is to spread the thunder-type chakra throughout the body, stimulate cell activity and metabolism, and thus have the effect of increasing all attributes. The initial use of this ninjutsu is the simple lightning circle at the beginning. In this form, physical exertion is enormous and may cause damage to the body. Originally Sasuke thought it would take at least a month to complete this ninjutsu. But I didn't want Gaara to be so strong, forcing myself to complete this ninjutsu ahead of schedule. Sure enough, combat is the best catalyst. Your strength is far beyond genin, but unfortunately, you met me. Sasuke's tone was regretful. Feeling the power of his body quite intoxicated, he said softly to himself. Now, I have surpassed Naruto. Cough cough. At this moment, a soft cough sounded. After making plans with Orochimaru, Naruto hurried in the direction of Sasuke. Next, just hurry up and pass the exam. For Naruto, this Chunin exam was not a bad idea. The most important part is the 1v1 at the end. At that time, most of the villagers and ninjas will come to watch, which is the perfect opportunity to release Kaika Suijutsu. Soon, Naruto sensed Sasuke's chakra, fighting the mighty one. When he arrived, he saw Sasuke, who was bathed in thunder and lightning, had his hair standing on end, and the corner of his mouth had an unbelievable arc. Now, I have surpassed Naruto. Naruto was embarrassed for a while with that sullen pretense, and he hurriedly coughed a few times. The smug Sasuke turned his head, and saw Naruto standing beside little Sakura with a playful face, and little Sakura looked like a nympho. Humph! For no reason, Sasuke snorted coldly, raised his chin, and said proudly, "Have you seen my ninjutsu? This is specially used to deal with you." Clap clap clap! Naruto clapped vigorously and praised with a smile, "It's amazing, it's amazing. That's natural, even if you have Sunin's guidance, I will still surpass you. Zing zing zing, you are really getting better and better." Naruto praised in a tone of coaxing a child, then made a seal, and took out the collected earth coiling axes, which are all the items needed to pass the exam. We also collected a lot. Little Sakura also took out the scroll. The three of them chatted like this, without looking directly at Gaara. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Gaara's strength is considered outstanding among Chunin, but he can't even beat Sasuke. And this Uzumaki Naruto seems to be stronger than Sasuke. They subconsciously took a step back and looked at the giant pit with concern. If Gaara goes wild, the consequences will be unimaginable. Roar! Gaara, who was lying in the deep pit, let out a roar like a beast. From birth, Gaara was seen as a monster, feared by everyone, even his own father tried to kill him. Except for Yashimaru, no one seems to care about him. But no one thought that even Yashimaru betrayed him in the end. In Gaara's memory, it was the most heart-wrenching pain. In the days to come, he hid himself in the gravel, and the hard sand armor protected him well and helped him separate from the world. Inside the armor, he is safe. Also lonely. But just recently, Sasuke broke the sand armor, and even made him feel the pain of paralysis. He lowered his head and saw the blood flowing out of himself. He looked flustered and scared, and his memory came back to the scene of the assassination in the past and the scene of Yashimaru covered in blood. The feeling that made him terrified and collapsed resurfaced. This time it was so strong. Finally, the sanity in Gaara's mind completely collapsed. He raised his head and roared. The earth shook violently, and endless gravel spewed out. Surging, far surpassing Sasuke's chakra eruption, directly isolating the rain. It's over, it's gone, shower he is coming out. Temari and Baki were pale. What the hell is this guy? He actually hides such a terrifying power. Sasuke asked in shock. Is that guy Jinchuriki too? Naruto was slightly surprised. Judging from the evil chakra that appeared in Gaara's body at the moment, he also had a monster living inside him. It looks like this guy is also a worthy investment. Thinking of this, Naruto's smile became even warmer. Leave this guy to me, you all leave here first. What are you talking about? That's my opponent. Sasuke refused Naruto's request without hesitation. Sorry, Sasuke, this is the last time. Naruto punched Sasuke in the neck with a hand knife. Sasuke's vision blurred for a while, and there was only one word in his mind, Gan. Little Sakura, Sasuke will ask you, I will come to you later. Naruto hugged Sasuke who fainted, just in case. He used a kid to restrain Sasuke, and Kaika Suijutsu to put his hypnosis to sleep. By the way, add a second-degree hand knife package. Don't worry, Naruto, I will take good care of him. Little Sakura put Sasuke on his shoulders, looked at Naruto affectionately, and said worriedly, you have to be careful. Don't worry. Naruto showed a gentle smile and said in an unquestionable tone, he can't hurt me. After little Sakura left, Naruto quickly came to the vicinity of Gaara. Before they got close, the grid hovered around Gaara as if they were conscious. Consciously protecting the Lord? This is the power of the tailed beast. Naruto murmured thoughtfully. At this time, Gaara's eyes have lost his mind, and his body is constantly changing towards a huge sand civet cat. Humph, shower he is still so annoying. Nine Tails muttered in the sealed space, with some understanding and sympathy in his heart. They are all the same, sealed in the human body. It's just that compared to Shower he, his seal is much stronger. Judging by the appearance of Jinchuriki, he probably hadn't slept well for a long time. That guy Shower he did a good job. Nine Tails mumbled, and then showed an evil smile. But I'm not bad, Naruto will surprise everyone. Chapter 106. Naruto came to Gaara and held up Kaika Suijutsu in his hand. Why doesn't Gaara's sand respond? Temari and Kankuro in the distance stared nervously at this scene, unable to help but lose their voices. Gaara is a very important weapon of war in Sand Shinobi Village, and it is also the most important part of this Konoha collapse plan, so we can't go wrong here. They immediately wanted to make a move, but suddenly found that the line of sight in front of them was disordered. When he looked again, Gaara had regained his sanity and seemed to be talking to Naruto. Those diffuse sands dormant in this area, as long as they get close, the sand will be armed into giant hands, ready to crush them at any time. They gave up the idea of approaching and could only watch from a distance. Naruto can even control Sasuke, not to mention Temari and Kankuro. At this time, Shower he gradually took shape, and shouted in the sky, "Ha ha ha, this uncle finally came out. Hey!" The next moment, he saw the gentle Naruto in front of him, with a gentle smile on his face that disgusted him. Strangely, his own sand did not attack. "You guy. My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto introduced himself politely, "I am also Jinchuriki from Nine Tails. You turned out to be the Jinchuriki of that stinky fox." He was taken aback for a moment, looking at Naruto's handsome face. His heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Damn, why is my Jinchuriki as unstructured as a panda? This Uzumaki Naruto looks elegant and powerful. Where's that stinky fox? Let him come out and talk to me. This uncle has been bored for a long time, just to abuse him. He raised his head with a stinky face. At a certain moment, it was somewhat similar to a certain pillar. Damn! This fat he is so arrogant, let me out, I want to fix him. Nine Tails in Naruto's body suddenly became furious. In terms of strength, it is not enough for he to lift shoes for Nine Tails, but he is so arrogant even if Nine Tails is firmly sealed. Hey, want to hit me? Come on, you can't hit me, hee. You can't get out. He sneered triumphantly. UBD, wait for this old man. Nine Tails put down his harsh words. Oh, you can't get out. What are you? Can't get out? Ah. Soul Pale, Naruto, let me out, I'm going to torture him. Nine Tails was furious. Minato on the side fanned the flames. Oh, I've known you for so long, it's the first time I saw you being bullied like this by a civet cat. Alas, if Kushina was here, I would definitely laugh. Don't worry, watch me fix him. Naruto comforted Nine Tails, then looked at He. This childish-tailed beast seems to have won the whole world, and its tail is about to go to the sky. Shizuru, I'm here to negotiate a deal with you this time. Naruto said warmly. Deal? I'll give it to your uncle to die for Laozi. He laughed wildly, his cute little chubby claws waved triumphantly, and the sand covered Naruto directly and kept squeezing. Ha ha ha, your Jinchuriki is too rubbish, let's replace it with you. He raised his tail and laughed wildly. Do it directly, it's not very gentleman. Naruto's gentle, magnetic voice sounded in the sandstorm. Then, under He's shocked gaze, the sand spread out automatically, revealing Naruto who was unharmed inside. The sand that filled the sky crashed to the ground like a headless fly, making a rustling sound, and Naruto suspended on the gravel and stepped out of the air. The Kaika Suijutsu in his hand reflects harsh light. Is this some kind of swedgy limit? He only felt that he had lost control over the sand, and suddenly panicked. Ripple lines continued to appear in his line of sight, and He's control over Gaara's body was getting worse and worse. Finally, he panicked. Seriously shouted, what did you do? I didn't do anything, just manipulate your five senses. Naruto's face was still gentle, but what he said made He's hair stand upright. He shouted sharply, impossible, how can the five senses be so easy to control? Really? Naruto gave a meaningful smile and slashed at Morizuru. Humph! He snorted coldly, trying to control the gravel, but strangely, he couldn't sense his own sand at all, and in the end he could only bite the bullet and take a slash. Hey! The knife light flashed, and the pain struck, but the strange thing was that the body was not injured. Do you believe it now? Naruto chuckled. Gyulong. He swallowed hard, nodding his head as fast as pounding garlic. Obviously they are all Jinchuriki, why is the gap so big? He confessed. Very well, then let's talk about cooperation. Naruto put away the knife. Ha ha ha, you never tire of cheating, you stinky brat. He's little fat claws gripped Naruto's head fiercely. His vision was disturbed, Naruto was unscathed, but He had 2 scars on his body, and He cried out in pain. When did you think I'd stopped manipulating your 5 senses? Naruto remained gentle, with no sullen expression on his face. He shrank his head, feeling fear in his heart. The last person to frighten him was the one with evil eyes. He was a little unwilling in his heart. If it wasn't for Gaara who restricted himself, he wouldn't be controlled by a blood follower. But in the current situation, I have to bow my head. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? He said in a stern voice. I want you to cooperate with Gaara and help him grow stronger. Naruto smiled. Who are you, this kid? Why do you want to help him? He looked puzzled, even angry. That kid has trapped me for more than 10 years, and you want me to cooperate with him. Don't you take me in your eyes. Sa ha ha ha, how old are you, and I take you seriously? Nine Tails scoffed and laughed in the sealed space. My reason is very simple, as long as Gaara becomes strong, I can give you freedom in the future. Naruto's answer made Morizuru's eyes widen and his breathing became short. Free. What a desirable word. But it was such a promise that stabbed He's heart. You have worked hard for decades without results. Why do you, a teenage brat, make such a promise? He suddenly became furious and directly broke through Kaika Suijutsu's control. He raised his head and roared, endless gravel filled the area, completely covering the area. Little devil, you like to brag so much, but you will die. Naruto's expression did not change. The next moment, a golden figure crossed and pressed Rai's Nan directly on He. Boom! The violent explosion accompanied He's screams, directly blasting the gravel inside, revealing He, who was covered in wounds and frantic eyes. This is what I rely on. Naruto whispered. This is the dead 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Naruto took a leisurely step and approached Morizuru slowly. My bloodline limit is derived from the power of the Pure Land. I can revive the soul and control it. At the same time, I can also give you and Nine Tails a new form, so that you and the 4th generation can enter and leave this world at will. Chapter 107. Yes, Naruto does have this ability. Nine Tails in the body also agreed. After seeing Ryutsu's wonderful abilities, he had long had the idea of practicing, but considering the risks, he decided to find an experiment first. Morizuru was the first tailed beast experiment that Naruto discussed with Nine Tails. If the experiment is successful, Morizuru will have the ability of Shinigami or Hollow, and can freely enter and exit Gaara's body. The stinky fox said so, then I believe you. He suppressed the anger in his heart and muttered. Don't look at the tailed beasts looking at each other's eyes, but in this serious matter, they still stand on a united front. Since Nine Tails said so, I believe Naruto's words are credible. Then what do I need to do? He asked curiously. Keep it as it is. Naruto smiled. I'll find you when the time is right. The day, not too far away, soon, you can be free, Naruto promised. But before that, you need your full cooperation with Gaara, at least let him get a good night's sleep. Who the hell are you, Gaara, who treats him so well? He muttered in dissatisfaction. Looking at the sleeping Gaara and the thick dark circles under his eyes, Naruto's eyes were also a little dazed. He remembered himself who had suffered from the malice of the villagers. Hated by everyone. Everyone wanted to kill themselves. I have also lost myself, unable to find the meaning of my existence. And Gaara is just like herself. Having experienced a dark childhood, I have endured the unbearable pain and the torture of being unable to sleep until now. Naruto remembered the first time he saw Gaara. He knew then that they were one kind of people. As long as I kill you, I can find the meaning of my existence. At that time, Gaara's words were vivid in his mind. Compared to Naruto, Gaara is even more miserable. Maybe it's because of his potential. Having endured such pain, he has a more tenacious heart. That is the heart that only the strong can have. I see, I will try my best to cooperate, don't make me wait too long. He nodded, then retracted into Gaara's body and fell into a deep sleep. His idea is similar to Nine Tails. Anyway, they are all sealed, so it is better to gamble, in case there is a surprise. As he fell asleep, the restless sand gradually subsided, revealing the sleeping Gaara inside. The original Gaara suffered from insomnia, and the dark circles around her eyes were as thick as those of pandas, and her body formed a strong and substantial murderous aura. Years of inability to sleep make his character irritable and bloodthirsty. But in reality, he was just a child who wanted to be loved. The breath of Gaara, who fell into a deep sleep, was less murderous and more peaceful. Pretty cute. Compared to Naruto, Gaara's childhood was undoubtedly darker. Naruto quietly looked at Gaara sleeping comfortably, thinking in his heart. To be selected as Jinchuriki, his own talent will definitely not be bad. In the future, he will also be the most suitable experimental body for Shinigamiization. With the power of Morizuru and Shinigami, maybe he can surpass Sasuke. From beginning to end, Naruto's purpose has been to cultivate genius. Let them gain more power, so that they can surprise themselves in the future. Kaika Suijutsu started shaking, reflecting ripples. Gaara frowned, as if she was dreaming something terrible. In a dream. This monster is so scary. I really want to kill him. Come on, don't get close, it's very dangerous. Gaara found himself in a familiar street, the sky was dark, the people who were passing by were avoiding, the sky was filled with wind and sand, and the gravel surrounded him, which also represented that he was a monster. Gaara covered his head in pain, these memories were put in his heart, and being torn apart this time was tantamount to a second injury. As soon as the screen changed, Yashimaru, whom he trusted deeply, stabbed himself with a sword. His eyes were full of ruthlessness. Yashimaru. Gaara murmured in pain. In his dark childhood, Yashimaru was the only light. But this is also the case, Yashimaru's betrayal will make Gaara completely fall into the abyss. While killing frantically, why not torture himself? He lived as a monster in the eyes of others, and also lived as a real devil. Yashimaru. Gaara let out a heart-piercing roar, her eyes suddenly turned fierce, she stretched out her right palm and squeezed it hard. The sand around the body rolled up, easily crushing the Yakshawan. After doing all this, Gaara stood there in a daze, and the breath in her body continued to skyrocket. It turns out that this is your past. Naruto's gentle voice sounded in Gaara's ear. Gaara's murderous aura skyrocketed, roaring, "Who?" The gravel around the body surged wildly, swept away Yashimaru's body, and surged restlessly throughout the room. Naruto appeared in the room, smiling genially. "It's you, Uzumaki Naruto." Gaara's eyes narrowed, his eyes dangerous. "Why are you here?" Gaara couldn't tell the difference between dream and reality. In a trance, Gaara seemed to see the figure of Nine Tails flashing behind Naruto. He took a step back in shock and pointed at Naruto in disbelief. "Could it be, you too?" "Yes, I'm Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Naruto nodded slightly and approached Gaara. The strange thing is that the sand that will attack on its own turns a blind eye, allowing Naruto to step on it. Naruto's voice was full of magnetism. "Like you, I have suffered the malice of the world. Like you, I have a tailed beast in my body that is regarded as a monster by the villagers. Like you, I am eager to find like-minded partners." Naruto held out his hand. "Is it the same as me?" Gaara's eyes flashed unspeakably. This may be the sympathy between Jinchuriki. Gaara reached out her hand subconsciously and clenched Naruto's. The next moment, Naruto's memory flashed across his mind. The same is the dark childhood hated by the villagers. Even the nanny who takes care of him hates him and adds sand to his meals. Only third Hokage will offer condolences. But the irony is that third generation's purpose is to control Naruto. Gaara watched Naruto's memory quietly, with sympathy and a hint of joy in her heart. Turns out he wasn't alone. But he was also confused inside. How can Naruto, who endures the darkness like himself, be so refined and even have a smile as warm as the sun? Memories come to Naruto's self-improvement, Naruto's change. He is using action after action to prove to everyone that he loves Konoha deeply. He wants everyone's approval. But every effort is rewarded with alienation. Naruto unleashes kindness over and over again, and gets frustrated over and over again. He did not give up, just like a little sun warming everyone. In the end, he got everyone's approval. And now, he came to him. After reading Naruto's memory, Gaara's eyes were touched, and a kind of expectation suddenly appeared in her heart. Chapter 108. Naruto smiled slightly and put his hand on Gaara's soft red hair. Gaara didn't dodge unexpectedly. Feeling the warmth of the big hand, he suddenly thought of his mother. Naruto's voice was gentle and full of magnetism. It's been a lot of hard work over the years, I can understand, because I've come this way too. It is because of these experiences that we are strong. Powerful. Gaara looked up in confusion. Naruto in his eyes was like the warm sun, about to melt him. Yes, Gaara, you have to understand that no matter how others hate you, you will always be you. You don't need to live in the emotions and eyes of others, you live for yourself. You will find your own goal and work hard towards it. Although the process is tortuous, you are not alone. I am your partner. Naruto rubbed Gaara's red hair with a gentle tone. Partner. From the bottom of his heart, Gaara already regarded Naruto as a partner. Although they originated from different villages and their positions were hostile, they were the same kind of people. He is also a person in this world who can join a group to keep warm. It is precisely because of similar experiences that it becomes a bridge of communication between them. He received Naruto's kindness and released his own. This feeling. So good. Naruto, what is your goal? Gaara asked, raising her head. There was curiosity in those eyes. He wanted to know what kind of dreams his own kind would have, and what was his attitude towards Konoha. Goal. Naruto chuckled, his eyes firmed, beyond everything, stand in the sky. Standing in the sky. Gaara's eyes suddenly became hot. If he heard such an ambition from his mouth, Gaara would definitely find it very ridiculous. But if Naruto said it, he believed it. Naruto has that charm. Then what do you think of Konoha? Gaara asked. Naruto had a similar experience with him, so there must be some dissatisfaction with the village in his heart. Gaara has also tried. In the end, I found that if I had the power to surpass Kazekage, I might choose to leave Tsunagakure. So he is looking forward to Naruto's answer. How does Naruto, who has experienced a similar experience with himself, but always maintains a refined and gentle smile, view Konoha? Will you keep the same hatred as yourself? Or he retaliates with virtue, hoping to warm everyone and become the light of Konoha? Facing Gaara's question, Naruto smiled lightly and said, for me, Konoha is just a passerby. The villagers have indeed done me a lot of damage, but from another point of view, there would be no present without them. Uzumaki Naruto. My goal is simple, surpass everything, become the strongest, and then change this decaying world. I hope this world can be filled with peace and love. Love. Gaara's pupils vibrated. In the eyes of others, he is a monster who ignores life and kills wantonly, but in fact, he desires love more than anyone else. Because of desire, the three words Gaara are tattooed on the forehead. He lacks love more than anyone. Naruto's goals are so lofty. So what about your goals? Gaara fell silent. It took a long time to speak, and the tone was full of confusion. I don't know my goals, my future, everyone hates me and I don't like them, but I can't leave. As Tsunagakure's weapon of war, Gaara's actions are strictly monitored. Don't look at him killing the quartet in the Chunin exam, but after all, he is no match for Jainin. Not to mention the cage-level powerhouses. Looking at Gaara's confused eyes, Naruto chuckled lightly, put his hand on Gaara's shoulder, and said in a gentle and firm tone. Then get stronger. Keep getting stronger until you have a power that the village can't ignore, and then think about your goals again. Yes, I can only keep getting stronger. Gaara's eyes became firm and her fists clenched. Thank you, Naruto. You're welcome, we're partners. Naruto smiled lightly. Gaara then found confusion in front of her eyes and blinked, only to find herself standing in the forest of death, with Naruto smiling and standing across from him. The Kaika Suijutsu in his hand reflects beautifully in the sunlight. What a miraculous bloodline limit! Gaara roughly guessed everything that happened before, and sighed inwardly. He looked around and found that Temari and Kankuro in the distance were both looking at the venue with worried expressions, and even talking there. I didn't expect that Gaara had finally suppressed the tailed beast and didn't go berserk, but that Uzumaki Naruto is also very powerful, even still not defeated. It seems that Naruto is still a little weaker than Sasuke. Gaara suddenly looked at Naruto in confusion, only to see Naruto smile mysteriously, fingers on lips. It's not the time to reveal the identity of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Naruto chuckled, I just let them see some hallucinations. Remember, you didn't go berserk. After the battle, you forced me back. Naruto turned, ready to leave. Oh, by the way, I talked to Showerhi in your body, and you can sleep well from today. After speaking, Naruto's figure rippling, became transparent like ripples, and disappeared in front of Gaara's eyes. Gaara rubbed her eyes, seeing the real situation in front of her. Gaara stood where she was, with moving emotions flashing in her eyes. Naruto solved a big problem for himself. Showerhi, he called in his heart. Why? You stinky brat, don't suffer lousy. Showerhi's fierce voice sounded. It's just that the fierceness is right and it's cute. Gaara smiled lightly. Suddenly found. This Shao Crane is actually not scary. Gaara. Temari and Kankuro in the distance were relieved to see Naruto pushed back and Gaara standing in the field, surrounded by gravel. If the Shao Crane in Gaara's body goes berserk, it will be troublesome. Just think. Konoha knew that Sand Shinobi's Jinchuriki came to take the Chunin exam, and the purpose behind that was very meaningful. Except for war, the major ninja villages rarely let Jinchuriki leave the village. Let's go. Gaara walked over to Temari and Kankuro in an instant and whispered. Temari and Kankuro looked hesitantly in the direction Naruto was leaving. Don't worry, they didn't find out. Gaara looked indifferent, looking towards Naruto with murderous intent, I will kill him sooner or later. In an instant, Gaara, who was possessed by the actor, deceived everyone. Temari and Kankuro also felt relieved, and the group rushed towards the final spot. On the other side, Konoha executives are causing a quarrel over the matter in the Forest of Death. No one knows why there is a cage-level powerhouse. No one knows what the purpose of this cage-level powerhouse is. This exam must be terminated immediately, it's too dangerous. Several elders said with dark faces. Third generation was hesitant. This Chunin exam is also an excellent opportunity to show the potential of Konoha Genin to other shinobi villages. If it is rashly suspended like this, it may cause dissatisfaction among other shinobi villages. Chapter 109. He looked at Jiraiya, who had a contemplative expression on his side, and asked in a low voice. What do you think, Jiraiya? Since coming to Hokage's office, Jiraiya has been thinking. Being so serious, he made third generation feel a little uncomfortable. He knew his disciple. I believe he may have guessed the identity of the cage-level powerhouse. Jiraiya looked hesitant and pondered, I have been tracking Orochimaru for years, and I know his ninjutsu very well. If I guess correctly, the cage-level powerhouse who sneaked into Konoha may be Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The elders looked horrified, Only Danzo had a dark face and secretly blamed Orochimaru. The Orochimaru guy was exposed so easily. It seems that it was a wrong choice to cooperate with him. Although he scolded Orochimaru in his heart, he definitely needed to help him verbally, so he said. We have been preparing for this Chunin exam for a long time, so naturally we can't just give it up. If we cancel the Chunin exam without authorization, how should we explain to other ninja villages? Should we tell them that we are afraid of a strong cage level person, so we cancel it? It doesn't fit the image of our Konoha village. We are the strongest ninja village, we must show our tolerance and pattern. Besides, an Orochimaru can't make a difference. Danzo said solemnly. Konoha had planned this Chunin exam for a long time. The purpose of jointly holding the Chunin exam is not only to select Chunin, but also to demonstrate the strength of their ninja village and obtain more mission commissions. In order to achieve the purpose of showing strength, for the 5 major ninja villages like Konoha Village, the more small ninja villages set off, the better. Therefore, there are many ninjas in the Chunin exam from small villages such as Grass Ninja and Sound Ninja. The ninjas of these small ninja villages are the green leaves of the foil. If Konoha cancels the Chunin exam at this time, he will definitely give a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, the reputation may plummet, and the commissions accepted will plummet. It makes sense. When the other elders heard the words, they pondered. I think so too. Third generation rarely agreed with Danzo, and then expressed his concerns. Orochimaru will not come to Konoha casually, what do you think his purpose will be? With his personality, he just wants to do research. Jiraiya looked thoughtful, could it be Sweji boundary? The Uchiha clan. The third generation thought of Sasuke when it came to the boundary of blood. It won't be Naruto, will it? He then muttered to himself with some concern. But he quickly refuted this speculation, impossible, Naruto's bloodline limit has always been kept secret, Orochimaru can't be for Naruto, then only Uchiha. Third generation understands that Orochimaru has always been to Uchiha obsession. After thinking about it, Orochimaru's purpose could only be Uchiha Sasuke. Third generation looked at Jiraiya, Jiraiya, please stay in Konoha for this time. Konoha's available cage-level combat power is almost withered, as long as Jiraiya stays, third generation is confident that Orochimaru can't make any waves. Jiraiya also understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded in response. But his mind was all on Orochimaru. He just wanted to know why Orochimaru came to Konoha. He has been tracking Orochimaru over the years, and he has actually learned a lot of hidden information. With his knowledge of Orochimaru, this time Orochimaru may not just come for research, but Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help being a little complicated. Orochimaru's feelings for Konoha are very complicated. He was born in Konoha, and it is impossible for him to have no feelings for Konoha. He is also one of the few people who knows the darkness of Konoha the most. After the research was discovered, he decisively chose to defect to Konoha. After that, Jiraiya and Tsunade also left in disappointment one after another, and Konoha's top combat power had a cliff-like decline. If Konoha wants to return to its original strength, he needs to remove the darkness. Jiraiya's heart is a little heavy. Orochimaru, you don't really think that way? I won't leave Konoha during this time. Jiraiya replied in a dull low voice. With Jiraiya here, I can rest assured. The elders felt a lot more relaxed. Except for the blood base limit, I can't think of a reason for Orochimaru to come back to Konoha. Third generation fell into contemplation. Jiraiya, do you have any information about Orochimaru? Not much. Jiraiya shook her head, clearly not wanting to share. Third generation did not insist upon seeing it. He understands. Jiraiya, like Tsunade, has a dissatisfaction with herself. Danzo's face wasn't good looking either. The Konoha crash plan was perfect, but Jiraiya wasn't in the plan. Now that Jiraiya is in Konoha, the difficulty of the plan will increase exponentially. Damn Orochimaru! He cursed again in his heart. Having worked with Orochimaru for so many years, I have a general understanding of his character. Obviously doing things very reliably, but unexpectedly overturned during the Chunin exam. Orochimaru, you are too reckless this time. Danzo said coldly when Danzo and Orochimaru met at the root base shortly after. Looking at the non-male ninja in front of him, Danzo was also surprised by the progress of Orochimaru's research. If there was no guesswork, Orochimaru might have completed that immortality. Facing his old friend Danzo, Orochimaru smiled evilly, licking his lips with his slender tongue, and said softly, "Don't worry, it won't affect the plan." "But now there is Jiraiya in Konoha," Danzo said heavily. "Jiraiya?" Orochimaru's mouth curled into a nostalgic smile. Jiraiya has been following her whereabouts. For Orochimaru, Jiraiya used to be a good partner, but unfortunately, some people have changed and they can't go back after all. "Don't worry, based on what I know about Jiraiya, he will not affect my plan. Because, like me, he is full of dissatisfaction with teacher Sarutobi. In fact, for Konoha, the death of teacher Sarutobi is a matter of fact." "Good thing." "Humph, I hope so." Danzo snorted coldly, his eyes full of fire. "Hiruzen, soon, I'm Hokage. Since you like to use the Hokage position on me, then you go to hell. I will take good care of Konoha with your will." Thinking of a bright future, Danzo couldn't help but let out a sullen laughter. Orochimaru looked at Danzo silently, his face calm. He understands. As long as Danzo and third generation don't die, Konoha will never get better. "I'll go first if it's all right." Orochimaru got up to leave, but was stopped by Danzo. "What did you do for this Chunin exam?" Danzo asked scoldingly. "It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, I just met the person I was expecting." Orochimaru pervert smiled. "Remember, don't touch Naruto." Danzo said coldly, "He's my disciple." Chapter 110. Inside the Forest of Death. Konoha 12 Zyokyang's exams are not all over yet. The Inoshika CH team works perfectly together, with Shikamaru, the high IQ representative, in charge of formulating tactics and using shadow imitation to control the opponent. Yamanaka Ino, who is good at perception and mind control, is responsible for sensing the target and connecting the minds of the three, and is finally attacked by Akim Ichichi, who has powerful destructive power. It is no exaggeration to say that the Inoshika CH group was the most cooperative and comprehensive group in the entire Chunin exam. Their approval was deserved. Followed by the Rock Lee group. The rich woman's long-range throwing is enough to cause harassment and support. As long as she is close to Rock Lee and Hyuga Niji, the opposite is basically cool. On their way, they meet a ninja from Sand Shinobi. Among the many small ninja villages, the Sand Shinobi ninja is definitely the most powerful. "It's not that Gaara." Rock Lee's tone was disappointing. Before, they had learned a lot of information about their opponents from Konoha's 10,000 Years Genin and Yakushi Kabuto. Among them, Gaara's message is undoubtedly the most terrifying. Only Genin, he even performed A-level commissions. Undoubtedly the toughest opponent. It also made Rock Lee the most enthusiastic. "Don't think about fighting against that pervert guy." Tian reluctantly held his forehead, thinking of Gaara's soaring murderous aura. She couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. That was the most murderous ninja she had ever seen. It's hard to imagine how many people the Gaara guy has killed. "There's nothing to be afraid of, I won't lose until I catch up with Naruto," Rock Lee said to himself. Facing the three Sand Shinobi, he didn't even take off the weight, and directly defeated the three with Taijutsu. The whole process went smoothly. Hyuga Hinata's group also performed well. Abarame Shino, who has always been silent, hardly made any shots, and it was all Hinata and teeth the whole time. On the way, several ninjas from the small ninja village jumped out arrogantly, trying to snatch their earth-coiling axis. Judging from the forehead protector, it is the genin of Kusanagi. Shino on the side was still silent, while Ya yawned with a look of lack of interest. It's so boring, I don't want to do it. Before that, the hot-blooded teeth had already fought with other genins in the dark, and now he was somewhat tired. Many genins in other small forbearance villages are not too smooth to use the three-body technique, and it is really embarrassing to come to take the exam. Facing the three ignorant genins, Hinata didn't hesitate to get close, and a set of gentle fists tortured the opponent to death. She remained calm the whole time. It wasn't until the three genin acupoints were tapped that they were no longer able to fight. Hinata spoke with words like gold, hand over, or die. The three genin groaned in pain, blood even flowed from the corners of their mouths, and tremblingly handed over the scroll in their arms. Hinata took it, threw the scroll at Tooth, and turned away. Ya took the scroll, and said happily, this way, our scrolls are also aligned. It's easy to have Hinata around, but unfortunately we didn't meet Naruto, Hinata vs Naruto, that scene must be very interesting. Hearing Tooth's teasing, Hinata's body froze, a blush appeared on his face, then turned around and looked at Tooth with dissatisfaction, shut up. However, although the tone was threatening, it was more shy. Ya had clearly figured out Hinata's character, but he didn't care, shrugged Shino's shoulders, and said with a wicked smile, "Hey, Shino, aren't you looking forward to it? We Hinata like Naruto so much, we act like a fool in front of others. Just like Zyujiabiu, so gentle. If Naruto knew that Hinata was..." Before he could finish his sentence, Hinata punched his teeth in the air, and Hinata blushed with a look of sullenness on his face. On Naruto's way with Sasuke, he also took down a few ninjas with their scrolls. He quickly shuttled through the forest of death. For him, the forest was a comfort zone. Suddenly, he sensed chakra waves erupting in the distance, apparently genin was fighting. He searched curiously and found that in an open space, 3 ninjas with grass ninja forehead protectors were fighting against sand shinobi. 2 grass ninjas have been killed, and the remaining red-haired grass endured and supported, and his body was covered with scars. That hair color! Minato in Naruto muttered to himself, and after seeing the familiar red, he thought of his wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Red hair is the signature hair color of the Uzumaki family. Is that girl the Uzumaki clan? After the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, a few clan members were left out, and it seems to be excusable to appear in Xianin village. That girl and I have similar bloodlines. Unlike Minato, Naruto's feelings were even more profound. He could feel the similar Uzumaki blood in the girl. So he shot without hesitation. Seeing that, the cold light flashed, and the 3 ninjas who were holding kunao suddenly froze, a bloodstain appeared on their necks, and they fell to the ground. The chakra in Uzumaki, who was originally being chased, was nearly exhausted, and she ran in despair. The cruelty of Chnin's exam was beyond her imagination. Other ninjas don't hold hands because of your identity, gender. Death is the norm. Although I expected this situation, but when it really came, I couldn't help but feel fear in my heart. The 3 sand shinobi quickly caught up with Xianglin, grinning and preparing to kill the weak opponent in front of him. Xianglin closed his eyes as appointed, but the pain he was waiting for did not come. She opened her eyes in confusion, but found that there were falling leaves all over the sky, and an elegant boy with black-rimmed glasses descended from the sky. "It's all right." The boy's voice was gentle and full of magnetism. He was wearing a clean and tidy white robe with a warm smile on his face. In the grass ninja village, all ninjas regard Xianglin as a power bank, and if there is no chakra, they will take a bite. All they brought to Xianglin was malice, and almost never goodwill. In the memory of Xiang Phosphorus. Since childhood, the face of the grass ninja village ninja is ugly. She had never seen a ninja as gentle and confident as Naruto. Am I dreaming? Looking at this beautiful scene, Xiang Fan muttered to himself, and a sense of inferiority suddenly appeared in his heart. Don't be afraid. Naruto held out his hand. Xianglin's face immediately turned red, and she put her small hand on Naruto's big hand, which was warm to the touch, like a mother's embrace. Naruto noticed the dense bite marks on Xianglin's arm, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "This is..." "Ah." Xianglin hurriedly retracted his hand and whispered in an inferiority complex, "They all bit it." Under Naruto's puzzled eyes, Xianglin opened Shikai and said, "Just take a bite and the chakra in the body will recover." After speaking, Xianglin shrank her hand into the not-so-long sleeve tube, feeling even more inferior. Compared with the noble and elegant Naruto, he is like stepping out of a slum. Naruto also grabbed Xianglin's right hand with disgust, his left hand shimmered, and used Kaiden Kid to heal Xianglin's wound. Xianglin only felt that his whole body was filled with energy different from chakra, and it was warm. The wound on his arm healed very quickly, and the bite marks disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naruto put down his hand in satisfaction and said softly, "This suits your pretty red hair." "Is the red hair beautiful?" Xianglin had never heard such a compliment, and looked at Naruto's eyes full of stars. In Grass Ninja Village, what she endured has always been malice, and she has never received such a compliment. So immediately opened up to Naruto, telling about the treatment and inner pain received in Cao Ren village over the years. After the country of the vortex fell, her mother took her to live in the village of Grass Ninja. Xianglin has shown the talent of the Uzumaki family since he was a child, with the terrifying amount of chakra in his body, and the ability to perceive penultimate. Just take a bite of Xiang Phosphorus arm, and the chakra and wounds in the body will recover quickly. This caused Xianglin to become the life of a power bank at a young age. Knowing what happened to Uzumaki, Naruto was naturally a little sympathetic. After all, she is her only clan. With a gentle smile, he gently reassured Xianglin. "In my heart, I was also thinking about the whereabouts of Xiang Phosphorus. Returning to Grass Ninja Village is definitely not the best policy. But not to stay in Konoha. The Konoha group are all cannibals without spitting bones." Finally, Naruto thought of Orochimaru. As a mad scientist, Orochimaru is obsessed with research and enjoys finding geniuses of all kinds. His body size and belly size are completely incomparable to the high-level Konoha. Perhaps in Orochimaru, fragrant phosphorus can get a good growth. After thinking about it, Naruto asked Minato to bring balsamic to Orochimaru's side. Because of the Ryutsu mark on Orochimaru, 4th generation can easily find Orochimaru. Xianglin said goodbye to Naruto reluctantly, and looked at Naruto deeply, as if trying to imprint his face in his mind. "Let's go, girl." Minato chuckled lightly when he saw this scene, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. "When I see balsam, I can't help but think of Kushina." Unexpectedly, Naruto also encountered the same red hair. "Will it be?" "Come on, girl, I'm very optimistic about you." Minato couldn't help showing his aunt's smile. Xianglin suddenly blushed. Minato thought about it. When Naruto gains more friendship, family, and even love, his heart will become softer. Even if he were to defect in the future, he wouldn't do something like destroying Konoha. People are already very tired of living. If they have to bear hatred and malice, that kind of life is too painful. After passing the exam in the Forest of Death, the next battle exam started soon. All ninjas who pass this test will have the final battle test in Konoha's largest arena, and they will face all the Konoha spectators watching the battle. It's the best time to show off your skills. It was also a moment Naruto had planned for so long. Without Orochimaru's seal, Sasuke didn't need Kakashi's temporary seal. Naruto's 7th class also joins up with the other Konoha 12. Except for the Naruto group, the other groups are somewhat dusty. They didn't have the strength to be crushed like the 7th class, so it took a little effort to pass the exam. As expected of Naruto, there is no injury at all. Rock Lee said convincingly. Humph. Niji behind him raised his arms in dissatisfaction. Their group was also quite comfortable in this exam. Almost unscathed. During this period, I even met other Konoha groups. In friendship, they also simply helped each other. I hope I don't fight you too early, I want to beat you in the arena. Rock Lee squeezed his fists and said with a confident face, I have been extremely prepared for that day. I'm looking forward to that day too, but I'll beat you easily in front of everyone. Sasuke said with a stinky face. After rigorous training and the development of the lightning style, Sasuke is confident that he is stronger than Rock Lee, and even Sand Shinobi, the terrifying Pandaren, is no match for him. Sasuke. At this moment, Ino, who had just entered the venue, rushed towards Sasuke like a pigeon and hung on the ladder. Sasuke, you passed too, I miss you so much. Ino leaned on Sasuke and kept acting like a spoiled child. Idiot plus, nympho, sigh. Little Sakura shook his head and raised his forehead secretly, feeling extremely helpless in his heart. By the way, Naruto, have you encountered any strong opponents in this exam? Rock Lee looked at Naruto at this time and asked curiously. Yeah, what happened to Gaara after that? Sasuke hurriedly broke free and continued the topic. Gaara? Did you fight that monster? All 12 Xiaoqiang looked surprised when the words ended. No, you weren't hurt by that terrifying guy, right? Many people asked with concern. The power of Gaara is visible to the naked eye. I once sensed the scene of Gaara's murder. It was very scary. Ino's face was terrified, as if he recalled some terrifying scene, and his body even trembled. Little Sakura hugged Ino lightly, soothing softly. Gaara, that guy is really good. Sasuke looked indifferent, and the corner of his mouth raised a contemptuous arc. Unfortunately, he is worse than me. Really? Sasuke is so good? Is he bragging? Facing everyone's suspicious eyes, Sasuke felt unhappy in his heart. It's true, Naruto said gently, with a smile on his face. Sasuke is not weaker than that Gaara. Thinking of the scene where Sasuke and Gaara were fighting, Naruto's heart arose with anticipation for Sasuke. Sasuke, the future is bright. After a brief greeting, the Chunin exam continued. The exam attracted much attention, and even third Hokage was there. Orochimaru also played the contestants in the mix, looking forward to seeing Naruto's performance. The first game, Uzumaki Naruto vs TOS. The sequence of the battles was surprising. Naruto actually appeared in the first game. Who is that TOS? All Xiaoqiang looked puzzled. Soon, a man with a terrifying appearance, with a bandaged face and unable to see his expression, walked slowly to the central battle platform. This person seems to be the genin of Takano Ninja Village. Shikamaru said softly. Before the exam, he knew the information of most people. Yinin Village is just a small ninja village, so there is no specific information. But no matter what, he is absolutely impossible to be Naruto's opponent. Konoha Xiaoqiang has great confidence in Naruto. Chapter 111. In the stands, the third generation and the elders were also watching quietly. The little guy of Tonin, I guess even Naruto's Kaika Suijutsu can't force it out. Third generation said with a smile. For him, Naruto is the most perfect inheritor of the will of fire, and Naruto's growth is all customized by him. It is not an exaggeration to say that Naruto is the work of the third generation. Seeing the third generation whose nose can't be lifted up to the sky, Danzo snorted coldly with unreasonable displeasure in his heart. Gloomy eyes. Sooner or later he will get Naruto. Sooner or later. At that time, he would proudly say to third generation, "Don't forget, Naruto is my disciple." Thinking of this beautiful scene, Danzo's mouth couldn't hide the smile. But he still snorted, "Naruto's growth rate is not bad, but if I guide it, it will definitely be faster." After speaking, Danzo saw third generation and others looking at him with a look of mental retardation. He was so angry that he snorted again, filled with resentment. After Naruto's bloodline limit was revealed and the will of fire was revealed, the elders were obviously more inclined towards the third generation. Danzo and third generation have complemented each other for decades, and with their cooperation, Konoha has been managed in an orderly manner. Danzo also seemed used to hiding in the dark. But Naruto made Danzo's heart burst into flames. He had never wanted someone so badly. "Look, I'll get Naruto and prove to you that I'm the best teacher for him," Danzo said in his heart. The first duel was about to start. Third generation looked around, but did not see Jiraiya, and suddenly asked, "Where is Jiraiya?" Master Jiraiya went to the hot spring. Anbu Ninja replied. "That guy." Third generation was dumbfounded. Jiraiya is good at everything, just too lustful. It means eating s**x, but it's not common for a cage-level powerhouse like Jiraiya who likes to voyeurize. No, to be precise, there is only one Jiraiya. We Konoha's cage-level powerhouses are serious people. Let's do it, he seems to have a lot of confidence in Naruto. Third generation chuckled and shook his head. Naruto's battle sequence was naturally considered by the top management of Konoha, and he specially arranged for him a not-so-strong opponent, so that he can show his strength and at the same time he can advance steadily. In the arena facing the whole village, Naruto will compete with powerful opponents, show super high potential, win the respect and recognition of the villagers, and eventually become Chunin. This is a show carefully designed by third generation to push Naruto to the front of the screen. Naruto will perform as well as I expected. Third generation smiled, looking forward to the last part of the Chunin exam. While the Konoha executives were chatting, the Jonin's led by Kakashi were also discussing. Naruto's talent is amazing. I heard that he also accepted the guidance of Lord Jiraiya. I don't know how strong he is now. Guy showed a big white fang and said with a smile. You'll know soon enough, Naruto will definitely shine in this Chunin exam. Kakashi's eyes were full of pride. After all, Naruto was his student. Although his teacher did not teach any ninjutsu. By the way, Kakashi, I heard that you have been teaching Sasuke recently, how's that little guy's strength? Sasuke? Kakashi pondered, the figure of Sasuke's hard work appeared in his mind, with a smile in his eyes. It's progressing well, I think it will surprise everyone. Sasuke is Kakashi who has met the most talented ninja in lightning style. He also looks forward to Sasuke's ability to show the same strength as Naruto in the Chunin exam. But that Sand Shinobi's genin is really disturbing. Hong looked at Hinata and the others worriedly. Hinata and their talents are not as good as Naruto and Sasuke, and their progress is naturally a bit slower. If you play against Gaara, you really don't necessarily win. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Kakashi reassured, I think Hyuga Hinata has made great progress. Yes, Ya and Shino can't catch up. Hong nodded proudly. Hinata, with a heart that won't lose to anyone. The first duel begins. Uzumaki Naruto vs TOS. Toth stood in the field with a grin. His face was bandaged, only one eye was exposed, and there was a bloated defensive blade full of tiny holes in his hands. As the genin of Nebula, TOS is eager to show his potential, let Orochimaru-sama see it, and reuse himself. Homeless children like them have a new home because of Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, I will prove myself. I will be your most capable subordinate. T's heart was firm, he looked intently in the direction of Naruto, and then he saw Naruto in a white robe and black-rimmed glasses walking over with a smile like the big brother next door. This TOS looks scary, Uzumaki Naruto is so handsome. There were also sparse comments from the stands. Don't underestimate this TOS. Although he is from the small ninja village of Otagakura, his ninjutsu is very tricky. Hey, how would you know? Naturally, I have played against him. I consider myself to be outstanding in the genin of the Chunin exam. I even have the strength of the Chunin level, but it took a lot of effort to face this TOS. A ninja in the stands talked to other ninjas. Hey, this big brother, you actually have the strength of Chunin. Well, it's okay, this time I'm going to take the first place. Then dare to ask big brother, what's so special about Toth's ninjutsu? Look at the blade on his arm, it is a blade that can match their own ninjutsu, and can strengthen his sound to a new level. If that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't pay attention, it is likely to be injured. However, although this TOS is strong, is still much worse than me. I heard that this Uzumaki Naruto is a genius of Konoha. Hey, I hope you won't let me down. As expected of the big brother, it's really amazing. Toth squinted and looked at Naruto, who was walking slowly, his forehead was already covered with fine sweat. From Naruto, he could feel a terrifying sense of aggression and oppression. He understands that this man is by no means as gentle and refined as he appears. It's going to be a tough fight. Uzumaki Naruto. Toth whispered Naruto's name. This is the person Orochimaru-sama is looking for. Before going there, they had received a message from Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke cannot be approached without his orders. Obviously they are people of the same age, why does Orochimaru-sama take this Uzumaki Naruto so much? Seeing Naruto's smile, TOS felt an emotion called jealousy in his heart. I will prove that I am better than Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 112. TOS was born in a small fishing village in the land of fields. His parents were both fishermen and farmers. For as long as he can remember, he has lingered on the beach and the woods. Sometimes climbing trees, sometimes chasing hares, and having a carefree day. Until the outbreak of war. The tranquility of the small fishing village was also broken. Memories go back to that night. It was that night that Toth was orphaned. He joined Union Village, eager to change his destiny by becoming stronger. Originally, he was carried away by hatred. Until I met Orochimaru-sama. It was Orochimaru-sama who taught him the true meaning of life. Orochimaru-sama made him follow him to the death. If you want, let Orochimaru-sama see your measure. Want, tell Orochimaru-sama that he has been reborn. When the battle started, Toth's legs immediately exploded with incredible speed, instantly approaching Naruto. Boom! He punched out, and even made a sound of breaking wind. What a fast speed! The stands exclaimed again and again. Genin who can advance here is naturally the best in the exam. Only some sand shinobi and Konoha Xiaoqiang had disdain in their eyes. Rock Lee said without hesitation, the speed is too slow. If it is only this level, I believe Naruto will be very disappointed. Naruto moved slightly, dodged directly, and stretched out his right foot casually, easily tripping TOS, who fell directly into a dog and eat shit. Damn it! Has it been seen through? TOS got up and looked at the smiling Naruto, terrified in his heart. He thinks that his speed is remarkable in Genin, but Naruto, who is opposite, is like a leisurely stroll from beginning to end. As if he was just a joke to him. Is this the genius Orochimaru-sama values? Damn it! Is the difference that big? I work hard to cultivate, not to be someone else's background board. I want to prove that hard work can break through the constraints of talent. Bang! Toth's eyes narrowed, and his left hand slapped the blade on his right hand, making a dull and strange sound. Hey! Naruto, who was almost drowsy at first, raised his eyelids, and his eyes finally had a trace of waves. Ah! Toth howled and attacked Naruto again, punching him hard. But Naruto grabbed his fist. This Uzumaki Naruto has some skills, and his physical skills are really good. The audience exclaimed. The eyes they looked at Naruto were full of fear. You've been tricked. Toth showed a wicked smile, and then the ninja in his right hand suddenly made a strange sound. OM. The sound waves spread. Our Union Village's unique bloodline limit is Yindun. I have heard the frequency of sound vibration to generate invisible but lethal sound waves. Under such an attack, you have nowhere to hide. Uzumaki Naruto, you will be your arrogance pays the price. Toth roared, his eyes even wet. He had waited too long for this moment. To prove. You can beat the genius yourself. Orochimaru-sama, did you see it? I won. It's really an excellent ninjutsu. I actually thought of using sound as a weapon. Compared with ordinary ninjutsu, the penetrating sound is obviously more difficult to understand, and the lethality is also very strong. My ears are almost deaf. To Thotha's astonishment, however, Naruto's voice was gentle and magnetic. He looked up, and Naruto, still with a genial smile, released the hand that was clenching his fist. Is your name Toth? I remember you, your tone is very impressive. This guy, does he recognize me? Toth's pupils kept vibrating, and he stepped back suddenly, with a very complicated expression on his face. There was a feeling of emotion in my heart, and even my nose was a little sore. During the exam, he from Xianin village suffered too much scorn and contempt. While he was eager to win, why didn't he hope to be recognized and praised by everyone? And now, Uzumaki Naruto, who is being watched by Orochimaru-sama, actually recognizes him. Toss was at a loss for words for a while. After being moved is anger. Damn it, when do I need an opponent to recognize me? Toth's expression froze, and he mobilized the chakra in his body. I'll beat you! Toth roared violently, chakra circulating in his body frantically. Yin Dun Long Xiao! He let out a roar similar to a dragon's roar, and the invisible sound wave spread, directly shaking the ground of the battle platform with cracks, spreading outward in the shape of a spider web. After doing all this, a trace of blood oozes from the corner of Toth's mouth. Is it already a Chunin level ninjutsu? Naruto smiled and stretched out his right hand. Bakud number 81, Splitting Void. As he finished speaking, a huge transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto's battle with Orochimaru paid off, and now he has full access to most of the kid. Using the Splitting Void against a tiny genin is a bit of an exaggeration. But Naruto just wanted to test the defensiveness of Splitting Void more. After all, this is kid, known as the most defensive one. Long Xiao slammed into the Splitting Void without even making any waves. It's over, the gap is too big. Is this the genius of Konoha? It's so desperate. The stands sighed. As a ninja in the small ninja village, it is natural to hope to be able to emerge in the Chunin exam in the large ninja village. But Naruto's performance left them desperate. The genin who claimed to be the top in the exam didn't dare to say another word. Naruto's kid should be enough to resist A-level ninjutsu. Third generation nodded slightly, with a look of relief on his face. It seems that Naruto has made rapid progress under Jiraiya's training. Humph, I'm the most suitable teacher for Naruto. Danzo muttered in his heart with an unwilling face. He didn't say it, because he didn't want to get scorned again. Naruto has the same elegant temperament and bearing as him, but also has a kind of self-confidence in strategizing and winning thousands of miles away. Danzo sees himself in Naruto. He was convinced Naruto would be his most suitable heir. Danzo's look at Naruto got even hotter. I heard from Jiraiya that Naruto already has the strength of Jainin. I thought that Jiraiya was very suitable to be Naruto's teacher. Third generation on the side was still proudly praising himself. Hiruzen, you are too naive. Danzo couldn't help shaking his head secretly. With Naruto's talent, Jiraiya can't teach him anytime soon. In the end, only you can become Naruto's master. This TOS is not bad, and he is quite good in genin, but unfortunately, his opponent is too strong. It's over, Toth lost. He has done a good job, but unfortunately, he is facing monsters. Listening to the sighs and discussions in the stands, Toth only felt his face heat up, and a sense of humiliation arose spontaneously. Are you so unbearable in front of a true genius? Everyone is not optimistic about themselves. Everyone thought the battle was over. What about myself? If I give up on myself, how can I prove it to Orochimaru-sama? I haven't lost yet. Overload, extreme load. Toth's eyes widened in anger, bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes, the chakra in his body kept rushing, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood. Countless days and nights of hard work, can he have the current strength and the qualification to participate in the Chunin exam? Talent. Stand in front of Orochimaru-sama and show what you have. How can you lose here? How can you just lose like this? Even if you run out of life, I will defeat you. Blood oozes from his eyes, nose, and mouth, and he laughed wildly and savagely. Crazy. Isn't he dying? This is just a Chunin exam. Everyone present couldn't help but move. Konoha has always been full of geniuses, and no matter where he is from any ninja village, he will be overwhelmed. Over time, everyone seemed to accept this. They are just ninjas in the small ninja village. Losing to Konoha is not ashamed. But now, some people are unwilling to all this, stand up bravely, and even burn their lives. This is just a Chunin exam. But it's not just a Chunin exam. If as a ninja, you don't even have the courage to give up your life, then what qualifications do you have to call yourself a ninja? Come on, Toth. Don't lose, you can definitely win. Come on, that big brother with a bandage on his face. Defeat the Smile King. The sound of cheering and cheering gradually appeared at the scene. Isn't Toth their acronym? In the face of genius, they will always be a foil. Can hard work surpass genius? These are bullshit. A simple bloodline limit can kill all efforts. The most frustrating thing is, congenital deficiencies cannot be made up for the day after tomorrow. What TOS is doing now is not a challenge to fate. A challenge of mediocrity to genius. Looking at TOS, who was desperate, Naruto's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you still want to fight again? It's really pitiful. It's a waste to have strength that is completely inconsistent with willpower. In honor of your final blow, I'll let you leave with dignity. Naruto slowly pulled out Kaika Suijutsu. The next moment, an indescribable aura erupted from Naruto, permeating every corner. Those genin who were not strong enough even fell to their knees, their eyes were horrified. This is Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were deep, herald and confident than anyone else. Sasuke folded his arms and snorted coldly. It's a good power, but it's slightly inferior to me. Idiot. Little Sakura rolled her eyes, unable to complain. In Konoha, Naruto is the sun for everyone, he warms everyone. But, his sunshine is not open to others. Shikamaru's eyes were calm and he said softly. I think Naruto, like Sasuke, is arrogant at heart. Arrogant? It really fits Naruto. Rock Lee nodded. He is Naruto's best friend, and he is the most intuitive to feel Naruto's pride. Disdain to shoot at the weak, will give the opponent enough time to prepare nirvana. Even more disdain for sneak attacks, like to fight in an upright manner. Not like a ninja at all. Kakashi nodded sympathetically. Naruto is too arrogant in battle and will likely encounter setbacks. I've kept you waiting. After a long knot, TOS raised his head, and the ninja in his right hand even began to tremble. Sound escape. A poem of destruction. This is an S-rank ninjutsu that he cannot master. By burning his vitality, he can use the castrated version of S-rank ninjutsu for a short time, which can barely be regarded as an A-rank ninjutsu. Roar. With a roar, purple sound waves spurted out of Toth's mouth, and with his desire to kill the genius, sprayed towards Naruto without a break. Sure enough, if the talent is too mediocre, even burning life is useless. Naruto's eyes filled with visible disappointment, he shook his head secretly, and held out a hand calmly. 63 of had fiery lightning howl. The blast with thunder and lightning roared and charged towards Toth. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the fiery lightning howl made a piercing hiss and smashed the seemingly violent ninjutsu directly, devouring Toth. Boom! With the loud bang of the sky, all the long paths fiery lightning howl passed were destroyed into flying ashes, the ground cracked, and the walls of the venue were directly pierced, leaving huge holes. There was a smell of burnt in the air, and Toth was nowhere to be seen. Naruto retracted his palm, showed a gentle smile, and walked towards the second floor of the venue. All the ninjas in the small ninja village he passed by were terrified and did not dare to say anything. The expected ease is worthy of being a disciple trained by Jiraiya. Third generation showed admiration. Naruto's kid is even more powerful than before. Then he smiled and looked in the direction of Danzo, and joked, "Did you see, Danzo, my decision is very..." Before he could finish speaking, he found that there was no one there. Third generation was at a loss for words, and then fell silent. This old guy is really getting skinny. Naruto, who completed his first victory, was welcomed by Konoha Xiaoqiang. "Good start, good job. Next, we can't be left behind." Everyone chatted, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. "Humph, well done, I'll show you what I'm capable of next." The little tsundere, Sasuke, raised his head. Smelly said to Naruto cowardly. "I'm looking forward to it." Naruto smiled, leaning gracefully against the wall. "I don't know who my opponent is. I hope I can have fun." Rock Lee grinned. "It would be great if it were Sasuke. Then I will defeat you directly." Sasuke said coldly with a cold look in his eyes. "Not necessarily, your eyes can't keep up with my speed." Rock Lee looked confident. "Ha ha ha, there are still people relying on their eyes these days." Sasuke laughed. "This time is different from the past. Even if I don't have a Sharingan, I can still beat you." Third generation and others watched the field quietly, waiting for the second duel. This year's genin are all outstanding, except for Naruto, Sasuke, and Rock Lee, and are all worth watching. They trained with Naruto together, and their strength has far surpassed that of the same period. Third generation showed a kind smile and smoked a pipe. "I don't know their true strength until now, so it's a good opportunity to arrange them together this time." He was smoking his pipe with a smile, with a feeling of scheming. Second match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Rock Lee. With the sound of the referee, Konoha Xiaoqiang was in an uproar. Chapter 113. It's too dramatic. Rock Lee and Sasuke didn't look too good. Although they really wanted to fight each other, it wasn't so early. This means that only one of the two of them can advance to the next exam. There's no other way, I have to defeat you in advance. Sasuke spread his hands helplessly and said in a very indifferent tone. Little Sakura on the side covered her head in pain. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Rock Lee sneered, rubbing his fists. The civil war of the genius of Konoha always attracts attention. Other genin came to the spirit, hoping to see a different Konoha genin. At least it turns out that Naruto is an exception. Perhaps the strength of other genins is not much different from them. Holding such expectations, they silently prayed. It turned out to be Sasuke. It seems that this fight is very interesting. Kankuro and Temari chuckled. The scene where Gaara was beaten by Sasuke before is still vivid in my mind. They glanced at Gaara, but the latter had a calm expression, and there was no murderous lingering around him. This unusual scene when they were very surprised. It seems like a different person after fighting Naruto before Gaara. Not as grumpy as before, and even his demeanor is elegant. Hiss, what am I thinking? Temari and Kankuro shook their heads, putting the idea behind them. Gaara has nothing to do with elegance. Orochimaru, who was hiding in the dark, also watched the game. His eyes fell on Naruto from time to time, full of exploration of Ryutsu. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Naruto looked, only to see Orochimaru showing a weird smile, turned and walked towards the dark place. Naruto's mind moved slightly, leaving behind a shadow clone and following Orochimaru. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of crisp and pleasant footsteps echoed in the dark space. After a long time, Naruto stopped, and a woman disguised by Orochimaru appeared in front of him. Mr. Orochimaru, your heterosexuality is really unflattering. Naruto smiled and smiled. His Orochimaru showed a weird smile, licked his lips, and said, being obsessed with gender rigidity is not a quality a researcher should have, Naruto-kun, you are too limited to these useless elements. Yes, it's time for me to be photographed. Naruto nodded, looking at Orochimaru with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Orochimaru is as I thought, a natural scientist. Naruto-kun also has broad ambitions as I thought, at least not limited to the small land of Konoha. I admire it very much. After the business exchange, the two looked at each other and smiled. How are you going to destroy Konoha? Jiraiya is here at this stage. He has already mastered Sage Mode. You are definitely not his opponent. I don't want you to die in this plan. Naruto said lightly. Don't worry, this plan will definitely be implemented perfectly, after all, Konoha has an inner response. Orochimaru's tone was full of confidence. This confused Naruto a little, but figured it out quickly. Danzo has teamed up with Orochimaru to definitely keep Jiraiya in check. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly showed a malicious smile, seemingly indifferent. This plan, I want to join. Join? That's not good, Naruto-kun, your identity is very sensitive. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, rather surprised in his heart. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto will definitely be monitored by his roots. If Naruto shows his feet at this time, it will inevitably affect the next cooperation with Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't want Ryutsu's research to go wrong, after all, it might exceed Sharingan's terrifying bloodline limit. Don't worry, I know what to do. Naruto put his hands on his back and looked at the bustling Konoha through the window, with a smile on his lips. I just add a little joy to this show. Having been dormant for so long, of course I have to do something on such a big stage. Not only the top Konoha, but also Orochimaru far underestimated the horror of Kaika Suijutsu. This is a vegetable cruelty artifact. Hey, Naruto, when are you going to defect? I can't wait. Nine-Tails Geu in the sealed space slumped on the chair and scratched his fat stomach. Minato on the side didn't look good. Although I have decided to support Naruto, it is still very uncomfortable to hear that Nine-Tails is always encouraging Naruto. Unhappy? Please bear with me. Nine-Tails noticed Minato's face and couldn't help sneering. Stupid Minato, no matter how hard you try, you can't change Naruto. He is a wise man. If he can be changed by someone like you who has been brainwashed by the will of fire, then he is not Naruto, nor is he qualified to be the old man's Jinchuriki. Nine-Tails cocked his tail with a smug look on his face. Compared to that stinky civet cat's Jinchuriki, Naruto is so much better. He is worthy of the status of the old man. Nine-Tails hummed a little tune, and flicked his tail in front of Minato, constantly teasing each other. Sensitive nerves. Originally, Nine-Tails only regarded Naruto as a tool to relieve boredom. Over time, he saw a more real Naruto, and the horror potential that Naruto had. He gradually believes that in the future, Naruto can return the tailed beast to freedom, and he must be able to stand in the sky. Judging from his arrogant character, he disdains to bind the tailed beast. He will release all the tailed beast, and may even help the tailed beast to become stronger. Because he is always looking for and cultivating the strong. Such Naruto is very suitable for Nine-Tails. He is also happy to help such Naruto. Correct. Not a deal, but a help. Minato, when Orochimaru completes Ryutsu's research, I will be transformed into Shinigami. When life advances to a new level, he will see a different landscape. Having said that, the man who once lived in harmony with the tailed beast appeared in Nine-Tails' mind. Maybe, when I become Shinigami, I can see him again. I don't know how he would react at that time. Now, I really can't raise any expectations for human beings. Those naive fantasies have long been shattered by reality. Thinking of this, Ninetales had unspeakable emotions in his heart. He silently looked at Naruto, who was talking to Orochimaru, his eyes flickering. At this moment Naruto and Orochimaru have already talked about creatures. Naruto, who has been educated in the knowledge of the world, has a certain understanding of biology, whether it is the theory of cells, body composition, organs, brain waves, etc., which has benefited Orochimaru a lot. The biological knowledge of the ninja world is relatively basic, and Orochimaru is groping forward alone. And Naruto, who has the knowledge of the world, is equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants. From biological origins to evolution to cell cloning, this systematic knowledge makes Orochimaru a confidant. In my heart, I said that I benefited a lot. The look in Naruto's eyes was also full of kindness. In his mind, Naruto was already a complete fellow. The two chatted darkly. Naruto even used Kaika Suijutsu to create an undisturbed area just in case. Naruto himself had a lot of questions about biology when he conducted the Hollow and Shinigami experiments. After discussing with Orochimaru, he had a clearer understanding of the experiments. The human body is full of mysteries and can hold many different energies. Natural energy, chakra, ryutsu. These energies create a delicate balance in the body. The Mount Maiboku Toad of the Grand Master's natural energy existed before the appearance of the ninja. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are also laws. After death the soul goes to the Pure Land. Just, when did chakra appear? Orochimaru stated his guess: the human body should also be able to form an energy itself, which is different from chakra, ryutsu and natural energy. From the various results of my research, chakra is also like an external energy. This is a very bold, even deviant guess. For a long time, the ninja world believes that chakra is the source energy extracted from the human body. The human body and chakra are inseparable. Many people can't extract chakra in their bodies, and there is no information about chakra even in the past literature, but the natural energy is the energy that has always existed on the earth. I also learned from the White Snake Immortal, so I got this guess: the origin of chakra may not come from our world. Orochimaru pondered. From another point of view, will chakra limit the evolutionary direction of our human beings, and make us trapped in the cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death, and can't get immortality? Natural energy, which symbolizes vitality, and ryutsu, which symbolizes death, are the origin of the earth. If you can cultivate both energies, you may be able to break through the boundaries of life and achieve immortality. Orochimaru's tone became enthusiastic. Orochimaru's words were shocking, even horrifying. If heard by other ninjas, they would definitely deny Orochimaru. But Naruto doesn't. Your thoughts are the same as mine. Naruto showed a warm smile and gave Orochimaru the greatest affirmation: this is also one of the reasons why I insist on ryutsu research. Compared with summoning beasts, human lifespan is too short. How can it take 100 years? Ability to peak into higher levels of power. That's why I have to get out of Konoha's control as soon as possible and gain freedom so that I can conduct research. I need to find the way to enter the Pure Land and get more ryutsu, so that I can transform to a higher level of life. Naruto's tone was calm, but the content was impossible to ignore. So it is, so it is. Orochimaru murmured to himself. You actually want to enter the Pure Land? Could it be? Orochimaru seemed to have thought of something suddenly, with a look of astonishment. Yes, I want to make the Pure Land my world, transform all souls, form an army, and one day, counterattack the ninja world. I will take over the ninja world, abolish all rotten regulations, and let the ninja world usher in a new life. Naruto's eyes flickered, and he spoke loudly. Chapter 114. After more in-depth communication with Naruto, Orochimaru understood. Naruto and Konoha are destined to part ways. To be precise, he will be the enemy of the ninja world. And on Naruto's side, he will also face the whole ninja world. The pressure, a lot, but it's also very exciting. In Orochimaru's snake eyes, there was excitement that had not been seen for a long time. For a ninja, what Naruto was going to do was unconventional. For the ninja world, Naruto's ambition will be a revolution. The most important part of the evolution of life. If successful, perhaps human life will reach a whole new level. Orochimaru was so shocked when he really understood what Naruto was thinking. Born from the darkness of Konoha, but with such a pattern, Uzumaki Naruto is too rare. Until the end of the conversation with Naruto, Orochimaru was in a trance. Naruto spoke the vague idea that he had been thinking about. At this moment, he only felt a burst of light in his heart. A road seems to be slowly unfolding. His current idea of immortality is to keep the soul unchanged, and to achieve the continuity of life by changing the body. This is the closest he can touch to immortality at the moment. And the ideas provided by Naruto are also ideas that he denied because of the difficulty. Evolve from the source level to achieve immortality. It has to be said that Naruto has provided enough reasons to convince him. The thought of Minato living in another form made Orochimaru excited. I can't wait to experience Shinigami directly. Even this Konoha destruction plan tastes like chewing wax now, and I can't wait to cancel it directly. After chatting, Orochimaru and Naruto returned to the venue one after another. At this point, the battle between Sasuke and Rock Lee has come to a climax. The field is already full of potholes, and there are cracks and gravel everywhere, which is enough to see the intensity of the battle. Just kidding, this is genin. The genins watching were all dumbfounded and muttered to themselves. Is this Konoha's genius? It's too disappointing. This body art is already genin, right? There was a lot of talk in the stands, and Sasuke's fight with Rock Lee had made them feel desperate enough. Sasuke, you've improved really fast. Rock Lee stood tall, with a calm expression, wearing a white robe. There was no dust on it. Humph, you're not too bad. Sasuke folded his arms and snorted coldly. The warm-up is almost over. Well, I think so too. The two of them started sneering as if no one else was there. What? They're just warming up ahead. Hey, Konoha genin is so terrifying. There are too many geniuses in Konoha. The stands exclaimed again and again. You'd better step back a little, otherwise I'm not responsible for being hurt by the aftermath. Rock Lee wiped his nose and shouted to the stands. So coercive. This strange word popped into everyone's mind. Standing on the high platform, Rock Lee looked indifferent. It's the kind of indifference that pretends to be indifferent. Very slowly, just like playing a PPT, Shikai opened the weight on his body. Likewise, Sasuke is slowly unloading. Just throw it to the ground. Boom. In an instant, the ground of the battle platform cracked, and the entire venue shook. Dust kept falling from the ceiling, and the diffuse dust almost filled the line of sight. It was enough to see that Konoha's cleaners were very careless. When the dust dissipated, the ground of the battle platform had been smashed out of the pit, and the cracks filled the air, as if it had been ravaged by B-level ninjutsu. Such a weight is enough to crush a person. The stand was boiling. What are you kidding? They've been fighting with weights on. Is there something wrong with my eyes, or is there something wrong with the world? SHHH. Seeing Rock Lee take off his white robe and throw it into the sky, his two trimmed eyebrows twitched, and he shouted, "Come on, Sasuke! Let me see how good you are! Kind of handsome! OM!" Small lightning bolts appeared around Sasuke's body. Facing Rock Lee, he didn't dare to be careless. If he didn't use ninjutsu, his taijutsu would be far inferior to Rock Lee's. Shoo! In an instant, Sasuke had already crossed the distance from Rock Lee, and punched around the thunder and lightning. So fast! Rock Lee's heart sank, blocking Sasuke's blow. However, he heard the continuous sound, and there was a strong numbness in his arms, which made Rock Lee instantly feel a little dull. Sasuke seized the moment and punched Rock Lee in the stomach. With the sour sound, Rock Lee flew upside down like a cannonball and smashed into the wall, causing the venue to vibrate. But before the exclamation came, Rock Lee rushed out at an even faster speed, knocking Sasuke into the sky with a punch. Sasuke looked shocked, unbelievable, and the Sharingan, who turned into Tukuyu, circulated wildly. How is it possible? What a terrifying speed, my eyes are actually a little hard. However, the eyes can deceive, but the body can't. Sasuke's body exploded with thunder and lightning, and his speed soared again in an instant, which was on par with Rock Lee's speed, or even exceeded it. Bang bang bang! There were continuous sonic booms and thunder and lightning in the air, and two figures flashed in the field. In Genin's eyes, the two figures seemed to move instantaneously, constantly appearing in different venues. During the battle, the two did not forget to speak jerky words. That's right, Sasuke, you've improved so quickly that you can force me to unload. You're not too bad, be careful, I'll do my best next time. Ha ha ha. Then you have to be careful, my punches can catch up with the speed of sound. Bang! The two fists intersected, and more violent fists rolled up. Many weak genin couldn't even stabilize their center of gravity, and fell to the ground with expressions of horror on their faces. Their progress is amazing. Naruto nodded secretly, a look of relief in his eyes. I didn't expect that Uchiha's growth to be so amazing. It seems that I paid too much attention to Naruto and ignored Sasuke. Third generation frowned and secretly thought. For Konoha, Uchiha being too powerful is not a good sign. He needs to keep all unknown factors in his hands. The third generation tried to recall the information about Sasuke that Kakashi had reported before, and began to replan in his mind. Just make sure that Sasuke has no ill will towards Konoha. Danzo had returned to the venue at some point, quietly watching the duel in the venue. His eyes were quite astonishing. Unexpectedly, in addition to Sasuke and Naruto, there is also a Rock Lee worthy of attention. Although Rock Lee is not good at ninjutsu, when taijutsu reaches the ultimate level, his keen sixth sense can make up for certain deficiencies. Those who do not have great perseverance cannot make great achievements in physical arts. But people who can cultivate taisha to ultimate will definitely not be much weaker than those who follow the limit of blood. This Rock Lee is a very good pawn, I can learn more about it. Danzo retracted his gaze and said in his heart. The Root has always liked to recruit talents and give the depressed ninja a platform to play. Under the guidance of the Roots, they will eventually become the nutrients that support the growth of Konoha, no, Guardians. At this moment, the battle on the field has become intensified. Sasuke and Rock Lee also went from being handsome at the beginning to going all out after that. Rock Lee's body is as fast as lightning, and his fists are as heavy as a fist. His skin was even faintly red, which is what 8 inner gates looked like. Sasuke's body is surrounded by lightning. Under the stimulation of lightning style, the metabolism of cells in the whole body is accelerated, and all attributes are improved. Although the strength is not as good as Rock Lee's, the speed is even greater, and every time he attacks, the thunder and lightning in the whole body will make Rock Lee's body appear to varying degrees of paralysis. Over time, Rock Lee fell behind. His hair was burnt, and his body was paralyzed to varying degrees, and he looked very embarrassed. Sasuke wasn't feeling well either. Although lightning style can be increased, the consumption is also huge. At this moment, he is sweating like rain, panting like a cow, and he also knows in his heart that if he fights a protracted battle, he will lose. Sasuke, it's over. At this moment, Rock Lee, who had fallen behind, chuckled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Sasuke with a swoosh, stepped on the gravel in the air, and instantly appeared behind Sasuke. The panting Sasuke was about to resist but was kicked in the air by Rock Lee. When he was horrified, he saw that Rock Lee had come over him, and the bandages wrapped around his hands suddenly spread out. In mid-air, it rolled towards Sasuke's waist, causing a rising airflow like a storm. The smell of sweat that had not been washed for a long time made Sasuke's face turn green. Lilian Hua. This is a terrifying body technique performed by 8 inner gates. It kicks the opponent away with punches and feet that are comparable to the speed of sound, and then wraps the opponent's waist with a bandage, causing huge damage with the final blow. This is a trick that is extremely demanding on the body, and it may cause muscle damage if you are not careful. What kind of terrifying physical art is this? Can it be possible to achieve this level of physical art? The onlookers exclaimed, and even Gaara looked at him. Contrast in my heart. But found. Your own sand may not keep up with Rock Lee's speed. In this blow, Lilian Hua can definitely break his sand armor. There are so many geniuses in Konoha, and now I am too weak. Gaara secretly thought. It's over, Sasuke, this is the move I originally learned to defeat Naruto. I didn't expect you to force me to this point. You are already proud enough. Rock Lee said proudly in the gust of wind. Defeat Naruto? Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto is even more powerful? The genins were in an uproar. They looked at Naruto as if trying to see something in his face. But all they saw was a gentle smile. As if nothing could surprise him. We have no chance for this Chunin exam. Their hearts sank, and they already understood that they were just green leaves to foil these people. Chapter 115. Not bad, really good. Sasuke burst into laughter in mid-air, and in the stunned eyes, the thunder and lightning in his body suddenly skyrocketed, and soon, the whole person was shrouded in thunder. Hey! The bandage wrapped around his waist was instantly scorched black by the violent lightning. The entire venue was gradually surrounded by static electricity, and the ceiling was directly broken by lightning, revealing the blue sky. The next moment, the tranquil sky suddenly changed drastically, and a cloud of dark clouds hovered above, brewing boiling thunder. Boom! Sasuke, who turned into a lightning bolt, slammed to the ground, splashing a large piece of dust, and the dense static jumped on the ground, making people feel uneasy. Rock Lee, whose hands were paralyzed by the thunder, stood not far away in awe. The whole venue was constantly shining with dazzling thunder and lightning, and the crackling sound echoed. Anbu Ninja hurriedly used various defensive ninjutsu to help the other genin defend against thunder and lightning that could come at any time. If these genins were severely injured while watching the battle, Konoha would lose face when it was spread. That's the trick. Gaara, who had been expressionless for a while, finally reacted, and waves appeared in her calm eyes. This move is a ninjutsu that stuns him and makes Shikaka go berserk. Kirin. Bathed in lightning, Sasuke slowly raised his head like a god of war. In terms of physical art, I'm not as good as you, but don't forget, what I'm best at is ninjutsu. Lightning style Kirin. Sasuke raised his right hand and pointed towards the restless thunderclouds in the sky. In an instant, the sky flashed and thundered, and the thunder in the thunderclouds continued to permeate, forming a unicorn. Be careful, Xiao Li, don't die. The unicorn fell suddenly. The locked Rock Lee's expression changed greatly, but he could only roar and resist. After several years of hard training, his physical fighting ability can be called pervert. Perhaps. Can resist the unicorn. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion sounded, followed by the crackling sound of electric current. The whole area exploded with a bang, and the electric light was so dazzling that third generation and others couldn't help covering their eyes. Countless gravels were blasted by the electric current and smashed into the audience in front of the stands. Bakud number 81 splitting void. Naruto's calm voice echoed through the harsh explosion. The next moment, a towering glass wall appeared directly in front of Naruto's stand, directly sheltering all the ninjas on this side. Boom! Electricity and gravel hit the splitting void and dissipated instantly, as if it never existed. After doing all this, Naruto still looked relaxed, not blushing or panting. Fortunately, Naruto is here. Konoha Xiaoqiang couldn't help but sigh. In all fairness, without Naruto's protection, they would have been quite embarrassed by the rushing current. Sasuke and Rock Lee have far surpassed Genin. Even in Chunin it is definitely top-notch. What an amazing talent! Third generation muttered. If Uchiha didn't exterminate the clan, there would be too many geniuses in the clan now. Uchiha like this is really dangerous. Hopefully Sasuke and Naruto have formed a bond. Third generation looked at Sasuke with some fear. From the historical point of view, Uchiha's paranoia is too terrifying. When they have great strength, they will inevitably be sick like Uchiha Madara and do some unethical and horrific things. This made third generation have to guard against it. Boom boom boom. After the first explosion, Lei Ting rolled up the gravel to form a second explosion. There were even tiny cracks in the walls of the entire venue. When the electric light dissipated, the explosion ceased. There were two tall figures standing in the field, and Rock Lee blocked his front with his arms and closed his eyes. That's Mr. Guy. With Tianation's exclamation, Rock Lee opened his eyes in confusion. He didn't feel any pain before he realized that Guy and Kakashi were standing in front of him, to help him resist the impact of the unicorn. At Kakashi's gesture, the referee nodded and shouted, "This one, Uchiha Sasuke, wins." Seeing this, Kakashi put down his hand, his face pale. He was not a ninja who was particularly good at defensive ninjutsu, and he spent a lot of chakra in order to block Sasuke's Kirin. Make the body of kidney deficiency worse. I lost. Rock Lee lowered his hands in frustration and whispered. No, Xiao Li, in my opinion, you didn't lose, you released your youth perfectly. Guy burst into tears, hugging Rock Lee sobbing, I saw your burning youth, your enlightenment. The corners of Rock Lee's mouth twitched slightly, and he gently pushed Guy away and walked slowly towards the stands. Guy wiped his tears and followed Kakashi back to the stands, shaking his hands slightly behind his back. His heart was secretly surprised. He and Kakashi jointly defended, even allowing Kirin to hurt himself. Right now, he only felt a surge of chi and blood in his body, and the numbness in his hands was extremely strong. He glanced at Sasuke in shock, marveling at his talent and speed of progress. Kakashi and Guy looked at each other with surprise. Obviously, even Kakashi didn't expect his disciple to be so good. The stand was silent, and those genin's hearts had sunk to the bottom. If nothing else, they don't have much chance for this Chunin exam. The next Chunin exams went on as usual, and the genin battles that followed were much more commonplace. At least hit and miss. Little Sakura and Ino face off. The little Sakura, who had undergone more severe training, after a hearty and heart-to-heart battle with Ino, finally madly milked herself according to medical ninjutsu, and dragged Ino to death. After this battle, little Sakura also realized that his offensive means were too lacking. At the post-fight party, little Sakura expressed her inner distress. Now I only know medical ninjutsu, and I don't have any offensive ninjutsu. Your medical ninjutsu talent is very good. It is enough to be a support for the ninja team. After that, you can learn a few ninjutsu. In fact, you don't need to pursue the ninjutsu for attacking too much. Suggestion. That won't work. If Naruto and Sasuke lose their ability to fight in the future, who will face the enemy? Little Sakura said confidently. Although your thoughts are very heartwarming, Sakura, I must remind you that this possibility is almost zero. Kakashi said lazily. Am I going to go on like this? Maybe I won't be able to beat Ino in the future. Little Sakura looked frustrated. Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can't even beat Ino? Ino had a black line. Hey, it's not impossible to become stronger. Jiraiya suddenly pondered, and a certain beauty who could accommodate Baishuan appeared in his mind. If you can become her disciple, then all problems can be solved easily. Chapter 116. There is still 1 day left until the final round of the Chunin exam. During this time, Sasuke approached Kakashi for secret training. Jiraiya also wanted to give Naruto some secret training, but was ruthlessly rejected by Naruto. After all, Jiraiya at this stage can't teach herself anything. Jiraiya, who had nothing to do, could only stroll on the street first, and unknowingly came to the bathhouse again. After the material was collected, he dragged his slack body towards the training ground. Inside the training ground, Sasuke and Kakashi are engaged in a fierce battle. Sasuke, your ninjutsu development has reached a bottleneck now. What you lack most is combat experience. Next, I will try my best to suppress my strength and let you grow under pressure. You have to be careful, you may die if you are not careful. Drop it. Kakashi was fast, holding the kunai in his hands to continuously launch violent, threatening attacks on Sasuke. Sasuke's body wraps around lightning bolts, barely following Kakashi's movements while driving the Sharingan. The air is full of the ding-ding-dong-dong sound of the intersection of suffering and non-existence, which is enough to be intense. In less than a minute, Sasuke was kicked away by Kakashi, and a group of great fireballs followed. Sasuke jumped out of the flames, and there were already burn marks on his body, but the surrounding thunder and lightning were more violent. The pain further stimulated his strength and speed, and his attacks were more swift. Kakashi dodged with ease, feeling a little messy from Sasuke's attack. This is the biggest difference between Genin and Jainin. Jainin is able to endure severe pain, move without distortion, and keep his mind clear. But Genin's brain was easily distracted by excruciating pain, leading to all sorts of missteps. In real combat, this little mistake can often cost lives. Bang! Kakashi seized the opportunity to take Sasuke's chance, and instantly came to Sasuke, grabbed Sasuke's face with his right hand, and slammed into his knee. Sasuke was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Kakashi threw Sasuke to the ground, who groaned in pain. If that's the only way, then you won't be able to pass the Chunin exam. Kakashi mocked Sasuke with words. Oops, Kakashi, you're too ruthless, you're directly disfigured, how can you make Sasuke meet people? Jiraiya's squinting voice suddenly sounded. Kakashi and Sasuke looked up to see Jiraiya lying languidly in the treetops, one foot dangling in the air. Lord Jiraiya! Kakashi suddenly looked respectful. Hey, it's pervy sage! Sasuke pouted angrily. His impression of Jiraiya was not good, even worse. He obviously has Kage-level strength, but he thinks about doing things all day long, plus a pair of condescending people, it looks very unreliable. Sasuke thinks. With great power comes great responsibility. Since it is Sunin, it cannot fall into the name of Sunin. Jiraiya didn't care about Sasuke's awkwardness, and chatted with Kakashi with a smile. Yo, Kakashi, it's a little late to do this kind of training now. If you get hurt before the game, you'll be in trouble. I understand too, Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi looked helpless, but there is no other way now. Kakashi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, is Master Jiraiya interested in giving some tips? I refuse. Before Jiraiya could speak, Sasuke folded his arms and said coldly. Hey, stinky boy, do you know who I am? I'm Toad Sage, I don't know how many ninjas want to accept my guidance. Jiraiya said with a dark face and annoyed. Although he didn't have any idea of guiding Sasuke either, but being rejected so directly, his face was somewhat unhinged. Sasuke folded his arms, snorted again, and said loudly, even if Naruto accepts your guidance, I will prove it to everyone, and I will surpass him. After that, Sasuke stood up and began to practice his lightning style. Chakra. Thunder and lightning surrounded his body, crackling, and the surrounding green grass was also scorched by the high temperature. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya-sama." Kakashi hurriedly apologized to Jiraiya on behalf of Sasuke, but the latter didn't care, and instead watched Sasuke with interest. Nodding slightly, he muttered to himself, "You can transform and cultivate the Thunder Attribute Chakra to this level at a young age. It seems that the talent of this Uchiha kid is no worse than Naruto's. He only needs to evolve his eyes, and his strength should be able to catch up with Naruto." The corner of Jiraiya's mouth has a nostalgic arc. For some reason, for a moment, he saw the figure of the young Orochimaru on Sasuke. They both look extremely handsome and have a little tsundere personality. Interesting guy. Jiraiya chuckled and sat there, watching quietly. Don't you have anything else to do?" Sasuke stopped uncomfortably when he felt the burning gaze, and looked at Jiraiya with dissatisfaction. "Why don't you train Naruto?" He pretended to be suddenly enlightened and patted his head. "I understand, you must not be able to teach Naruto, so you were kicked out." "I see. I can't think of the famous Sunin who can't teach Naruto." "Humph, it's more interesting to defeat such a Naruto." Sasuke raised his head and coaxed. "Smelly, little, ghost." Jiraiya jumped on the rock with black lines on his head, pointed at Sasuke and defended, "What nonsense, I am letting Naruto rest for a day, under the training of the devil of Ben Toad Sage, his strength 1,000 miles a day." Whispering sound. "You do not believe." "I do not believe." "Come here, I will teach you, this immortal will let you experience the joy of skyrocketing strength." "I reject." "Rejection is ineffective. Boy, this is the first lesson I gave you. The world of ninjas is sinister. Without strength, there is no way to control your own destiny." Jiraiya grinned. "Forcing me to learn? This immortal forced you to learn today, how come? Sunin is amazing? Can Sunin do whatever he wants?" "Haha, I'm sorry, Sunin can really do whatever he wants. You have to learn. If you don't learn today, I'm going to do it to the death to practice you. This is not what I want to learn, you forced me to learn it. Come on." Sasuke looked at Jiraiya with a sly look in his eyes. "Hey, this Uchiha kid is pretty bad." Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, shouting in her heart. Unexpectedly, his dignified Toad Sage has been tricked. It turned out that he always wanted to learn a trick and a half from this immortal. But think about it. This kid is actually quite interesting. He actually became interested in a Uchiha kid. Quite rare. Then teach it. Seeing Jiraiya and Sasuke fighting hotly, Kakashi held up his mask with a blank face, opening and closing the dead fish's eyes. Like. Become yourself again, an outsider? Such a disgusting feeling. On the other side, Naruto was walking down the street, thinking about the next training plan in his mind. Ninjutsu doesn't help him much, but Rei's Nan can practice it. This self-created ninjutsu is highly creative and can be extended into different forms. Both Kid and Zanpakuto's powers are tied to Ryutsu. Therefore, it is imperative to find a way to enter the Pure Land. Other than that, there are Slash and Shunpo. These two basics Naruto has always been trained, so needless to say. Naruto thought as he walked, and unknowingly walked into a busy street. The moment Naruto stepped into the street, all the noise stopped for a moment, then returned to normal, and the villagers went about their business. It's just that their eyes never stayed halfway on Naruto. They all subconsciously ignored Naruto. The hostility of the weak is always the strongest, because they can't even control their own emotions. Naruto's eyes were calm, and he turned to leave. The villagers ignored him, so why wasn't he also ignoring the villagers? It was his first time walking among the leaves. Some villagers tried to reprimand, but after seeing the forehead protector on Naruto's arm, they persuaded. No matter how vicious they are, they dare not provoke a ninja. Walking in the seemingly prosperous, but actually cold Konoha, Naruto has a new insight. Every step he took, the various energies in his body became more comfortable and gradually integrated into his body perfectly. He looked up at the Hokage rock, a symbol of Konoha's history and glory. Hokage has been worshipped daily throughout the ages. They must not have thought that the current Konoha has changed. Naruto's eyes were terrifyingly calm, Ryotsu boiled in his body, and the rare natural energy in the ninja world kept pouring into his body. Naruto understands. If you put it in a martial arts novel, this should be an epiphany. Konoha is so big, but he has no sense of belonging, and he almost has no place for himself. Konoha's high-level political struggles are surging, but they are compliant with the outside world, for fear that others will not be able to bully them. With the decline of Konoha, their hostile ninja village also began to stir. Original. Konoha is surrounded by big families such as Uchiha and Senju, and countless talents are born every year. It is also called the Cradle of Genius. But this good deck was completely smashed. Uchiha did not exterminate, Senju withered. In Konoha, there is almost nothing that can be hit. The high-level Konoha has hindered the birth of genius. Naruto took a deep breath, and the Ryotsu within him gradually subsided. I don't know if Konoha can hold Sasuke. He, however, has the opportunity to transcend the existence of the ninja world. As Naruto frowned, a figure on crutches approached from a distance. He was bandaged all over his body and looked wretched and strange. He is the root of Konoha, Danzo. Danzo came from a distance, and he understood the distress in Naruto's heart now. As a ninja with a strange line of blood, both Jiraiya and Kakashi have a hard time helping him. But I am different. As the leader of Root, he has organized numerous human studies, and has deeply analyzed various boundaries of blood. Only himself can help Naruto to better develop the bloodline limit. This is also his reliance. He was confident that Naruto would become his disciple sooner or later. So, here he comes again. Although he had made a bet with third generation before, if he was rejected, he would no longer harass Naruto. But this time he was just passing by and chatting a few words. He still fulfilled his bet very well. Long time no see, Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo looked at Naruto with a smile he thought was mild. Chapter 117. Hearing Danzo's words, Naruto looked at Danzo calmly. Good afternoon, Mr. Danzo. His voice was magnetic, and there was a gentle smile on his face. Danzo's purpose is nothing more than wanting to join the Roots. Naruto knew it from Minato. The Roots' means of handling events is more insidious and dirty. Also, the Roots have been doing some fun little experiments. To be honest, the Roots are more suitable for Naruto than Anbu. However, now Naruto is on the side of the third generation. That's the biggest problem. Naruto, I believe you also know what I think. Danzo smiled kindly and smiled. The root has a deep and thorough research on the boundary of the blood, and it is the most suitable for you to grow. As long as you become my disciple, I will not only develop your boundary of the blood, but also give you enough time and space to grow. At the root, you can take on countless missions of higher difficulty and fight more Jainin. The strong are not afraid of challenges, and the weak will only curl up in the greenhouse. For you at this stage, gradual progress is your biggest obstacle. Danzo's words completely spoke to Naruto's heart. If it wasn't for third generation, Naruto might have run away with Danzo without a word. He could only pretend not to be interested in rejecting Danzo's invitation. I'm sorry, I still want to stay with my companions at this stage. You don't have to rush to reject me, just think about it, the Roots are always open for you. Danzo, who was rejected again, was not discouraged, smiled and left with a cane. Just as he turned around, his expression turned cold. He always gets what he wants. He doesn't like being rejected. Watching Danzo leave, Minato inside Naruto whispered, Danzo is really dangerous, Naruto. Dangerous? Well, with the old man here, what are you afraid of? Nine Tails, Geu slumped on the chair, exposing his fat stomach. With his feet on the table, his claws passed through the gap between his feet, operating the mouse and keyboard, staring intently at the computer. Instead of worrying about Naruto, you might as well prepare to get out of here. You're going to work with Orochimaru in the future, you have to be careful, don't get studied. Ninetales provoked Minato slyly. Minato looked worried. After he left, Naruto lost a military advisor who made plans. Ignoring the conversation between Ninetales and Minato in the body, Naruto showed a flawless gentle smile. Danzo is an interesting person. Early the next morning, the villagers walked towards the arena in a mighty manner. Next will be the last part of the Chunin exam, and the most shocking and exciting battle. It was just dawn, and the streets were already filled with Anbu ninjas. Naruto traversed the trees between the streets, advancing a long way with every tap of his toes. When I came to the arena, it was almost overcrowded. Here, Naruto. All the way, little Sakura waved at Naruto with excitement written all over his face. When Naruto approached, little Sakura shyly took out the bento that she had carefully made, her face flushed. Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, so he should still be doing ascetic work. Naruto had met Jiraiya and Sasuke at the training ground yesterday when he went out to buy ingredients. According to them, Jiraiya was giving Sasuke assault training. In this regard, Naruto naturally agrees with both hands. Sasuke's progress is still too slow. Although Jiraiya is unreliable, she is still a good teacher. It didn't take long for everyone to take their places, and the last part of the Chunin exam was about to begin. Rock Lee came to Naruto and cheered Naruto, "Naruto, you have to take my share and win." "I will, thank you, Xiao Li. It's a pity, I've been preparing for so long, but I'm out early." Rock Lee scratched his head and smiled silly. But the smile was full of bitterness. Originally, he planned to show all his efforts in the Chunin exam to impress the Naruto people. As a result, everyone was disappointed, and I was also disappointed. Naruto could see the anguish in Rock Lee's heart. He patted Rock Lee's shoulder lightly, leaned against the railing with Rock Lee, and chuckled, "Little Lee, passing or being eliminated in the exam does not deny one's efforts." Rock Lee raised his head in confusion, and his tone was a little low. "Sasuke is more talented than me, and he works hard. He surpassed me in just a few months. If it weren't for Kakashi and Teacher Guy, I might be lying in the hospital now." "Naruto, you said hard work is my talent, but why can't I see any hope of surpassing Sasuke now?" "Sasuke works hard. But in terms of effort, he can't beat Rock Lee. Rock Lee's effort is an effort to push the limits of human endurance. But even so, the distance between him and Sasuke is already widening, and he will soon be out of reach. Little Lee, if you don't work hard, it will be realized immediately." Naruto smiled and looked at the field. The audience in the surrounding auditorium were cheering, waiting for the battle to begin. Naruto couldn't fit into such an atmosphere. The practice of physical art is inherently difficult. Even if you put in more than twice the effort of others, you may not get as good results as the other person. However, the subtle changes in the body and the tempering of the will are real. What you lack is just an opportunity to fully realize all your previous efforts and make good progress. Naruto's eyes were deep, as if thinking of something, and a meaningful smile appeared. An opportunity. Rock Lee muttered to himself with confused eyes. That's right, an opportunity to be reborn and reborn. Naruto's babble echoed in Rock Lee's mind. The sun is warm and reflects a strange and wonderful brilliance. At that moment, the image of a knife unconsciously appeared in Rock Lee's mind. And a thought, if I had Zanpakuto, would I be able to have the same power as Naruto? After fantasizing, he shook his head, and his heart was even more bitter. The gap between fantasy and reality is too great. How can I have Zanpakuto myself? All you have to do now is work harder. Thank you, Naruto. But Naruto is right, his efforts will definitely be realized in the future. I'm so sorry to need your guidance every time. Rock Lee scratched his head naively. How could it be, we are good friends. Naruto said softly with a meaningful smile. Little Lee, you have been silently supporting me, and of course I will help you too. That's right, no matter what you do in the future, Naruto, I will help you. Rock Lee insisted. After a small episode, the final part of the Chunin exam officially began. In full view, the third generation wore Hokage robes and went to a high place to start a speech about the will of fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. Once again, I announce that the Chunin exam has officially begun. There was a sensation in the audience, and there was applause. The first game, Vortex Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. After the words were finished, the cheers of the audience stopped for a second, and then the discussion started. It turned out to be Uzumaki Naruto, it's that. He actually took the Chunin exam. Why did third generation make him a ninja? Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Who knows? His opponent is Hyuga Neji, I'm going to see how badly he loses. The villagers are still mostly malicious towards Naruto. Naruto ignored these remarks, moved slightly, and used Shunpo to come to the arena. Damn it, the first match turned out to be against Naruto. Neji's expression was not good looking. Just yesterday, he was all injured and barely defeated Naruto, and today he was against the person he didn't want to be against. He looked at Hinata, who looked at Naruto admiringly, unable to hold anyone else in his eyes. Neji sighed and thought silently in his heart, Miss, since you want to change the fate of the branch house, then you can't indulge in the love between men and women too early. I will use a victory to tell you that strength is what you should be doing now. Pursued. Neji looked awe-inspiring and walked towards the field. It's remote, but the atmosphere isn't as grim as Neji might have thought. Opposite Naruto's smile was gentle and comfortable, and his eyes even followed the butterflies flying around him, as if he didn't pay attention to himself at all. Neji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Naruto, you are too arrogant. I am different now. Neji said coldly. He still remembered Naruto's inattentiveness after the blow beat him. The indifferent look in his eyes still haunted him. Countless days and nights, he trained with this shame, eager to defeat Naruto one day and be ashamed. He is the most underrated, and even Hinata cannot catch up to him even though he is improving rapidly. Uzumaki Naruto. He raised his voice to attract Naruto's attention, and said loudly, I will defeat you at all costs. Okay. Naruto nodded genially. There is no sarcasm at all, but rather a feeling of firm belief. Neji felt respect from it. He looked stagnant, and suddenly felt a little guilty. Naruto has always been everyone's son, but he turned hostile to him. Damn it, how could I have this idea? He shook his head to drive the idea out of his head, posing in a gentle fist starter style. Compared with Rock Lee's physique, Hyuga's gentle fist is more like the opposite, embodying softness to ultimate. Come on, Naruto, don't beat brother Neji too badly, I still want him to fight against me for training today. Hinata in the stands folded his hands and prayed quietly. It's just that the prayer wasn't what Neji wanted to hear. Big sister, I finally found you. Several little kids ran along the path to Hinata, and said in a milky voice, Big sister, your eyes are almost shining. Big sister, is there anyone you like? Hinata has always been Haki's cold image in front of children, when will she show a girly attitude like now? Yeah, remember, that blonde is the one I like, Hinata admitted graciously. Chapter 118. Drink. Looking at Naruto who was standing still, Neji took the lead. He got close to Naruto, and slammed his palms all over Naruto's body at high speed. Each palm, each finger targets several acupoints. He understands that if he looks at his true strength, he is by no means Naruto's opponent, and the only chance is to strike first. Naruto blocked all attacks and fired back. With a mysterious stride, Neji struggled to block Naruto's counterattack. Bang bang bang! The dull physical thumping sound echoed in the scene. The audience all held their breaths, staring nervously at the field. As expected of Naruto, who has attracted much attention, he blocked my attack with such ease. Niji secretly admired. For a long time, Naruto is considered by everyone to be a genius who is good at ninjutsu, slashing and has the limit of blood. Few people noticed his physique. Niji admits that his physical skills are not inferior to Rock Lee's, but Naruto can perfectly defend against all his attacks with only his physical skills. However, he is a ninja specializing in taijutsu. Niji's eyes froze, and his movements skyrocketed. A palm slapped precisely at an A-cup ointment on Naruto's body. Crack! However, in his stunned eyes, Naruto easily grabbed his wrist and threw himself into the sky with his backhand. Oops, he's been hiding too. Feeling the howling wind, Niji struggled to stay in shape in the air. Hey, Niji! Naruto disappeared from sight, and then the sky was shrouded in shadows, accompanied by Naruto's indifferent tone. If this is the power you want to fight against fate, then I advise you to succumb to fate. Boom! With a loud bang, Niji was shot down to the ground like a cannonball, excruciating pain all over his body. Naruto fell back to the ground calmly, stretched out his right hand, caught the flying butterfly, and quietly admired it. Calm and elegant. What are you kidding? Hokage's genius is so vulnerable. There were exclamations one after another from the stands. That kid from the Hokage family is pretty good, but unfortunately, he's a little worse than my disciple. Danzo chuckled and shook his head. Third Hokage, you have so many geniuses in Shinobi Village. Kazekage played by Orochimaru exclaimed. The battle has just begun. Third generation watched the battle with a smile, smoking his pipe. Niji was lying in the deep pit with severe pain in his back, and his body was injured to varying degrees. He looked a little dazed, and Naruto's sarcastic words echoed in his mind. Should people like myself succumb to fate? If it was the old self, it might have fallen. But since being pulled out of despair by Hinata, Niji's heart has also been on fire. He clenched his fists, panting heavily, and with every breath he felt a burning pain in his chest. In order to change his fate, he chose to believe. In order to change his fate, he chose to fight. Naruto, you are indeed very strong, whether it's Sueji boundary, ninjutsu, or taijutsu. From the beginning of this exam, you are the strongest recognized by everyone. He staggered to his feet from the pit, and under Naruto's calm gaze, straightened his back. Perhaps for you, I'm just an opponent that can be easily resolved. Perhaps to you, the fate I'm fighting against is so ridiculous. But you don't know anything at all, so why deny me? I will continue to fight and use my fists to prove that fate is not unbreakable. Even if you die. Percent at 1. Niji's white eyes bulged with blue veins, and he assumed a fighting stance. Papa papa. Naruto let the butterfly resting on his finger fly away and clapped hard. Very good, very enlightened, you have made me a little interested. He slowly pulled out Kaika Suijutsu. To be honest, Naruto started to hate Niji so much that he even despised him. In the early days, Niji talked about fate, and no matter what he did, he would recite a few words of fate and portray himself as a depressed victim. And fell for it. She obviously has the talent of being number one in Branch House, but she chose to give in and become a self-pity grievance woman. Such Niji made Naruto not only despised, but even killed. But I don't know when, Niji has changed. He tried to fight, he stopped talking about fate. Instead, he will use his actions to express his inner unwillingness. His change caught Naruto's attention. Fate is something that is born to be stepped on. If you don't have the courage, it will become his nourishment. Show me your courage and stop running away like a dog. Break apart, Kaika Suijutsu. The Kaika Suijutsu in Naruto's hands suddenly shattered like a smashed mirror and melted into the air. The breeze passed by, with ripples in sight. There was silence in the stands, and everyone had already assumed the role of Niji. A man who wants to fight against fate and does not succumb to power. This is a battle of great disparity. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji attacked first. It's just that the speed of the sprint is a little slower than before, which shows that the injury still has a certain impact on him. Bang. However, before he could touch Naruto, Niji's stomach sank sharply, as if being hit by a heavy object, and he quickly took a few steps back. Is this the vision affecting Kaika Suijutsu? Niji's eyes widened. Although he was already prepared in his heart, he was still shocked when he really faced this terrifying ability. What's the matter? It seems that the genius of the Hyuga family has been beaten back in the blink of an eye. The stands also exclaimed again and again. Even Kazekage played by Orochimaru pretended to be stunned and said, "Hey, this Uzumaki Naruto's bloodline limit is a bit miraculous." "It's okay." Third generation nodded cheerfully, "We Konoha have more geniuses." Seeing the proud look of third generation, Orochimaru couldn't help sneering in his heart, Teacher, you can be proud, it won't be funny anymore." After being knocked back, Niji suddenly closed his eyes, and his breath returned to calm. "I've been exercising my sixth sense since I learned about your bloodline limit, abandoning my vision and relying on my body's instincts. This is the key to cracking Kaika Suijutsu. Yes, this Niji is a bit interesting." Aizen in Naruto had just reached the sealed space when he saw this interesting scene, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous look. In his cognition, the sixth sense may indeed be one of the means to defeat Kaika Suijutsu, so he plans to test the monster in the Jingling Garden, Zaraki Kenpeki. That's a man who fights with intuition. The day of the plan was getting closer and closer, and Aizen could not allow a half-point difference. Chapter 119. SHHH. Naruto used Shunpo to get in front of Niji and kicked out with his right leg. "It's useless, I have already seen through your Kaika Suijutsu, who has developed the sixth sense. You thought you deceived me, in fact, I know. You're here." Niji turned, raising his arms to the other place. Bang! In the exclamation, a giant force attacked. He took a few steps back, but blocked Naruto's attack. Success! My sixth sense practice is successful. Niji looked overjoyed, but the next moment his hair stood upright, and a strong wind hit from the right side. Niji hurriedly blocked, and a huge force came from his arm, feeling paralyzed attacked. Bang! Naruto's right fist landed on Niji's face with a sour voice, knocking him off. Cultivation of the sixth sense is not just about giving up eyes. His tone was calm. A sixth sense can only be honed through countless life and death battles. You're so naive, Niji. One of Had Chong. Naruto appeared behind Niji again, and a shock wave was launched from his right hand, directly smashing Niji's body into the wall. The gravel overflowed, causing the audience above to scream again and again. Niji crawled out of it in embarrassment, blood spilling from his mouth. He opened his eyes, and Naruto still had a gentle face and a refined demeanor in his sight. But it was such a genial person who played with his vision, making him even unable to believe what he saw. No one can be sure whether what he sees is him, or whether the place he is in is what he thinks. Even if you close your eyes, abandoning your vision won't help. This sense of unknown is oppressed in the heart, and at the same time of despair, fear also rises in the bottom of my heart. He is invincible. Whether it's the blood and physical skills, I'm far behind. If this continues, I will die. Niji's lips even trembled. At this moment, he realized how desperate those who were controlled by Kaika Suijutsu were. They don't even know when Naruto's attack will come. What a horrible bloodline limit. No. Can't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There is still a chance. I can still fight. Niji pursed his lips and assumed a fighting stance again, but even his hands began to shake slightly. The talent is good, but the willpower is still a little short. Looking at Niji's slightly unbearable performance, Naruto felt a little regretful. The tone also turned cold. It must be hard for you to let go of your poor self-esteem. It doesn't matter. You can stand where you are and be a bird in an iron cage. Naruto's words pierced Niji's heart, causing his eyes to turn red. Iron-caged bird, printed in the cage. This is the painful bondage that is pressing on him and tormenting him every day. At this moment, anger swallows fear. Naruto, he roared furiously, attacking Naruto with all his might. This time, he didn't give any energy to the defense. No matter how many times Naruto hit him, he would fight back harder. Fist, foot, elbow, knee, even head. Niji used every available part. I work hard day and night just to develop the sixth sense to crack Kaika Suijutsu. I have to surpass everyone so that I can prove that I have the power to control my destiny. For this purpose, I must defeat you. Niji growled. In the past, he considered himself the most talented ninja of his class. But then he encountered one of the biggest setbacks of his life. He was beaten without a doubt by Rock Lee, who had always been regarded as the tail end of a crane. For the genius himself, this is the greatest shame in life. And what happened next hurt him even more. He learned about Naruto from Rock Lee, a man stronger than Rock Lee. What's even more ironic is that the eldest lady who she decided to protect actually admires Naruto. So he challenges Naruto. However, the result made him unforgettable. He was crushed on all sides. The sentence left behind even became a nightmare haunting his heart. It seems that our understanding of genius is already worlds apart. For him, he is not a genius, or even a mediocrity. That blow made him brooding. Every time I train, I remember, I'm just a mediocrity. Therefore, as a result, his strength progress has been slow, and even almost stopped. He understands that he won't be able to improve by half a point without removing the fear that Naruto left him. So he wants to change that. Naruto, he roared, jettisoning the 8 trigrams 64 palms, attacking haphazardly, with all his might. Bang bang bang! All the attacks fell on Naruto's body, but strangely, Naruto's body didn't move at all, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. It seems that you have made progress, but unfortunately, it is still not enough. Let's end it like this, I'm a little tired of it. After the words fell, a bloodstain suddenly appeared from Niji's shoulder to the abdomen, and the blood was overflowing. Ah, Naruto, Naruto! Niji's eyes widened with disbelief, blood spilling from his mouth. His body rushed forward a few steps due to inertia, and then fell to the ground with a bang, his eyes gradually blurred. When I was in a coma, I heard Naruto's gentle voice. I am very happy to see you now, you have got rid of the manipulation of fate, continue to become stronger, I am looking forward to your future. Get rid of. Niji's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was filled with joy. Have you been recognized for this? As Niji fell to the ground, Naruto walked slowly to the stand, and when passing by the healing ninja team, he remembered to remind, don't worry, his injury is not serious, I have used up my strength. The audience in the stands was silent for a few seconds, and then a violent discussion broke out. Demon! Is Uzumaki Naruto that strong? I remember Hyuga Niji as the genius of the Hyuga family. It's too easy to win, isn't it? The villagers who had hurt Naruto couldn't help but shrank their heads and looked terrified. Now Naruto can kill them easily. I hope that Naruto-sama doesn't remember villains. Hearing these remarks, Naruto's smile remained the same, but his heart was cold. Sure enough, no matter where it is the strength that respects it. With strength, others will not even dare to hate you. It's such a reality. He glanced at third generation, who was smiling, clearly satisfied with Naruto's performance. Naruto, he saved a Hyuga genius. From today, Niji will have the potential to become a cage-level ninja. Third generation looked relieved. He couldn't see Naruto's good intentions. Niji's talent is pretty good, but he's just stuck in branch house, which wastes his talent, and his temperament is not in place. I believe that after this battle, he will be reborn. For the Hyuga family, Naruto is a benefactor. The next few battles were also remarkable, and the atmosphere in the audience also reached a climax. Naruto leaned against the fence, and his mind also entered the sealed space. The cold wind is howling. Naruto could barely see the figure sitting on the top of the mountain through the violent wind. He ran up and said respectfully, "Long time no see, Mr. Aizen." Due to some special plans, Aizen rarely came to the sealed space during this time. "Yes, long time no see, Naruto, your progress is faster than I expected." Aizen's face was as warm as jade. Hearing the praise, Naruto was a little overjoyed and sat down beside Aizen. There is a 2-meter-long giant light curtain on the edge of the cliff, which broadcasts the live broadcast of the Chunin exam. Watching the live broadcast through your own eyes in your own body is quite a novel experience. The next fight is Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara came to the court early and waited quietly for Uchiha Sasuke to appear with his arms crossed. The venue was silent except for the sound of the wind whistling past. "Sasuke hasn't arrived yet." Naruto chuckled, "Sasuke is quick to steal the show every time." As can be expected, Sasuke will appear in the last few seconds in a way of pulling the wind. "This Uchiha, not bad," Aizen said. "Sharingan's upper limit is very high, and with his ninjutsu talent, he can definitely reach Kage level." Naruto nodded. "But it's not enough to surpass Kage level." Aizen shook his head, his tone calm. "Konoha has affected your growth, what are your plans?" He changed the subject and asked. In the past, Aizen has tried not to interfere with Naruto's judgment and plans. Because he hoped that Naruto would not grow up with his own expectations and could go out of his own way. This is the first time Aizen has so formally asked Naruto about his future plans. Hearing Aizen's question, Naruto pondered for a moment and replied. "I have already reached a cooperation with Orochimaru. If third generation is hit hard this time, the pattern of Konoha will change." Naruto's eyes were cold. Danzo will definitely be on the move, he will want to be the 5th Hokage, and Jiraiya has no intention of being a Hokage, this Hokage position will become very hot. But no matter what, after this Konoha collapse plan, the monitoring of me is definitely not as strict as before. I will find a way to leave Konoha temporarily. After I find the Pure Land, I will leave after I have the power." Naruto frowned. "I also considered becoming Danzo's apprentice and getting in touch with more secrets about roots. After all, the roots are hidden too well, and I don't know enough about them." "It's quite thoughtful." Aizen nodded, his eyes full of admiration. The light curtain in the sky has been played to the scene where Sasuke arrives. The sky that was originally a clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and thunderclouds surged. After the lightning and thunder, several thunderous roars appeared in succession. The next moment, a bolt of lightning fell on the field, and after the lightning overflowed, Sasuke's figure appeared. The scene exclaimed, obviously shocked by Sasuke's appearance. "This guy, what a shit!" Naruto chuckled softly. Naruto is looking forward to what kind of surprises Sasuke will bring under the guidance of Jiraiya. Gaara took the lead, and the overwhelming sand rushed towards Sasuke, wrapping it up. There are still many potential stalks in the ninja world. Aizen looked at the light curtain quietly. Comparing ninjas to humans who are powerless in this world, I can't help shaking my head secretly. Through countless studies, he has gained a new understanding of chakra. There is still a little difference between the chakra in the present world and the ninja world. The chakra in the ninja world seems to have more elements, and it should be more abundant. On the contrary, the chakra energy in this world is close to the natural energy. Perhaps immortality is the most suitable cultivation method for human beings in this world. The sand wriggled for a while, but a faint light suddenly appeared inside, and then the wrapped sand appeared riddled with holes, and the thunder light spread inside, and quickly became dazzling. With the roaring explosion, the sand scattered, revealing Sasuke inside, surrounded by lightning. Boom! At the next moment, Sasuke's right hand sounded a harsh sound of the same name as 1,000 birds. The sky was thundering, and Sasuke, bathed in the thunder, was like a god descending from the earth. Is this Uchiha's genius? It's terrifying. The audience covered their eyes in unison, shaking their hearts. Start! At this moment, all the audience suddenly fell asleep, and Gaara in the field also roared. Boom! The gravel around him suddenly boiled, forming a giant hand facing Sasuke at a distance. SHHH! Countless sand shinobi set out to find Konoha shinobi. Kazuki faces third generation. Calmly seal. Then several large snakes appeared in Konoha and continued to rage. 4 purple flame formation. After that, several of Orochimaru's subordinates used the rare enchantment ninjutsu to trap Kaze and third generation in it. The outside world is in chaos, Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi are fighting together. Due to the need to protect civilians, Konoha Shinobi are somewhat tied. Fight first, cover civilians first. Jonin such as Kakashi and Guy immediately organized genin to deal with the sudden change. Teacher, do you like this gift? Feng Ying opened his arms and smiled hoarsely. Behind him, the chaotic Konoha became the perfect backdrop. His face began to wriggle in a weird way. The next moment it was back to its original shape. Pale and feminine face, a pair of cold snake eyes, and pervert's bloodthirsty smile. Teacher, long time no see. Orochimaru. The third generation looked at the scene in shock and couldn't believe that he would see his disciple here again. What is your purpose, Orochimaru? He roared furiously. Purpose? Orochimaru smiled, his eyes gradually turning cold. Konoha collapses and kills you. Crack. Third generation immediately closed the seal. A war is imminent. It seems that the next scene will be very interesting, but unfortunately, I can't see it. Aizen chuckled and stood up. It's time for me to leave too, and I won't be here again in the near future. Aizen looked at the blue sky, her voice full of magnetism. I hope that when we meet you next time, you will no longer be bound by anything. Naruto didn't ask why Aizen wouldn't be back anytime soon. He knows. Aizen has been preparing for a big project. I believe that the plan he said has already begun. Watching Aizen gradually disappear in front of him, Naruto smiled. His own plan was gradually implemented. The Konoha crash plan has finally begun. He left the sealed space and returned to reality. Suddenly, the sound of weapons interspersed one after another rang out. Although the Konoha shinobi were numerous and powerful, they were pressed and beaten by sand shinobi who needed to protect the villagers. Gaara in the field has come to Konoha Street to wreak havoc, and Sasuke is back here to fight sand shinobi with Naruto and little Sakura. Interesting. Kaika Suijutsu moved slightly in Naruto's hand, leaving behind a shadow clone, and then quietly left. Chapter 120. Kakashi and other Jonin entangled with several sand shinobi and fought fiercely, but it seemed to be a bit of a stroke. Naruto's shadow clone works well with Sasuke and little Sakura, but can entangle a Jonin. In the barrier, Orochimaru, who showed his true colors, was already fighting with the third generation. Third generation threw the sky-filled shuriken at Orochimaru first. This is the classic ninja pose. The sky's shuriken swept through a beautiful arc, directly blocking all of Orochimaru's escape routes. The locked Orochimaru takes it easy and uses the body replacement technique to break away. The shuriken was tightly nailed to the roof, making a crisp sound. The shadow snake hand. Orochimaru's counterattack came, and countless groups of snakes rushed out of the cuffs, rushing towards the third generation. The group of snakes rushed into the soil as substitutes and were wrapped in soil. Third generation homeopathy seal. Earth-style earth river. The soil stand-in and the cement under the roof tiles rushed out immediately, turning into a big river and rolling up a group of snakes to break through to Orochimaru. Earth stray bullet. Fire stray bullet. The third generation deserves to be called the Doctor of Ninjutsu. In an instant, he made a seal and used his chakra to create a soil dragon and a fire dragon. Both dragons fired bullet-fast stray bullets from their mouths. This hand alone is enough to kill an ordinary Genin in seconds. When Orochimaru defected in the past, the soft-hearted third generation turned a blind eye because Orochimaru was once his disciple, and finally let Orochimaru escape successfully. I thought that the two sides might not meet again. Unexpectedly, the returning Orochimaru actually wanted to destroy Konoha, which undoubtedly made the third generation give up on Orochimaru, so it didn't hold back at all. What a ruthless attack, Mr. Sarutobi! Facing the combination of ninjutsu, Orochimaru remained calm, and even did not forget to tease. But I'm not going to be killed so easily. Earth-style multiple earth walls. Several earth walls blocked Orochimaru. The stray bullets exploded, passing through layer after layer of earthen walls, and subsided only after the last earthen wall burst with a bang. Smoke filled the wall behind the wall, and with a light cough, Orochimaru's face was dusty and full of fear. Although the strength of the third generation is not enough to become the strongest in the ninja world, at least among the contemporary cage-level powerhouses, he is the number one in the ranking. It is only as the years go by that his strength will show a linear decline. Orochimaru really valued this and thought that third generation would not pose any threat to him. But did not expect. After these ninjutsu exercises, third generation's strength was vividly displayed. A few simple ninjutsu can create such a powerful force, which makes Orochimaru have to guard against. As expected of Mr. Sarutobi, I underestimate you. Orochimaru said with admiration. His expression turned cold, but I won't be killed so easily. Orochimaru, what is your purpose this time? Third generation asked in a deep voice. As you can see, destroy Konoha. Orochimaru joked. Oh, yes, and meet some interesting little guys. Naruto? Or Sasuke? Third generation's eyes snapped. What is the purpose of Orochimaru looking for them? Could it be the blood following the limit? Third generation frowned. Through the barrier, he could see that there was still chaos outside. What about Danzo? Konoha is in such a big crisis, what about the ninja at the root? He wondered in his heart, but the current situation could not allow him to think too much. Impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru used the forbidden technique. Third generation's expression changed drastically. After leaving the arena, Naruto used the transformation technique to transform into an unremarkable Konoha shinobi, wandering between Konoha and occasionally taking out a sand shinobi or two. He didn't see the so-called root ninja. Only see Anbu ninja struggling to protect the villagers. Not far away, Gaara had already started to kill, and after being sanctioned by several Genin, the Shao crane in his body appeared and started to push horizontally. Stinky brat, watch this uncle abuse the audience. He appeared with a ferocious expression and unusual arrogance. After the deal with Naruto, he and Gaara also found an opportunity to talk all night, and the two sides could not be considered to be able to cooperate. So, with Gaara's willing cooperation, Morizuru appeared in a runaway form. The tail beast is worthy of the name of the war machine. It has a body like a mountain, and it can easily destroy Konoha's house just by moving its body. The appearance of such a behemoth in Konoha was a catastrophe. Countless ninjas headed towards Shao-Kaku. Every time Shao-Kaku's attack will bring the death of a large number of ninjas. But they, who believed in the will of fire, rushed towards Shao-Kaku one after another. They believe in it. Their deaths will turn into firelight, illuminating Konoha. It's so lively. Naruto murmured while standing above the house, looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance. The chaotic Konoha becomes the most beautiful background board. The sun was setting, and the sun was turning yellow. The kunai of Naruto's right hand waved lightly, and easily pierced the neck of the attacking sand shinobi. Pulled out blankly. The blood and the dim sunlight gathered together to form a beautiful scenery. Abandon the identity of Uzumaki Naruto and become the most authentic self. This feeling is so addicting. This is free. Just let me add a little color to this beauty. The taste of freedom made Naruto lose his temper. He covered his face with a chuckle, the corners of his mouth evoked a strange arc, and his eyes became colder and colder. Infuse Ryutsu into Sand Shinobi's soul, and the next moment, the soul vibrates and the back arches. A thick white mist filled the body of the soul. Having done all this, Naruto gracefully crossed the soul towards Sand Shinobi. Behind him, the white mist condensed into a mask, which was firmly attached to the soul's face. There was also a deep black hole in the chest. Void was born. Roar. Su raised his head and let out a sky-shattering roar, and then waved his claws under the shocked eyes of others, tearing apart a genin's body. Blood splattered, and various organs were torn apart and fell to the ground. The utterly frenzied Ku started an indiscriminate attack. The remaining ninjas looked terrified. What monster is this? The kunao and shuriken in their hands kept falling on Su, but they only left very shallow scratches. But a simple blow can tear them apart. The ninjas dodged in a panic, their claws slashed and directly cut the stone wall behind them in half. No blockage. Very sharp. Fire-style fire stray bullet. Chunin reacted and used ninjutsu directly. Boom. The fire bomb exploded on Su's body, and Su howled in pain, and black marks appeared on his body. Ninjutsu can work. The overjoyed ninjas immediately organized a ninjutsu attack, constantly hitting Su. Naruto hid in the dark and recorded quietly. The emptiness of Chunin's incarnation can only be maintained at the strength of Chunin. It's just that its body structure can well defend against physical attacks. But there is little resistance to chakra. It can be seen that chakra swordsmanship can also easily kill Su. More experiments are needed. Naruto got up, disappeared, and walked towards the other sand shinobi. Chapter 121. Shit! Naruto's kunao was pulled from the neck of a sand shinobi again, blood gushing out. Naruto homeopathy infuses Ryutsu into the soul. The soul of this Chunin twitched. White mist appears, forming a mask. It's void again. Naruto's eyes were filled with disappointment, bypassing void and continuing the experiment. Roar! Su roared, rushing towards the nearby ninja, and a killing started again. Having done all this, Naruto wiped his hands and walked towards the area where the fighting was more intense with a chuckle. Soon, several virtuals were born, roaring and rushing towards the ninja. Interrupt Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi's fight for indiscriminate kills. Where did these monsters come from? Damn it, ordinary shuriken doesn't work at all. The ninjas complained. Su is not afraid of pain, and even fights more and more bravely. The strength of a virtual is actually not far behind them, but it is not afraid of pain at all, and the crazy change of attitude makes everyone feel fear. This caused the ninjas to be unable to play their due strength perfectly, and to retreat in front of the virtual. While dealing with Su, they also have to be careful of sneak attacks from hostile ninjas. It can be said that it suffered a lot. You can even die if you are not careful. In Konoha Village, the death toll of ninjas also began to climb. Not only the Konoha Shinobi fans complained, but even Sand Shinobi couldn't bear it. Originally, there were not many of them, and after the virtual appearance, the number of their casualties continued to increase. Many ninjas even had the idea of running away. Despair hangs over Konoha Village. In their eyes, unknown monsters rushed into the village and began a massive slaughter. No one knows where the void comes from. No one knows why the virtual came. This monster, wouldn't it be a tailed beast? This is a monster from hell. Is Konoha Village going to perish? For a time, people panicked, and the morale of the Konoha Shinobi fell to a low point. Kakashi and Guy, who had been paddling, soon noticed. They knew they had to get out. They used the body flicker technique to appear near the virtual leaf great whirlwind. Guy's taijutsu directly knocked the virtual kick, which was almost immune to Kunao's attack, and the white mist splashed everywhere, and the virtual mouth let out a shrill and painful roar, and then turned into white smoke and dissipated in the air. The body is strong, but not strong, and the roar after death is a bit strange. He kicked one dummy, Guy thought, and ran towards the second dummy. Obviously these phantoms are only at the level of Chunin, not even the strength of Chunin, but the roar they emit can awaken the fear in people's hearts. It was an eerie roar full of pure negativity. This is definitely not a monster that exists in the ninja world. Who the hell created these monsters? At the same time Guy killed the virtual, Kakashi had already killed several virtuals with a blank face. Chidori penetrated Su's empty chest and detonated it from the inside out, accompanied by screams. Su was blown to powder by lightning. This was followed by the release of various ninjutsu techniques. Fire style ignited the virtual, and wind style directly cut the wound out of the virtual body. There is also the earth style that shrouds the void and makes it incapacitated. With the addition of Kakashi and Guy, the pressure on the Konoha shinobi players plummeted, and a decent attack was finally organized. Kakashi and Guy awaken the fighting spirit of the Konoha shinobiers with absolute power. Hey, good job! Naruto looked at everything, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. He kept wandering among the ninjas like a ghost, and every time he made a shot, he could kill a ninja. Then, the virtual will be born from the soul, causing a disturbance. Naruto watched with a blank expression as he attacked the ninja, and his mood was actually a bit fun. To be frank, he really hates ninjas. Naruto. Inside the sealed space. Watching his own flesh and blood continue to awaken the virtual, and the life of the ninja is harvested by the virtual. This means Naruto's hands were already stained with the blood of the Konoha shinobi. To a certain extent, he is already Konoha's rebellion. Destined to become Konoha's enemy. Minato murmured in pain. No matter how hard he tried, Naruto still had to go down that bloody road. As a father, I can only choose to support. From today onwards, he really can no longer have anything to do with Konoha. Thinking of this, Minato felt a little bit of relief even when he was suffering in his heart. His eyes gradually became firmer. Since Naruto is going to turn into a devil, let's accompany him. Sarutobi is an ordinary Konoha Chunin. He was born in the Sarutobi clan, and he was of the same clan as the Hokage. He had a good life. After graduation, he joined Anbu. After more than 10 years of ninja career, he was promoted to Chunin. After the Konoha destruction plan broke out, the Chunin and Sand Shinobi immediately became entangled. Sand Shinobi is in the desert all the year round and lacks resources. Naturally, the growth of ninjas is not as good as that of Konoha. Sand Shinobi of the same level is hardly a match for Konoha Shinobi. In addition, Sand Shinobi was at a disadvantage in numbers, so Sarutobi's battle was fairly stable and safe. The cranes in the distance were still raging, and the Konoha shinobi on the front line suffered heavy casualties. This made Sarutobi feel fortunate in his confidence. Fortunately, he was born in the Sarutobi family and did not need to participate in the front line. There was almost no difference between dying there and dying. Thinking of this, he fought harder, hoping to support Hokage with his actions. But soon, piercing screams cut through the sky. Sarutobi looked at the screaming place, but found a monster at least 2 meters tall, with a white bone mask and a deep hole in the chest, waving its claws to harvest the life of a ninja. A ninja can be completely ripped to shreds with every claw swing. Roar! The monster raised its head and let out a piercing roar, and the endless negative emotions slanted out, making people uneasy. What kind of monster is that? Sarutobi murmured to himself, standing in a daze. Hearing such a terrifying howl, he suddenly felt cold hands and feet, goosebumps erupted on his body, and he even had the urge to run away. Xin, what are you doing? Several companions helped him block the opponent's attack and shouted anxiously. All ninjas are affected by the virtual, and the battle is much slower. Taking advantage of the other party's daze, Xin and his partner directly cut each other's throat with Kyu, which freed up time and space to look at Su. At this moment, Su has killed the surrounding sand shinobi and headed towards the Konoha shinobi. At this moment, the surroundings were boiling for a while, and several virtuals appeared again, attacking the ninja from different angles. In front of Su, who went on and was not afraid of pain, Konoha shinobi was a little panicked and suddenly retreated. Use ninjutsu! Use ninjutsu! Sarutobi later immediately organized his companions, and continuously released ninjutsu such as water bullets towards Ku. Boom boom boom! Ninjutsu exploded on Su's body, causing Su to scream, but his movements were even more ferocious. It's just that the Konoha shinobi side has a large number of people, one ninjutsu per person, and the emptiness will be drowned in an instant. Not far away, Sand Shinobi drew a gourd in the same way, and also launched a ninjutsu fire on Su. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of countless ninjutsu, finally Yufu was overwhelmed and turned into white smoke and dissipated in the air. It works, kill them with ninjutsu. For ninjas, this is undoubtedly the most effective cardiotonic. Their morale soared, and they kept using ninjutsu to kill Su. For a time, Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi did not break the river, and there was a brief peace. Roar! Under the suppression of firepower, a phantom ran away, bit his companion, and absorbed it, and then a terrifying boiling white light was brewing in his mouth. The white light slanted out and turned into a straight line. The mighty Zero directly rolled up the gravel and soil on the ground and wrapped it in it. The ground cracked and no grass grew. The ryotsu brewing inside it gives people the breath of death, which makes people tremble and dare not move. Boom! Zero did not enter the crowd, and a violent explosion occurred, rolling up a large piece of house debris, the fire overflowed, and a thick mushroom cloud rose. In an instant, there was mourning, and there were broken limbs and stumps everywhere. The original rich Konoha village is slowly rising black smoke, almost all the houses under the black smoke were washed to dust. Such power can be called an ultra-small-tailed beast cannon. Sarutobi looked at this scene in shock, even fear, and only felt cold hands and feet. The morale of the ninjas fell to a low point again. After Konoha's collapse plan broke out, Jiraiya was quick to meet several of the serpents released by Orochimaru. With Jiraiya's own strength, Orochimaru's little toy could have been easily killed. Just out of the idea of protecting the villagers, his battles are tied, and he has to deal with a few sneak attacks from Sand Shinobi Jainin. Actually, these are not the reasons why he can't solve the opponent in time. In fact, he let out the water, but it was still the sea. Sage mode, cage level chakra, plus excellent ninjutsu, even against Orochimaru, not to mention Orochimaru's pet and a few Jainins. As long as he wanted to, he could solve the enemy in a very short time, and then go to the arena to support the third generation. But it is precisely because of the dissatisfaction with the third generation in his heart that Jiraiya will focus on protecting the villagers, and will also prefer to paddle during the battle. As for a third generation, if a Hokage dies so easily, it's not a Hokage. Jiraiya still recognizes the strength of third generation. After the Konoha collapse plan broke out, Jiraiya also used the corner of his eye to observe the situation nearby. To his disappointment, Konoha's Anbu had almost no strong players. Facing the sudden attack of Sand Shinobi, Anbu suddenly fell behind. There are very few strong men in Konoha. Jiraiya couldn't help sighing. He understands that the chances of Danzo's shot are not high, and he can't wait for the third generation to die directly, and then replace it and become Hokage. Under such internal and external troubles, Konoha may be hurt this time. In the past, how could a mere Sand Shinobi make Konoha so embarrassed, and how dare he attack Konoha? It can only be said that Konoha is weakening too fast. Jiraiya is very unhappy with third generation. If it wasn't for the joint suppression of 3rd generation and Danzo, Konoha's top combat power would not have withered so quickly. Sometimes Jiraiya even thinks, if 3rd generation dies, will everything get better? As a disciple of the 3rd generation, he had such a treacherous thought. What irony is this? The more he thought about it, the more irritable he became, and Yuyan directly used a highly lethal ninjutsu, Toad Oil Bullet. The fire directly devoured a Sand Shinobi Jainin, instantly taking Jainin's life. Sand Shinobi Jainin was terrified. He never imagined that Sunin, who had been entangled by them before, could suddenly burst into such terrifying strength. They became vigilant, but in the face of absolute strength, everything was superfluous. Ninja Needle Jizo. Huang Chuan Marsh. Fire Style Flame Bullet. Raise Nan. Jiraiya first defended all the Jainin's ninjutsu, and then used ninjutsu to defeat the remaining Jainin one by one. Then ran towards the big snake. On the way, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a Konoha shinobi appeared in front of several Sand Shinobi ninjas, with his hand across their necks. Jiraiya just regarded it as a fill-up, and didn't think much about it. Instead, he thought, I don't know which Konoha shinobi is, but he's quite smart, and the repair is timely enough. Little did he know that Naruto was smiling happily. I was worried about how to use Jainin's soul to experiment, so I sent it directly to the door. But at the same time, he was also shocked by Jiraiya's true strength. Although these Sand Shinobi Jainin are not very strong, even Naruto can win one-on-one. But being able to incapacitate all the Jainin in such a short amount of time under siege, Jiraiya's strength is absolutely outstanding at Kage level. What's more, Jiraiya has the trump card of Sage Mode. Even if you become a Kage level, you have to be careful. Naruto frowned and whispered to himself. I believe that as long as you reach the Pure Land, your strength can grow by leaps and bounds. Maybe at that time, even if you meet Jiraiya, you don't have to worry about it. Naruto thought so, reaping the lives of these Jainin with Kunao. Waiting for these Jainin spirits to appear, infuse Ryutsu into them. OM. With the trembling of the first soul, the billowing white mist reappeared. Under Ryutsu's transformation, Jainin's soul underwent a sudden change. The white bone mask begins to solidify. This one doesn't work either. Naruto's face was as usual, and he quickly injected Ryutsu into the soul of the second place Jainin. Kaka. The soul made a strange sound, followed by white mist, but this time there was no mask. Success! Naruto was overjoyed. Soon the Shinigami successful soul opened its eyes, confused. He only remembered that he had just been stunned by Jiraiya's Raise Nan, and it was now when he was conscious again. Am I dead? He murmured, looking at his hands. Roar! The hurried and angry roar caught his attention. He looked up, and suddenly saw a monster with a white bone mask attacking him. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but his body was relatively weak, and before he could react, Su's claws slashed on him. Bang! He was knocked flying, and there were a few more scratches on his body. What kind of monster is this? The Shinigami-ized Jainin began to seal, but was stunned to find that the chakra in his body was different from the chakra in his memory. Earth-style Earth Bullet. But he still successfully completed the knot and released ninjutsu. Chapter 122. Boom! The Earth Rhythm Bullet hit Su's body, only causing his body to pause for a few seconds, and the power was extremely weak. The power of ninjutsu has plummeted. Naruto watched this scene quietly, and he also had some experimental data results in his heart. Jainin, who becomes a virtual, has a certain level of strength, but will lose his mind and be dominated by savage slaughter. And Jainin, who is successfully Shinigami-ized, will experience a huge reduction in power. Because the chakra in the body has just merged with Ryutsu, the amount of Ryutsu produced is limited, so the strength will drop sharply. Chug! In the sight, the virtual claw penetrated Shinigami Jainin's chest and pulled it out. Shinigami Jainin fell to the ground, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Su leaned down and swallowed the Ryutsu overflowing from Shinigami's body. Naruto adjusted his glasses, his eyes twinkling. Su has a natural hostility to Shinigami, so after Hollow, he directly attacked that Shinigami, without any thought of attacking me. After killing the opponent, he began to devour Shinigami, thereby increasing his power. This is in line with what Mr. Aizen said about the virtual, that the virtual will continue to hunt down the same kind or Shinigami, strengthened by swallowing each other, so as to break through the boundaries and evolve to a higher level. Imaginary is divided into 3 levels. The first is the most basic level, Jillian. They have black outer bodies and white bone masks. They are huge in size but slow in movement. They have no intelligence and will only attack and devour the same kind of beasts. When they devour enough spirits, they transform towards Ajichas. Second class, Ajichas. Ajichas will have animal armor. They will have a high IQ and great destructive power, and the strength is probably several times that of Jillian. They will have the ability to command large groups of Jillians. But even so, they still need to evolve by constantly devouring spirits. There are 2 evolutionary directions of Ajichas. First, the power reaches the bottleneck, and it is always Ajichas that cannot continue to increase the power. Second, the breakthrough of the bottleneck, the power rises to a new height, becomes the 3rd stage of the void, Vasto Lord. The 3rd class, Vasto Lord. Vasto Lord are the highest ranked avatars, and interestingly, they have the size of a human, which means that their powers are more concentrated. The specific ability Aizen did not elaborate, because in his experiments, Vasto Lord was not born. So this level is still under discussion. But one conclusion can be drawn from past research. The higher the level of Minos Grande, the more human-like physique and sanity. The changes in the ontology after liberation are also smaller. According to Aizen, Shinigami can have Hollow and Su can also have Zanpakuto of Shinigami. So the research that Naruto and Orochimaru will be doing is not only for Shinigami, but also for the virtual. It's just that the biggest difference between Shinigami and virtual is Shinigami may often remember memories from his lifetime, while Su will forget them all. Due to its evolution from devouring its own kind, the virtual character will be more cruel. Just don't know if these conclusions can be applied to humans. Naruto frowned and whispered to himself. This Shinigami-ized Jainin still has the memories of his life, but the manipulation of Ryutsu is too unfamiliar, the same situation as Shiro. Su has completely lost his mind, and only has the instinct to devour. However, there are too few experimental cases to draw conclusions directly, and the experimental base needs to be increased. Naruto once again injected Ryutsu into other Jainin souls. Roar! At this moment, the bloodthirsty eyes on Naruto, who had devoured the target. Oh? Want to kill me? Naruto chuckled dismissively. Roar! Su ran towards Naruto, his eyes full of bloodlust. Jainin level strength is really tricky, but IQ is too low. Naruto moved and disappeared in front of Su. With Kaika Suijutsu, you can easily get out of the battlefield. Naruto injected Ryutsu into the souls of other Jainin, and then hid in the dark, quietly observing the reaction of the experimental material. Soon, all 5 Jainin appeared in white fog. The last 4 Jainin's souls were vanished, and only one was successfully transformed into a Shinigami. And the soul transformed into Shinigami was torn apart without question. The rest of the virtuals also began to kill each other. The enormous power it caused was eye-catching. It seems that the amount of chakra will affect the success rate of transformation. Jainin's transformation success rate is significantly higher. Naruto tapped his fingertips and quickly disappeared in place. He wandered among the leaves, constantly transforming his soul. However, he still held back a little, and scattered the transformation of his soul, otherwise, Konoha might really be destroyed by the virtual. After almost half of the Ryutsu was consumed in his body, Naruto stopped and glanced meaningfully in the direction of Jiraiya and Konoha Village. That's it, today is a very fulfilling day. Naruto walked slowly towards the arena, shuttled through the battlefield of the ninjas. The weird thing is that no matter it is the ninja or the virtual, Shinigami seems to have not seen Naruto at all. Various ninjutsu slides by Naruto and falls on the enemy, causing a violent explosion. Not to be outdone, he ejected Zero, directly destroying large areas of the house. The whole Konoha was slowly black smoke. Naruto also noticed that the root ninjas who had been hiding for a long time finally showed up. Although Danzo aspires to be Hokage and plans to let the third generation die, he won't stand idly by when Konoha really encounters disaster. Konoha is the most united at this time, it's ridiculous. Naruto chuckled. The flames overflowed, and the smoke filled the air. He was wearing a white robe and walked with a calm and composed pace. Behind him were the explosions of various ninjutsu and Zero. Form a wonderful picture. Jiraiya on the other side has easily taken down the two big snakes with ninjutsu. Chakra is still abundant in the body. Such a fight wasn't even a warm-up for him. His eyes quickly settled on Xiaoerhe in the distance. Prepare to take action to suppress Shikaku. Konoha is not a place where tailed beasts can roam freely. What monster is this? What a horrible guy! Is it a tailed beast? Before Jiraiya could act, however, roars and screams in the distance caught his attention. Jiraiya looked, and was stunned to find several monsters wearing white bone masks fighting with ninjas. They are physically imprisoned, their claws are sharp, and their body exudes a negative breath of death. A stray bullet-like skill will be sprayed out of the mouth, which is so powerful that it can instantly shatter a house. Konoha is about to be devastated by these virtual attacks. There are ruins and mutilated limbs everywhere. What are these things? Jiraiya's expression became very ugly. Summoning. He made a mark on his hands and slapped the ground hard. Suddenly there was smoke. Chapter 123. Jiraiya, why did you remember summoning us? Fukasaku and Shima Senran's voices sounded. When the smoke cleared, they saw a completely different scene from the bustling Konoha in their impressions. The house collapsed and smoke was everywhere. In the distance, a few virtuals were chasing the ninja, and the eyes behind the white bone mask were extremely cold. Just looking at it, you can feel the endless negative emotions, which makes people shiver like being poured into a basin of cold water in summer. This is... Immortal Shenzuo and Immortals Haima were full of disbelief. This is also the first time they have seen a life form like the virtual and the Shinigami, which is different from the human and summoning creatures. I don't know how it appeared. Jiraiya looked solemn. Do the two immortals know what this is? I've never seen it before. Immortal Fukasaku looked solemn. He jumped to Jiraiya's shoulder, and said solemnly. Little Jiraiya, get closer so my wife and I can get to know these creatures in depth. It is good. After the two immortals were in place, Jiraiya used the body flicker technique to come to Yuji and save a Konoha shinobi with fire style. Master Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya coming, the ninjas present seemed to have found their backbone. Leave this to me, and you go to support others. Jiraiya's voice was loud, echoing in the area. Yes. Among these, Genin immediately retreated in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, those sand shinobi were retreating. The virtual addition made the battlefield chaotic, and sand shinobi, who was no match for Konoha, had already retreated. Roar! Several virtuals rushed towards Jiraiya. Instinctively, they attacked Jiraiya, who had the most chakra in the field. This is the instinct of creatures to destroy the strong. Only. They found the wrong opponent. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly became sharp. Using physical art to easily repel the two virtuals, and then spewing raging flames from the mouth, directly covering the other two virtuals. Su roared and rushed out of the flames. Even though his body was already charred black, his offensive continued unabated. Mid-Genin level combat power, won't be affected by pain, seems to be born for killing. Jiraiya frowned. Ninja, Needle Jizo. The long white hair became slender, directly piercing the four holes like a steel needle. Needle Jizo can not only defend, but also attack. The body structure is still relatively hard, even the Needle Jizo took a little effort. Jiraiya muttered to herself. With the information shared, Fukasaku and Haima Immortal are also exploring Su's own energy system. There are traces of chakra, but at the same time there is a strange energy. That energy is intertwined with chakra, which makes humans mutate. It's just very strange, there are no organs in the body, even, it's like. Immortal Fukasaku frowned, thinking hard. It always felt familiar. But can't think of specifics. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and lost his voice. Pure Land? This seems to be the energy of the Pure Land. The energy expression in the body is a little similar to the Naruto who ran wild before. Fukasaku Senran's words made Jiraiya's pupils shrink suddenly. Could it be that the mastermind behind the scenes has a similar bloodline limit to Naruto? He didn't immediately suspect Naruto. After all, Naruto has always run a perfect set of characters. In the days of getting along with Naruto, I was also bewitched by Naruto's gentle character. Anyone could defect, but Naruto would never defect. If there really is someone else's bloodline with the Pure Land, then Naruto may be in danger. Jiraiya looked solemn. Naruto should be in the arena now, we need to find him quickly. However, in the distance, several phantoms transformed by Jainin rushed towards Jiraiya. Bang! Jiraiya kicked a hollow chest with a sharp pain. His expression suddenly changed, these empties are so hard. These few virtuals already have Jainin level energy. Seeing that the situation was urgent, the two immortals also shot. Sage art, croaking. Immortals Haima opened her mouth wide, and terrifying sound waves pierced out of her mouth and continued to spread outward. In the range, Suji covered his head in pain. Immortal Fukasaku used fire style, combined with Jiraiya's toad oil bullet, to kill these Jainin level virtuals directly. Sparks burst out, and the powerful fire style ignited Konoha directly. It burned so violently that it almost dyed the sky above it red. Jiraiya. This time the leaves are really lit. Ahem, it seems like I'm using too much force. Jiraiya scratched his head embarrassedly under the strange gaze of Konoha shinobi. Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Shima immediately used water style to put out the fire. It was difficult to bring the fire under control. After this out, Jiraiya's body and mind are also a little tired. I thought it was just an ordinary shinobi village attack, but I didn't expect to involve a monster with Pure Land energy. In this way, the ninja world is not peaceful. There was always a sense of unease brewing. Could it be Akatsuki? Jiraiya frowned. While he was tracking down Orochimaru over the years, he was also looking for information about Akatsuki's organization. Akatsuki, a mysterious organization that has gradually gained a reputation in recent years. It is said that it is full of mysterious cage-level powerhouses. They act secretly and often accept some extremely difficult commissions. Efficiently done every time. No one knew the purpose of the Akatsuki organization. No one knows the size of the inside either. An Uchiha Itachi, who defected from Konoha, joined the Akatsuki organization. Such a powerful organization is something even Konoha dare not underestimate. With a heavy heart, Jiraiya rushed to the arena. At this moment, the battle in the enchantment is also coming to an end. Orochimaru directly uses impure world reincarnation to summon the Hokage of the past. Fortunately, the third generation prevented the fourth generation from reincarnating, and with the help of Shadow Clone and Summoning Beast, he barely fought Orochimaru. Third generation could feel that Orochimaru seemed to be hiding something. This made him a little suspicious. Maybe his disciple is not really as he said, wanting to destroy Konoha and kill himself. After some battles, the two of them had almost exhausted their cards. Teacher Sarutobi, it seems that your sword is not old, and the years of Hokage career have not made your strength regress too much. Although you really want to kill me, I promised someone that I won't kill you, so you should step back. Promise someone? Who is it? Is it Denzo? Third generation's pupils shrank, and there was a momentary sluggishness. SHHH. The hesitation in the battle was fatal. Orochimaru stepped forward like a ghost, and under everyone's shocked eyes, he slashed third generation's arm with a sword, and then kicked the third generation's abdomen with a kick, releasing a sneak attack. The shadow snake hand bit the third generation with wounds all over his body. Then he let out a mocking laugh, distracted during the battle. Mr. Sarutobi, you are really old. Third generation fell to the ground, covered in bloodline. He clutched the wound on his broken arm in pain, his face turning pale from the pain. No way, Hokage-sama actually lost. Hokage-sama lost, then next. For Konoha shinobi, such a blow was undoubtedly a huge blow. The third generation, regarded as the top Konoha powerhouse by them, was actually defeated by its own disciple. Orochimaru. Just as Jiraiya arrived at the scene, she saw Orochimaru cut off third generation's arm. This sword also means that Orochimaru completely severs the bond with Konoha. From this moment on, he has absolutely no possibility of returning to Konoha. The barrier dissipated, and Orochimaru began to escape, and before leaving, he glanced at Jiraiya. There is calmness in his eyes without any mood swings. Orochimaru, have you made up your mind to let go of everything? Jiraiya clenched her fists, her eyes full of pain. Don't worry about it, find Naruto. The two immortals urged. Apparently in their eyes, Konoha Hokage is less important than Naruto. Jiraiya soon finds Naruto, who is fighting alongside little Sakura and Sasuke. They work so well together that they can even beat the average sand shinobi Jainin. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya also breathed a sigh of relief, and used a fire style to knock the nearby sand shinobi into the air and landed in front of Naruto and others. Hey, Jiraiya-sama! Little Sakura put away his kunao, panting slightly. It's lecherous, cough, Mr. Jiraiya. As the so-called cannibalism is short, Sasuke was embarrassed to call him pervy sage again after Jiraiya's guidance. Mr. Jiraiya. Two more immortals, good afternoon. Naruto put away Kaika Suijutsu and gave a gentle smile. The surrounding sand shinobi are retreating. Far away. He has disappeared, and Gaara, who has recovered his original body, is also evacuating with the large queue. He looked away in Naruto's direction, looking forward to the next meeting with Naruto. With the addition of the root ninja, the virtual scattered in Konoha has been almost resolved. However, some ninjas noticed that several virtuals were controlled by various ninjutsu, and then they did not know where they were transported. Everything went according to Naruto's expectations. Seeing the anxious expressions of Jiraiya and the two immortals, Naruto also guessed that they already knew that the energy of the Void Origin had the breath of pure land. Naruto, have you always been here? Have you encountered any strange opponents? Jiraiya asked first. Yes, I've been working with Sasuke and little Sakura. Naruto replied. Well, I haven't left, and I don't have any strange opponents, Sasuke added. His eyes were a little puzzled, and he didn't understand why Jiraiya asked such a question. Looking at the sincere Naruto, Jiraiya fell into silence. Immortal Fukasaku said, this matter is very complicated, Naruto, you have to be careful recently. If you encounter any danger, use summoning to summon us immediately. Dangerous? What's the matter? Is there any force that bites Naruto? Little Sakura asked nervously. Sasuke also cast an inquiring look. It's nothing, just let your heart out. Jiraiya hurriedly said. I'll trouble you this time, two immortals, I'm going to find the old man. Jiraiya thanked the two immortals, and then the two immortals returned to the summoning world after the smoke filled them. Chapter 124. Pain. The pain was heart-wrenching. Even if he was completely shrouded in fire style in the ninja world war and tortured by various ninjutsu, he is not the pain of broken arm today. Pain in the body, pain in the heart. Third generation was half kneeling on the ground in pain, his forehead was covered with dense sweat, his face was pale due to excessive blood loss. His vision began to blur. But even so, he did not fall. As the Hokage of Konoha Village, you have to be strong. Even if you lose, you can't fall. Lord Hokage. He heard a lot of medical ninjas running towards him, and then his body felt warm. He was relieved and finally fainted. When his consciousness was blurred, the past images flashed in his mind. The once immature Orochimaru was accepted as a disciple after passing the ninja exam. At that time, Orochimaru had a smile from the bottom of his heart. Although his temperament is colder, Orochimaru also has a warmer memory in the company of Jiraiya and Tsunade. It's just that with the opening of the Ninja World War, Orochimaru's smile became less and colder. The conversation between teachers and students gradually became less and less. From home to war. The distance between him and Orochimaru seemed to be getting further and further. Finally, Orochimaru, who performed well in the war, has the qualifications to become 4th Hokage. It's just that Orochimaru's chances of becoming Hokage are so slim compared to the little son, Namikaze Minato. Third generation has watched Orochimaru grow, from a young ninja to an independent Sannin. Then there is the Orochimaru who absconded after being exposed to human experiments. The screen finally freezes at Orochimaru, who has broken his arm and completely cut off the bond between Hiruzen today. Originally, third generation was still extravagant. It's just that Orochimaru, who defected from human trials, may have a chance to return to Konoha. But now, in plain sight, Orochimaru has made a choice. The next meeting will be thorough and endless. Phew! Where is this? When third generation regained consciousness, it was already in Konoha Hospital. Looking at the white ceiling in front of him, his expression was a little disappointed. Turning her head, Jiraiya sat on the chair next to her, sleeping with her legs crossed. This gave third generation a little consolation. It seems that Jiraiya still cares about herself. No matter what they do, they are always their masters. Third generation felt a little dry mouth and tried to reach for the cup from the nightstand. But was surprised to find out. The cuff of his right hand was empty. Yes, his right arm has been broken. Habits are really scary. He looked at the bedside table on the left, but there was no water glass. Immediately frowning, unhappy. Then he turned around, ready to take the cup with his left hand. But it may have touched the wound, and with a shake of his hand, the cup fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Jiraiya was awakened, and hurriedly helped the third generation to lie down, blaming, "Oh, old man, if your hand is broken, don't move around, take a good rest, and don't get hurt again. You are not young anymore, a little bit of flashback and it's gone." Third generation lay down on the bed and asked hesitantly, "Konoha, how is it?" As Hokage, the first thing is not to pay attention to his own injury, but to Konoha's situation. Leaving aside the black material, Konoha, third generation, has done a more responsible job. Orochimaru and Sand Shinobi have both retreated. Jiraiya sighed, this time Orochimaru pretended to be Feng Ying and invaded with Sand Shinobi. Now Sand Shinobi is leaderless, and the interior is more chaotic than us, and Orochimaru has also retreated. What about Konoha's loss? Third generation anxiously folded the quilt covering it, eyes full of worry. It's not too good. Anbu ninja suffered a lot of casualties, and the construction of the subsequent houses in the village is also a big expense. Don't worry, I won't be leaving for the time being, so let's heal up. Jiraiya sighed. By the way, did Orochimaru reveal any strange information during the battle? Strange information? Seeing third generation's puzzled appearance, Jiraiya told the truth about the false situation. After learning that Suzang was in trouble in Konoha's brain, third generation's expression suddenly became very ugly. You mean, this monster might be Orochimaru's ghost? Not bad. Jiraiya looked solemn. This non-human product was definitely created through countless studies. I was speculating about Orochimaru's purpose before. With his character, it is impossible to come here to destroy Konoha. Hearing this, third generation added, he once said that he promised someone not to kill me. Someone? Could it be Danzo? Jiraiya had a flash of inspiration, but then shook his head in denial. Impossible, Danzo's roots have come out to fight that monster together. If he cooperated with Orochimaru, he would never allow Orochimaru to put the monster in the Konoha. Judging from Orochimaru's character, his purpose is definitely related to the bloodline limit, so I guess that this monster has something to do with him. Maybe he wants to use this Konoha collapse plan to test the power of the monster. Jiraiya pondered. Orochimaru has always liked to do research. There is no reason to come to destroy Konoha, no matter how I think it is the only reason. After speaking, Jiraiya's expression was a little melancholy. Jiraiya will never forget this friend who has been bonded since childhood. I fantasize that Orochimaru will return to Konoha someday. But now it seems that Orochimaru has completely changed. In the past, he did not hesitate to use villagers as materials for human experiments. Now he has developed this terrifying monster and used Konoha as a long field for testing monsters. He has completely changed. Jiraiya's eyes were full of disappointment. Although this is just a guess, considering various motives, this is the most realistic guess. Hearing this, third generation was silent for a long time, and the empty cuffs kept reminding him that the disciple had completely changed. But what terrified him even more was Orochimaru's words, "Promise someone not to kill yourself." Who is that someone? It's all Danzo no matter what. He lost to Orochimaru in full view, and his prestige suffered an unprecedented blow. For Danzo, it's a good opportunity to go up. Third generation has always understood Danzo's obsession with the Hokage position. Where's Danzo? He asked coldly. Before organizing personnel to repair the building and take stock of the damage, I propose to temporarily replace Hokage. Jiraiya said after hesitating. Third generation's eyes turned cold. Tell them, I'm awake. Old man. Jiraiya's eyes were overflowing with disappointment. All the time, still clinging to rights. He stood up. You let Anbu pass it from outside the door. I'm not a microphone, I'll go first. I'll follow the Orochimaru line, and I'll find the mastermind behind that monster. After speaking, Jiraiya jumped out of the window, leaving third generation helpless. In the end, the water didn't drink. Someone, ask Danzo to come see me, he ordered, his eyes sharp. He had too many things to ask Danzo. Chapter 125. Leaf Roots. The dim underground space was filled with a rotten smell, and at the end of the space, a strange roar kept coming from a cold door. Inside the door is a huge space filled with the smell of disinfectant. In the center of the space, a virtual was tied to a special instrument, and its limbs were tightly bound. The virtual body tried to twist, and a harsh and crazy roar came out of his mouth. A dozen researchers in lab coats surrounded Su. The chakra knife in his hand laboriously cut through the virtual body tissue for research. His body is made of chakra and another energy condensed, very strong and able to resist ordinary ninjutsu. The hole in the chest seems to be blocked by energy and cannot be easily penetrated. It's completely the consciousness of a beast, it's irrational, and it retains a certain human form in terms of appearance. His innards. The chakra knife slashed slowly from the virtual chest. There are no internal organs in the body, it's all made up of energy. The part disappears in a short time after being cut off. In the entire laboratory, there were only virtual roars and the sound of the researchers' analysis. There are no human fibers in the body, and there are no so-called cells. What a strange creature! How did it form? Could it be created out of thin air? A researcher wondered. It's a bit like summoning beasts, with plenty of energy in their bodies, but summoning beasts have a certain body in addition to their natural energy, added one of the researchers. This monster is like a product of another world. Is there another world besides summoning and ninja? This guess has been unanimously approved by the researchers. This possibility is not low. This energy is not as full of vitality as natural energy. It should not belong to the summoning world. So far, no similar ones have been found in the ninja world. There is only the possibility of other worlds. Will it be Pure Land? When it comes to Pure Land, I think of the soul. If it is a monster produced by the soul, it seems understandable that there is no cell tissue. Danzo stood in the corner of the laboratory, listening to the researchers' discussions. His face became more and more ugly. This Konoha collapse plan is far beyond his control. Under the virtual destruction, Konoha suffered heavy losses. No one knows where the void comes from. And Danzo, who had dealt with Orochimaru, had a guess in his mind. This terrifying monster can only be created by the mad scientist Orochimaru. Combined with Orochimaru's character, a comprehensive consideration is made. Not hard to guess. It is the ultimate goal of Orochimaru to put the dummy into Konoha for experimentation. He didn't even kill third generation. This is inconsistent with the content of the deal they made. Konoha Mirai's new Hokage, Danzo was actually overcast. Danzo gritted his teeth in hatred. Decided to find a time to have a good discussion with Orochimaru. It's best to get a way to produce and control that monster. After all, the experimental material for the transaction has not yet been fully paid for. Danzo's eyes darkened, a confident smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. As long as you take control of that unknown creature, Konoha will return to glory. At this moment, a man arrives and whispers in Danzo's ear. The corners of Danzo's mouth twitched in disdain. "Can't wait to find me as soon as you wake up," he murmured, walking out of the lab on crutches. This Konoha collapse plan created variables that Danzo didn't expect either. On the way to Konoha Hospital, he was also thinking about the problems he might encounter next. Come to the door of the ward, push the door and walk in. Then he saw third generation with one arm missing, sitting on the bed, looking through the window at Konoha, which was riddled with holes. The original Konoha was so prosperous, and the streets were crowded. But now, collapsed houses are everywhere, and villagers can be seen crying out from time to time. Some lose friends, some lose relatives. The whole Konoha was enveloped in a sad atmosphere. This is undoubtedly unqualified for high-level executives. Third generation looked sad. "See, Danzo, this is Konoha, this is our home." Danzo looked out the window, pouted, but said nothing. Third generation continued to say sadly, "Our Enbu ninjas are all heroes. Did they use all their strength to block the attacks of Sand Shinobi and One-Tail Shikaku, and did not retreat even though the casualties were heavy?" But he changed the subject. At this critical moment, where is the root ninja? "Danzo, can you tell me what mission the root ninja is performing? Also, where were you when Konoha's collapse plan started?" Third generation turned to look at Danzo, and asked sharply. Long-standing dissatisfaction with Danzo erupted at this moment. If it wasn't for Orochimaru to keep his hand this time, third generation might really have explained it. And his old friend was still unscathed and safe. Not even Enbu ninja saw Danzo appear that day. It was clear that Konoha was invaded, but the high-level Konoha was hiding in the dark, peeping at the progress of things like a mouse. This reminds third generation of the scene where the teacher and second Hokage meet them for the last time. At the beginning, they were hunted down by the rebels of the Cloud Shinobi village. In order to preserve the incense of Konoha, they needed one person and second Hokage to stay together to block the rebels. No one knew this was second Hokage's final test of Hokage's position. Danzo flinched at this juncture, avoiding second Hokage's gaze. Only third generation stood up without hesitation. As a result, second Hokage passed the position of Hokage to the third generation, and was left alone to block the Cloud Shinobi Village rebellion. Now, a similar scene happens again. Danzo was hiding in the dark as he was then. He didn't dare to take responsibility, and he didn't dare to stand up and fight. Is it really cowardly, or has ulterior motives? Third generation's eyes were full of inquiry. He glanced at Danzo meaningfully, and without waiting for the other party to answer, he changed the subject and said, "I'll take everything this time, and I'll step aside from Hokage." Hearing this, Danzo was overjoyed. But third generation's next words made his heart sink to the bottom. "I'll let Jiraiya find Tsunade and go back to the village to inherit the fifth Hokage position. Tsunade has been away for so long, it's time to come back." Third generation looked at Danzo. No matter how deep Danzo's city is, his expression can't hold back at this moment. Tsunade hasn't returned to the village for more than 10 years. She is not the most suitable Hokage candidate. Danzo's tone was unwilling. "What do you mean? Let me do it, Hiruzen, we've worked together for so many years, I'll have no problem taking the Hokage seat." Danzo's shamelessness made third generation laugh dumbly, feeling helpless inside. "I never thought that my friend would have such a deep obsession with the position of Hokage. Danzo, you didn't have any commendable contribution in this incident." Instead, Jiraiya, who defeated the giant snake and the virtual, was well received by the people, and his prestige increased. "Let you become a Hokage, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince the public." Third generation shook his head and said earnestly. "Besides, you and I have such a close relationship. If you let you become a Hokage like this, I'm afraid it will arouse the dissatisfaction of the villagers." Third generation patted Danzo's shoulder with one hand and sighed, "We are all old, let's give the opportunity to young people." Danzo just wanted to scold MMP. "I've been greedy for Hokage for 30 or 40 years, but in the end I was dismissed by saying I'm getting old. If you don't want to spread it, just say it directly, why do you say these false words?" Danzo took a deep breath. He knew it wasn't that easy to become a Hokage. In terms of military exploits, he didn't, except for some military exploits during the second generation period, and he also hid in the dark after that. In terms of prestige, everything that Genbu has done is unknown. If it weren't for the title of elder, the villagers would not even know themselves. In terms of strength, there are some, barely considered a good cage-level powerhouse. In terms of connections, apart from the roots, there seems to be no such thing. It is difficult for such a self to become Hokage. But he still wanted to fight for himself. "But, Hiruzen, Danzo, you didn't do anything commendable and moved the villagers in this incident. You can't be Hokage." Third generation's voice became sharp. "I don't understand where you were at the time, and even the roots appeared at the end. Why did you choose to preserve your strength when Konoha was facing a crisis? I don't understand the reason, neither do the ninjas, even the villagers I don't know. How can I give you the position of Hokage like this? I've decided that I'll let Jiraiya find Tsunade as soon as possible. Don't forget." Third generation turned around and looked Danzo's unwilling eyes. "I'm Hokage. You will regret it, Hiruzen." Danzo said with a cold look in his eyes, "You also understand everything the roots have done over the years. Without the roots, there would be no Konoha now. You can't erase my efforts." Hearing this, third generation felt a little unbearable. Danzo has been assisting him all these years. Without Danzo, Konoha's management would not be so orderly. In a way, Danzo helped a lot. "Let's talk about this later." His tone softened, and he felt a little guilty in his heart. "Hiruzen, you understand me, I have no less affection for Konoha than you." Danzo's tone was a little heavy, "I just want what I should have." Danzo leaned on crutches and walked tremblingly towards the door of the ward, his hunched back full of vicissitudes. The guilt in third generation reached its peak at this moment. For a long time, Danzo has organized the roots, incarnated as the dark side of Konoha, and cleaned up all difficulties for himself. But these exploits cannot be known to the villagers. Danzo, Konoha is extremely weak now, we need Tsunade to bring hope to the villagers. Third generation couldn't bear to stop Danzo. Danzo turned slowly. I see, then, I want to be Naruto's teacher. I've lived for most of my life, and I don't even have a single heir. I want Naruto to be my heir, take over the roots, and become Hokage in the future. Danzo looked sincere. Our roots research experience on the Sweji boundary will definitely help him better develop the Sweji boundary, and with the roots, it can also ensure that his feelings for Konoha will not deteriorate. Hiruzen, trust me. I will make Naruto the best ever, Hokage. Chapter 126. Danzo's words are true and false, and his attitude seems sincere. After leaving the ward, he walked on Konoha Street. It can be seen that the current Konoha is in vain. Most of the ninjas are helping to rebuild Konoha. In this Konoha collapse plan, Sand Shinobi and Konoha are both lost. Only Orochimaru was the only winner. Back at the roots, Danzo made initial contact with Orochimaru after a series of arrangements. Inside the forest near Konoha. I don't know if I'm going to call you fourth generation, or Minato is more appropriate. Orochimaru smiled grimly, and Minato was standing in front of him. After leaving Konoha, Orochimaru first sent his men back to the village of Oden, while he waited for Minato to join him in the hidden forest. Orochimaru was quickly found due to Minato's imprint of the Flying Thunder God on Orochimaru. In the face of Orochimaru's ridicule, Minato smiled slightly. Just call me Minato, we will be partners in the future. If you don't have feelings for Konoha, Minato, then our cooperation will be very pleasant. I will do what I say, and I will cooperate with you well. Satisfied with Minato's answer, Orochimaru looked up at the sky with a weird smile. There will be guests coming soon, would Minato mind to hide it? It seems that I can't be unwilling. Minato said coldly. He also roughly guessed who Orochimaru had an appointment with. Meet in the forest near Konoha, and there are many root ninjas hiding in the distance. Obviously Danzo. It's fine if you want to stay, Minato, but that might cause trouble for Naruto. I'll come back when you're done talking. Minato snorted when he heard Orochimaru's words. He doesn't like being threatened. Especially when the other party threatens him with his family. He flashed and disappeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant. Hey? Is this the one used by Naruto? Ryutsu-like steps combined with Flying Thunder God, it seems that Minato's strength is even more terrifying. Orochimaru silently looked at the empty space where Minato disappeared, his eyes full of fear. Such a fourth generation is terrifying. When working with him, you must be very careful. Orochimaru waited in place for a moment, and soon the sound of footsteps rang in his ears. Danzo's figure appeared and kept getting closer. The rickety voice was straight at this moment, and the temperament on his body was gloomy. Orochimaru. The crutches tapped the ground, occasionally hitting the gravel with a harsh sound. Why didn't the third generation be killed? Danzo asked with a dark face as he approached Orochimaru. Danzo, our deal seems to be just abdication of the third generation. Orochimaru said slowly. But you obviously have the opportunity to kill him directly, why don't you do it? Danzo asked coldly. Although Root's intelligence capabilities are extremely strong, the conversation between third generation and Jiraiya is difficult to monitor. So Danzo didn't know that Orochimaru had promised someone not to kill third generation. Facing Danzo's questioning, Orochimaru seemed very calm, and even sat on the rock calmly, and explained in a soft voice, whether you kill the third generation or not, you have achieved your goal, haven't you? Lose your arm, and even let Konoha he is no longer qualified to continue to serve as Hokage after being reduced to shower hitoi. I have completed the content of the transaction, it is your turn to settle the remaining compensation. Orochimaru stared hard. After the Konoha collapse plan ended, he anticipated some of the reactions that Danzo might have next. Hiruzen is really going to abdicate, and this time the other elders have put pressure on him. Danzo didn't hide it. After all, they have been working with Orochimaru for many years, and they have already established a fairly solid connection. With Orochimaru's help, their root research progressed almost in a straight line. If it breaks down with Orochimaru now, it will not be worth the loss for the root. I will send the follow-up experimental body to the trading location, but before that, I need you to tell me what those monsters that appear in Konoha are. What monster? Orochimaru deliberately pretended to be dumbfounded. It's just the malicious smile on the corner of his mouth that revealed his inner thoughts. That monster was indeed released by you. Why did you do this? Our cooperation has always been very pleasant, and the Konoha collapse plan this time has also been negotiated smoothly. You bring Sand Shinobi to create chaos and discredit Hiruzen, and I'll provide you with experimental materials. Everything was perfect, but you turned Konoha into your laboratory to satisfy your own selfish desires. It caused heavy damage to Konoha, and other shinobi villages are likely to go to war with us in the future. You broke the trust between us without authorization. You've crossed the line, Orochimaru. Danzo's tone suddenly turned cold. Looks like, the blame. Orochimaru felt bitter in his heart and couldn't tell. But at the same time, I also want to spit out a sentence, one betrayal and forbearance, one old yinbai, can you have any trust at all? Let's get down to business. He didn't release Su, but Naruto, who released Su, also has a partnership with him. I will also conduct virtual experiments in the future. It doesn't even make sense to tell Danzo that he didn't release it now. After his own research is exposed, the relationship with Danzo will reach a freezing point. I still need to get experimental materials from Danzo. It is better to admit it than to decorate it with one lie after another. After thinking about it, Orochimaru decided to take the blame. It is true that I released the virtual, but the impact was beyond my expectations. I believe you also know that I have been conducting research on souls. This time, the virtual, that is, the monster, is the result of my research. Originally, I just wanted to let my subordinates release a small amount of Su to help Sand Shinobi to increase the success rate of our plan, but I didn't expect that Su went berserk and killed my subordinates. Besides that, I'm dealing with third generation myself. You know what's going to happen next. Orochimaru spread his hands and explained indifferently. He also added a few words, I'm sorry for what happened to Konoha, but because of this, third generation will step down so smoothly. From another point of view, Danzo, you should thank me instead. I think you should understand that everything I've done has been for Konoha. Danzo put his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of Konoha, his tone full of sighs. I founded the root, doing all the research that can't be put on the bright side, and executing all the dark commissions. Everything I do is for the prosperity of Konoha. The will of fire is endless. If there is no nourishment from the root, the leaves will not grow into a sturdy towering tree. Looking at Danzo, who moved himself to the level of Dai, Orochimaru didn't buy it. Having worked with this dark man in front of him for more than 10 years, he knows Danzo better than anyone. Danzo especially likes to use Konoha to cover up his dark, mean, and ambitious conspirators. His feelings for Konoha had already deteriorated due to greed. Don't say these useless words, say, what do you want? Orochimaru asked directly. I want to be false. Listen to my advice, Master Su will not come. In this case, the consequences are at your own risk. In the evening, Naruto was going to the ward to visit third generation. Before, he came to the flower shop of the Ino family. There are potholes and holes and ninjas coming and going to help build the streets. Fortunately, there was no damage to the florist. The villagers' faces were filled with sadness. In such a big environment, the Ino family still chooses to open the door to do business, and let the complex fragrance of flowers permeate the streets, which can give people a feeling that the world is not too bad. Ino with blonde hair is standing in front of the flower shop, smiling and waiting for customers. Before entering the flower shop, Naruto heard Ino's cheerful, melodious voice like a lark. "Naruto-kun, why are you thinking about coming over today? You don't like me, do you?" "Good evening, Ino, I want to come over and buy a bunch of flowers." Naruto smiled lightly. "Flowers? Who do you want to give? It won't be little Sakura, right?" Ino looked curious. "Did you fall in love for a long time?" "Oh, congratulations. If it's not little Sakura, you can also consider me. I thought about it, I don't seem to be suitable for Sasuke, I think you and I should be good." Ino grabbed Naruto's arm and said playfully. "No, I want to give it to Grandpa third generation." Naruto didn't care about Ino's teasing, and explained gently with his arms out. "Okay, it's boring." Ino stuck out his tongue cutely, with a look of regret. "If it's a gift to the third generation, you can choose carnations, which represent respect. Of course, lilies are also good, representing blessings, and When it came to flowers, Ino talked eloquently, as if to say no finished. At this moment, she didn't look like a ninja at all. "Give me a bunch of lilies, thank you." Naruto rubbed Ino's head lightly and smiled. "Okay." Ino blushed, took out a bunch of lilies from the flower shop and handed it to Naruto's arms. "Thanks for your patronage, 40 taels." After paying the bill, Naruto carried Lily and walked towards Konoha Hospital. When inquiring about the third generation ward, Naruto was stopped, but soon, with the permission of Anbu, Naruto came to the third generation ward. "You're here, Naruto." Third generation with a broken arm sat on the bed with his back against the wall. The evening breeze blows into the room through the window, adding a touch of night fragrance. "Well, here I am. Grandpa third generation." Naruto put the flower on the bedside table and sat down beside third generation. "It's Lily, you were the first to send flowers after my injury." Third generation picked up Lily and sniffed happily. "I can smell the fragrance of the flowers, and my mood has improved a lot." "You have a heart, Naruto." "It should be. I hope Grandpa third generation will get better soon. Everyone cares about you." "Thank you, Naruto." Looking at such a gentle Naruto, third generation felt a little touched and couldn't help but say. "You've grown so big in the blink of an eye. By the way, have you encountered any difficulties in your practice recently? What did you learn from Jiraiya?" Third generation began to look for topics. Chapter 127. Mr. Jiraiya is very conscientious. Naruto replied with a smile. "Your bloodline is very special, can the immortals in the summoning world help you?" Third generation asked with Yanyuus. "Yes, the two immortals have helped me to a certain extent, and they have given me a new understanding of the boundaries of blood." Naruto gently answered all of third generation's questions. "Just judge for yourself. Your bloodline limit is quite special, neither the summoning world nor Jiraiya have studied it deeply, so you still have to rely on yourself." Third generation nodded his head. The strange extension of the topic made Naruto seem to have noticed something, so he pretended to be helpless and said. "However, my current strength has also reached a bottleneck. The development of the blood-based limit is still difficult. Most of the ninjutsu that Mr. Jiraiya is good at is not very useful to me. In that case, have you considered becoming a disciple of Danzo? He is Konoha's elder, and he controls Anbu with equal strength." Third generation pretended to be nonchalant. They had had a similar conversation before, and Naruto could feel that third generation was unwilling to make himself Danzo's apprentice. But now, third generation seems to want to have an intersection with Danzo between the lines. Third generation is actually very helpless. The estrangement between him and Danzo has been growing because of Hokage's position, and this time the Konoha collapse plan must have someone stand up to take the blame. It also needs a new Hokage to become a famous person. Danzo has a vicious personality and is not suitable for being a Hokage. Third generation understands that its old partner has longed for the Hokage position for a long time. Therefore, while letting him lose the opportunity to become Hokage again and again, he also felt a little guilty in his heart. In order to ease his relationship with Danzo and gain control of the root, he finally decided to let Naruto, who inherited the will of fire, join the root. He firmly believed Naruto is not affected by the roots, because he is the son of the fourth generation. If Elder Danzo has done some research on the blood secondary boundary and can help me, I have no opinion. Naruto nodded. After this incident, I have come to understand that only with strong power can we bring nuclear peace to Konoha. In the dark space in the depths of Konoha, numerous masked root ninjas come and go. As a root ninja, the most important thing is to hide your identity. And the root, like its name, goes deep into the bottom of Konoha and is not known by any villagers. It is also Konoha's most powerful intelligence organization. Since its inception, the root has provided countless secret information to the senior executives of Konoha and Anbu. And in the deepest room, only one dim light glowed yellow. A one-eyed old man was in the center of the room, sitting in his seat with his eyes closed. He is the head of the root organization, Shimura Dans. Just before, he learned about Naruto's willingness to join the root and become his own disciple. There was a surge of excitement in the long cold heart of the lonely old man. Even the sense of third generation is much better. I want to see him immediately. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring Naruto to meet him. He sat on the cold seat, his cloudy eyes flashed with a strange light. Inside the training ground, Naruto is training with Sasuke and little Sakura. Sasuke is bathed in thunder and lightning, constantly exercising his lightning-style chakra attribute changes. Little Sakura is killing the fish and resurrecting it. Finally, a malicious look was placed on Sasuke. Sasuke, why don't you beat me to death and then treat you? Hearing little Sakura's words, Sasuke suddenly had a black line. What are you talking about? This is also good for you. Only after serious injuries can you touch the opportunity to break through the limit. Little Sakura opened her eyes wide and pretended to be innocent. If you think about it, cells can be more active under the stimulation of lightning style, but the threat and pain of serious injury can make people's adrenaline surge, so in this case, the body's lightning style cells may be able to better affect the body. Little Sakura opened her eyes and started to babble. Hey, it seems to make sense. Sasuke's eyes widened, his face was thoughtful, and he was actually a little moved. So I quickly remembered Sasuke's screams and little Sakura's encouragement. Hold on with Sasuke, I'll cure you right away, don't worry, I'll just beat your chest next, it won't hurt, even if it hurts, it'll only be dizzy, just a momentary thing, just close and open your eyes. You must persevere, this is also a great opportunity to exercise your will. Damn it, little Sakura. Listening to the exaggerated voices of Sasuke and little Sakura, Naruto, who was practicing Ryutsu, smiled slightly. Cough, Naruto, I heard that you are going to join the root. Jiraiya, the prodigal son who had been wandering in the bathhouse, also came here at this time and asked Naruto. Seeing Naruto nodding, Jiraiya couldn't help sighing. He understands that Naruto is again a prop for politicians. The roots are a little dark, but you can still learn something. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and gave Naruto some advice. You can go back to the summoning world at any time, and occasionally go back to accompany the two immortals, they like you very much. Jiraiya scratched her head and smiled foolishly. He wasn't worried that Naruto's mind would be taken over by the roots. Because now he has forged a bond with everyone. Besides, such a gentle personality cannot be changed simply by brainwashing. I will. Naruto nodded. At this time, a root ninja wearing an animal mask arrives. I'm a root ninja, and I was ordered to take you to see Lord Danzo. After saying goodbye to Jiraiya and his friends, Naruto followed the root ninja to the root base. Naruto is going. Little Sakura looked puzzled. Naruto has joined the root. Jiraiya sighed, in a few days, someone will join your team in place of Naruto. Eh? How? Why? Little Sakura and Sasuke's expressions changed, and they lost their voices in unison. The other side. Naruto came to the root base along the secret passage, and the masked ninjas did not react at all because of a new face. Like an emotionless robot repeating its work. Came to the deep room, pushed open the door, made a crunching sound, and a rotten breath rushed to the face. Through the dim light, Naruto saw Danzo stand up and walk toward him on crutches. His pace was slow, and the shadow behind him was slender. It wasn't until he walked in front of Naruto that Naruto could see the joy in Danzo's cloudy eyes. Welcome to the root, I will be your teacher from now on, Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo stood in front of Naruto, his voice low. Bang! The door slammed shut, blocking out the light outside. Naruto looked at Danzo with a gentle and confident smile. Please give me more advice in the future, Mr. Danzo. Chapter 128. Because they stay in the dark all the year round, the root ninjas have a dark atmosphere. The layout in the root base is even more oppressive. Ordinary ninjas will definitely feel weak when they walk into the root base, and a kind of fear arises in their hearts. The pressure on the roots is not something that Anbu can match. But Naruto's grace and poise are so dazzling. The more Danzo looked at Naruto, the more pleasing to the eye. I think I was confident and calm when I was young. Actually, from the beginning, the root is the best choice for you. He looked at Naruto with a smile and said. Although there are many twists and turns in the middle, the result is good. Naruto laughed. Yes, you're right. Naruto's words imply that the roots are a good result, and this flattery slaps Danzo's heart. Then teacher, I don't know what I need to do after joining the root. I believe you also know my thoughts. I want to become stronger as soon as possible. Naruto asked softly with a gentle face. Naruto is still very afraid of the root base. Danzo and Orochimaru have always had a cooperative relationship, and he does not reject all kinds of human experiments, and he does not rule out the possibility that he will do human experiments on himself. After all, if you go deep into the root base, no matter how powerful the third generation is, it can't do everything. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. As I told you before, I will give you a lot of freedom. The ninja commission you received before is too low level, and you cannot become a qualified ninja without the experience of life and death. I will give you the opportunity to grow and pass difficult commissions, let you experience the experience of death. Of course, for you, these commissions are not simple. You may encounter powerful enemies, or you may be asked to do things that go against ethics and morality. Take civilians who are helpless as hostages and seduce the target to appear. Kill civilians, provoke targets, or experiment with civilian bodies. The commission of the root is something that ordinary ninjas will not touch, nor dare to touch, and all you have to do is to complete it. Danzo's tone became calm, as if to tell a commonplace thing. His cloudy eyes were fixed on Naruto's eyes, but he saw gentleness and calmness in them. I see, I will live up to your expectations, Mr. Danzo. Naruto's tone remained the same, as if he had heard common words. Danzo turned around and walked hunched out, his voice getting farther and farther. Uzumaki Naruto, you are better than I thought, you can go, your teammates are waiting for you outside. When he was about to sink into the darkness, Danzo froze, his hoarse voice echoing in the dim space. The mission of Roots is to become the eyes of Konoha, to stifle all potential threats in the cradle. Grow well, Naruto, don't live up to my expectations. In the future, you will be the leader of Roots. Danzo's voice cut through the rotten air, then further and further away. Clang clang. The sound of the cane sounded again, and soon, Danzo disappeared into the darkness and disappeared. The leader of the Root. Naruto silently watched Danzo go away, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes under the heavy glasses were calm as usual. Naruto wonders why Danzo is so obsessed with taking himself as a disciple. At first, he thought Danzo was just coveting his bloodline limit and the 9 tails inside him. But now it seems that Danzo is really cultivating himself as an heir. Do you hope to become the leader of the root in the future and assist him? Unexpectedly, the leader of the root is so naive. When there is more emotion in the cold darkness, the whole body is full of flaws. Naruto chuckled, turned, and walked out of the room. Walking out of the root base, the dazzling sunlight made his eyes that were already familiar with darkness narrowed slightly. The scent of the breeze blowing from the tip of the nose washes away the decay in the root base. Outside the root base, 2 figures have been waiting for a long time. When they saw Naruto appear, they walked towards Naruto. Naruto. A familiar voice sounded, and in Naruto's slightly surprised eyes, Rock Lee scratched his head and smirked. I didn't expect it, Naruto, I'll be your future teammate. And this one is Abaramei from the Abaramei family. Hello, Uzumaki Naruto. The woman standing beside Rock Lee was wearing a heavy black robe, her face was covered with black cloth, and her eyes were calm. From those slender eyelashes and beautiful eyes, it can be guessed that Abaramei should be a beauty. It's a pity that Rock Lee Naruto is not interested in beautiful women. Hello. Naruto's heavy lenses were reflective, and his voice was soft. The Abaramei family is one of the big families in Konoha. They are quite mysterious. The ancestral secret magic insect technique can not only be used for combat, but also can be used for detection, defense, and other functions. The Abaramei clan regard their body as a nest of worms and feed the worms with chakra. Naruto has seen Abaramei Shino fight, and bugs are hard to guard in battle. If you are not careful, you may be hit. Unlike other families, the Abaramei family is more connected to the roots. Unlike Enbu, the ninjas in the root are almost always cultivated from an early age. There is no emotion at all in the root, and the means by which they are raised are very cruel and bloody. In the end they will be killing machines without feelings and souls. Get it from 4th generation. Danzo's style is extremely cautious. Arranging Abaramei must be to spy on herself. But why arrange Rock Lee? Naruto's eyes narrowed, puzzled in his eyes. It is likely that Rock Lee's performance on the Chunin exam caught Danzo's attention. It seems that Danzo wants to transform Rock Lee and brainwash this simple guy. Naruto's mind turned countless thoughts in an instant, and finally turned into a perfect gentle smile, and stretched out his right hand. Hello, Abaramei. Abaramei's beautiful eyes stared at Naruto's blue eyes, and for a moment she stretched out her little hand and gently held Naruto. Her voice was clear, hello, please give me more advice in the future. Abaramei hand was cold and smooth, and she immediately retracted her hands after shaking hands with Naruto. Naruto, who was sharp-eyed, saw several bugs emerge from Abaramei's cufflinks. It's the first time we meet, let's go to dinner and communicate. He retracted his hand and suggested. Yeah, let's go, Rock Lee cheers. By the way, Xiao Li, why did you join the root? Naruto asked on the way. Elder Danzo found me and hoped that I would join the root and be your partner. I agreed after thinking about it. I want to help you. Rock Lee's answer did not surprise Naruto. He kept smiling and walked with Rock Lee and Abaramei. Abaramei landed at the back of the line, staring deeply at Naruto's back, her eyes twinkling. This Uzumaki Naruto. So strong. My worm is actually afraid? No wonder Lord Danzo accepted him as a disciple. Chapter 129. After getting to know each other roughly, the 3 were led by the root ninja to another hidden place. After the seal, thousands of strange masks appeared in front of the ninja. Due to Naruto's special identity, the identities of the team members are disclosed to each other. Choose a mask and code name that you like, and remember not to reveal your real name in the future. The root ninja glanced at Abaramei with envy in his eyes. Being able to form a team with Naruto, whom Danzo-sama regards as his successor, Abarameinari's future is limitless. Wow, Sikui, there are so many masks, I'll choose this one, it's very good. Rock Lee on the side looked in high spirits, and quickly chose a ferocious mask, codenamed Zionran. This codename is full of slots, but in Rock Lee's own words. He hopes that his fighting style is like that of an immortal, with immortal spirit fluttering, and unusually unrestrained. Naruto also chose his own mask, a white fox mask that looked very aloof. This choice made the Root Ninja look at Naruto with some surprise. I didn't expect the seemingly gentle Naruto to choose this mask. Then my code name will be Shinigami. With a warm breeze, Naruto smiled gently and slowly put on the mask. Uzumaki Naruto, code name Shinigami, strength J-Nin. The Root Ninja recorded everyone's information expressionlessly, and then nodded to them. That's it for today, tomorrow you can come directly to the base to take the task, Lord Danzo has already done it for them. You have chosen a few suitable commissions. After saying goodbye to the team members, Naruto walked quietly on his way home. A moment of relief in my heart. To a certain extent, he was temporarily freed from the control of third generation. But at the same time, it also fell into Danzo's control. Compared with third generation, Danzo is undoubtedly a better choice. Both the degree of freedom and the difficulty of commissioning are more attractive to Naruto. Naruto is looking forward to tomorrow's commission. Silent all night. Inside the Union Village. Orochimaru, who had just returned to the village, went straight into the laboratory and ordered his subordinates to vacate the largest laboratory and equip the largest space for backup. He also dispatched most of the researchers to other laboratories, leaving only trusted confidants. Seeing that many precious experimental equipment were transported away, these researchers were full of doubts. They understood how enthusiastic Orochimaru was about his experiments. In the past, except for eating, I almost stayed in the laboratory. But now, he directly suspended several experiments that were in progress or were about to fail, and reserved them all. Ta-da-da! With the sound of footsteps, several people pushed the captive and unconscious ninja into the laboratory. These ninjas had their mouths covered, their whole bodies were completely bound, and endless panic was revealed in their cloudy eyes. The name of the science madman Orochimaru is very popular among ninjas. Orochimaru is more dangerous than the other three. Minato-kun, this is our first collaboration, I'm looking forward to it. Orochimaru's scarlet tongue licked lightly around his lips, his voice hoarse and full of femaleness. Minato nodded aside. The pupils of some confidant researchers who followed were shocked, and they couldn't believe it. Minato? Dazzling blonde hair and gentle temperament. Could this man be the dead fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato? He didn't die? You guys, help me collect data. Orochimaru glanced at the researcher, his murderous aura suddenly turned into substance, and the researcher was like an ice cave, and hurriedly put aside their inner curiosity. Seeing that the beating was successful, Orochimaru also put away his murderous intent. After everyone was in place, Orochimaru put on a white lab coat and a mask. Looking at Minato, he said blankly, the basic experimental operation is to kill the experimental material first, then inject it into Ryutsu, and use Ryutsu to change the structure of the soul. In the preliminary experiment, I will kill the ninja, and you will inject Ryutsu. The first Shinigamization experiment, Sand Shinobi-chinen, no blood after the limit, killing method, Kuna. Orochimaru put on his gloves slowly, and his tone was calm as if he was talking about family. Hey! Kunao inserted it and pulled it out, bringing up the warm blood, and the bound Sand Shinobi thumped a few times, then stopped moving. Injected by Ryutsu, Sand Shinobi's soul suddenly became visible, and under the shocked and terrified eyes of those researchers, the soul's body kept churning and howled in pain with a hideous expression. Afterwards, a billowing white mist emerged from the soul, shrouding it, and after distorting the figure for a while, a phantom appeared in front of everyone. First Shinigamiization experiment, failed. After the words fell, Orochimaru used the snake ninjutsu to instantly control the virtual. Tie it firmly to the lab bench. The first time in the virtual experiment, the firmness of the body, the internal substance. The calm voice echoed in the laboratory, accompanied by the cry of virtual pain. Inside the root base on the second day, Naruto is representing the team in Danzo's room. "Good morning, teacher." He said hello to Danzo gently, and the respect in his tone made Danzo very useful. "Naruto, today will be your first day as an Anbu ninja. Our roots are different from Anbu ninjas. Our creed is very simple. Results. No matter what the means in the middle, as long as you complete the task, you will be successful. The world of ninjas is inherently cruel, companions." Danzo wanted to express companions are farts, but considering that Naruto has always accepted the will of fire, being too direct may be counterproductive. Step by step is correct. Immediately changed his words, "You can't rely too much on your companions, and you can't let your companions influence your judgment. A qualified ninja should complete the commission with the highest efficiency. If I am not wrong, Kakashi and third generation should say that, for the sake of your comrades, you can give up the commission." Seeing Naruto nodding, Danzo asked, "What do you think about yourself?" Naruto thought for a moment and replied, "I think it makes sense, but the specific situation depends on the situation of the commission. If the success of the commission has a great impact, then maybe I will make the choice to give up my teammates. But no matter what, I can save it." Naruto's answer made Danzo more satisfied. At least it shows that Naruto is not a brainwashed fool, at least he has basic judgment. Such Naruto has not completely transformed into the shape of third generation. There is still a lot of room for plasticity. Your choice is very correct. At the root, you can grow very well and be able to receive national level commissions. Danzo leaned on crutches, his face quite proud. Our root organization is the top intelligence organization in the ninja world, so we can receive requests from major countries in a timely manner. At present, based on the information from our frontline intelligence, we know that there is already a transaction between the country of snow and the country of ghosts. Need. The country of snow is undergoing a coup d'état. If nothing else happens, we can conclude a commission with them to help betrayal and treason, or help the princess to restore her country. At that time, you can fight against many strong people. There will also be many good commissions from small countries such as the country of ghosts. The land of ghosts. Naruto came interested. "Is it the ghost about the soul?" he asked curiously. "I can't believe that, Naruto, you are more interested in the country of ghosts." Danzo didn't think about it, and said directly, "It is said that the witches of the country of ghosts have the ability to talk to the soul, but the power of the country of ghosts is too weak, destined to fail." Waves. Danzo hasn't paid attention to the country of ghosts, so he doesn't know much information. Naruto silently kept the land of ghosts in his heart, ready to find out in the future. If that witch of the land of ghosts could talk to the soul, she might be the perfect Shinigami candidate. There are a few more important commissions here, but considering that your team has just been formed, so let's take a few less difficult commissions first. Danzo handed Naruto a piece of paper full of commission information. To solve the Chunin level rebel group, you already have Jainin level strength. The difficulty of this commission is not high for you, but I want you to cooperate more with your teammates in the commission. Naruto took over the order and browsed carefully. Destroy a group of rebel groups. This group of rebellious ninjas surrounds the border of the country of fire, and its members comprise rebellious ninjas from shinobi villages such as Konoha and Mist Shinobi. The strength is not strong, almost all of the Chunin level. According to the intelligence, one of the Mist Shinobi ninja masters had more crucial information and needed to live. You may encounter Mist Shinobi ninjas on the way to perform the quest, so you must act quickly, accurately, and covertly. If you encounter missed shinobi, kill it and bring the body back to Konoha. After a brief browse, Naruto took over the order. From the intelligence point of view, it is not difficult to guess that these ninjas may have relevant information about each ninja village, and even the Konoha shinobi may know some secrets. This rebel organization should be the kind of small intelligence organization Minato said. Maintain certain contacts with ninja villages in various countries, and earn commissions by selling the information of ninja villages. Undoubtedly walking a tightrope. This kind of intelligence organization generally does not live for too long, because no shinobu village is willing to have his own information leaked. Once the location of these intelligence organizations is exposed, it is the day they die. Danzo is willing to directly entrust this kind of entrustment to Naruto. Obviously he is really trying to cultivate Naruto. He wanted to let Naruto see the truth and cruelty of the ninja world, and at the same time, let Naruto see it. The tragic end of Konoha's rebellion. Bring a living port, if the situation changes, execute it directly. After seeing the last line of words, Naruto put away the commission, and in Danzo's satisfied eyes, set the commission paper on fire. Danzo marveled at Naruto's sophistication. This is the perfect material. Sure enough, Naruto is the best ninja for the roots. Naruto walked out of the root base, joined the team members, and left Konoha through a special secret passage. The sun is shining outside, which is a good day for hiking. Seeing the long-lost freedom, the corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, and he was in a good mood. The only thing that displeased him was that he could perceive several Jonin's following at a distance. Presumably for the success of the first commission, but also for monitoring Naruto. Chapter 130. The lush, densely intertwined leaves make the originally poisonous sunlight gentle. The sunlight fell on the ground through the gaps in the leaves, but the shadows that were soon woven were disturbed by several figures traveling at high speed. Along the way, the Naruto team was very silent on their way. Due to Naruto and Rock Lee's physical strength, they were full of energy and barely slowed down. Abaramaneri, who followed behind, was miserable. For a newly formed team, understanding the strength of teammates is an important step. Abaramaneri believes that her strength is not inferior to Jonin, and she should be considered extremely strong in the team. The initial rush is a process of getting to know your teammates. But I didn't expect Naruto and Rock Lee's physical skills to be so good. She is not a ninja who is good at taijutsu, her physical strength is rapidly exhausted, and her speed has not consciously slowed down, but from beginning to end, the speed of Naruto and Rock Lee is stable and unchanged. This shows that they still have energy left. To be able to have such physical skills at this age, I really want to cut open their bodies and take a look. This thought flashed through Abaramaneri's mind. But she just thought about it. After all, these two are what Danzo values. Abaramaneri mobilized chakra, struggling to pick up speed to keep up with Naruto. She didn't want to show weakness like that. Naruto glanced at Abaramaneri out of the corner of the eye, and after seeing the chakra in the other party's body was slightly disordered, he also understood in his heart that the other party was almost reaching the limit. He descended consciously and shouted to Rock Lee, "Little Lee, slow down, I'm a little tired." Tired? Toking Rock Lee looked confused. "Naruto, your physical strength should not be worse than mine, are you tired at such a slow speed?" But after seeing Abaramaneri, he suddenly realized, and consciously reduced the speed. Abaramaneri sighed in relief, and her gaze at Naruto fluctuated slightly. It seems that Naruto is the same as what the intelligence said, with a gentle temperament and very good at taking care of others. But can such a person really become the leader of the root? Abaramaneri is skeptical. She has been cultivated by roots since she was a child, and her character and thinking are all root styles. In her opinion, only someone who is ruthless enough can lead the roots. In the next journey, Abaramaneri was deeply shocked. Naruto and Rock Lee, who are always on the go, even practice during their breaks, and they operate like machines that won't get tired at all. As a genius of the Aberame family, he has the strength of Janin at the age of 16, and he has good research skills in human experiments. Thought. This kind of self is enough to be amazing. Not even a genius from a wealthy family like Uchiha or Hyuga. Coupled with the experience of receiving basic education since childhood, Aberame Neri developed an extremely ruthless and cruel character. On a mission a few years ago, she captured a blood ninja alive, and out of curiosity, she dissected it. Since then, she seems to have opened the door to the new world. In subsequent missions, she will always conduct some human experiments, eager to peek into the secrets of the blood and the limit. This desire was suppressed and hidden by her for a long time. Unexpectedly, today, this desire is awakened. She wanted to get Naruto's body and studied the taste. Naruto didn't know that he was attracted to this beauty who was fed by this body. He is full of curiosity about Aberame Neri. It is said that the body of the Aberame clan is the nest of insects, and the Aberame clan has always been intermarriage within the clan. I don't know if the props for reproduction are also full of wormholes, and occasionally bugs crawl out. Or are the bugs in their bodies communicating at the same time that they communicate, giving birth to bugs with special genes? In such an eerie atmosphere, they moved on. This time, the rebel ninja organization is located at the border of the country of fire. There are rebel ninjas from various ninja villages in the organization. There are about 6 people. Try to catch them alive. If the situation is critical, you can kill them directly. Little Lee, your physical skills are relatively strong, so the battle is left to you, Neri. Let your bugs investigate first, collect information and assist us. Naruto looked at Aberame Neri with calm eyes. Naruto seems to have become ruthless after entering the ninja state. Aberame Neri quietly listened to Naruto's next series of battle arrangements. It has to be said that if she hadn't known Naruto's information in advance, she would never have equated Naruto with a 12-year-old ninja. After a simple arrangement, the group of them also entered a small town on the border of the Fire Nation. This town is relatively sluggish, and there are not many pedestrians, but the intersection with the country of fire is also frequent. It is said that there was once a cruel rebel organization in this town, wantonly killing, wounding and looting in the town. Since then, the town has been seriously damaged and has not recovered until now. According to intelligence, the targeted rebel group will often haunt this town. Naruto's squad, disguised as businessmen, stepped into the town without anyone noticing. Aberame Neri has been silently observing Naruto, recording according to Danzo's orders. Naruto, who does not have much ninja experience, has a very meticulous thinking and arranges a commission process in every aspect. Although many details are still relatively immature, but the overall has been qualified. Has this guy really been a ninja for less than a year? Aberame Neri couldn't help but muttered in her heart. Soon, they temporarily stayed in a small hotel. After roasting a few animals they hunted on the way, they managed to settle for a dinner. During the mission, try to avoid using other people's food as much as possible. Since we have become teammates and we will work together in the future, it is also important to understand teammates' intelligence. Have you had a squad before us? Naruto asked softly as they enjoyed dinner. They all died in the mission. Aberame Neri replied coldly. Just added a sentence in my heart, then I will dissect them. Then what do you think of your teammates? Naruto demanded. Aberame looked up, her eyes were calm, and she said in a plain tone, the one who completes the task together. This. Rock Lee frowned and retorted with some displeasure, partners are people who can entrust their backs and can be trusted. Entrust your back. Hearing this, Aberame Neri's beautiful eyebrows knitted together, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. She stood up and said coldly, stupid idea, as a ninja, you should put your mission first, the so-called partnership relationship is unreliable. After speaking, she walked towards the room. This guy. Rock Lee raised his head in anger, stood up suddenly, and wanted to chase after him to ask what happened, but was stopped by the Naruto team. "Naruto, why are you stopping me? Do you want to cooperate with such a ruthless person?" Rock Lee's eyes were full of puzzlement. Naruto smiled and shook his head, and said something meaningful. "She grew up at the roots and naturally thinks differently from us. But these can be changed the day after tomorrow, can't they?" He smiled gently towards Aberamainari's room. "Girls tend to be more sensitive than boys. There is still a long time to come." Chapter 131. Back in the room, Aberamainari was lying on the bed, looking at the white ceiling. Her thoughts drifted further and further away. "Entrusting your back, trustworthy, it's ridiculous," she muttered to herself, but Naruto's gentle smile and magnetic voice unconsciously appeared in her mind. If it was him, maybe? "Do not. Ninjas are supposed to be emotionless. Just complete the task." Aberamainari's eyes returned to indifference. Aberamainari unconsciously thought of a former teammate. At that time, that teammate was also valued by Danzo, so he joined the team. That teammate, like Rock Lee, carried the theory of a partner. On the way to carry out the commission again, they were attacked by the enemy and in danger. In the end, Aberamainari and that teammate narrowly escaped. But stupidly, the teammates insisted on re-entering the danger zone and saving the teammates. The persuasion failed, and Aberamainari left alone and returned to Konoha. In the end, the teammate died. He died miserably, and was directly eaten by the opponent's summoning beast. The bodies that were brought back were even mutilated. Since then, the Aberamainari non-native members of the root have been very repulsive. She didn't want to be in a dangerous situation one day because of her teammates. But this time the commission is good, the crusade against the rebel group, there will definitely be Jainin in it. Although Naruto's team has roots, Jainin is following in the shadows, but they will never take action until the critical moment. So if nothing else, Naruto will get hurt. At that time, he will be able to obtain his body tissues by himself. These are precious materials for experimental research. Thinking of this possibility, Aberamainari couldn't help but smile. Outside in the yard, Naruto is still grilling fish with Rock Lee. He thought quietly in his heart. The defected Jainin organization, if there is no accident, there should be Jainin. This is the first battle after he joined the root, and he must complete the commission perfectly. If you are lucky, you may be able to harvest some human bodies to use as experimental materials. Of course, it is best to get the cell tissue of Aberamainari. He was interested in bodies that could feed bugs. I really want to find a chance to savor it. Inside and outside the house, Naruto and Aberamae were both thinking about their own affairs. The rebellious ninja organization in the distance has no idea that their nightmare is coming soon. Day 2. The Naruto squad, ready to go, began to move towards the mission location. They were all wearing clothing suitable for forgery. Naruto is a businessman, Rock Lee is a subordinate, and Aberamae is a maid. 3 people in a group, the actor possessed, and there is no flaw. According to the information, the recent war in the country of snow, the organization of the rebellious ninja in the country of snow will definitely provide information to other ninja villages. The strength of the snow ninja village is not bad, and each ninja village still wants to eat a piece of meat, and what we have to do is to find the rebel ninja and accurately locate the rebel ninja organization through him. There was a hint of chill in Naruto's tone. First of all, what we have to do is to enter the hidden underground tavern, where many rebels share intelligence and complete transactions. According to them, they came to a neighboring town. The streets are still stagnant, and the few pedestrians look in a hurry. These intelligence taverns are extremely cautious, and every ninja who enters will have his own code name. And these taverns will not accept new people unless they are recommended by others or get a pass. The so-called pass can be taken from other ninjas. The target of Naruto's team is naturally the ninjas wandering in this small town. Although this approach is cruel, it is in line with the worldview of the route. For the success rate of the task, do whatever it takes. Since there is no guarantee that every ninja has a pass, multiple hunts are required. For this method, Rock Lee is very resistant. In his words, the mission is important, but you can't kill innocent people. I'm sure there will be other ways. In this regard, Abaramainiri sarcastically said, then you have to think of a way. In my opinion, this method is the most efficient and easiest. But it would be too cruel to do so. Rock Lee sighed, his mind still stuck in the naivety he had just graduated from. In this regard, Naruto smiled slightly and said warmly, kindness is indeed a good quality, but these rebel groups are inherently cruel, they only have interests in their eyes, and they will leak all the information they know to other ninja villages, which will bring Go to war and kill. If the current plan is abandoned for goodness, then we will undoubtedly need to spend more time making new plans, which will lead to stretched time for our tasks to complete. During this period, they will likely pass on new ones. Intelligence, it will bring wars, and the people will not be able to live. Little Lee, kindness is precious, but don't let kindness turn into ridiculous kindness. What we are doing is for future peace. For this goal, what if we sacrifice a few ninjas? I see, Naruto. Rock Lee looked at Naruto with confidence. I see. Naruto has always done everything for peace. For the sake of peace, he was willing to do such cruel things. He is a man who really thinks about peace. As his most capable subordinate, he must follow his footsteps closely. Naruto's words caught Abaramei's attention. I didn't expect Naruto to have such a realization. His ambitions were so lofty. For peace. Abaramainiri tried to think about her own aspirations. But he was stunned to find that he had no dreams and no ambitions. Compared to Naruto, he is like a puppet who can only complete tasks. Let's go, let me do it. Under the sun, Naruto showed a gentle smile, and the pain and helplessness of attacking the innocent lingered in the depths of his eyes. Abaramainiri was a little crazy for a while. Soon, Naruto found the target. A ninja shrouded in a brown coat and unable to see his face. When the ninja walked to the uninhabited area, Naruto stepped forward, and Kunao easily wiped the opponent's neck, fumbling on the opponent's body with both hands, and soon found a pass. Then hide the body and look at Rock Lee. Abaramainiri. Abaramainiri had an expression on her face, but her body kept crawling out of dense insects, crawling along her body to the ground, and disappeared into the dark underground pipe. Before long, the worm crawled back in a mighty manner, bringing back a pass. For Abaramainiri, murder is commonplace. In the end, the pressure was all on Rock Lee's side. With Naruto's help, he identified his goal, stepped forward and kicked the man's neck with a gorgeous set of leaf hurricane. Searching for the pass in Naruto's helpless eyes, he escaped like a thief. Abaramei's eyelids drooped, and she thought to herself, I don't know anything about stealth, and killing people has no sense of beauty. He will be an idiot at the root. Chapter 132. With the pass, the three walked into the tavern. The unfamiliar mask and posture quickly attracted the attention of most ninjas. Whispering begins. A newcomer? Which three unlucky bastards died? With the pass, the three walked into the tavern. The unfamiliar mask and posture quickly attracted the attention of most ninjas. Whispering begins. A newcomer? Which three unlucky bastards died? The ninjas who can enter and leave the tavern are nothing more than genins abandoned by the ninja village, or rebellious ninjas. Their rule of thumb is to stay out of trouble. So no one is going to strike up a conversation with Naruto's squad. Soon, they looked back and started chatting about what they had done yesterday and which women had insulted. For civilians, these ninjas who are not bound by the village are the most dangerous. If there is no money to contact the commission or plunder some civilians, there are great beauties accompanying every day. For them, such days are far better than those in Ninja Village. Yesterday that woman tasted really good. I went to Hokage town a few days ago. It was quite prosperous there. I got a lot of silver notes from a commoner's house. However, the ninjas hired there are a bit skilled and were almost left behind, so you have to be careful. This intelligence tavern is a place where stench and scum hang around. This is the first time that Rock Lee is so close to the decay of the ninja world. The palms hidden under the black robes are clenched tightly, and the blue veins are bursting. On the other hand, Naruto and Abarame Nairi are indeed very calm. The difference between high and low is judged. There are at least 10 or 20 ninjas in the tavern. According to the information, they quickly locked on a snow country trader. That's their goal. It's just that this ninja is still drinking slowly, and has no intention of leaving at all. Naruto doesn't have the energy or time to wait. In the eyes of everyone's doubts, he stood up. Flip your wrist. A blue lighted knife suddenly appeared in his hand. The scene exclaimed. Remember that weapons are not allowed in the tavern. Only after exclaiming, the ninjas all sat in place and looked at Naruto with schadenfreude. He cried out in his heart, where did this kid who doesn't know the rules come from to make trouble here? The tavern has been established so far, naturally, there are some means. There were also many ninjas who tried to make trouble, but without exception they all turned into the lois in front of the tavern. Ordinary midgenin came here, even if it was a dragon, it had to be coiled. You say Jainin? Why did the good-looking Jainin go to this place where birds don't shit? Since Naruto was shrouded in black robes, his age was not visible. Just think of it as a middle-aged, mad ninja. The bartender in the tavern has secretly passed the message, and soon, the security deployment in the tavern will work, and the powerful ninja will take Naruto and kill him. Hanging on the beam of the tavern, it plays the role of killing chickens and warning monkeys. The intelligence tavern has not seen blood for too long. Even the bartender was a little squeamish. Crack it, Kaika Suijutsu. The long knife in Naruto's hand suddenly turned into a shattered lens and melted into the air, his vision rippling, as if nothing had happened. Kaika Suijutsu, the bloodline limit that can affect people's sight. Naruto has greatly developed this bloodline limit, which can directly control the opponent's vision. Abarame Neri watched everything quietly, tapping her green pinky finger on the table. However, the control power of this bloodline limit is limited. Does Naruto want to kill everyone except the snow country? Just the strong smell of blood will reveal it. Could it be that his Kaika Suijutsu has grown enough to affect his sense of smell? This kind of blood follower limit will definitely not affect a Jainin like me. I really want to peep into the mysteries of Naruto's body. To be seen by Lord Danzo, his body must be full of mysteries. A few cute bugs crawled out and disappeared on the table. This is Naruto's first route mission, and some are too eager to express themselves. Although the information tavern is located in a remote location, it is not something that a Chunin of Naruto can raise his salary. Ending. Being mature, but acting naive, what a cute little boy. Abarame Neri's tongue licked her lips. Obviously, she still has some disdain for Naruto. She has witnessed too many geniuses who were specially recruited by Danzo. Although the talents are good, they are all unqualified products in the end. Rock Lee on the side watched slowly. He has absolute confidence in Naruto. Trust Naruto to never do anything with certainty. Excuse me, can you do me a favor? Naruto smiled gently. Can you all die? In an instant, knife light overflowed in the tavern, and countless blood lights filled the air. Naruto floats between the ninja seats like a graceful dancer. Is this a big killing spree? The newcomers still can't hold their breath, it seems that they will suffer later. Abarame shook her head disdainfully, and her eyes were a little more contemptuous. The little hands hidden in the cuffs also closed, and countless insects spread out. It seems that I still need my help to finish. She stood up slightly. Danzo had his own reasons for placing Abarame Neri as a member of Naruto's squad. 1. Abarame Neri has a cold and cruel character, loyal to the roots, and can monitor Naruto well. Second, a Baramenari likes scientific research, perhaps through the hands of a Baramenari, the secret of Naruto's bloodline limit can be studied. Third, a Baramenari's support ability is very good, and it is very suitable for forming a team with Naruto. A Baramenari understood what Danzo was thinking, and that's why she gave Naruto so many opportunities to play freely. She looked at Naruto. Naruto smiled elegantly, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it gracefully. The blade reflects a wonderful cold light. And the next scene shocked a Baramenari's heart and shuddered. Those ninjas seemed to turn a blind eye, and even talked loudly over there. It's been almost a year here, and I finally saw a stunned young man. Oh, this kid is such a waste that he just fell out. The thugs in the tavern are still powerful, probably close to Janin's strength. In the world of these ninjas, Naruto seems to have been defeated. How can this bloodline limit be able to control other people's vision in such a wide range and in many ways? Abarame's eyes widened. I understand that I still underestimate this bloodline limit. No wonder Mr. Danzo pays so much attention to Uzumaki Naruto, and even wants Uzumaki Naruto to be the leader of the route. No wonder you let yourself follow, let yourself give Uzumaki Naruto enough freedom to play. This kid was killed without being beaten. I thought he was capable of something, goo. At this moment, a ninja was still talking eloquently, but before he finished speaking, his neck was wiped. The next scene shocked a Baramenari even more. I saw those ninjas all smiling and leaning their necks forward, accepting death. And the target ninja of the land of snow got up and walked towards the door. You two follow him, I'll come right away. Naruto's voice was very calm. Chapter 133. Let's go. Abarame called Rock Lee and walked out without looking back. She was sure that these ninjas couldn't help Naruto. With such a wide range of control vision, if he lives in the era of war, it will definitely become a nightmare for the major ninja villages. Shinigami, this code name is unexpectedly appropriate. His body must be wonderful. She glanced at Naruto with obsession. It's mine sooner or later. I don't need to rush for a while, let's accept the gifts he left first. SHHH. Countless bugs burst out of Abaramanari's body, crawling towards the dead ninja, constantly collecting body tissues. Nari looked at Naruto with a kinder look. Be gentle to yourself, but cruel to ninjas outside Konoha. Direct Slaughter Tavern. To achieve this level for the task, it is very rooted. It appears that Naruto has integrated into the root tissue at an astonishing rate. Rock Lee was somewhat unbearable, sighed, and followed behind Abaramanari, quietly listening to the cold sound of the knife touching her neck. Although he had seen blood in previous missions, this was the first time he had experienced such a cruel and ruthless ninja world. Just because these people may be a potential threat, they kill them. Is this the culture of the roots? Those villagers who live comfortably must not have imagined that Konoha, who is prosperous in everyone's eyes and yearns for peace, would have such a dark and cold department. It's not that the years are quiet, but that someone is moving forward with a heavy load. Cruelty is always the main theme of the ninja world. Rock Lee's heart was suddenly shaken. Did you really do these things yourself? He looked at Naruto. The latter is as elegant as ever, and the long knife in his hand has a graceful arc, constantly harvesting life. Strangely, the conversation in the tavern continued. These ninjas were completely unaware of the approaching death. Since you've decided to follow Naruto, let's keep going. Rock Lee said to himself in his heart. He could sense Naruto's great ambition. That is absolutely beyond anyone's imagination. Without your own help, it will certainly be a lot of effort. Naruto is his own bull. Without him, there would be no Rock Lee. After Rock Lee and Abaramanari left, Naruto felt relieved and started killing. The blade crossed, and soon, blood marks appeared on the necks of all ninjas. Naruto noticed that many bugs devoured some of the ninjas' bodies, transporting the body tissue like an army and disappearing from sight. Insect face is actually interested in body tissues? Does she like to do human research? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and he had the feeling that he had met a bosom friend. He slowly put away the knife. The tavern at the moment was already bloody. Strictly speaking, the intelligence tavern was not Naruto's goal. But considering that the rebel ninja organization is also deeply rooted in this area, it must have a certain connection with the tavern. On the way to the mission, things may change in vain. So the best option is to kill them all. Such a choice may be cruel and ruthless. But just like Naruto's character design, to be kind to others is to be cruel to oneself. His warmth will only be reserved for his own people. Crack! Naruto put away the knife, his expression calm. The blood under his feet quickly filled the tavern. Blood smells everywhere. Crack! The door opened, and a ninja walked into it. The chakra boiling in his body attracted attention. Jainin. Naruto's mouth twitched. It seems to be interesting. As expected, there is a Jainin sitting behind the tavern. You. Seeing the destruction of the intelligence tavern he had worked so hard to run, Jainin's expression was full of murderous intent, and all he could think about was killing Naruto. In my mind, I kept thinking about which force was so arrogant. A force that can survive for several years must have a dense network of relationships. Although the intelligence tavern is located in a remote location, it has cooperated with many forces and obtained information by communicating with the rebels. It is an information transfer station. And this tavern has a very close connection with the root of Konoha. It can even be said that the tavern is a small part of the powerful intelligence network of the root. That is to say, unconsciously, Naruto weakened the strength of the roots. Certainly. All this Naruto knew nothing about. But even if he knew this in advance, he would still take action. Bang! In an instant, he and Jainin both disappeared in front of each other using the body flicker technique. The two handles of kunai intersected, bursting out dazzling sparks. Jainin was terrified at the strength and numbness in his arms. The murderous aura instantly faded. Where is this monster from? Could it be that he is also a Jainin? How did Jainin show up here? He was puzzled, even frightened. The first thought that came to mind was not to fight, but to flee. Sensing the opponent's fear, Naruto sneered disdainfully. Bang! Naruto kicked Jainin away, used Shunpo to get behind him, and punched his right fist hard. Hey! The fear of death made Jainin's adrenaline surge, his fighting instinct was awakened, he quickly formed a seal, and used water to escape. Water Dragon Bomb technique. He came behind Naruto with the body flicker technique. Finished printing on hand. One hand to the mouth. Boom! A violent jet of water shot out of his mouth, smashing the table and chairs in front with a huge impact, and swept away towards Naruto. Just a normal Jainin. Naruto shook his head. It is no exaggeration to say that Konoha Jainin is indeed a lot stronger than the Jainin from these small ninja villages. This ninja probably couldn't even take a few punches from Guy. What a weak ant! The Jainin suddenly heard a low whisper in his ear. The next moment, his pupil shrank, his hair stood on end, and before he had time to turn his head, a huge force struck from his right waist. Bang! His body flew backward like a cannonball, smashing the walls of the tavern. Crack! The ground suddenly cracked. He stood up clutching his waist in pain, watching Naruto approach in horror. One of had, by. After the dazzling white light, the wall exploded, forming an area for several people to pass through. Naruto walked slowly through the wall and came to Jainin, his eyes contemptuous. A terrifying sense of oppression struck, and Jainin's hand holding kunai even trembled. BD, who is this guy? Why is there such a sense of oppression? He will die, I will die. He staggered to his feet. Taking a deep breath, the chest rises and falls. The pain in the lower back and abdomen hit him, and he couldn't help but back away. In just one encounter, he was struck by Naruto Shunpo's speed. He knew that he was definitely no match for Naruto. Seeing the timid Jainin, Naruto said softly. It's difficult for you to show your cowardice directly in battle. In that case, leave one arm and run away like a dog. Chapter 134. If he fights desperately, there will be a chance for this Jainin in the future. It's just that he has been fighting for too long, plus it's just a small ninja village, so the overall strength can only be regarded as the lowest level of Jainin. Hearing Naruto's arrogant words, Jainin's red eyes stared at Naruto through the smoke. This familiarity reminded him of the figure lingering in his memory. He was born in the little-known small ninja village. In the year of practicing chakra, his talent showed, and in just 2 years he became the #1 genius in ninja village. Enjoy many glory. He is quite arrogant, and believes that even if he puts himself in those great ninja villages, he is definitely a genius-level existence. He was looking forward to an opportunity. An opportunity to show his talent to the entire ninja world. Finally, one day, he waited for the coveted Chunin exam. He came to Konoha with the expectations of Chunin village to take the Chunin exam. He thought. Own talent penultimate. He thought. Even Konoha's Tianjiao is not his opponent. However, when he was easily defeated by the opponent's physical technique, when that foot stepped on his face, the white-haired boy with the mask said in an extremely indifferent tone, "It's really boring." At that moment, his heart collapsed. It turned out that his genius was just a very ordinary role in the great shinobi village. From that moment on, the white-haired ninja became a lingering nightmare in his heart. He left Konoha, went back without face, and finally wandered into this small town to join the Intelligence Tavern. After more than 10 years of hard work, he became the leader inside. But at the same time, he hadn't shot for many years because he was afraid of fighting, and his body was rusted. Hearing this tone again, the nightmare emerged, and he looked at Naruto's mask. Clenched your fists quietly. The genius of the past and the genius of the present overlapped, causing the same fighting spirit to arise in his heart. I have been afraid for most of my life, should I continue to be afraid? Retirement is death, it is better to fight to the death. Who the hell are you? He took a deep breath and asked. Miss Shinobi. Naruto cherished the words like gold, placing his hands on his waist. Slowly pulled out Kaika Suijutsu and stood in front of him. OM. Against the sunlight, Kaika Suijutsu shimmered and rippled. Jainin's pupils shrank, and his heart was horrified, followed by anger. Miss Shinobi. It turned out to be Miss Shinobi. Why Miss Shinobi? It turned out to be the case, this is to remove the grind and kill the donkey. For these great ninja villages, only interest is the bond that maintains the relationship. It seems that Miss Shinobi wants to secretly take over this area, and they want to slowly eat into Konoha's intelligence organization. War is coming. He lifted his kunai tremblingly, ready to fight to the death. He looked at Naruto's long sword. In the sun, the knife was like a reflection in the lake, sparkling in ripples. Like a mirror image that is broken at one touch, it can appear intact the next moment. The many changes are shocking. What illusion is this? Isn't he a ninja of taijutsu? Jainin's mind was full of thoughts, his muscles tense. Naruto looked up at the sky, then at Jainin with a smile on his face. It's getting late, I don't want your blood to eclipse the sunset. SHH. The words fell, and the sword light flashed. Jainin's hair stood upright, and a severe sense of crisis struck. He seals quickly. The stand-in wood was directly chopped to pieces, and Jainin also got close to Naruto, and kunai stabbed in the chest. Chiang! The Kyowo and the long sword intersected, and the huge force brought by them caused Kyowo to collapse directly. His vision was disturbed for a while, and when he looked at Naruto again, there was no longer a long knife in his hand, and he punched him hard in the chest. Jainin parried in embarrassment, but was knocked back by Naruto. His gymnastics are really bad. Head number 4, Baile. Naruto seemed impatient and stretched out his right finger. The next moment, a rich white light suddenly burst out. Jainin couldn't help but turn around in front of him. Ah! With the screams, Baile brushed his body, swept away his left arm, and fell into the distant house with a large blood flower. The house exploded in an instant, the smoke filled the air, and the piercing screams of residents resounded in the town. Countless townspeople fled in a panic. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Ah! Jainin groaned in pain, clutching his broken arm. The look in Naruto's eyes has no fighting intent, only endless fear. Such smooth ninjutsu, so fast and powerful. Even in the great ninja village, he is an absolute genius. Such a genius can't win by himself. Please spare my life, I am willing to be a cow and a horse. He knelt down and kowtowed hard. Abandon the dignity of a ninja. Seeing such a cowardly opponent, Naruto shook his head. Even your self-esteem has been abandoned, and you are not even qualified to die. He turned and walked in the direction Rock Lee left. He disdained to shoot, does not mean that Jainin will not die. The root ninjas who watch are sure to pick up the slack. Unexpectedly, the moment he turned around, hatred flashed in that Jainin's eyes. He clenched his right hand tightly, and stabbed Naruto's back. Death! Die for me! As if seeing the scene of stabbing a genius to death, his eyes were full of madness that lost his mind. Strange ripples appeared in his sight again, he stabbed in the air, and his body rushed forward a few steps due to inertia. What kind of weird illusion is this? Before he could regain his senses, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he found that the long knife had quietly sunk into his chest, and the exposed tip of the knife was lying with a beautiful flower of blood. A low voice came from my ear. It seems that I still expect too much from you. Such a fight is pointless. Bang! As Jainin fell to the ground, the vitality in his eyes slowly disappeared. He didn't understand until his death why his battle was so unbearable. It's a terrifying bloodline limit. Root Jainin, who was observing in the dark, couldn't help but feel a throbbing. Reading Kaika Suijutsu information and seeing it in person are completely different. Originally, he thought that this visual control limit could only be used to abuse vegetables, and even if he was there, he could see many flaws. Just because the battle is fierce, so many times the details are not noticed. But as a third party watching the battle, even if he looked at this death battle with extremely strict requirements, he could not find the flaws in the weaving illusion. In his line of sight, Naruto flashed like a figure in a mirror. Sometimes in the back, sometimes in the front. How can the refraction of light and fog be able to do this? This bloodline limit has been developed to the point of terrifying. Can only say. As expected of the person that Danzo-sama took a fancy to. When he saw Naruto walking out of the field, the shock in his heart still didn't completely subside, and he couldn't hide the complexity in his heart. What a horrible guy! Chapter 135. In the rebel organization, under the stalking of Rock Lee and Abara Mainari, they groped to the mission location. Abara Mainari is once again shocked by Naruto's bloodline limit. Like a puppet to be played with, the betrayal of the Snow Country walked obediently into the organization, and the whole process did not find anything wrong. And the moment they entered the rebellion organization, they were locked by a terrifying chi machine. Shwet, it looks like you have brought in some nice toys. With hoarse laughter, blood bursts out of the snow ninja's body, and bottomless scars appeared from the shoulders to the abdomen. He fell to the ground with a bang, revealing Rock Lee and Abara Mainari trailing behind him. The information is wrong, this betrayal organization is not simple. Abara Mei's eyes turned cold, and she immediately determined the escape route. A ninja with loose hair walked out of the corner and looked at the two with a half smile. Which ninja village are you from? When the words fell, the strange water flowed down his body and fell to the ground, wrapping around his ankles like a small snake. Crack! Footsteps sounded at the same time, and a person who did not wear a forehead protector also walked out with a playful smile on his face. The strange thing is that there is no chakra fluctuation in his body. He was wearing a black robe of a swordsman, with a long knife pinned to his waist, looking very dashing. And behind him, the remaining ninjas of the rebel ninja organization walked out with a submissive look on their faces. This scene is truly mind-boggling. Who is this guy in black? Please report that there is absolutely no relevant information. Abarame frowned. The worms in the body even showed uneasy emotions. Abarame Neri can survive at the root so far, and naturally has a unique set of survival skills. Immediately, there was a desire to quit. The experimental material will be available later. Mission completion rates are important, but not as much as your own life. After all, when you die, there is nothing left. I am still young, and there are still many bodies I want to study anatomy. Abarame Neri took a step back and glanced at Rock Lee without a trace. This guy is stupid, let him try it out first. Hey, let's go up first. Shui Hu glanced at the ninja behind him, clasped his arms casually, and then looked at the man in black. Guiche, you have no opinion. No problem. The man in black, Guique nodded, his expression indifferent. Those behind Genin were afraid, but under the threat of the two killing gods, they could only pour out towards Rock Lee and Abarame Neri. It's just a very weak middle Genin, don't worry. It's those two. Abarame glanced at Shuahu and Gaikui with fear, the insects in her hands. Rock Lee on the other side was already screaming to meet his opponent. The big whirlwind at the root of Konoha. He screamed again and again, and a set of physical techniques directly beat several Genins to half-death. Hey? Is it a root ninja? Gaikui, I remember you are a Konoha shinobi, right? Shui Hu, who was watching, was quite surprised, and looked at his partner beside him. That's all in the past. Guique's expression remained the same, his eyes were indifferent. Hey, do you want to give this guy to you later? Shui Hu asked with a smile. It's okay. But then again, that woman seems to be from Konoha's Abarame clan. She can control bugs, but she is a tough opponent. Shua Hugwai laughed, I also killed some when my old club Mist Shinobi fought with your Konoha. People of the Abarame family, those bugs are really disgusting. What is the origin of these two guys, and why are they so calm? Abarame thought, frowning, her ears were full of sonic booms and flesh beatings. The worms in her body slanted out, and quickly covered the whole body of rebellion, biting hard. Accompanied by howls of pain, there were nowhere scars and blood dripping from these rebellions. The bugs also began to act as porters, transporting the amputated limbs to Abarame Neri. Abarame Neri's eyes were always on the two of them, her right hand was holding Kui tightly, her legs were tense. Bang bang bang! With the more violent sonic boom, Rock Lee's figure left an afterimage, instantly solving the remaining rebellion. And at this moment, Shuahu, who had been fighting all the time, set off and punched Rock Lee hard. Looking at the sudden dark shadow, Rock Lee's eyes tightened, his body reacted subconsciously, and he punched straight. Bang! With the dull crashing sound, Rock Lee's eyes changed, and the ground under his feet even cracked. However, before his hand could get rid of the severe numbness, Miuhu's second punch had already been printed on Rock Lee's face. Bang! He flew out backwards, and smashed several walls before stopping. Humph, weak Konoha shinobi. Shui Hu closed his fists and sneered disdainfully. Ah, it really hurts me. However, the cry of pain in the next moment caused Shui Hu's expression to freeze for a while. I saw Rock Lee rubbing his slightly red and swollen face, crawling out in embarrassment, still alive and well. Shui Hu, are your fists tickling? Guiche sneered. Humph, you give me a good look. Shui Hu, who couldn't hang on his face, replied coldly, looking at Rock Lee with murderous eyes. I didn't think that Rock Lee was a little capable. Seeing Rock Lee's performance, Abarame had no idea of running away for the time being. The bugs began to lay out, ready to attack at any time. Whoosh! Before Rock Lee could stand up straight, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. He hurriedly backed away. Ding ding ding! A dense sound appeared where Rock Lee was standing. Take a closer look. There are thousands of copies. If Rock Lee reacts to the vaccine at night, he may be stabbed into a meat hedgehog. It's despicable. Rock Lee couldn't help but complain. Real ninja battles are unscrupulous like this. Abarame rolled her eyes and reminded coldly, this is not a house, you will die if you are not careful. Humph, I'm going to follow Naruto's Lee Luo, immortal. How can I die here? Rock Lee raised his head and believed to himself. He almost said the wrong thing on the way, but fortunately he changed his mind quickly. But this also made Abarame's eyes roll again. Looks like I'm going to be serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Rock Lee slowly took off his weight. Boom, the ground cracked, and the cobweb-like crack was smashed by the load, and it continued to spread. Rock Lee's right hand subconsciously grabbed the robe and threw it up, revealing his true face. I'm really number you in percent. Abarame Nelly couldn't help but be rude. Rock Lee, tantamount to root shame. Do not. Shame of Konoha. The corners of Shuahu and Gish's mouth twitched slightly, and they could clearly see the forehead protector on Rock Lee's forehead. So it's really a Konoha shinobi. Shuahu chuckled, and his body was suddenly close to Rock Lee. Bang bang bang. Both sides burned chakra, flashing in this area. The violent sonic boom made the tinnitus ring, and at any moment, several thousand books could be seen passing by and nailed deeply into the wall. Soon, one of them was hit like a sandbag. Almost impossible to land. Oops, this is not an ordinary Jainin. Abarame Neri, who was watching the battle, had her eyes fluctuating, her muscles tense, and she was ready to shoot at any time. And the one who was beaten as a sandbag was Rock Lee. Rock Lee, who burst into full force, already has a speed close to that of Jainin, but even so, he was completely played by Shuahu. Damn it! Being knocked flying again, Rock Lee steadied himself and played his trump card. The first door, open the door. The second gate, the gate of life, open. Third gate. Jingmen, open. He opened the third gate directly, and the chakra in his body boiled and appeared on the surface of his body, forming a hot red color. And Rock Lee's expression also became hideous, as if he was in great pain, and his originally soft hair was standing upright. The secret art of Konoha, 8 inner gates. Only ninjas who have tempered their bodies to ultimate can turn it on. It is capable of possessing power and speed that are several times more than their own in an instant. Ah! Rock Lee's figure in Shuahu's eyes turned into an afterimage, flashing in this space, his skin had penetrated into a slight red, and a red track was drawn in the air. He immediately appeared in front of Shui Amber. The two looked at each other, and both saw the boiling killing intent in each other's eyes. Bang! Rock Lee's punch was in the face of Sui Amber, just like the one before the return. Shui Hu flew upside down like a cannonball, with a furious expression on his face. Betrayal and Konoha, their position is destined to only survive one person. Rock Lee flashed over Miho again, and the second punch hit Miho's abdomen. Boom! With the sour sound, Shui Hu's body formed a lunge, and the acid in his stomach spurted out of his mouth. However, Rock Lee's action was not over yet. He dodged under Shuahu again, hit him with the dragon fist, and the bandages on his hands suddenly loosened, slamming Shuahu in the air. Lilian Hua. Rock Lee's speed is as fast as ultimate, and it seems to be breaking through the air as if stepping on the air. It keeps flashing in the sky, and every time it brings a violent blow to Shui Amber. In the end, the bandage wrapped around the water ember and dropped it at a very fast speed. Boom! The ground cracked and the ground shook, directly smashing the ground out of a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Phew! Rock Lee fell to the ground, dressed in rough clothes, and the strong air current swept up the dust. This guy looks unreliable, but the light body technique is already at the level of Jainin, and his body is also worth studying. Abaramaneri's eyes fluctuated, showing a hint of greed. Unexpectedly, Rock Lee is a bit stronger than what the intelligence said. In this way, there should be no major mistakes in this mission. Why is that person still so calm? Abaramaneri's out-of-the-way vision noticed Anato, who was leaning against the wall and looked uninterested. Such a fierce battle did not attract the guy's attention, and even showed a boring look. Could it be that his strength exceeds that of Shui Amber? What a terrifying guy! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the pit, and then Shui Hu stood up with his chest covered, blood remaining in the corners of his mouth. He grinned wildly and said, "Congratulations for angering me, I will kill you mercilessly." Chapter 136. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Abarame's eyes sank, ready to shoot. Ha ha ha! Come on! Rock Lee burst out laughing. Boom! The two figures intertwined again. This time, Shui Hu's speed was even faster than Rock Lee's. Every punch will burst out an inexplicable stream of water, which is constantly sprinkled on the ground. The water turned into a weird palm, constantly disturbing Rock Lee. Under such circumstances, Rock Lee was a little bit overwhelmed. The entire underground organization has changed beyond recognition, splashes of water can be seen everywhere, and Rock Lee's body has begun to be covered with sweat. The fourth gate, the injury gate, open. Rock Lee has tried his best, even using the fourth gate that will count to the foundation of his body. Red blood shots appeared on the surface of his body, and his body also showed signs of collapse. At this moment, he already has a speed that exceeds that of Jainin. They fought fiercely again, so fast that they were almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. The entire underground space is an afterimage. Abaramaneri also joined the fight. Due to the lack of physical skills, she can only use insect ninjutsu to harass her from a distance. Bang! After a struggle, Rock Lee, who was struggling to support, finally revealed his flaws and was blasted to the ground from mid-air, splashing large pieces of debris. No, this guy is too strong, it looks like he's going to give up. Rock Lee. Abarame's expression turned cold. It's so strong. There were already numerous wounds all over Rock Lee's body, the flesh was bulging, blood was seeping out, and the whole person had turned into a bloody man. He tried to open his eyes, propped his body up weakly, and looked at Abaramaneri. "Go away, I'll hold him back, go find Naruto!" he shouted at Abaramaneri. "He told me to run." Abarame was stunned, obviously not expecting Rock Lee to say that. At the root, such a situation of self-sacrifice has never been seen. There was a trace of turbulence in her eyes, but she soon returned to calm. "I see." She turned around without hesitation. "Want to leave?" Shui Hu grinned, pulling his right hand. The next moment, the water droplets densely covering the top of the stone wall suddenly turned into water needles, covering Abaramaneri in a mesh, aiming at all the dead ends. "The fifth gate, the door is open." Rock Lee's frantic voice sounded at the same time. The figure appeared in front of Abaramaneri in an instant, and the soil under his feet cracked and flew away because of his high-speed movement. He slammed his right fist out, rolling up a large airflow, directly dispersing the water needle. The whole body is covered with red chakra, and the person has been shrouded in blood. Underneath the faintly cracked skin was a scarlet texture. The flesh rolled, as if it would burst at any time. Drink! Rock Lee's figure drove the sonic boom, instantly knocking Shui Hu several dozen meters away. Still in the air, Shui Amber looked shocked. What a fast speed, this kid looks only in his teens, how can he have such strength? Even Guiche, who was originally lacking in interest, raised his head with surprise in his eyes. He was able to drive to fifth gate. I remember him as a genin who took the Chunin exam this year. Is this guy working hard for me? Abarume's eyes shook, and an unspeakable feeling emerged in her heart. All along, all she sees is mutual abandonment, mutual betrayal. For the mission, what is the fate of the companion? She used to despise those ninjas who gave up missions for their partners and even sacrificed themselves. But why is there no envy or desire in the heart? But did not expect. This day came so suddenly. Abarume's eyes flashed with emotion, and she finally said, "What an idiot." She turned her head and wanted to leave immediately, but for some reason, her legs were as heavy as lead. Rock Lee who can drive fifth gate and I should be able to beat this guy, his body tissue must have great research value. She said in her heart. The worms in the body followed the mind and rushed towards the battlefield. Rock Lee's speed has completely surpassed Shuahu. After some frantic bombing, Shuahu was smashed into a huge pit, and his life and death are unknown. And Rock Lee finally collapsed to the ground. Brulee kill 1. Abarume Neri looked at Guiche, her eyes sank. Many bugs in her body have also been killed. If Guiche's strength is similar to Shui Amber, then this mission cannot be successful. I didn't expect the root ninja to have such a friendship. It's really touching. To be honest, you should run, even if you can't run away. Suddenly, a dull voice echoed in the space. Shui Hu walked out of the dark place unscathed, with a smile that was neither salty nor light on his face. Both Abarume Neri and Rock Lee, who was almost in a coma, all had expressions of despair on their faces. He didn't even die. Isn't the fifth gate an opponent? Shui Hu stepped forward slowly, stepped on Rock Lee, licked the corner of his mouth playfully, and grinned mockingly. You're doing a good job, but haven't you heard about the ninjutsu of water body? Rock Lee's face was stomped and crushed, making noises, and the pain made him groan. But his eyes remained firm. Seeing Rock Lee who was not satisfied with his softness, Shui Hu Dun was bored. He raised his foot, but the next moment, Rock Lee, who had been paralyzed on the ground, burst out and opened the third gate again. Water-style Wanja hand technique. Shuahu is not in a hurry, but slowly forms the seal. The water droplets on Rock Lee's clothes suddenly turned into arms, directly binding him. Bang! Rock Lee fell to the ground again, his eyes shocked. Young man, don't underestimate ninjutsu, taijutsu is unreliable. Shui Hu stepped on Rock Lee's face again like a cat playing a mouse. Oh? Then don't underestimate any opponent, Abarume Neri's indifferent voice sounded. The next moment, Shui Hu only felt a pain in his leg, his expression changed drastically, and he pulled his foot back and quickly retreated. What caught my eye was Abarume Neri's grim expression and the worms all around her body. Under Shuahu's terrified face, Abarume Neri calmly recounted. I have dissected thousands of ninja bodies, and have also studied their cells. In the end, I extracted enough toxin to poison an elephant from a ninja with a poisonous bloodline. After a lot of research, some of the worms in my body have successfully inherited this toxicity and evolved into a new species, which I call poisonous worms. Abarume Neri explained slowly, and in his calm eyes, he saw Mizuo's expression began to become flustered. Obviously. He didn't think he would roll over on two ninjas who were barely Jainin. It's a pity that I can't catch you alive, but don't worry, I will study your body very hard. Abarume Neri stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips lightly. This ruthless guy, surprisingly reliable. Rock Lee looked up at Abarume Neri with difficulty, blood oozing from her pores, and finally lost consciousness. Pa pa pa. Guiche, who was watching the battle, failed with force and walked over with a smile. Excellent performance. He drew his knife and cut off Shuahu's head with one stroke. The head rolled on the ground several times, and finally turned to the ground with a grim expression. It's a dead end. Just take you guys to test my new abilities. He slowly pulled out the long knife around his waist, and a strange energy spewed out of his body, and the black robe rustled. For Guiche, that day was nothing short of a nightmare. The Konoha collapse plan started, Sand Shinobi invaded Konoha, and the whole Konoha was in chaos. As Konoha's Jonin, he naturally had to fight against the opponent's high-end combat power. His strength can only be regarded as very ordinary among Jonin, but fortunately Sand Shinobi's strength is not strong, so it is not a big problem. The other side of Konoha was ravaged by the serpent released by Orochimaru, but that side had Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, in charge. It was thought that the crisis would be resolved soon. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred. A monster with a black body and a height of 2 meters with a hollow chest suddenly appeared and started killing. In the face of these monsters, the ordinary genin has almost no resistance. They are extremely powerful, and their claws are sharp enough to tear apart a person's body in an instant. In order to protect the Konoha shinobi, he was forced to fight against these terrifying monsters who were only Chunin level in strength. Obviously not as strong as himself, but the more he fights, the stronger it seems, as if the pain will stimulate him instead. The Konoha shinobi even had a brief peace with Sand Shinobi in order to defeat the monster. It was only during the battle that he found that more and more monsters appeared. In the end, even monsters with the Jonin level appeared. They are almost immune to physical attacks, and even ninjutsu doesn't do much for them. When they devoured their own kind, unleashing a terrifying wave of light, the ground cracked and houses exploded along the way, and no one could survive that wave of light. As an ordinary Jonin, he couldn't dodge in time, and was blown away by the aftermath and landed in the ruins, dying. As he was dying, he saw a dark figure slowly approaching him, with his right hand swiping across his neck. When he regained consciousness again, he had put on a black robe, and the chakra in his body was weak and was occupied by another force. Those terrifying monsters looked at him as if they were looking at a plate of delicious food, and rushed towards him one after another. He barely resisted, but due to the instability of the energy in his body, he was losing ground. Fortunately, there was an indiscriminate attack by ninjas, and in the chaos, he stumbled out of Konoha. Passing a small stream along the way, he saw his appearance clearly. His appearance remained the same, but his face was pale, and the clothes on his body also changed. Terrified, he ran with all his might, trying to escape the place that terrified him. In the days to come, he gradually mastered this strange energy, and found that it was no less than chakra's energy. Recalling the figure that killed him, he clenched his fists with hatred. He knows. Everything that happens to you is likely to be dominated by that person. After he met Kirigakure's rebellious ninja, Shuihu, and the two walked together to come to this rebellious ninja organization. Because of their strength, they easily controlled the organization. His heart was always full of confusion. Who transforms themselves? What is Konoha's attitude? But no matter what, he is now Konoha's betrayal. He deeply understands the urination of the roots. If the root learns that he is still alive, a large number of strong people will come to hunt him. No matter what, he must kill the two root ninjas in front of him. Crack! He stepped on the ground with the sealed state in his hand in front of him. Chapter 137. At this time, a root Jonin appeared in front of a Abaramaneri. Shen said, "Cooperate with me." The root of the trail, Jonin, finally comes to the rescue. Abaramaneri suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's great, there's another one who can kill. But when he saw Gish, he laughed wildly. The next moment, his figure disappeared in front of everyone. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jonin at the root, and the sealed state in his hand was severely chopped out. Such a speed, such a pace, strange. Root Jonin pulled out the long knife behind his back and blocked it. Oh roar! It's interesting to use a knife. Gish slashed continuously, the huge force making the root Jonin unable to stop. While the opponent's arms were paralyzed, he grabbed the opponent's collar and pressed his face to the ground. The right foot kept trampling humiliatingly, and he laughed wildly. The roots of the leaves are nothing but air. Not only the speed, but also the strength, almost all of them are crushed. Abaramaneri looked shocked. Under the constant torment of Anato, small scars began to appear on the body of the root Jainin. The strength of this root Jainin is not too bad, but in front of Gish, he has no power to fight back. Bang! The root Jainin was knocked away, and Gish walked towards Rock Lee as leisurely as a stroll in a garden. You know what? Originally I was a Konoha shinobi too. But somehow, everything has changed. Now I have even more terrifying power, and sometimes I also wonder if this is a gift from God. You and I are completely useless, the power I have is above you. Following the mark left by Rock Lee, Naruto hurried off. He could sense several powerful chakra fluctuations. This made him quite uneasy. A simple rebellious organization commissioned several Jainin breaths. Let the difficulty of this task skyrocket. When he entered the rebellion organization, the cruel scene in front of him shocked him. All the members of the original rebel ninja organization fell to the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. A root ninja was nailed to the wall by a sharp stone spear, blood dripping from his body, and he was obviously silent. Rock Lee was lying on the ground covered in blood, dying. In his sight, the chakra in his body flickered, and the whole person was on the verge of death. And in the middle of the field, Abaramaneri was fighting a ninja. Bang! She was kicked away and sank into the wall, with wounds all over her body. But the ninja laughed happily like a cat playing a mouse. Naruto stared at the ninja's costume, shocked. He's wearing Shinigami's Death Lord outfit. Shinigami! Abarame crawled out of the wall in embarrassment, blood spurting out of her mouth, and there was a huge knife scar on her chest, and her flesh was blurred. I'll leave it to you next. After that, she lost consciousness. Ah, here's another one. Guiche looked at Naruto with a smile, stretched out his scarlet tongue and swept away the bloodline on the knife. Anato understands the urine of the root ninja. I thought Naruto would be frightened when he saw his teammates almost die, but he didn't expect that he was still standing there. The wind was calm. He could even be heard chuckling. Guichou couldn't help but feel a little unhappy in his heart, and said out of displeasure. What are you laughing at? The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched under the mask, and he said softly, Ryutsu, is it easy to use? Ryutsu. Ghost was stunned for a moment, but he only reacted in the next second. His expression was frightened. Could this power be the root? Naruto didn't answer, but slowly drew out Kaika Suijutsu. If it was Konoha's ordinary Jainin, Naruto might be a little more apprehensive. But in the face of Ryutsu's Shinigami, which is far inferior to his own, Naruto can completely crush. For ninjas, Master Ryutsu's Onishi may be the strength of the top Jainin. But for Naruto, the Ryutsu of the two is not the same order of magnitude, and he can form a natural crushing advantage. The eyeliner at the root is dead, halo halo. Naruto at this moment has absolutely no need to hide himself. You should have escaped from Konoha's collapse plan. It seems that you are lucky, even Ryutsu is a master. Under Anato's horrified gaze, Naruto gracefully danced Kaika Suijutsu, stabbing the root ninja hiding in the dark with ease. The root ninja who was watching over Naruto was already hit by Kaika Suijutsu, and because he didn't guard Naruto, he died immediately by the sword. Naruto made a few knives on the corpse, looked at Gish, and joked, You gave me the unexpected joy, and actually survived from the virtual attack. Naruto's words made the ghost furious. Did you make me look like this? Not bad. Naruto nodded readily, and then his tone broke with regret. Unfortunately, I am currently at the root and can't directly use your body for research. Can I ask you to die? The words fell, and the terrifying Ryutsu burst out from his body, pressing straight on Kitoru. Giggle. Under Ryutsu, who was a world away, Gito shivered all over, and even his teeth were shaking. He was half kneeling on the ground, with the knife in his hand inserted into the ground, his face full of horror. Why is his Ryutsu so scary? Can't move, I can't move. Ryutsu is not as good as 5 seats. Naruto sneered disdainfully, approached slowly, and came to Gitu. The latter struggled to look up. Naruto kicked it down with one kick. Hey, do you have Master Shikai? Use it and see. Shikai. The ghost was confused, and he operated chakra and Ryutsu in his body, trying to free himself from Ryutsu's oppression. Finally, with hard work, the sense of oppression was relieved a lot. No Shikai? Then just die. Naruto looked disappointed. With one knife, the ghost was split open, and the chest to the shoulder was cut with scars, and a little bit of spirit overflowed. Shinigami itself is composed of chakra and reiki, which does not bleed, but the reiki in the body flows after being injured. Once the spirit child is consumed and empty, it will die. Your roots, conduct human experiments without authorization, and transform me into an appearance that is neither human nor ghost. Gish stumbled to his feet, clenched the sealed state, lowered his head, and couldn't see his expression clearly, but his tone contained anger. When Konoha is facing a crisis, you are also doing this kind of experiment that goes against the law of heaven. I won't die. Because I want to kill you. He raised his head sharply, and countless nightmares appeared in his mind day and night. The black figure who always turned his back to himself every time he could see it in his dreams but couldn't touch it. He has asked countless times, "Who are you and where is this?" The other party didn't answer. This time, Ultimate's anger made the string of reason in his mind finally collapse. His consciousness reappeared in that space. He saw the shadow wriggling his lips. Remember, my name is Ghost Shadow. Returning to consciousness, he looked at Naruto with murderous rage in his eyes. Under Naruto's playful smile, he held Zanpakuto across from him. The root ninja is indeed an inhuman guy. Dance, Ghost. Chapter 138. Konoha, Naruto taught by Aizen. Ice cold, I can feel the icy aura all over my body, but this icy coldness is very comfortable and icy, as if I have full body perception. Zanpakuto overflowed with black energy, and Gish's whole body gradually became blurred. Like smoke, it dissipates when the wind blows. Oh? Shikai? It seems interesting. Naruto smiled and pointed Kakashi blade gracefully at Kitoru. Let me see how powerful Shinigami from Konoha will be. You'll see. Facing the mastermind who turned himself into a monster, Gish did not dare to be careless. He looked at Kakashi in Naruto's hand with a shimmering light, and his heart was awe-inspiring. He also has a knife, and he should also be able to Shikai. I have to be careful. It seems that the root has mastered this power, it is really dangerous. Aren't you going to do it yet? Or, your fear doesn't allow you to do it first? Naruto's gentle voice sounded. Don't look down on people. Guiche set off, approached Naruto very quickly, and slashed out. Hey? It's similar to Shunpo, but there is also a shadow of body flicker technique. I figured out a fairly good pace by myself. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Unfortunately, it's still far from Shunpo. Kakashi blocked a blow, and Naruto was about to fight back, but was stunned to find the ghost in front of him dissipating like smoke. The next moment, the hair stood upright, and a powerful airflow formed by swinging the knife at a high speed came from behind. Onitoru actually emerged from the shadow behind Naruto like a ghost. Blending into the shadow, it seems that this is the ability of Onishi Shikai. The upper limit of this ability is still good, and entering the shadow can be immune to many attacks. After developing to ultimate, you may be able to control the shadows of others. This ability reminds Naruto of the shadow imitation of the Nara clan. Nice ability. Naruto tapped his fingertips, dodged a blow, and slashed with a backhand. Strangely, the ghost disappeared into the ground, and the next moment appeared again from Naruto's shadow, moving with Naruto. It's useless, as long as you have a shadow, I'm invincible. Gish laughed wildly, constantly attacking Naruto's back. Oh! Naruto turned around in a hurry, knocking Gato back with a knife. The boiling Ryutsu and power shocked Gish with a look of suffocation. One is just Master Shikai, and the other has been Shinigami for a long time. Judgment. The two are not on the same level at all. 9 of Bakud, Collapse Wheel. Under Gish's stunned gaze, a yellow rope composed of spirits completely bound him. Under the restraint, the Ryutsu inside him seemed to slow down a bit. Isn't this ninjutsu? He tried hard to break free, but the shackles of the crash wheel were too strong. It's as if you were born to restrain yourself. After all, I just became a Shinigami, and I am not familiar with my own power. Naruto shook his head secretly, his tone indifferent. Although it is a little weak, it is a good flavoring agent in the mission. You have great research value, but unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to study, so don't blame me, blame yourself for being too weak. Weakness is always the original sin. The emblem of light and turbidity is faintly revealed, with a rebellious and crazy bearing, which emerges but denies. The paralysis instantly obstructs the long sleep. The crawling steel princess, one after another self-destructs mud puppets, combine, rebound, cover the earth, know yourself powerlessness. The 90 of had black coffin. A black coffin filled with boiling and dead aura shrouded the ghost completely. There was no sound, not even a groan of pain. In the underground organization, everywhere is filled with the death aura brought by black coffin. After a few seconds, black coffin disappeared out of thin air. Among them, Gish has closed his eyes, slowly withering like snowflakes. Until it disappears. As expected of kid number 90, it's really powerful. Naruto withdrew his hand and muttered to himself with no expression on his face. During the days of his practice at Mount Maiboku, his Ryutsu practice was fairly fast, and this was his first attempt at number 90. Although the power is great, the consumption of Ryutsu is also huge. With just one shot of black coffin, his body felt exhausted. Looks like we need to find a way to enter the Pure Land as soon as possible. Naruto's face was gloomy. Ryutsu's growth rate is still too slow, which means he still needs to be restrained by Konoha. After the fight, Naruto briefly treated Rock Lee and Abare Mainari with Kide, then took out the clip and carefully took away a piece of Abare Mainari's minced meat, hoarding it with joy. If you look closely, you can also see that there are worms crawling in the minced meat. It's wonderful. He couldn't help but whisper. After a simple treatment, both Abare and Rock Lee also awoke. Looking at the mess on the ground, Abare Mainari got up to check, and was quite surprised. Jainin is all dead at the root. Yet. They're all dead, take all the corpses back. Naruto said calmly. As expected of Shinigami, I still have to rely on you in the end. Rock Lee, who had walked through the gate of hell, was still optimistic and said with a grin. I also picked up the leaks. They were already consumed badly when they came. Naruto replied with a smile. Nonsense. Abare Mainari secretly complained, that ghostly pervert. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto's strength is far better than the information stated. Such a body! I'm really looking forward to it. She withdrew her greedy gaze and summoned the bugs to begin carrying these Jainin corpses. Hey, a lot of people died this time, all of them are experimental materials that I like very much. I'm so happy. Neri, I see that you have been collecting some body tissues, do you like doing research? Noticing this scene, Naruto came over and asked. How did you see the Uzumaki Naruto? Does he also do research? Abare Mainari's body stiffened and nodded. That's great, I'm also very interested in this aspect. Naruto answered immediately, is it convenient to communicate? Communication. Abare looked at Naruto suspiciously. Please, the newspaper doesn't seem to say that Naruto is interested in human trials. What do you know? Her tone was dry, somewhat contemptuous. Danzo also knows her little hobby, and instead of preventing it, she will let it go. This is to understand this, Aberamenari will gather some useful materials for each mission. After years of research, she has really achieved some good results, and even helped the development of the roots. In her opinion, she can only fight, and Naruto, who has a good bloodline limit, is easily favored by Danzo. Obviously, people like him are just his own research material. She was upset. Coupled with the previous embarrassment, she subconsciously regarded Naruto as a competitor. For her, researching this field is one of her strengths, which she prides itself on easily beating Naruto. Unexpectedly, Naruto proposed communication research. This made Aberamenari's heart arouse a sense of competition. I can't fight, I won't lose in doing research. Chapter 139. I'm very interested in human research. Naruto said with a gentle face. The sun shone down on his warm face, as if he was a super warm man. Just kidding. Naruto is actually interested in human research. Rock Lee was shocked and almost lost his words. How could the mild-mannered Naruto be interested in human research? Correct. It must be that he cares about the public, and hopes to enhance the strength of Konoha through human research, so that everyone will not suffer anymore. As expected of Naruto. It's so great. Rock Lee's eyes suddenly blurred. There is no need for communication, let's go back to Konoha first. Aberame raised her noble head like a proud peacock. I can't tell that this Aberamenari is quite a tsundere. Naruto smiled slightly, ignoring the other's arrogance. Walking forward, he said to himself. It seems to be a good topic to try to create bugs with special powers through experiments, but my research is still more in the field of blood-based boundaries. If every bug can have the bloodline limit, does that mean that it can have all the bloodline limit in the future? This subject is fun. Naruto muttered to himself as he walked, and from time to time came up with a few speculations about the limits of the bloodline that Orochimaru had discussed with him. Those scholarly words intrigued Aberamenari. She's not like Orochimaru, who can learn to improve herself from some of second Hokage's experimental projects. Nor have they undergone any systematic training. The research she did only started based on an interest in the body. From the ignorance at the beginning, I only cut open the body tissue and watch it stupidly, to the detailed research later, and test it through various experiments. It can be said that her research road is full of ups and downs. Danzo only thought that Aberamenari was only interested in the human body, and did not pay much attention to understanding Aberamenari's research. So until now, Aberamenari's research has been on her own. I have never had any communication with my peers. Naruto's words made Aberamenari look up at him. Remember that human energy is limited. According to the information, Naruto spent a lot of time on the cultivation of blood and physical skills, and almost never had contact with scientific research projects. Even if he is interested in scientific research, at most he knows a little. But I didn't expect that many of what Naruto said could even give Aberame some inspiration. Do you understand human research well? Aberame couldn't help but asked. I understand a little bit, let's talk. Naruto immediately showed a sly smile. Along the way, Naruto and Aberamenari communicated a lot. Originally, the distance between them was nearly a meter. Then it got closer. Even close to side by side. During the conversation, Aberamenari's vision of Naruto made a 360-degree change. Naruto is not like she thought she could only fight and be a little smart. Instead, she has great wisdom and is willing to start thinking from the essence of the problem. Although he has not conducted real human experiments, he does not exclude human experiments. The attitude towards it is also, every ninjutsu, every evolution of human beings is inseparable from humans' own exploration of the body. The thirst for knowledge determines the evolution of human beings. Without the thirst for knowledge of the body, there will be no evolution again and again. And I, just follow the instinct in the body. This sentence made Aberamenari suddenly enlightened. She finally came to a sudden realization, and understood why every time she saw those corpses, a strong desire to disassemble and explore with her heart emerged in her heart. The two chatted happily along the way, but left Rock Lee coldly. In such a cheerful atmosphere, they soon returned to Konoha. Konoha's rebellion beyond ordinary Jainin. The route leader Danzo quickly received the details of the mission. The two Jainins who followed this time all died. One died at the hands of Anato, and the other was quietly killed by Naruto. But this pot must have been thrown to Gish. It turned out to be the Konoha rebellion that we didn't announce. Danzo looked ugly, and immediately ordered his subordinates to find similar people from Konoha's past ninja charts based on the appearance described by Aberamainari. Results were quickly found. Anbu Ninja, Murakami Oni, codenamed Gui Toru, Jainin, good at swordsmanship, no blood following the limit, died in the Konoha collapse plan. Judging from the information received from Aberamainari and Naruto, Onigiri's taijutsu and slashing skills have surpassed Konoha's ordinary Jainin by a large margin, and he has never used ninjutsu during battle. It was Naruto who finally faced him. By the time I arrived, Kita's stamina had actually been used up by half, and I used Kaika Suijutsu, so I killed him to the limit. But Gish's motives left everyone scratching their heads. Kita has always been loyal to Konoha Anbu, and even found the corpse of Anato in the previous statistics. How can someone who has already been confirmed dead appear on the border of the country of fire? Even has more power than before. Danzo Bai can't figure it out. The black monster suddenly appeared in my mind. It won't have anything to do with that monster, he muttered to himself. Inside the Konoha training ground. Thunder vision appeared in the sky. Uchiha Sasuke was bathed in thunder and lightning, his expression grim, and the ground beneath his feet burst layer by layer. Drink! He kicked his legs, and a large crater suddenly appeared under his feet, and cracks filled the outside. The next moment, he appeared 20 meters away, counting money. 2 fingers pierced straight through the tree. Ultimate's high temperature burned the tree black and gave off an unpleasant smell. Phew! After doing all this, he exhaled a long breath, and the thunder on his body breathed out. Wow, Big Brother Sasuke is amazing. Big Brother Sasuke is invincible and unparalleled in the world. The Konohamaru trio clapped their hands in admiration and their eyes lit up. Brother, what is this trick called? Konohamaru trotted forward and asked admiringly. Sasuke crossed his hips stinkingly, pretending to be cold and saying, "This is lightning-style Millennium Finger. Through the attachment of lightning, make the fingers the hardest part of the human body, and instantly insert the fingers into the vulnerable parts of the opponent through the acceleration of lightning style. This is a nirvana that consumes very little and is extremely lethal." Wow! Sasuke-san, what are the vulnerable parts? Of course it's the eyes and throat. Do you want to learn? Seeing the Konohamaru trio nod their heads like garlic, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. As long as your master's own chakra attribute changes, you can instill the energy of different attributes into your fingers, which will be your most powerful ninjutsu. During this period of time, Sasuke has recognized these little brothers in his heart and often takes them for training. Everything is fine. It's just the only thing that annoys him. Joining the team in place of Naruto is a guy who has no emotion and is extremely indifferent. Sasuke couldn't help but have a headache when he thought that he was going to perform an assignment with that guy in a few days. "Hey, Sasuke, long time no see." At this moment, Naruto's gentle voice suddenly sounded above the big tree where Sasuke was sitting. Chapter 140. Sasuke froze, looked up quickly, and saw Naruto squatting on the branch. The slender branches seemed to bear no weight from Naruto at all, still sturdy, trembling slightly in the breeze. Naruto got stronger again. Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly. Damn it! He was reluctant. No matter how fast he's improving, Naruto can always push himself. This feeling is so uncomfortable. And in the more than a month that Naruto joined the route, he almost stayed in the village and did not go out to perform 2 difficult tasks. This makes the growth of his strength extremely slow. Jiraiya also leaves Konoha for a secret mission, seemingly to find 5th Hokage. 3rd Hokage broke his arm and stepped back behind the scenes. Kakashi is also very busy during this time and has been carrying out tasks. It is said that all countries have begun to covet Konoha, so the workload during this period is huge. In the same period of the 12 Xiaoqiang, only Naruto and Rock Lee who joined the route have been performing tasks. I'm really envious. I also want to join the route. Asked Naruto if there is a way to join the route. Sasuke secretly thought. He looked at Naruto and smiled. Long time no see, Naruto. Hey, is this Naruto the guy that Big Brother regards as a rival? He looks so weak. Konohamaru scratched his head and asked curiously. Buji Island, Big Brother Naruto looks so gentle. Meng Huang replied. Whoosh. Naruto used Shunpo to get in front of Sasuke, causing the Konohamaru trio to back off. Okay, that's amazing. The Konohamaru trio who turned around were full of stars. Brother Naruto is so fast. You just finished your mission. Sasuke looked at Naruto, his robes neat and his bare skin unscathed. How's the difficulty? It's okay, it's pretty easy. Humph, it seems that the mission of the route is not very good. Only through the experience of blood and death can you truly become stronger, Naruto. It seems that you have not experienced enough. Sasuke raised his proud head. Yeah, just 2 Jonin's, and they killed the 2 Jonin's who were protecting our team with ease. The difficulty is really low. Naruto nodded, empathizing. Alas, I think I need a cage-level opponent so that I can stimulate the potential of my body. Naruto spread his hands, with playfulness in his eyes. The environment at the route is still extremely depressing. In contrast, the days when he and Sasuke little Sakura were together were rarely cheerful. Naruto suppressed youthful innocence and childishness. It's only now that he's occasionally exposed when facing Sasuke. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's body froze, and after a long time he cried out in grief and indignation, "Damn it, I want to join the route too, Naruto, please help me introduce it." Anbu? Dogs don't go. The root is the eternal god. Jokes aside though, Naruto definitely won't let Sasuke join the roots. Just because the environment of the roots is too rotten and smelly. Naruto didn't want his work to be tainted by roots. Although Sasuke's strength growth is not as good as his own, he can accumulate and develop. With Kakashi, maybe Jiraiya will teach him in the future. When Sharingan evolves again, Sasuke's strength will grow by leaps and bounds. The most important thing is to get out of yourself, rather than just following behind others. After appeasing Sasuke, Naruto saw that there was no sign of little Sakura anywhere, and asked, "Where's little Sakura?" He went to Tsunade with Pervy Sage, maybe she can become Tsunade's disciple. Sasuke replied. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly looked strange. If little Sakura becomes Tsunade's disciple, will he inherit that terrifying power? Everyone is growing. Hope you don't let yourself down. Naruto chuckled and said goodbye to Sasuke, then I'll go first, I haven't seen Mr. Danzo yet, next time. Well, Naruto. Next time, let's have a battle, the serious one. Sasuke stopped Naruto with a complicated expression, his lips twitched, as if he had a lot to say, and finally, 1,000 words were turned into a battle. Oh? I'm very strong now. Naruto paused and said warmly. Don't underestimate me, Naruto. Okay, next time, let me see what you know about genius. Naruto nodded, and Shunpo disappeared in front of Sasuke. Sasuke sighed with a complex face. He was a proud Uchiha, carrying the glory of Uchiha, under great pressure, but he would not back down. At a young age, he had a sense of family responsibility that adults couldn't uphold. His world was originally dark and colorless. But it was illuminated by Naruto. I thought. He will always get stronger and follow in his footsteps with Naruto as his goal. Maybe one day, he will have the power to surpass Naruto. At that time, he would stand in front of him smiling and revive Uchiha's glory. After leaving the team from Naruto, he felt his weakness again. If Naruto is the first tier, he can only be the second tier. For the proud Sasuke, this was intolerable. He worked hard day and night, and he also missed the days of partnering with Naruto day and night. Goodbye this time, I originally wanted to express my thoughts about my dear friend. But this damn arrogance turned those words into a battle. Maybe fighting was the talk between him and Naruto. I want to tell him that I have changed. Now, I have understood the true meaning of protection. Next time, I won't lose. I will prove myself. Prove that I can be the future Hokage. Facing the rising sun, Sasuke showed a smile that was warm enough to melt the ice. This smile is crazy about the Konohamaru trio. Big brother laughed. Silly. Konohamaru muttered. Sasuke's face darkened instantly. You, practice for me. Sasuke brought up Konohamaru, tread me now. Wow, big brother Sasuke, you are avenging your personal revenge. Konohamaru suddenly screamed. Stop talking nonsense, practice for me. You don't want your grandpa to see you doing nothing every day. As soon as Naruto returned to the roots, he was summoned by Danzo. In the dark room, Danzo's face was gloomy. When Naruto walked in, Danzo's expression improved a bit, and he asked with concern. The accident on this mission was unexpected. Fortunately, you are all right, are you injured? Naruto shook his head and said calmly, it's just a little bit more expensive, but I have something to say to the teacher. Danzo understood that Naruto might have something to say next that he hadn't reported before, so he sat down and nodded. The Konoha rebellion I fought in the last fight seems to have a peculiar power within him. Naruto frowned and hesitated. That's why I came to you, that guy is dead. Danzo said solemnly. Dead? Naruto looked stunned. Yes, dead. His body is in Konoha, which means that what you see may not be him, or the soul body. Danzo took a deep breath, his face dignified. Did you find anything unusual during the battle? Naruto nodded and replied without hesitation, I think he is an upgraded soul body. Chapter 141. His power is very special, not a ninja's power at all. Naruto explained, Kitoru can merge into the shadow and attack through the shadow. This is a ninjutsu that has never been recorded, and even if he is injured, there will be blood, and a white substance will flow out of the wound. Naruto is not hiding information about Shinigami, in his opinion. Although the level of research on the root is somewhat inferior, he is still a stooge. Let the root notice Su and Shinigami earlier, and you can also get some information and resources you want from it. Besides, Danzo has always cooperated with Orochimaru. After this release, I believe that Danzo will be more determined to get information from Orochimaru. Judging from Orochimaru's character, he would definitely hit an experimental material hard. It can also be regarded as a benefit for Orochimaru. Hearing Naruto's answer, Danzo fell into deep thought. He remembered the emptiness in Orochimaru's mouth, which was also transformed from the soul. It's just that different from Geisha, Su is an irrational monster, and Geisha still retains his human form and memories of his life. Looks like it's time to get in touch with Orochimaru again. Danzo frowned. He had dealt with Orochimaru before, and Orochimaru had agreed to ship a dummy to himself. It's just that the virtual is too violent and difficult to control, so it has not yet reached Konoha. Thinking of this, Danzo looked at Naruto and asked, Gito is probably a monster born from human experiments. What do you think of human experiments? Danzo naturally has his own considerations on this issue. I learned from the eyeliner Abermanari that Naruto does not resist human experiments, and even many ideas are appropriate to the root thinking. Faced with the question, Naruto replied decisively, I think human experimentation is a necessary means for a ninja village to become powerful. Although it may be cruel and inhumane and goes against the law of heaven, human experimentation can help us better understand the blood and blood boundaries in the body, and even artificial only in this way can we protect Konoha. And as far as I know, second Hokage developed various forbidden techniques through human experiments, and these powerful forbidden techniques have made Konoha benefit to this day. Yes, you are right. Danzo's eyes were full of admiration. The ninjas of the third generation have always had a common problem, naive. But Naruto has no such qualities at all. To his own people, he is genial and courteous. For the enemy, he showed no mercy and was cruel. He understands the price of becoming stronger, and he fully accepts the darkness. This is the only person who can inherit the will of fire and the will of the root. Naruto, now, do you understand the roots? Danzo asked in a low voice. Of course, where there is light, there will be darkness. The strength of a ninja village is not something that kindness and prosperity can bring. It also needs darkness like a reflection. Naruto's eyes were firm and he said softly, this is also the reason why I joined the root. If Konoha is a big tree, then the root is the root that takes root in the soil and provides nutrients to the big tree. Yes, you are right. Hearing Naruto's real words, Danzo's eyes suddenly blurred. This is the original intention of his establishment of the root, and he has paid too much for Konoha. Although he did human experiments with the same village, started the Konoha collapse plan jointly with Orochimaru, and even hid behind the scenes when Konoha faced a crisis. But in the end, it's all about making yourself a Hokage. Only by becoming Hokage yourself will really benefit Konoha. What do you think of Orochimaru? Danzo asked after a moment's hesitation. The darkness at the roots is beyond imagination. Originally, Danzo planned to let Naruto slowly understand the roots and accept the roots. But from the current situation, this process can be accelerated. Orochimaru is a very good researcher, I think he is a talent. Naruto pondered for a moment. But he carried out the Konoha collapse plan. Danzo added kindly. Yes, I don't know him well enough to comment too much. What if? Danzo changed the subject, what about collaborating with Orochimaru for research? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently, I think there is no problem at all, there is no permanent enemy, only permanent interests. Konoha's collapse plan has become a reality, no matter how regretful it is useless. If you cooperate with Orochimaru, you can give Konoha a lot. To bring better development, then I think it is feasible. Appreciate, shocked. Many emotions are intertwined in Danzo's eyes. Naruto turned out to be the perfect root candidate as he expected. Maybe it won't be long before Naruto will be able to get access to the Core's root delegate. But now, Naruto's sense of belonging and loyalty to the root has not been completely established. If he is directly exposed to the most core secrets, there may be changes. Danzo wasn't suspicious of Naruto. Only, in order to cultivate the root leaders in a more standardized manner, it is extremely important to establish a psychological construction to accept darkness. So Danzo decided to lay the groundwork for Naruto's commissions first. I have a new commission for you here. Danzo smiled. The Snow Country is currently in civil strife. The Snow Country princess faction has asked Konoha for help. If there is no accident, Kakashi and Guy will go with Uchiha Sasuke, Tien and Hyuga to help the princess recover the country. Your task is very simple, secretly collect all the snow ninja corpses, and it is better if you can capture them alive. Konoha's prosperity has never been supported by one commission. And what we have to do is to make Konoha stronger from the root. Bing Dun is a very good ninjutsu. Through countless studies, perhaps in the future, our roots can create the boundary of Bing Dun's blood. Danzo said with a smile. In the end, he also added, this time the task is more difficult. If there are special circumstances, the whereabouts can be revealed, but the identity must not be revealed. If Konoha Shinobi gets in the way, you can do it, Danzo said, looking at Naruto meaningfully. I see, this commission is very interesting. Naruto smiled gently. I'll get the job done perfectly. Seeing Naruto disappear, Danzo fell into a deep thought. It took a long time to say, lead people, go to Orochimaru, and talk to him about further cooperation. Yes, Lord Danzo. Several voices resounded in the darkness, followed by the sound of breaking the air. The room fell silent again, and after a long while, Danzo's babbling sound came. Void, Ryutsu. Chapter 142. A request from the Snow Country? An escort request? There must be many strong people, right? In the training ground, Sasuke, who had just received the request, was full of excitement and belligerence. Finally, I have to accept these difficult commissions. That's right. Only in this way can I increase my combat experience. Soon I will catch up with Naruto. Ha ha ha. Naruto definitely didn't expect that I would have the opportunity and be good at ice. Escape ninja fight, if he knew about it, he would definitely envy me. Sasuke raised his head and laughed wildly, feeling very happy inside. After being held down by Naruto for so long, he finally stood up. But little Sakura isn't here, isn't that guy Sai going back to the roots temporarily to handle the urgent mission? Sasuke then thought of something and looked at Kakashi with a puzzled face. Ah, the reason is this, and it is with this in mind that I asked the Guy team to carry out the mission with us. Kakashi's tone was as lazy as usual. Hey? With Niji? No, I can do it alone, I don't need a fuel bottle. Sasuke snorted coldly. Hyuga Niji was defeated by Naruto and Destroyer in the Chunin exam. If he cooperates with Niji, it will prove in disguise that he is not as good as Naruto, and he needs to cooperate with his defeated generals. I, Uchiha Sasuke, have never been weaker in my life. Kakashi, it's enough for me to go alone. Wearing a mask, your disciple is too strange, can you not bring him? Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was following Kakashi, said expressionlessly. Who are you, woman? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, showing displeasure. I'm the person you entrusted to protect this time. Fenghua Xiaoxiu looked disgusted. You look so handsome, why don't you have a good mind? Hey, woman. Sasuke looked at Kakashi with a dead fish eye. Hey, Kakashi, why do you always accept some escort requests, do you have some weird hobby? Kakashi looks helpless with a dead fish eye. Hey, you good-looking boy, how old are you this year, or genin? Along the way, Fenghua Xiaoxiu kept sneering at Sasuke. Sasuke's face almost crooked with anger. Hey, woman, stop talking nonsense, I will protect you this time, don't underestimate me, He folded his arms and said coldly. Soon, they rendezvous with Guy's squad. After a friendly chat, they embarked on a journey to the Snow Country. Along the way, they also talked about Rock Lee and Naruto. For the partners who joined the route, they all deeply regretted, but also expressed understanding. It's also good to be able to join the route, after all, the route is the same department as Anbu. Kakashi said. Route? I don't seem to have heard of it before. Looking at the puzzled faces of the students, Guy and Kakashi explained, this is a very mysterious department. Fenghua Xiaoxiu on the side listened to this, and interjected, Hey, the two of you who joined the route must be very powerful, you are all ninjas who failed to advance. This sentence was like a knife stuck in Sasuke's heart. He angrily defended, what is the promotion failure, the route is not a great place. Also, I am not worse than Naruto, I am very strong. But his justification was so pale. Instead, he was like a little lion that was incompetent and furious. On the other side, Naruto appeared on the other side of the forest, hiding his figure and following behind Sasuke and others. Considering that a bear Mainari's ninjutsu is too iconic, it is easy to be discovered that it originated from Konoha, and Rock Lee's poor performance in the last commission, so this time he went to the commission alone. It may be that Danzo's trust in Naruto has increased, or that the route is understaffed, so no Jainin has been dispatched to monitor and follow. One thing to say, the route is still relatively free. Just after Naruto left the village again, third generation found Danzo and asked dissatisfiedly, why is Naruto always going out of the village to do tasks? For the village, Naruto is an extremely important strategic resource. There are 3 long and 2 short, but it is not a small loss to Konoha. In response, Danzo sneered, Jinchuriki in the greenhouse will never be able to be alone, Naruto is now my disciple, I don't care about him as hypocritically as yours, he is the man I believe can inherit the leader of the route, whether it is his own strength or the limit of blood, it is enough for him to complete the commission perfectly, and even if he fails, he can retreat. He can use his brain to perform the commissioned ninja, but unlike you, his own apprentice cut off his arm, Hiruzen. Faced with Danzo's taunts, third generation was so angry that he smoked a pipe, but was powerless to refute it. Round battle IQ, Naruto absolutely crushed the same period. Coupled with the pervert ability of Kaika Suijutsu, it would be extremely difficult for Jainin to kill Naruto alone. Then you should pay attention to Naruto's growth. I don't want the roots to hinder Naruto's growth. Third generation took a deep look at the high-spirited Danzo and said, don't worry, I already have a full set of plans, Naruto will grow according to my plan, and in the future, he will become Konoha's most beneficial knife. Humph. Third generation felt resentful and walked away. Bang. Hearing the sweet sound of the door being watched, Danzo was filled with emotion. Finally, the person who left was not me. He looked at the Hokage building with fiery eyes. When will that seat be your turn? In a quiet town. A man in a kimono, with a handsome face and a girl-like appearance, sat in front of the booth, smiled and looked at the crowd, and shouted in a clear voice. Handmade jewelry, pass by, don't miss it. A boy and a little girl were sitting beside the man and also shouted crisply. Pedestrians passing by occasionally linger, looking at the accessories, their eyes are quite astonishing. Such a delicate little thing is truly endearing. But in this war-torn era, survival is very difficult, how can there be money to buy small things? Therefore, in the past morning, there were only a few items on the booth that could be counted. Sister Bai, are we not doing well enough? Why don't everyone buy it? The girl looked at the man sadly. The man showed a warm smile like a warm sun and said, maybe they don't have enough time to stay. Hey, he's obviously too poor. The little boy pursed his lips, a little unhappy. Shiro smiled and rubbed the boy's soft hair, a smile as gentle as Naruto's. The boy blushed and turned his head. Suddenly, Bai's face changed, and he looked into the distance seriously. After a moment, a happy expression appeared, Naruto-sama is calling me. Naruto-sama? The two boys looked puzzled. Brother Bai, sister Bai, is that the one you kept saying, Naruto-sama who saved you? Yes, I'm going to go, you stay at home these days and don't run around. Bai smiled and nodded, then instructed. Xiao Qin, you have to take good care of your brother, Xiao Ning is very sloppy, you have to be optimistic about him. And Xiao Ning, don't go out and run around, you have to protect your sister. Seeing the two little reluctant expressions, Bai felt a little reluctant in his heart. I should be back in a few days. Finished. He helped the two children clean up their stalls and sent them home. The next moment, he disappeared in place and appeared 100 meters away. Chapter 143 Konoha, Naruto taught by Aizen. Bai shuttled through the forest like a light swallow, and the branches under his fingertips didn't even tremble. It is enough that his control of power has reached the point of perfection. His talent is already good, and he has also cultivated steadily during this period, so his strength has far surpassed before. After traveling for a while, he finally saw Naruto who was still waiting in a clearing. It is noon now, and the sun shines on Naruto's warm smile, adding a touch of tenderness. Long time no see, Shiro. Naruto's eyes flashed strangely under his heavy black-rimmed glasses. Now that Chakra and Ryutsu in the white body have just reached the level of Jonin, I believe that even against the stronger Jonin, they can win. Lord Naruto. Bai came to Naruto with a respectful expression, long time no see. How's this time going? I live in seclusion in a small town. Bai described the life of these days one by one. He adopted 2 children who were homeless because of the war, then rented a house with some of the money Naruto gave him, and went to the market every day to sell some handmade jewelry. Secretly, he would go to underground organizations to accept some commissions. Because of his strength, he is quite famous in the local underground organization. It's just that he is very principled in accepting commissions. 1. Does not kill. 2. Do not accept the entrustment of the unreasonable. So those ninjas gave him a code name, Angel. Naruto smiled and listened, and was happy with everything Shiro. Due to his experience of wandering, Shiro has empathy for homeless children, which would be a fatal flaw for a ninja. I appreciate your kindness, Shiro. After Shiro finished speaking, Naruto said slowly, but you must know that this one we are going to leave is very cruel, and you must be prepared as you should. Bai understood what Naruto meant and nodded firmly, don't worry, Lord Naruto, if that day really comes, I will not hesitate. Feeling Shiro's will, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and then explained to him the content of this commission. When he learned that Naruto joined the Dark Roots, Shiro's eyes were a little distressed. He understands that the gentle Naruto must be able to make such a decision after a lot of psychological construction. This time in the land of snow, you will encounter a lot of rebellion, and maybe it will also give you a new understanding of being done. After a long journey, Naruto and Shiro soon followed behind Sasuke's team to the territory of the Snow Country. At the same time, Sasuke's team was also besieged by the Snow Kingdom's rebellion. Several genins emerged from the cover, and their hands were quickly sealed. Bing Yunyan Chuixu. Ice escape icicle. The snow trembled, and several icicles sprang from it, killing Sasuke and the others. A few snow darts also condensed in the flying snow in the sky, flashing cold light. Small worm carving trick. Sasuke snorted coldly, his body burst into dazzling lightning, and the next moment his figure flickered among the genins. Along with the screams, the electric light burst. The smell of burning came, and those genins were instantly eliminated. Okay, that's amazing. Fenghua Xiaoxu stared at Sasuke in amazement, her mouth wide open. Hey, Sasuke has made great progress. Bai, who was watching in secret, chuckled. Let's go, if you want to take them down, you need to send core members at least. We can take advantage of this chaotic opportunity to loot the treasure. Naruto said calmly. Hey, I'm going to be a thief with Naruto-sama, I'm looking forward to it. Bai chuckled. No, we are robbers, Naruto corrected sternly. Yes, yes. Bai covered his mouth and chuckled. On leaving, Naruto noticed that the Sasuke team was surrounded by several genins. The Sasuke team did not receive real information, so they did not know that the Fenghua Xiaoxu they wanted to protect was the princess of the Snow Country. The strength of the snowy village in the Snow Country is not strong, and it can even be called poor. Most of the snow ninjas inside are wearing a kind of peculiar chakra armor. With the blessing of this armor, they can greatly increase their chakra, but at this level, there are very few ninjas who can reach the Jonin level. But the ice escape of their master is still remarkable. Since almost all the snow ninjas encountered along the way are only Genin's level, Naruto and Shiro all the way smoothly. Considering Bai's kindness, Naruto didn't kill these genins directly, but just used Kaika Suijutsu to control the vision. One is that these ninjas are too weak to kill at all, and their bodies do not have much research value. The second is that they don't want to reveal their whereabouts because of the killing. After all, Their targets are rebel leaders and treasures. Traveling through this snow-capped world, Bai, who has the boundary of ice escape and blood, is also a little cheerful in his heart. The country of snow is shrouded in ice and snow all year round. For ordinary ninjas, the low temperature is unbearable, but for Bai, it is comfortable. Under the snow, he felt that both Ryotsuo and Chakra were moving more smoothly. After some infiltration, they managed to come to the palace. The leader of the target mission is sitting on the throne, with a wild smile on his face. The princess dared to come back and even brought Konoha shinobi with her. It's ridiculous. I captured them alive. I want to humiliate the princess and tell her who is the king of the snow country. Here is the leader of the Snow Kingdom's rebellion, Feng Huanutao. According to the information, Feng Huanutao's strength should reach the level of a special Jainin in front of him, and it is not enough to see in front of Naruto. It's a pity that such a beautiful land of ice and snow is actually occupied by such an ugly guy. Naruto's slightly sighed voice echoed in the huge empty palace. Hearing this, Feng Huanutao's complexion suddenly changed. He stood up suddenly, and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Come on!" After a long time, no one of his subordinates came, and Feng Huanutao's face suddenly became ugly. He remembered the information sent by his previous subordinates. This time there is Konoha Village's ninja escort Feng Huazioxu. Could it be that it was the Konoha shinobi who infiltrated the palace this time? When did the princess hook up with Konoha? How could this be? I have been in contact with the Konoha shinobi people, and they will help me secretly. Could it be that they betrayed themselves? Feng Huanutao's face was extremely ugly. He remembered the mysterious Konoha shinobi who came here a dozen days ago. After some negotiation, on behalf of Konoha, he stated that he would not interfere in the competition for the leadership of the Snow Country, and would not accept any entrustment by Feng Huazioxu. So it seems that they defaulted. They want to make money on both sides. Then let's fight. In Naruto's playful eyes, Feng Huanutao took a fighting posture. Wearing the chakra armor that he has researched for decades and the ice ninjutsu such as the Black Dragon Blizzard, Feng Huanutao believes that he will not lose to the ordinary Konoha Jainin. Shiro, I'll leave it to you, let me see your progress these days. Naruto looked at Shiro with a gentle smile. Okay, Naruto-sama. Shiro tapped his fingertips and instantly appeared in the palace. Chapter 144. Konoha, Naruto taught by Aizen. Is there any help? Feng Huanutao stared at Bai. The latter stood in the empty palace, not like a ninja who had experienced life and death, but looked elegant and peaceful. Judging from the previous exchanges between the two, it is not difficult to see that they did not take themselves seriously. This made Feng Huanutao feel a little sullen in his heart. Also getting more apprehensive. Obviously, the opponent has a whole card and is very confident. Wouldn't it be Konoha Anbu? Countless thoughts passed through Feng Huanutao's mind. Finally, hold the kunao in your hands tightly. SHH. Bai took the lead. Still my beloved Qianbinayu. Thousands of books all over the sky directly locked all the key degrees of Feng Huanutao below. If he couldn't dodge, then he would lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. Qianben is shaped like a long needle with extremely low lethality, and is generally used for poisoning. Shiro, it's still too kind. Naruto shook his head secretly, the acupoints Qianben pointed to were not fatal. Before becoming a Shinigami, Shiro had the strength close to a special Jainin. After becoming a Shinigami, I believe that he is stronger than a special Jainin, but even so, if he is still facing the wind, he may suffer. What Naruto cares more about is the white Shikai. Wonder what kind of surprise his Zanpakuto Shikai will bring. Facing the thousands of books that came, Feng Huanutao sneered and made a seal. Ice shuriken. The moisture in the air solidified, and it was made into the shape of a shuriken to welcome thousands of copies. Ding ding! With the harsh collision sound, all the thousands of books fell to the ground. After doing all this, Feng Huanudao immediately galloped away from the palace. Without the bonus of weather, his strength is not even a special Jainin. During the run, he did not forget to turn his head, but was stunned to find that Bai Ruo was following behind him like a ghost. This guy actually kept up with my speed, and he has some spare energy. Feng Huanutao's heart froze, and his hands were sealed again. Water style, water chaos. Ninjas with ice escape talent themselves can release water style, but under severe cold, the effect of water style is not very good. Facing the incoming water, Shiro directly pulled out Zanpakut from his waist and stomped away. The Zanpakut, who is attached to Chakra and Ryutsu, cuts the water stream directly from it with a powerful air current, splitting it in two. Bing Dun Yan Chuixu. Feng Hua's hair stood upright. The water flow that was scattered in the air instantly solidified and turned into a dart-like attack towards Bai. Since the distance was less than 5 meters, Shiro couldn't dodge. Feng Huanudao had a smug grin on his face, as if he had seen the ending of Bai being stabbed. The 26th of Had, red flame plug. But seeing Bai directly smooths out Kid. A red, flaming wall of fire appeared in front of him. Hey! The snow dart melted instantly after it fell into the wall of fire, making a harsh sound. And Bai jumped up, tapped his fingertips on the wall of fire, jumped into the air, and used Kid again under the shocked gaze of Feng Huanutao. The 31 red artillery of Had. A violent fireball fell from the sky, causing a burning trail, and the surrounding snow melted in an instant. Shiro has hardly used ninjutsu since he learned Kid. Kid is rich in different attributes and is easy to use, which is much more convenient than ninjutsu that requires seals. The most important is fire and ice. The effect is outstanding. What a tough ninja, does he use ninjutsu? Feng Huanutao hurriedly used the ice body replacement technique to dodge, kicked his legs hard, and jumped out of the palace with all his strength. The blow failed, and Bai followed closely behind. At this moment, the sky seems to be helping the wind and the raging waves, and there is continuous heavy snow. Under this kind of weather, Feng Huanudao's strength is definitely stronger. He opened his arms and gave a cheerful smile, ha ha ha, God is helping me. Looking at Shiro and Naruto again, they are still undecided. This made Feng Huanudao's heart boil with killing intent. Ice escape Black Dragon Storm Kill. With the completion of the seal, a whirling tornado suddenly appeared between this piece of heaven and earth. The tornado absorbed the university in the sky and formed a fierce blizzard. Approaching towards Bai Susu. Due to the huge range and the strong whirlwind, once it is involved, it is very likely that there will be no life. Its lethality is no less than that of Chidori. Oh! It seems that Shikai must be Shikai. Facing such a powerful ninjutsu, Naruto brought up a playful smile. He leaned against the tree gracefully, letting the wind and snow fall on him. If Shiro could be defeated by this kind of ninjutsu, he would not deserve to be called one of the 12 blades under his seat. The blizzard is coming, mixed with the roar of the wind and flowers, tear it to pieces. Bai sighed and looked helpless. He glanced in the direction Naruto was in, and his movements were a little hesitant. He understood that the time had come to release Shikai. But this Shikai? Kind of weird. If it wasn't for compelled, he would never use it. Let's dance, Sodi no Shirayuki. With the Shikai language, the Zanpakut in Bai's hands changed suddenly. The blade, guard, and handle are all pure white. The blade is oval in shape with 6 hollows. The handle has a pattern at the front and a white ribbon at the end. The surrounding snowflakes danced around the white like life, forming a beautiful scene. Even more surprising and shocking. White hair turned into waist-length hair. The kimono was also transformed into white, with ice blue eyes, long purple hair, and part of the back of the hair was tied together in a long bun. Around his waist was a yellow-green belt, with a large purple bow tied behind him. The chest even bulged slightly. She is indeed a beauty. White after Shikai actually has feminine characteristics. Naruto's mouth opened wide, his face stunned, the expression on his face was that of 100 years of shock. The first thought that popped into my head turned out to be, if you don't cut it, if you're still alive, won't you be crazy? He finally understood why Shiro was resisting before using Shikai. After Shikai finished, the gentle temperament of Shiro disappeared, replaced by ruthlessness and coldness. Facing the incoming blizzard, she gently danced Sodi no Shirayuki. In the next moment, Blizzard turned the gun and headed towards Fenghua furious waves. First dance, second white. Bai then drew a circle on the ground with the tip of Sodi no Shirayuki. The world shrouded by this circle was in the frozen realm of Sodi no Shirayuki. Even Fenghua Nudao, who is good at ice escape, has a chill. He looked at Bai in astonishment, and his heart was actually terrified. His ice escape was like meeting the queen, surrendering and fearing. Who is she? Why is there such a terrifying ice escape? Fenghua Nudao had too many questions in his heart that he didn't talk about, and was finally involved in the blizzard. I thought everything was over, but unexpectedly an airship flew in the air. There was an explosion in the airship, breaking a hole, and a figure flashing with lightning jumped out holding a woman, landed in the messy snow swept by the blizzard, and looked at Shiro and Naruto. Who are you? Uchiha Uosuke stared at Shiro and Naruto, and said coldly. Chapter 145. Although Shuiren's overall strength is not good, if he is fighting alone, he may not even be able to beat Tien Tien and Niji. But their ninjutsu direction is different from Konoha and even most ninja villages. They are more focused on the aid of equipment. The first is the ability to release a large number of kunao weapons of war, armored trains. Huge trains can unleash the sky with no rain. This is not easy to stop even body replacement technique. Fortunately, the left assist team showed their magical powers. Niji's revolving heaven, left help imitating revolving heaven's thunder shield. There are also Kakashi's water style, Gai's taijutsu, and Tenten's blades. Only barely resisted a wave of offensive. But in the face of the enemy's large number of weapons and ninjutsu, they are still a little weak to parry. After all, no matter how weak Shuiren is, it is still a ninja village. Its energy is not something a team of ninjas can resist. After the opponent was bombed by weapons several times, Fenghua Xiaoxia was kidnapped by the airship driven by the betrayal. Seeing this scene, Zozo felt resentful in his heart. It's like seeing Naruto leave the team to join the route. I can only help myself. The chakra in his body erupted at a critical moment, turning into lightning and leaping onto the airship. After entering the airship, Zuozu descended like a god, tyrannizing genin among the crowd. Rescue Snow Princess from absolute crushing. Fenghua Xiaoxia nestled in Zuozu's arms, looking at Zuozu's eyes full of unspeakable meaning. Only then did she discover that this 12-year-old boy already had the responsibility of an adult. It turns out that in addition to those ninjas who support themselves, there are strangers who will try their best to protect themselves. And that person is so handsome, his face matches his fantasy Prince Charming. Fenghua Xiaoxia's face suddenly turned red. Humph, woman, hurry up. Zozo's voice was cold and sweat dripped from his forehead, but it quickly evaporated due to the thunder and lightning around his body. Fenghua Xiaoxia, who was held in her arms, responded gently, and the surrounding thunder and lightning did not make her feel uncomfortable at all. Thousands of birds. Zozo's eyes were cold, and 1,000 birds' cry suddenly appeared in his right hand. Press Chidori against the wall. Boom! An explosion occurred in the sky, and the entire airship emitted light smoke, vibrated continuously, and then lost its direction and fell towards the ground. Zuozu jumped out of the hole, bounced several times on the snowy mountain, and landed steadily on the ground. As soon as he landed, he saw a snow ninja being shrouded in a blizzard. On the opposite side, a white-haired ninja with a smiling mask stood calmly. Behind him is a man sitting in the snow wearing a white fox mask. Who are these people? Zozo frowned. Fenghua Nudao. Fenghua Xiaoxiu, who was in Zhou Zhu's arms, recognized that he was lying on the ground, coughing constantly, and Fenghua Nudao with a painful face, suddenly looked shocked. He's the leader of the rebellion. Hearing Fenghua Xiaoxiu's words, Zosuk looked at Naruto and Shiro, and quietly put Fenghua Xiaoxiu down. Yayao shouted, "Hey, who are you? Our identities don't matter, what matters is that we are not enemies." Naruto stood up, patted the snowflakes on his body, and walked slowly towards Fenghua Nutao. Ka! A hand knife stunned him, put it on his shoulder, and walked back on his own. "Hey, are you too arrogant?" Zozo's cold voice came from behind, "He is my enemy." Naruto paused for a moment, and his tone was joking. "Uchiha Zuosuk, the orphan of Konoha Uchiha, has a good talent, but he failed to advance to Chunin. It turns out that you didn't even advance to Chunin." Fenghua Xiaoxiu hid behind Zozo and advised in a low voice, "Fenghua Nudao has the level of Jainin, these people can beat him, their strength is obviously not low, why don't we run first?" "Humph!" Zozo snorted coldly. The Chunin exam was the pain of his life. Even though he has the strength close to Jainin, he has not even passed a Chunin exam. And Naruto, who is regarded as his best friend and pursuit target, passed the exam and joined the route, which can perform various dangerous tasks. The gap between himself and him also widened again. Now I rarely receive a difficult task, and I still want to test my strength against Fenghua Nutao. Unexpectedly, Fenghua Nudao has been repaired by others. The two of them were almost shrouded in black robes, and they couldn't see their appearance and forehead protector clearly. They should not be Konoha's ninjas. Since they can defeat Fenghua Nudao, their strength should not be bad. Zhou Zhu raised his head in dissatisfaction, his eyes full of hostility. "I'll know if I'm qualified or not. It seems that it will be very interesting next time." Bai chuckled, "Unexpectedly charming." She put away the knife, released Shikai, and regained her male form. "Angel, you go to complete the rest of the commission first." Naruto still carried the wind, flowers, and angry waves on his shoulders, and said sternly. Shiro nodded and used Shunpo to disappear from everyone's eyes. "Come on." Naruto looked at Zuosuk with a calm tone. The voice changed by Ryotsuo as a middle-aged man's voice in the left assistant's ear. Naruto was still carrying the storm, and he didn't even think about putting it down. "You are sure to take that guy to fight with me?" Zoji wiped his nose and said. "Then it's up to you." Zozo was furious at Naruto's contempt, and his tone turned cold. "Then you should be optimistic, don't flash your neck." Whoosh! His figure cut through the snow, close to Naruto, and punched directly. The fist wind brought up made the falling snow seem to have a momentary pause. "Hey!" Naruto turned slightly to the side, avoiding it with ease, and turned a side kick to hit the left arm that raised the block. Bang! Zuosui flew back at a faster speed, but soon his toes stepped on the tree that was about to hit behind him, lightning-style chakra sword, and used the reaction force to get close to Naruto again in an instant. The tree body even had layers of cracks due to the giant strength and the boiling thunder attribute chakra. Such a speed, such an age, barely meets the definition of genius. Naruto chuckled lightly and stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! The snow disintegrated, revealing a huge crater, and then the terrifying updraft brought Naruto directly into the sky, avoiding Zou's blow. Naruto's free right hand suddenly condensed a raise nan composed of Ryotsu. Muji Kid Wuji raise nan. Free hand throw the raise nan towards the left assistant. The little raise nan was pale and seemed to have a spinning black hole inside, constantly compressing the energy inside. Although Mariko was only the size of a palm, the terror Ryotsu brewed inside made the snowflakes around him stagnate for a short time. "This is Raise Nan." Zuosuk widened his eyes. "No. It's different from Raise Nan." He had seen similar ninjutsu on Jiraiya, and he did not dare to underestimate it immediately. His knees were slightly bent, and a dazzling thunder light suddenly appeared in his right hand, and the unison of 1,000 birds chirped. Chidori! Zuozu roared, meeting Rei's Nan. Boom! An explosion that was enough to sweep everything was produced, and the endless light and heat frantically destroyed everything within the explosion range. The heat melted the snow below and shook the earth. Boom! A wave of avalanches appeared in the snow-capped mountains not far away, sloping down towards the land below like a tsunami. Although Shui Ren's overall strength is not good, if he is fighting alone, he may not even be able to beat Tian Tian and Niji. But their ninjutsu direction is different from Konoha and even most ninja villages. They are more focused on the aid of equipment. The first is the ability to release a large number of kunao weapons of war, armored trains. Huge trains can unleash the sky with no rain. This is not easy to stop even body replacement technique. Fortunately, the left assist team showed their magical powers. Niji's revolving heaven, left help imitating revolving heaven's thunder shield. There are also Kakashi's water style, Gai's taijutsu, and Tenten's blades. Only barely resisted a wave of offensive. But in the face of the enemy's large number of weapons and ninjutsu, they are still a little weak to parry. After all, no matter how weak Shui Ren is, it is still a ninja village. Its energy is not something a team of ninjas can resist. After the opponent was bombed by weapons several times, Fenghua Xiaoxia was kidnapped by the airship driven by the betrayal. Seeing this scene, Zozo felt resentful in his heart. It's like seeing Naruto leave the team to join the route. I can only help myself. The chakra in his body erupted at a critical moment, turning into lightning and leaping onto the airship. After entering the airship, Zuozu descended like a god, tyrannizing genin among the crowd. Rescue Snow Princess from absolute crushing. Fenghua Xiaoxia nestled in Zuozu's arms, looking at Zuozu's eyes full of unspeakable meaning. Only then did she discover that this 12-year-old boy already had the responsibility of an adult. It turns out that in addition to those ninjas who support themselves, there are strangers who will try their best to protect themselves. And that person is so handsome, his face matches his fantasy Prince Charming. Fenghua Xiaoxia's face suddenly turned red. Humph, woman, hurry up. Zozo's voice was cold and sweat dripped from his forehead, but it quickly evaporated due to the thunder and lightning around his body. Fenghua Xiaoxia, who was held in her arms, responded gently, and the surrounding thunder and lightning did not make her feel uncomfortable at all. Thousands of birds. Zozo's eyes were cold, and 1,000 birds' cry suddenly appeared in his right hand. Press Chidori against the wall. Boom! An explosion occurred in the sky, and the entire airship emitted light smoke, vibrated continuously, and then lost its direction and fell towards the ground. Zuozu jumped out of the hole, bounced several times on the snowy mountain, and landed steadily on the ground. As soon as he landed, he saw a snow ninja being shrouded in a blizzard. On the opposite side, a white-haired ninja with a smiling mask stood calmly. Behind him is a man sitting in the snow wearing a white fox mask. Who are these people? Zozo frowned. Fenghua Nudao. Fenghua Xiaoxia, who was in Zozu's arms, recognized that he was lying on the ground, coughing constantly, and Fenghua Nudao with a painful face, suddenly looked shocked. He's the leader of the rebellion. Hearing Fenghua Xiaoxia's words, Zosuk looked at Naruto and Shiro, and quietly put Fenghua Xiaoxia down. Yayo shouted, "Hey, who are you? Our identities don't matter, what matters is that we are not enemies." Naruto stood up, patted the snowflakes on his body, and walked slowly towards Fenghua Nutao. Ka! A hand knife stunned him, put it on his shoulder, and walked back on his own. "Hey, are you too arrogant?" Zozo's cold voice came from behind, "He is my enemy." Naruto paused for a moment, and his tone was joking. Uchiha Zuosuk, the orphan of Konoha Uchiha, has a good talent, but he failed to advance to Chunin. It turns out that you didn't even advance to Chunin. Fenghua Xiaoxiu hid behind Zozo and advised in a low voice, Fenghua Nudao has the level of Jainin, these people can beat him, their strength is obviously not low, why don't we run first? Humph! Zozo snorted coldly. The Chunin exam was the pain of his life. Even though he has the strength close to Jainin, he has not even passed a Chunin exam. And Naruto, who is regarded as his best friend and pursuit target, passed the exam and joined the route, which can perform various dangerous tasks. The gap between himself and him also widened again. Now I rarely receive a difficult task, and I still want to test my strength against Fenghua Nudao. Unexpectedly, Fenghua Nudao has been repaired by others. The two of them were almost shrouded in black robes, and they couldn't see their appearance and forehead protector clearly. They should not be Konoha's ninjas. Since they can defeat Fenghua Nudao, their strength should not be bad. Zhou raised his head in dissatisfaction, his eyes full of hostility. I'll know if I'm qualified or not. It seems that it will be very interesting next time. Bai chuckled, unexpectedly charming. She put away the knife, released Shikai, and regained her male form. Angel, you go to complete the rest of the commission first. Naruto still carried the wind, flowers, and angry waves on his shoulders, and said sternly. Shiro nodded and used Shunpo to disappear from everyone's eyes. Come on. Naruto looked at Zyuosuk with a calm tone. The voice changed by Ryotsuo as a middle-aged man's voice in the left assistant's ear. Naruto was still carrying the storm, and he didn't even think about putting it down. You are sure to take that guy to fight with me? Zoji wiped his nose and said. Then it's up to you. Zozo was furious at Naruto's contempt, and his tone turned cold. Then you should be optimistic, don't flash your neck. Whoosh! His figure cut through the snow, close to Naruto, and punched directly. The fist wind brought up made the falling snow seem to have a momentary pause. Hey! Naruto turned slightly to the side, avoiding it with ease, and turned a side kick to hit the left arm that raised the block. Bang! Zyuosui flew back at a faster speed, but soon his toes stepped on the tree that was about to hit behind him, lightning-style chakra sword, and used the reaction force to get close to Naruto again in an instant. The tree body even had layers of cracks due to the giant strength and the boiling thunder attribute chakra. Such a speed, such an age, barely meets the definition of genius. Naruto chuckled lightly and stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! The snow disintegrated, revealing a huge crater, and then the terrifying updraft brought Naruto directly into the sky, avoiding Zo's blow. OM! Naruto's free right hand suddenly condensed a raise nan composed of Ryotsu. Muji Kid Wuji raise nan. Free hand throw the raise nan towards the left assistant. The little raise nan was pale and seemed to have a spinning black hole inside, constantly compressing the energy inside. Although Mariko was only the size of a palm, the terror Ryotsu brewed inside made the snowflakes around him stagnate for a short time. This is raise nan. Zyuosuk widened his eyes. No. It's different from raise nan. He had seen similar ninjutsu on Jiraiya, and he did not dare to underestimate it immediately. His knees were slightly bent, and a dazzling thunder light suddenly appeared in his right hand, and the unison of 1,000 birds chirped. Chidori! Zyuosuk roared, meeting raise nan. Boom! An explosion that was enough to sweep everything was produced, and the endless light and heat frantically destroyed everything within the explosion range. The heat melted the snow below and shook the earth. Boom! A wave of avalanches appeared in the snow-capped mountains not far away, sloping down towards the land below like a tsunami. Chapter 146. The confrontation of the two ninjutsu caused a huge avalanche. Naruto was suspended in mid-air carrying the wind and the raging waves, and looked at Sasuke, who was covered in smoke and dust, with a chuckle. Your Highness, I will retire now. Naruto smiled and looked at Fenghua Xiaoxiu with a freehand tone, and left his heartfelt wishes to Fenghua Xiaoxiu. I hope that Her Majesty the Princess can successfully become the Queen of the Snow Country and carry forward the Snow Ninja Village. In order to accept Her Royal Highness's thanks for us for solving the rebellion, I will choose some gadgets in the Royal Library, and thank the Princess again. Oh, no, Her Majesty. Your Majesty, don't worry, I have listed the ninjutsu protection in front of you. Simple avalanches will not hurt you, but I still sincerely advise you to stay away from these avalanches and find your own supporters. Huge, the towering flame wall appeared in front of Fenghua Xiaoxiu. The scorching high temperature caused the surrounding snowflakes to melt continuously, and the snowflakes that were constantly rolling down the mountain suddenly turned into snow water before they touched the fire wall. But no matter what, the wall of fire stood still, and the fire was still hot and fierce, firmly protecting Fenghua Xiaoxiu behind him. That's it, see you next time. Naruto nodded gracefully towards Fenghua Xiaoxiu, his toes stepped on the falling rubble, and he continued to jump against gravity, soon disappearing into Fenghua Xiaoxiu's eyes. Is this person an enemy or my own? Fenghua Xiaoxiu frowned and thought. Except for Konoha, she did not initiate commissions to other shinobi villages, and the representative of Konoha shinobi is not Sasuke team. Judging from the previous confrontation, this masked mystery person and Sasuke do not know each other, and may even be regarded as an enemy? Why is he helping himself? Is it really just for the king's money? Fenghua Xiaoxiu was puzzled. At this moment, Sasuke, who was submerged by the avalanche, suddenly burst out of the snow, surrounded by lightning, and stared at Naruto who was about to go away, roaring, "Don't go! It's not over yet!" The sky changed drastically, and thunder lights appeared, and several dark clouds were brewing angry thunder and lightning, and they were about to fall down at any time. Hey! Looks like I'm still underestimating you. Naruto stopped and fell back to the ground lightly. However, your anger should not be directed at me, after all, I am the benefactor who helped you solve the rebellion leader. His tone was slow, but also a little puzzled. After all, for a genin like you, Fenghua Nu Tao is an invincible opponent. Naruto told the truth in a very flat tone, and also tore Sasuke's self-esteem like a knife. Sasuke blushed, and the lightning on his body skyrocketed even more. Then I'll tell you, what skills do I have? His legs burst out with explosive power, and he almost crossed the distance of more than 100 meters from Naruto within a few breaths. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style Fengxian Huo Technique. The two ninjutsus were released by him, and the fireballs and Fengxian fire were directly blocked by Naruto's escape route. Hey, could it be that you didn't see the wall of fire that I released before? Don't try to mess with the axe. Naruto didn't panic, and a harmless smile appeared under the mask. Extend your right hand. Boom! Chi cannon burst out from his hand. The endless fire burst out again, wrapped in smoke and dust. A figure flashing with electric light took advantage of the situation to shuttle through the smoke and dust, and punched it fiercely. Hey! The electric light lingered, even bringing up the sound of breaking wind and thunder. Crack! The fist was clenched tightly, and the smoke dissipated, revealing Naruto's white fox mask and a shocked Sasuke. This guy! Sasuke looked at this scene in disbelief. Although he failed the Chunin exam, in lightning style he possesses the strength and speed of Jainin. Even Kakashi didn't dare to take this punch casually. But this man took it easily, and the chakra in his body didn't even fluctuate. This means his physical skills have reached the level of Jainin. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto clenched Sasuke's fist abruptly, and while Sasuke was in pain, a knee hit Sasuke's back into a bow. The fingertips silently tapped on Sasuke's face, and in the latter's horrified eyes, white light condensed on the fingertips. Boom! White light burst out, and an explosion sounded. Sasuke flew upside down and rolled in the snow for several times before stopping. Pfft! Sasuke put his arms on the ground with difficulty, raised his head, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood oozing from his forehead had blurred his vision. If it wasn't for Naruto's pull at the crunch time, Sasuke might have been dead. Naruto's voice came through the wind and snow, the weak should enjoy the last mercy of the strong. Don't try to challenge the impossible, because what you will bring to you is destined to be shame. Go and pay attention to your task. Object, she is dying. Hearing this, Sasuke looked towards Fenghua Xiaoxu and saw that the wall of fire was already crumbling, and Fenghua Xiaoxu fled in panic behind the wall. How can the speed of human running at the gate exceed the avalanche? If Sasuke doesn't move, it will soon be swallowed by an avalanche. Damn it! Sasuke stood up and galloped towards Fenghua Xiaoxu. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled and rushed towards the palace. Sasuke looked in Naruto's direction as soon as he rescued Fenghua Xiaoxu. Naruto was long gone, and he thumped the snow angrily, his eyes full of resentment. Damn it! Damn it! Who is this guy? After Sasuke took Fenghua Xiaoxu away from Xuebeng, he frowned tightly and covered his still painful part with his right hand. His strength is definitely not a simple Jainin. His goal is just Fenghua Nu Tao. Why would his goal be Fenghua Nu Tao and nothing else? He also gave me a familiar feeling. Sasuke was puzzled. But think about it. No one in Konoha who was able to defeat him so easily and who he knew had nothing to do with that person. It can't be Itaki. His eyes narrowed. Hey, it doesn't matter, no matter who he is, I won't lose the next time we meet. Sasuke looked at Fenghua Xiaoxu, who was somewhat collapsed beside him, his tone was stiff. Hey, woman, are you alright? Sasuke looked at Fenghua Xiaoxu leaning on his shoulder with some helplessness. Since childhood, he has not had much contact with women other than his clan. Of course, little Sakura is not a woman. At this time, Sasuke could feel his shoulders sink. Turn your head. However, she found Fenghua Xiaoxu leaning against herself in prostration, closing her eyes. Don't move, let me just rest like this, please. Fenghua Xiaoxu said softly. Hey, woman, hello, I. Sasuke blushed, not even knowing where to put his hands. Chapter 147. Not long after, Fenghua Xiaoxu's forces and Kakashi and others also came here. Far away, I saw Fenghua Xiaoxu and Uchiha Sasuke who were cuddling together. Let go of the princess. Sasuke heard a shout from behind, turned his head to look, and saw Kakashi and some unknown snow ninja rushing over quickly. He hurriedly pushed Fenghua Xiaoxu away as if he had done something modest. Ah! Fenghua Xiaoxu loaded into the snow face down. When he raised his head again, his face was covered with snow. Ahem, as expected of Sasuke, he will never stay because of a woman, this is his youth. Guy said enthusiastically. They could see the marks left by the fierce fighting in this area. Not hard to guess. Sasuke beats formidable opponents here. Hey, what about the traitor? When Fenghua Xiaoxu's subordinates looked around looking for Fenghua Nudao's figure, Fenghua Xiaoxu said, he was taken away. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, Fenghua Xiaoxu will see all the narrative. Kakashi fell into deep thought when he learned that Fenghua Nudao was swept away by a mysterious ninja. Could it be a ninja from another ninja village? Why did he only take Fenghua Nudao? What was his purpose? The truth haunts everyone like a fog. It needs to be reported as soon as possible. Kakashi was stunned for a while, then suddenly remembered that Konoha's Hokage position is still pending. I don't know if it's going well with little Sakura. Lord 5th Hokage. Don't call me Hokage, I can't afford it. In a certain town, little Sakura and Jiraiya, who have already met Tsunade, are making their persuasion. After Jiraiya narrates the facts, Tsunade also understands the serious consequences of Konoha's collapse plan. The third generation broke an arm and took over all the responsibilities alone. Konoha now needs a new Hokage with enough prestige to lead him. That person must be you. Seeing Tsunade who was thinking about her heart, Jiraiya hid her thoughts. Persuaded bitterly. Need me? Humph. Wearing a cool kimono, the ambitious Tsunade stepped on the stool and hummed disdainfully. Baihuahua's thighs are eye-catching, and Jiraiya's eyes are suddenly out of the control of the brain. Ahem, you are still in such good shape. He whispered, his eyes fixed on Tsunade's half-concealed ambition. Pang! The next moment, Jiraiya disappeared into the sky like a cannonball. This BD. Tsunade withdrew his smoky hand expressionlessly and said calmly. Let's go, Shizuan. She waved her hand, turned around gracefully, and greeted a woman in black who was holding a pig. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizuan said respectfully. Shizuan's uncle, Kato-dan, was Tsunade's former lover. During Tsunade's absence from Konoha, Shizuan stayed by his side and was Tsunade's only disciple. With a good hand in healing ninjutsu, he has reached the level of Jainin. Wait a minute, Tsunade-sama. Little Sakura called out to Tsunade. Kid, what else do you want to say? Tsunade looked back casually, looking at little Sakura. With conspicuous pink hair, firm eyes, and a flat bear, he looks a bit like he used to be. Master Tsunade. Please come back to Konoha with me. Konoha needs you, everyone needs you. Little Sakura said loudly. Looking at little Sakura's determined face, Tsunade somehow thought of his dead brother. If he was still alive, he must have been so strongly requesting himself to return to Konoha as Hokage. After all, he dreams of becoming a Hokage. Only Hokage. The location is full of stench. During the third generation's inauguration, Tsunade watched as the Senju clan fell and the Uchiha clan were suppressed. Sitting in the seat of Hokage, third generation transforms like pure politicians at a speed visible to the naked eye. I don't know when, the original intention is not there. All you want is to stay in this seat for a long time. Hokage. Haha. Dogs are wrong. I've been away from Konoha for so many years, and Konoha is the same with me or without me. Tsunade's tone was full of frustration. It's not the same. Jiraiya's voice sounded, and he jumped out of the window with a swollen face. Now Konoha is facing a huge crisis. Under the Konoha collapse plan, Konoha not only suffered a lot of losses, but also discovered a new species. New species? Tsunade frowned and looked at Jiraiya, a summoning beast. Jiraiya shook his head and said solemnly, it's all black, the more 2 meters tall, the body is sturdy, and it can eject monsters similar to tailed beast cannons from its mouth. Tailed beast cannon! Tsunade exclaimed in shock. In their minds, the tailed beast is a terrifying existence that can shake a village. It can be a small-tailed beast cannon, but they are numerous and their strength is comparable to that of Jainin. They are not afraid of life and death, not afraid of pain, and the more they fight, the more courageous they are. Jiraiya's eyes showed a deep fear, and he put his previous fighting experience with Su tell them one by one. Under his description, a phantom figure came alive in Tsunade's mind. Such a monster should not be born. Tsunade seemed to think of something, his face sank. That's what I thought, this may be a monster created by human experiments. Jiraiya nodded, I guess, it may be Orochimaru. From what I know about Orochimaru, he is not someone who will destroy Konoha unless something of a scientific nature attracts him. You mean, Orochimaru is the mastermind behind that monster? Yes, transforming Konoha into a testing ground for monsters fits Orochimaru's character. Tsunade's eyes were a little sad, but there was also a hint of determination. The friend who had few words in his memory, but was unexpectedly reliable, had already embarked on the path of being hostile to Konoha. In the future, they will be enemies. I think, as you know, Danzo's ambitions for the position of Hokage have grown. Jiraiya sighed, after the old man abdicated this time, Danzo's ambitions also expanded. Also, I think behind the monster this time, maybe there is also a shadow of Danzo. Danzo, rotten guy. Tsunade sneered, his eyes gleaming coldly. She didn't have any good feelings for Danzo at all. This is a root that is hidden in the dark and is constantly sucking blood. It is undeniable. The existence of the roots did help Konoha with many dark and unsuitable means. But at the same time, also constantly assimilating Konoha. One of the reasons Tsunade left Konoha was the roots. So we need you, under the oppression of Danzo this time, we have been forced to let Naruto join the root, without your appointment, Danzo will be lawless. I know you have a grudge against the top of Konoha, but I believe you also don't want to see Konoha fall into Danzo's hands, it's our home after all. Tsunade was shaken by Jiraiya's eloquent persuasion. It's really annoying, Hokage seat or something, why do so many people want to sit? Tsunade sighed with helplessness in his eyes, I'll go back with you first. Chapter 148. Hardly seen in decades. Tsunade and Jiraiya chat a lot. Some topics are about Orochimaru, some about their lives, and some about Konoha. Tsunade discovered that Jiraiya was still the same Jiraiya. Careless, he still loves Konoha deeply. Like himself, he is full of disappointment with Konoha's top management, but he still chooses to guard Konoha silently. Over the years, Jiraiya has collected countless intelligence abroad. He is obviously a well-respected Kage-level powerhouse, but he is very lecherous and lingers among Fenjio women all day long. Tsunade understands. This is also a kind of intelligence network specially established by Jiraiya. Fenjio woman's well-informed level will not be much worse than that of general intelligence organizations. But Tsunade has a mental and physical allegiance to his other half. She knew Jiraiya's feelings for herself. But unacceptable. Jiraiya probably knew this, so she was slow to express her feelings. He would look at Tsunade with a lewd look and make a debauched look, but in fact, there was an unspeakable emotion deep in those eyes. They are destined not to be together, but they actually have affection for each other. Hey, Tsunade, I said, we are all half in the earth, and we are all single, otherwise, let's make do with it, we can't have no future. Jiraiya pretended to be casually joking, and then went to a rather complicated scene in Tsunade. He scratched his head in his eyes, and laughed stupidly. Ha ha ha, I'm joking. If you really want to marry me, you can, ha ha ha. Jiraiya laughed loudly, also a little lonely. It looks like a joke, but it's the truth. He knew that Tsunade had always had Kato-dan inside. Everyone knows that Toad Sage is lustful, but he doesn't know that his affection is all given to an impossible person. Since childhood, Jiraiya has also silently liked Tsunade. He watched Tsunade grow up, watched Tsunade find her boyfriend, and blessed him in person. He buried this feeling deep in his heart. Before you know it, decades have passed. Tsunade, if. By the lake in the moonlight, Jiraiya looked at the still beautiful Tsunade, her lips squirming. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya quietly, the years had left their marks on them. The young boy from before also entered middle age unknowingly. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade complexly, then turned to look at the sparkling lake, which reflected the faces of both sides. Forget it, it's okay. Jiraiya's inner words finally turned into a sigh. By the way, when you return to Konoha, I will take you to see Naruto. He is very similar to Minato, you will be surprised. Jiraiya changed the subject and said. Uzumaki Naruto? I heard that his upbringing doesn't seem to be good. Although Tsunade hangs around the casino all the year round, he still pays attention to some information about Konoha. From the mouths of some ninjas, she learned that Naruto's life was not good, if not bad. Yet. Jiraiya nodded with a guilty expression. What the old man is doing is getting more and more disgusting, and it may be a good thing that he abdicates. Tsunade criticized mercilessly. So Konoha needs you now. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade pouted noncommittally. "How is Uzumaki Naruto doing now?" she asked, having accepted the identity of 5th Hokage in her heart. "He joined the Roots." Jiraiya sighed, as if 10 years older. He was really used from childhood to adulthood. Tsunade sneered. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was taken away by Danzo. It seems that the damage to Konoha this time is really great. Not bad. Jiraiya nodded, recalling the details of the battle with Su, and still has a shuddering feeling. It is unimaginable how terrifying oppression it will bring if that monster grows to Kage level. Judging from the current situation, the number of monsters is still relatively large. But the good news is that Konoha Anbu has also captured 2 monsters and is currently conducting various experiments on them. However, the strength of Konoha's scientific research department is not enough, and the research progress is relatively slow. "I'm worried if the Roots have anything to do with these monsters," Jiraiya mused. "There is a possibility that Danzo is completely rotten." Tsunade said blankly. "By the way, what about that Uchiha's only seedling? You said Sasuke, that brat." When Sasuke was mentioned, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. "I think of the scene when I first met Sasuke and then briefly guided him. That kid has a lot of potential, it's interesting," Jiraiya said with a smile. "If I hadn't already accepted Naruto as my disciple, maybe I would have accepted that kid as my disciple. I'm very interested in that brat with your evaluation." Tsunade smiled, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot, not the solemn and awe-inspiring before. The Roots should have no idea about him, right? For now, not yet. Hearing Jiraiya's answer, Tsunade only felt stressed. Since she hasn't returned to the village for too long, she has no power in Konoha, and can only be regarded as barely able to inherit the power behind the 3rd generation. But 3rd generation is sure to point fingers on the side. Plus there's a Danzo coveting on the side. The position of Hokage can be imagined to be very aggrieved. The 5th Hokage position is not easy this time. "Jiraiya, I need you to stay and help me," Tsunade said solemnly. "I see." Ziyu nodded solemnly. "By the way, that Haruno Sakura's medical ninjutsu talent is good, I'm going to accept him as a disciple," Tsunade said with a smile. Everything went according to the path it should have. Naruto and Shiro passed by the royal treasury in the Snow Country afterward, politely took away some of the money, and left a note. "These money are used as a reward for helping you solve the storm. You're welcome. I wish you a smooth future development and become a great country." Naruto thinks he is kind, so he keeps doing it. Also kept half of it for the other party. He said leaving 10% to buy, so that he could easily form his own forces in the future. After that, they captured a few snow ninjas who were fairly strong, and these were all materials for Danzo to cross. Naruto then asked the clone to follow Bai to the town to pick up the 2 children, and then walked towards Orochimaru's Sound Ninja village. The body returns to Konoha. Now that the dormant period of the first phase is over, the layout of the second phase can begin. Naruto's clone and Shiro, with the child, quickly shuttled through the jungle. The 2 children did not expect that the gentle and harmless Bai had such terrifying strength, and his eyes were bright. "Brother Bai? Sister Bai, you are amazing, can you teach us ninjutsu?" Hearing this, Bai looked at Naruto, as if asking for Naruto's opinion. "There is nothing wrong with longing for power, but you must know that gaining power means taking on greater responsibility," Naruto said slowly. Chapter 149. Inside the Orochimaru Sound Ninja Village. Roar. In the basement, a mournful roar sounded with negative emotions. Those underpowered Midgenin couldn't help but softened when he heard the hind legs. The phantom cry will awaken the fear in the depths of the human soul. As expected of a monster transformed by a soul, it's amazing. In the floor-to-ceiling window at the top of the basement, Orochimaru looked blankly at the virtual fighting below. The original more than 20 virtuals have only 3 left after the fight. They are the best of these Jillians. After some fighting, they formed a delicate balance, occupying an area of each other and not encroaching on each other, but this balance would soon be broken. Because devouring the same kind is an instinct engraved in their bones. If you want to survive, you need to constantly devour the same kind. Theoretically, a Jillian would need to devour hundreds of its kind to have a chance to evolve into an Ajichas. But after the integration and upgrading of Chakra and Ryutsu, Jillian's evolutionary conditions are not as severe as before. These Jillians who devoured dozens of similar species have become significantly stronger, and it is believed that they only need to devour less than 100 Jillians to complete their evolution. The only door leading to this laboratory rose slowly, revealing the 3 tigers hidden behind the door. These creatures, who were originally at the top of the animal kingdom's food chain, were now curled up in the corner like excited cats, shivering, and whimpering in fear. The cage containing the 3 tigers was pushed into the arena, and the doors to the laboratory were closed. Roar! The next moment, the 3 virtuals that had temporarily stopped suddenly sprinted towards the cage. With the tiger's painful roar and the eerie and terrifying physical tearing sound, the laboratory fell into eerie silence again. Su, possessing Ryutsu and Chakra, has a desire to kill any creature, and will not feel tired, and will use all his strength to devour all creatures of the same kind and those with Chakra in his body. He has no interest in devouring ordinary creatures, and will only kill them. Inside the floor-to-ceiling window, Orochimaru said with a smile on his face. Behind him, several researchers worked hard to write. Minato leaned against the corner, expressionless. It's been a month since he cooperated with this inhumane experiment, and Minato is used to it. As his predecessor, Konoha IV Hokage, his innocence has long since faded. Konoha has been conducting similar cruel experiments. So he has long been used to it. Without these unethical experiments, there would be no new breakthroughs. In the past, second Hokage created ninjutsu through a lot of experimentation. Now, Danzo and Orochimaru are on the same path. The number of experiments is not enough. I want to see the birth of Ajichas with my own eyes. I'll have to trouble you, Minato. Orochimaru smiled at Minato, sticking out his scarlet tongue and licking his lips lightly. I see. Minato nodded expressionlessly, following Orochimaru's subordinates to other labs, infusing Ryutsu with fresh souls. Soon, several fresh Jillians were born. Orochimaru calmly looked at the 4-year-old Jillians with a worried look in his eyes. The experimental material is a bit lacking. It seems that the transaction with Danzo will be carried out as soon as possible. He murmured. Now the strongest Jillian has the strength to surpass the special Jainin, and I believe that after evolving into Ajichas, he may be able to break through the cage level. For any ninja village, an even volatile cage level power is a huge treasure. But the resources required behind this are unimaginable. At least with the current background of Union Village, it can't bear it. Besides, every day, these virtual cities riot, and maintaining the base is not a small expense. Since the beginning of the experiment, the financial situation of Union Village has been deteriorating every day. This made Orochimaru very distressed, and it also made his trusted subordinates take more orders and earn commissions to support Union Village. At this time, a subordinate walked into the laboratory and said respectfully, "Master Orochimaru, 2 men brought 2 children into Union Village and said they were looking for you." The subordinate informed Orochimaru of the details. Naruto-kun actually brought a ninja here? It seems that his freedom at the root is not bad. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Based on his IQ, he had already guessed that Naruto was going to place his subordinate in Union Village, and that subordinate might be Shinigami. In this way, he may have one more helper. Naruto's movements were really fast, and it took so long before another Shinigami appeared. It seems that his freedom at the root is far higher than he thought. He smiled sullenly, "I'll go see them now." Inside the Union Village. Compared with Konoha, Union Village is undoubtedly a small ninja village. But its inner prosperity is not much worse than that of Konoha Village. The villagers inside are men and women weaving, and ninjas patrol the streets to ensure the safety of the villagers. Orochimaru has set up a very sophisticated network of intelligence scouts in the village of Sound Hidden. Ordinary villagers focus on agriculture, forming a healthy inner cycle of Union Village. The core ninja will accept the commission, and part of the commission earned will be taken away by the village and used as funds to maintain the operation of the village. There is almost no discrimination against the villagers by ninjas in the village, and everyone gets along quite happily. This shows Orochimaru's talent in management. This peaceful beauty initially shocked Minato, too. If you put yourself in the position of the leader of Union Village, he can't necessarily do better than Orochimaru. This made him sigh. Orochimaru has a ruthless temperament, and he will not allow other forces in the village to affect his rights. At the same time, he was addicted to research and disdained to be an extreme politician. If Orochimaru becomes the fourth Hokage, Konoha's scenery may be a bit more beautiful now than it was during the third generation tenure. But what Minato doesn't know is that in Orochimaru's heart, experiments will always come first. In the future, he neglects the management of Union Village because of experiments, which will eventually lead to the destruction of Union Village. Naruto and Shiro stood at the entrance of Union Village with their 2 children, looking past the guards and falling into the village behind. Looking at the smiling villagers who came and went, Bai showed a gentle smile. The 2 children hid behind Bai, stuck their heads out, and looked at Union Village curiously. The village is well managed. Naruto chuckled and said. As a root ninja, he has naturally seen many small towns and ninja villages in cruel reality. Union Village has been called very good. It seems that Orochimaru is very talented in management besides research. Naruto nodded secretly. Is he the ninja who came to find Lord Orochimaru? Not far away, a white-haired, scrawny ninja looked at Naruto grimly. Kimimaro, so you're here, eh? Are there any guests? A surprised voice came from behind Kimimaro. Gerb stopped, and his eyes fell on Naruto over Kimimaro's shoulders. Noticing the inexplicable gaze, Naruto looked at him, looked at each other in his tone, and showed a gentle and elegant smile. When in Konoha, he needs to hide his strength at all times, but after leaving Konoha, he can make no secret of his momentum and boiling Ryutsu. Just under normal circumstances, he cannot be underestimated. This man, so strong. Gerb took a step back in shock. He could feel the unabashed horror Ryutsu inside Naruto. This feeling has only been experienced in the virtual body in the laboratory. Could this be the person Orochimaru-sama once said? Uzumaki Naruto. Kimimaro glanced at Gerb lightly, and finally turned to leave. Hey, wait for me. Gerb hurriedly followed behind. Those 2 are quite interesting. Seeing this, Naruto showed an inexplicable smile. He could feel a nice chakra swing from Kimimaro and Gerb. It's just that Kimimaro is stronger. But somehow Kimimaro's body is in a very tired stage. If he guessed correctly, he may have been seriously injured or seriously ill. Naruto looked away without thinking much. Soon, Orochimaru arrives, and he greets Naruto with a smile. Such etiquette shows how much Naruto is valued. 4th generation and Kimimaro follow closely behind Orochimaru. Naruto, I miss Konoha very much. Orochimaru smiled sullenly, his eyes swept over Shiro and the 2 children, and the corners of his mouth suddenly evoked an inexplicable arc. These 3 are the original Mist Shinobi, Shiro. These 2 children are his family. Hello, nice to meet you. A Shinigami with Ryutsu in his body, and 2 children. This is a combination that Orochimaru likes very much. Well known. Orochimaru is a genius kidnapper. For these ignorant children, Orochimaru has countless sets of educational concepts that can be implemented. Although Orochimaru is very cold in the eyes of others, in the eyes of children, he is a gentle uncle full of charm. After a brief greeting, Orochimaru walked towards the laboratory with Naruto and others. Before doing it again, Naruto asked Bai to take the child to find an empty house in the village to live in. The virtual experiment is extremely cruel, so it is better to keep Bai away. Bai also guessed Naruto's thoughts in his heart, so he didn't refuse. With Kimimoro's help, he settled in a more central area of the village. During the period, Bai's gentleness and kindness made Kimimaro, a slightly cold and warm man, a little moved. Unconsciously, he also revealed some feelings in the village. To me, Lord Orochimaru is everything to me, and I would give everything for him. Bai Neng could feel the deep admiration and friendship from Kimimoro's mouth. He smiled slightly and said, "For me, Naruto-sama is the one who gave me a second life. I want to work hard for the peace," he said, "and hope that the kindness of this world will not be let down." Under the rising sun, Bai smiled slightly, and the beauty made Kimimaro feel a momentary loss. He turned his head hastily, his expression suddenly flustered. "Peace." He repeatedly chewed on the word that countless people have been asking for, and his heart couldn't help but raise expectations. Chapter 150. But Kimimaro knew that such a luxury would be almost impossible to achieve. Even a top powerhouse like Orochimaru can only occupy a piece of the Sound Ninja village. He looked at Bai. The kind boy was holding an extravagant hope that was too difficult to achieve, and the two children beside him started exploring the house with their big curious eyes. With the shelter of the Sound Ninja village, they should be able to live to their teens. In this day and age, life is not easy. I'll explain to you the rules of our shinobi village next. Kimimoro's tone returned to calm. In Uninu village, you can't do anything to damage the village, and you can't leave the village without authorization. All ninjas need to accept commissions on a regular basis, and the village will use a part of the remuneration as the funds for the construction of the village. Well, I'm fine. Bai nodded. Since you joined Yunin village through Lord Orochimaru, you will have privileges. As long as you perform more than a certain number of commissions and pass the assessment, you can join the group of Uninu 5. Kimimaro said. Before that, Orochimaru had instructed Shiro to inform Shiro of various matters. In this regard, Naruto also has no opinion. Joining Yunin village is a good umbrella for Bai, and it is also a place to practice. The sound of the 5 people. Only the best of the younger generation will have the opportunity to join the Onin 5 and serve Orochimaru-sama. Speaking of Orochimaru, Kimimoro's eyes were filled with admiration that could not be hidden. It seems that Orochimaru has a high reputation. In Kimimaro, Bai seemed to see what he looked like when he followed and did not cut. Both are willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. It's a good thing to have someone who is willing to give everything to follow. Because it will make your heart stronger. At least. Will not be confused. Please advise. Bai stretched out his right hand with a bright smile. Naruto-kun, please hear. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, Naruto went deep into the experimental base. At present, Hollow's experiment is progressing smoothly, but the destructive power of the virtual is amazing, so I am in urgent need of a powerful helper. I have initially explored the mystery between the human soul and Ryutsu, and I believe that it may be fruitful in the near future. Bang! The layers of doors opened. The gates of each floor are guarded by ninjas, and the strength of these ninjas is probably at the level of Chunin. Occasionally, there are a few chakra-like ninjas that rival Jainin. Although the guard's ability is not high, it is enough to be disdainful in the small ninja village. Passing by several small laboratories along the way, my heart is all the materials tied up on the stage. Naruto also saw several Shinigami. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Orochimaru explained, these are all materials that were successfully Shinigamiized, but they retain memories of their lifetimes and have a lot of hatred for us, so we can only control them for the time being. When I came to the last laboratory, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, I could see 2 phantoms sitting on the ground with scars, with the phantom with only half of the body left in the middle. The Ryutsu in them is pretty good. Naruto said with a slightly surprised eyelid. They are the survivors after the fight. Orochimaru smiled. I have a hunch that they are not far from Ajichas, so the second phase of the experiment will put Shinigami in the same room with them. Orochimaru pressed a button and the gate opened, pushing a large cage inside. Inside the cage, a Shinigami is trapped inside. The moment they saw Shinigami, the two virtuals immediately boiled. Orochimaru! Shinigami roared furiously, clutching the cage's poles with both hands, glaring at Naruto and Orochimaru. This is a Shinigami transformed by Sand Shinobi Jainin. Orochimaru pressed a button again, and the cage opened. The two swarmed up. Earth-style earth wall technique. The two earth walls rose quickly, but were shattered by the two virtuals in an instant. The claw skipped over and directly divided the wood into countless pieces. Earth-style earth-stone dragon. After the seal was formed, the earth dragon composed of mud and stones swept away toward a void. Bang! Accompanied by Sue's screams, a strong sense of impact pushed him to the corner. When Sand Shinobi attacked, the other virtual sneaked around and slashed with one claw. Chiang! A sealed state suddenly appeared in Sand Shinobi's hand, blocking the heavy blow, and a backhand slash left a scar on Sue's chest, and the white spirit continued to flow with the wound. Naruto and Orochimaru watched the battle below with gusto and commented. The strength of this Shinigami is good, and it has obviously been awakened for a while. The problem of killing one phantom with the combination of ninjutsu and slashing should not be a problem, but his opponent is two phantoms. In contrast, Kong can only be regarded as a brainless beast. Kong has a powerful strength, but he can't cash it out. I think, this Shinigami should be able to replace a virtual. What do you think, Naruto? Orochimaru asked with a smile, watching the battle in the arena with interest. It's as if at this moment, they're just watching funny movies. These two phantoms will be killed. Naruto said with a smile. I believe in Shinigami's wisdom. On the field, the battle came to an end. Sand Shinobi constantly uses the body replacement technique to evade the virtual attacks. At the same time, under the harassment, the two virtuals also leave scars on each other from time to time. He first used a clone to deceive a phantom, and then cut off another phantom's head with a knife. SHHH. He then used Ryutsu to condense countless kunai and threw it towards the last one. Sand escape dust technique. The entire area was then blown up by a small sandstorm that filled the line of sight. Sand escape sand spear. Then came the sharp sand spear that was condensed from sand. In the middle of the sandstorm, the last one frightened off the kunai with its claws. But the next moment, the air machine was locked, and the sand spear, which was enough to penetrate everything, flew towards Sue's head. Damn! It seems that I still underestimate Shinigami's wisdom. Orochimaru spread his hands helplessly, but these precious experimental subjects can't just die like this. Earth-style earth flow wall. The tall earth wall stood up, blocking the virtual front. Chi-chi-chi. The sand spear was inserted into the earth wall, and the huge force it carried was still interspersed forward. It's a pity that Orochimaru has cage-level power after all, and the earth flow wall created is still not something that a sand spear can pierce. Bakud number 61. 6 Stand Light Prison. At the same time, Naruto chanted softly. The light flakes condensed out of thin air by 6 paths stabbed Sand Shinobi like a sword, forming a subtle connection, and the Ryutsu contained within is so familiar. Sand Shinobi's expression changed when he was in it, and he only felt that chakra and Ryutsu in his body seemed to be suppressed and could not be used. This. He raised his head in shock and looked at Naruto, who was smiling. He didn't think so. In this world, there are people who have Ryutsu just like me, and who are wise. As expected of Naruto-kun, the clone alone can use Kid enough to control Shinigami. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in surprise, with unstoppable admiration in his eyes. Although this Shinigami has been almost exhausted by 2 virtual exhaust. But to be able to control Shinigami so freely, Naruto's ability should not be underestimated. Naruto-kun seems to be getting stronger again, as expected of Konoha's first genius. Orochimaru exclaimed softly. The first genius? Don't dare! Naruto shook his head. Just controlling an exhausted Shinigami. At this moment, the cage once again controlled Shinigami, who was unwilling, and pushed it out of the gate. The only one left, took out the ghost gate, and immediately ran towards the other ghost's corpse, swallowing and chewing. Naruto-kun, I'm curious, when are you going to leave Konoha? Orochimaru looked at Naruto and asked with a smile. Leave? It's not yet time, Naruto shook his head, the intelligence organization at the root is still useful. At this stage, there are still many benefits to staying at the root. Naruto is still waiting for a commission from the land of ghosts. He wants to rely on the intelligence of the roots to find the secrets hidden in the land of ghosts. Perhaps, he can find a way to the Pure Land. The intelligence ability of the root is really good, but even so, they have a lot of information that cannot be mastered. Orochimaru licked his lips and said hoarsely. Orochimaru, besides Konoha, are there any dangerous forces in the ninja world? Naruto asked. At present, he is already planning to leave Konoha. Before that, he needs to understand the distribution of forces in the ninja world, so that he can find a safer land for his future strength. Hearing Naruto's question, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, showing a look of reminiscence, and said slowly. I wonder if Naruto-kun has heard of Akatsuki. Chapter 151. Xiao Organization. Naruto frowned upon hearing this unfamiliar name. He understands deeply. My understanding of the ninja world is too one-sided. Before you are 100% sure, you can't expose your various whole cards. Looking at the doubts in Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru's eyes became solemn and said solemnly. The members of Akatsuki's organization are all cage-level rebels from the major shinobi villages. Uchiha Itachi, who defected from Konoha before, is one of the members of Akatsuki's organization. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly turned cold. He used to be a member of Akatsuki's organization. The main purpose of joining Akatsuki's organization is to get Uchiha Itachi's body. But what is frustrating is that Itachi made himself a lamb to be slaughtered with only one move. Those eyes. Orochimaru's fists clenched quietly. It was Itachi who was brutally abused that made him realize. For the ninja world, being a cage-level powerhouse is a thing of the past. This era still has to rely on blood to follow the limit. Uchiha Itachi's pair of Manjiki alone restrained himself to the death. After the attack on Itachi failed, Orochimaru left Akatsuki. The purpose of Akatsuki's organization is to bring true peace to the world. I don't know the specific plan, but there are at least 6 cage-level ninjas in their organization, and the power of Yamato Konoha can be compared. Orochimaru added. 6 cage levels. Konoha's cage-level powerhouses should be a little more. Naruto frowned and pondered. 6? There should be if Uchiha isn't destroyed. Orochimaru sneered. Danzo has a lot of backhands. His strength is properly cage level, and the 3rd generation with a broken hand can also be regarded as cage level. Guy with 8 inner gates can reach cage level after breaking out. Jiraiya and Tsunade are also besides. I really can't think of Konoha's top combat power. Orochimaru said disdainfully, a good hand is smashed. This is a good thing done by the top management of Konoha. In this way, if the Akatsuki organization wants to attack Konoha, Konoha may not be able to resist. Naruto asked, since the Akatsuki organization can accommodate these cage-level powerhouses, their leader must be very strong, right? You? Have you seen him? No, the leader is very mysterious, and I haven't even seen his true face. Hearing this, Naruto's face turned gloomy. Since they want to bring peace, there must be a plan. Naruto looked at Su, who had finished eating, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, with deep eyes. I'm very interested in their plans, and if I have the opportunity, I must check them out. I suggest not. Orochimaru smiled sullenly. They want to make the world feel pain and achieve peace. Oh? I didn't expect their philosophy to coincide with mine. Naruto was quite surprised. In his opinion, the ninja village in this world is too selfish. Only know to achieve their own power through exploitation. Their use and development of ninjutsu are also focused on warfare. Naruto wants to overthrow these rulers, using brutal means to make all ninja villages tremble with fear. Only when you feel real pain will you hate war and long for peace. So, with a series of measures in the future, the ninja world will be on the right track, focusing on education and agriculture. Reduce wars and hostilities. Achieve great unification. But it is too difficult to realize such a concept. Although I don't know their specific plans, I can guess a little. To realize their ideals, first of all, they need a war weapon powerful enough to shock the village. Orochimaru spread his hands. You mean, tailed beast? Naruto's mouth curled into a smile. When asked, the tone was very determined. The strength of a tailed beast may not be enough to compete with a ninja village. But if the power of the 9-tailed beasts is condensed together, no force can be underestimated. If their target is really a tailed beast, then I'm still their target. Naruto was not panicked after learning this guess. One is that now he is still attached to the umbrella of Konoha. Second, even if your own strength is not as good as Kage level, you can do it if you want to return the whole body. Uchiha Itachi may be their more important member. Naruto pondered slightly, recalling the details of getting along with Nine Tails. Nine Tails has a huge hatred for Sharingan. He seems to have been manipulated by Sharingan in the past. Being able to manipulate the eyes of the tailed beast, Sharingan has great potential. By the way, Orochimaru, how well do you know Sharingan? Naruto asked. With such a ready-made research maniac, Naruto naturally had a lot of questions answered. Judging by Orochimaru's enthusiasm for research, he definitely studied Sharingan. The 3-tomo Sharingan can also evolve into Mangekyou, and each Mangekyou will have unique abilities. Tsukuyomi, one of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyou abilities, can drag people into a dream, and the enemy will suffer great physical and mental pain in the illusion world. It's a very terrifying illusion. Orochimaru didn't hide and generously shared his insights on Sharingan. Just mentioning Sharingan made Orochimaru grit his teeth with hatred. It was a humiliating battle. Before the battle started, he was knocked down by an illusion. Orochimaru's resistance to Tsukuyomi is extremely weak due to the constant body replacement using occult magic. This is why Orochimaru is so focused on studying the void. His soul was weakened by the occult. Shinigamiization and Hollow can strengthen or even upgrade the soul, and may make up for their shortcomings. It shouldn't be far from Akatsuki's actions. We have to speed up the research. Orochimaru's face showed a hint of fear. Before the war breaks out, at least Shinigami who can fight needs to be cultivated. Being able to fight, willing to fight for us, I'm so good at this. Hearing this, Naruto smiled strangely. What? Naruto-sama is here. Sound Ninja Village. Uzumaki, who had just received the news, was excited. Hey, it turns out that he is the Uzumaki Naruto you are thinking of. Jerb groaned, and recalling the pressure he felt on Naruto, his hands trembled. He held the trembling right hand with his left hand in shock, and snorted coldly, "It's just a child." Kid? Orochimaru-sama said it himself, Uzumaki Naruto's strength is already Kage level. Kidomaru said aside. Kage level, what a distant vocabulary. But what they don't know is that Orochimaru raised Naruto's strength from Jonin to Kage level in order to motivate the Nebula 5. I'm going to see Naruto-sama. Uzumaki couldn't help standing up excitedly and rushed towards the door. Hey, this nympho. Gitongmaru curled his lips in disdain. Uzumaki Naruto has been on his mind since Uzumaki Kafo came to the village of ninja. Counting the stars every day, waiting for Naruto to pick me up. This made the sound of the 5 people very strange. What is the charm of Uzumaki Naruto that makes Uzumaki Kafo so determined? It's not easy that Shiro, who joined Yunin village first, it is estimated that he will form a team with Vortex Xianglin. Kimimaro, who just returned, added. Although Uzumaki has been training with them, he has not yet joined the 5 members of the Sound Ninja. Is that by strong? I think he looks very friendly, and he seems to be a good person. Gerb interjected. It's very strong. He has a power in him that is not lost to me. Kimimaro's eyes were full of fighting intent. I want to learn from him. Let's see if my bones are sharp or if he is stronger. Chapter 152. Walking out of the lab, the door opened, and the harsh sunlight made Naruto narrow his eyes. Naruto-sama. A familiar female voice sounded in his ears. It wasn't until his eyes got used to the light that Naruto could see what Uzumaki looked like. Fragrance? Long time no see. He showed a gentle smile. Seeing the smile that day Mrs. Xianglin's eyes suddenly become wet. It's Xianglin. It took a lot of effort for her to meet me. Orochimaru said with a smile. As a senior trafficking criminal, he does not recommend helping others raise geniuses. Of course, during this period, he will not hesitate to release his charm. Uzumaki's talent is excellent. Perception is definitely the most useful ability in warfare. It's a pity that Uzumaki's head is full of Vortex Naruto, and he is unwilling to join the sound of the 5 people. This made Orochimaru quite regretful. You're getting stronger, Kaelin. Naruto smiled slightly, feeling the chakra in Kaelin's body. In order to follow Naruto-sama, I will practice hard. Uzumaki clenched his fists and said seriously. Then let's go. Naruto rubbed his red hair softly with fragrance, and chuckled. Naruto-kun like this is so gentle that I can understand it. Orochimaru, who was watching, thought to himself. For him, a human trafficker, the most handy skill is to make himself a light in the hearts of children. But unfortunately, his temperament is too gloomy and cold, and he cannot achieve a 100% success rate. Seeing Naruto's sun-like smile, Orochimaru couldn't help shaking his head, giving Naruto a thumbs up in his heart. Such refinement, such tenderness, no wonder he can make Uzumaki stubborn. It is such a gentle Naruto, the depth of the city is terrifying. Really looking forward to the future scene where Naruto betrays Konoha. Orochimaru left with a smile, leaving time for Naruto and Kazumi. When he first saw Xianglin, Naruto almost didn't think of this kin he had rescued in the Forest of Death. At that time, he just did it smoothly, but unexpectedly Xianglin gave himself a little surprise. Her strength increase is not bad, and more importantly, her loyalty to herself. Naruto, who is good at manipulating people's hearts, can naturally see that the eyes that Xianglin looks at him are the kind of love between men and women. Love is the easiest way to manipulate a person's feelings. So he stroked Xiang Phosphorus' hair tenderly, giving him a verbal compliment. At the end, he added, "You have to hurry up and improve yourself in Yunin village, my enemy is very terrifying." Naruto's trust fills the girl's heart with happiness. Starlight filled Naruto's eyes. She nodded vigorously, determined that she must practice harder to protect Naruto in the future. "Lord Naruto, I will work hard, I will become the sharpest knife in your hand," she said. Hearing this, Naruto showed a gentle smile and said softly, "No, as long as you have the power to protect yourself, it is enough, the future ninja world will be very chaotic." Uzumaki's heart suddenly brittle. Orochimaru, who was hiding in the dark to learn the scriptures, immediately said that he could not learn. After a brief negotiation with Orochimaru, Naruto left some of the money he got from the Snow Country's alms. He and Orochimaru were already in a partnership. Obligation to invest in research. This large sum of money solves Orochimaru's urgent needs. During this period, Naruto proposed a new conjecture. Since the essence of having Shinigami is a spiritual child, is it possible to cut one's own soul and condense a second body similar to a clone? Although the words were a bit awkward, Orochimaru directly understood what Naruto meant. Chakra is composed of physical and mental energy, and the clone technique used can generate independent consciousness. This is already a very interesting research topic. Then, whether there is a divided soul in these avatars, chakra, can only appear because of the soul. Independent thinking. From this perspective, we may be able to create a body that can accommodate a broken soul, and let the divided Shinigami soul control this body to form a clone that will not be destroyed. Orochimaru said slowly. The definition of soul in the ninja world is too vague. Even if Orochimaru has been conducting related research, it has not been able to find out the truth. But he had a hunch that everything he wanted to know might be answered in Haku and Shinigami. I will conduct research on this aspect simultaneously. Maybe in the future, you can condense a clone that represents your will and can stay in Yin Nin village for a long time. If there is a chance in the future, I would also like to study the 9 tails in your body, whether the tailed beast composed of chakra can become Shinigami or Su, and where is his soul. I need more rare and precious materials, not simple genin, or janin, Naruto, I think you know what I mean. Orochimaru said with a smile. Of course, don't worry, there will be opportunities to study tailed beasts in the future. Naruto nodded with a smile. He didn't intend to keep 9 tails in his body all the time. When the time is right, I will definitely find a way to give 9 tails a freedom. Perhaps in the future, 9 tails can also become a part of their own forces. After chatting with Orochimaru, Naruto released his clone and returned to his main body. After a long absence, I'm finally back. Outside Konoha, Tsunade looked up at the towering gate and Konoha's sign, and couldn't stop sighing. Yeah, this time you're back, you're the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya echoed on the side, her eyes fell on Tsunade's chest, and she couldn't help sighing. It's good, it's big. Bang! Jiraiya flew upside down like a cannonball, knocking over a dozen trees before stopping. Mr. Jiraiya, I haven't seen you for a long time. Your lustful problem is still not sick. Suddenly, there was a gentle laughter in the forest. Naruto. Accompanied by little Sakura's happy cry, a figure flashed through a golden trail and appeared on a branch not far away. The branches were small, but did not tremble from Naruto's stampede. You are Naruto. Tsunade raised his head and looked at Naruto, who was as handsome as jade, with a look of surprise in his eyes. This 9 tails Jinchuriki is really similar to Minato. But the temperament should be more elegant and comfortable. What a coincidence, Naruto, did you just finish the commission? Jiraiya stumbled over from a distance, and asked with a grin all over her body. Yeah. Naruto landed next to Jiraiya, the wind on his shoulders. Feng Huanu Tao's forehead protector has been removed, and Naruto has put a mask on his face, so Jiraiya can't recognize Feng Huanu Tao's identity. If there's nothing else, I'll go to deliver the mission first and talk back. Naruto said goodbye to Jiraiya and the others, and used Shunpo to disappear from their sight. This Uzumaki Naruto's strength is good. Tsunade looked solemnly at the direction Naruto disappeared, and whispered, no wonder Danzo wants Naruto to join the route. With little Sakura around, they didn't mention some secret information. I'd like to fight this kid if I get a chance, Tsunade said carelessly. There will be a chance, go back to the village, the future 5th Hokage. Soon after Tsunade returned, he took over the seat of 5th Hokage. That day, the anxiety hanging over the villagers finally disappeared. They cheered enthusiastically as they welcomed the succession of the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade. The Senju family is the family that created Konoha, and is loved by the villagers. Tsunade's return will reunite the already shattered hearts of the people. A burst of enthusiasm and a vision for the future. Naruto and Danzo stood in the middle of the crowd, looking at the high-spirited Tsunade, and Naruto's eyes flashed a hint of war. Tsunade is good at healing and lacks a little in attack, but his magic power is still amazing. Tsunade's overall combat power is not as good as Jiraiya's and should be a decent opponent. I don't know if Danzo's strength can compete with Tsunade. Naruto looked at Danzo, who was staring at Tsunade on the stage, his cloudy eyes filled with strange emotions, greed, unwilling, and dissatisfaction. "Teacher, do you really want to be Hokage?" Naruto asked warmly with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. "Hokage? That's what everyone wants, don't you?" Danzo gave Naruto a deep look. "I want to be Hokage too," Naruto said softly, and the bright smile instantly overlapped with Minato's. Danzo's heart engine couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato became a force of the third generation, but his son became his own disciple. Also has brilliant blonde hair and a warm smile, and aspires to be a Hokage. It should be said yes. Good fortune fools people. Sarutobi Hiruzen happily watched Tsunade succeed him, tears glistening in his cloudy eyes. During his tenure, he thought too much for Konoha, but after passing on the Hokage position, he felt a deep relief. At this moment, he was no longer third Hokage, but an old man in the twilight. Of course, with emotion, it is still necessary to intervene in fifth Hokage's ruling career. After all, Tsunade had been away from the village for so long and was unfamiliar with many of the village's affairs. If he didn't have third Hokage's help, how could he manage the village? The third generation watched the succession ceremony cheerfully, full of confidence in Konoha's future. Not long after the succession ceremony, Danzo took Naruto back to the root base. The succession ceremony rekindled his desire for the Hokage position. Now that Tsunade is still young, it's definitely not a problem to stay with this guy for 10 years. Tsunade has a great dislike for roots. The following days can be imagined to be the most difficult days for the roots. Danzo's face was extremely ugly. He knows. If I continue on the original trajectory, I will never be a Hokage in my life. It seems that I still need to cooperate with Orochimaru as soon as possible, but my whereabouts will be closely watched. Who should I look for as the messenger of the root? Danzo sighed, and his eyes stayed on Naruto. He regarded Naruto as his successor and invested a lot of effort in Naruto. He was well aware of the darkness at the roots and worried that Naruto would feel bad about the roots. So I have been using delegation to gradually let Naruto accept the darkness of the roots. Let its darkness justify in Naruto's mind. But the recent sudden changes made Danzo anxious. Void is a relatively unknown project at present, and Naruto's bloodline limit is also the root that has always wanted master. It's just that it's not yet time to extract Naruto cells. Danzo didn't want to startle the snake. Until then, let Naruto touch the core business of the root. After he integrated into the root, he made a request to study the cells. At that time, Naruto would certainly not refuse. But before that, he will pave the way for Naruto to become the leader of the roots. Loyal and undivided strong men, and subordinates with certain scientific research capabilities. So, he looked at Naruto and said with concern, "Your commission completion rate is pretty good during this time. Take a good rest for a few days. I will send someone to tell you the specific arrangements later." "Okay, teacher." Naruto nodded and stepped back, looking at Danzo before parting. The man covered in bandages seemed to be contemplating something in the dark. There's an atmosphere that's unsettling to ultimate. Along the way, Naruto passes by a laboratory and sees a familiar woman doing something around the subject. That familiar mask was the mask of Abara Mainari. Abara Mainari's treatment at the root is very good, and there is a unique laboratory. Naruto watched Abara Mainari's experiment with interest. I saw Abara Mainari take out a piece of muscle tissue from the experimental material, and then put it in the insect nest raised on the other side. Black bugs poured out one after another, squirming densely on the muscle tissue. Soon, Blue light appeared all over the insects, the temperature of the air also dropped significantly, and bits of snow and frost condensed in the insect nest. It gave a wonderful feeling. Is this a bug that can absorb ice chakra? Naruto raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you seen enough? At this moment, Abaramaneri, who was concentrating on the experiment, stopped, her voice cold. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to peek, it's just that your experiment was too interesting, I was fascinated by it. Naruto walked into the laboratory and apologized gently. Seeing that the visitor was Naruto, Abarame did not care, and continued the experiment. Just before, she had been summoned by Danzo, and was told to follow Naruto as her master in the future. For Abaramaneri, who grew up from the roots, it is natural to obey orders. There was no turbulence in her heart. It doesn't matter who is obeying, as long as it doesn't interfere with her research. Is this a bug that can absorb chakra? Naruto asked gently on the side. Yet. Abaramaneri grumbled. It's strange, can these bugs directly absorb the chakra in the muscle tissue? After a person dies, won't the chakra in the body pass away? Naruto asked curiously. Hearing the question, Abaramaneri couldn't help but glance at Naruto. Unexpectedly, Naruto still has a little insight on this aspect. I use special worms to preserve parts. These worms that can devour chakra and the blood base are also special worms that I have cultivated through research. Abaramaneri's tone was quite proud. It was only when she talked about bugs that her mood fluctuated so much. Then can these bugs release ice escape? Naruto pointed to the blue bug curiously. Abaramaneri shook her head regretfully, although he can't use ninjutsu, if he bites a bite, the blood and chakra in the body will coagulate in a very short time. The specific performance is yet to be tested, do you want to try it? Abarame looked at Naruto calmly. No, I'm hyperphobic. Naruto took a step back with a smile and politely declined. Abaramaneri curled her lips and said no more. The next moment, however, Naruto's words caught her interest. By the way, do you have any research on the soul? Off topic. These days, the update is about 6K, and the 10th update will start on the 10th. During this time, I made the outline and saved a few drafts. I was a little tired in the past 10 days. Chapter 153. Soul, what a mysterious and elusive word it is. When Orochimaru was still in Konoha, Abaramaneri was ordered to be Orochimaru's assistant. That period was also her happiest time. What she was exposed to was pure, unpurposeful research. It was also during that time that she first learned about the soul with Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the soul is too mysterious. I'm not qualified to study the soul right now. Abaramaneri's tone was rather regretful. Whether it is laboratory equipment, materials, or resources, they are far from being qualified to study the soul. Abaramaneri's talent in research is definitely not inferior to Orochimaru, but the entrustment and limitations of the roots have greatly affected her growth. There will be opportunities in the future. Naruto glanced meaningfully at Abaramaneri and left a thought-provoking sentence. During this time, he saw Abarame's passion for research. This is also a stepping stone for her to join her own camp in the future. In the days that followed, Tsunade, who had just taken over, was overwhelmed by Hokage's affairs. Jiraiya lingered in the bathhouse after a few days. Returning to the village, Sasuke threw himself into training again. Jiraiya, who has nothing to do, occasionally guides her. Naruto has really rested for the past few days, and even his training has slowed down temporarily. Only in the past few days, when he had just received a commission from the Kingdom of Ghosts, and the commissioned information was not hot, a piece of bad news appeared. Rock Lee's parents died in an emergency while out of the village on a mission, and the remains have now been transported back to the village. The incident happened so suddenly that everyone was caught off guard. After receiving the news, Naruto's first reaction was not sadness, but suspicion. Perhaps because of his habit of hiding himself for many years, he became suspicious and suspicious. Rock Lee's parents are both genin and rarely perform out-of-village missions, let alone dangerous out-of-village missions. How could there be an accident in such a coincidental entrustment? And I heard that all the accompanying companions survived, and only the two of them received the lunch. There are too many coincidences that make people doubt it. If their deaths weren't accidental, who would want to kill them? Could it be Danzo? The first suspect that popped into Naruto's mind was Danzo. Because Danzo is ruthless, he also has a cleanliness in employing people. Most of the ninja giants who join the route are ninjas with no parents and no worries. Therefore, the addition of Rock Lee is a precedent. Judging by Danzo's urination, he wants to make Rock Lee Naruto's most loyal subordinate. But for the roots, ninjas with family support have huge weaknesses. If Rock Lee's family is coerced in the future, will he reveal the information about the roots? One more emotional concern means one more weakness. Judging from Danzo's cautious personality, such an accident would never be tolerated. So it seems excusable to use the commission to make Rock Lee clean. This will allow Rock Lee to be completely loyal to Naruto. Become Naruto's most useful subordinate, right? It seems. Danzo is quite heartwarming and thinks a lot for Naruto. Whether or not this guess is correct, it means that Naruto needs to be more vigilant. Danzo is definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp to be able to do such maddening things to fellow villagers. Once Danzo discovers his true inner thoughts, it will be a huge trouble to face himself. Naruto's eyes sank. Came to the cemetery, Rock Lee knelt before the grave, weeping. Friends are standing behind. Every day, Niji, Sasuke, little Sakura, and even the Hinata team who just finished their mission are there. Naruto, you're here. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. It's over to you. He patted Naruto on the shoulder. We've been comforting him for a long time, but it's useless, boy, just use your youth to set him on fire. Guy grabbed Naruto's arm, sobbing with tears on his face. There were sad expressions on everyone's faces. This scene made everyone a little sighed. The ninja world is too cruel. Tragedy came too suddenly. Even less than a year after becoming a ninja, I have seen the cruelty and blood of the ninja world. Everyone's hands were already covered in blood. Witnessed the separation of life and death. Ninjas have never been playful. Will die. It also got them thinking. How heartbroken the family would be if they died on the mission. I'll leave it to you, Rock Lee. Guy was the most emotional of them all. In the past, he had also brought disciples. But the final fate of these disciples is either to die or to give up being a ninja. When seeing someone close to them die on a mission, when they see the cruelty and reality of commissioning, many people will back down. Guy is worried that Rock Lee will be devastated and give up being a ninja. After everyone left, Naruto came to Rock Lee's side. This scene always feels a little familiar. Rock Lee, who had low self-esteem at the beginning, was also in a downturn. It's just that at the beginning, he was sad because of his lack of strength. Now he is grieving the loss of his family. The world of ninjas is cruel. Naruto whispered. The moment you become a ninja, life is out of your control. I won't say more, you have to be strong, didn't you say follow me? Naruto's tone was still gentle. Nothing moved in his heart. Because from the beginning, he has embarked on a path that is more ruthless and cruel than a ninja. This is the awareness he has. It is sad to pass away, but you have to remember that you are a ninja. Ninjas will not immerse themselves in the past. Teacher Danzo has not sent me a new commission to go to the land of ghosts. That commission may come into contact with the Pure Land is a very dangerous mission. But I am ready, and if you are not ready, I will go ahead with a bare mainary tomorrow. The breeze blew, blowing the leaves on the ground. Rock Lee stared blankly at the fallen leaves that were blown up by the wind and wandered like duckweed. From today onwards, he is like a fallen leaf, without support. Hearing Naruto's words, his empty eyes gradually gleamed. Yes, he said it himself. To follow Naruto. But now I am sinking into the pain of losing my family, like a dog. He raised his head and looked at Naruto. Naruto's smile was gentle under the sun. Those who don't know may think that the Naruto family is harmonious and happy. But Rock Lee knew. Naruto had a miserable background and suffered from malice from birth. He was the first to know Naruto and watched Naruto get recognized with a smile along the way. His heart was deeply touched, and he stood up and wiped his tears. Laughing at you, Naruto. From now on, I am a ninja of the roots, a sage. Your most reliable and loyal follower. Chapter 154. The Kingdom of Ghosts is a very small ancient village located in the northwest of Konoha. Although it is small, it has existed for thousands of years and lives according to the customs of thousands of years ago. Believe in witches and ghosts. The country of ghosts is a mysterious country with witches from generation to generation, with the ability to seal monsters and the ability to predict the future. Monster? This is a new creature that Naruto has learned about after the summoning beast. In the records of unofficial history, those things that are contrary to common sense and weird and terrifying can be called monsters or ghosts. Humans like to name these things that they have never seen and will cause interfere with a terrifying name. Just like the high-level Konoha call the virtual a monster. But in fact, with the development of Konoha shinobi technique and technology, many ghost light separation phenomena have also been explained. Just like the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka family can also be regarded as the soul leaving the body and entering the body of others. There is also impure world reincarnation, which uses dead souls to float to varying degrees with other bodies. When the nature of the soul is developed, all ghost phenomena seem to become reasonable. If placed more than 10 years ago, this kind of commission might have scared off a group of ninjas, but now, it is just a simple escort commission. Contents of the commission: the Land of Ghosts. Demons in the Land of Ghosts show signs of rioting and protect the current Shrine Maiden, Shin. Below the text is dense information about the witch. The former Shrine Maiden sealed the sprite with her life in the past. Sprites are monsters from the other world and possess great power. They once brought the undead army to destroy the continent to the brink of extinction. Spider? Will it be related to Ryutsu? Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, thinking inwardly. Continue to look at the commission. Not long after the former Shrine Maiden Maitreya sealed Shin with her life, the current Shrine Maiden, Maitreya's daughter, Shin became the new Shrine Maiden. Now, the sprite has a change. This is the delegating content on the surface. Naruto took out a match and lit the power of attorney. Under the baking, a new line of writing appeared on the power of attorney. At the same time as the completion of the commission, collect the cells or body tissues of the witch, explore the secrets hidden behind the sprite, and ensure the life of the witch. If necessary, you can bring the ninja of the Land of Ghosts back to the root, regardless of life or death. As expected of the root, even a commission with little value can create value alive. In the past, Danzo would never have done such a small country's entrustment. There is little oil and water, and the research value is not high. Maiko's abilities are quite good, but she can't be kidnapped to Konoha. Even if there is a witch's body tissue, the root of Konoha can't study anything. After all, the research ability is there. Danzo didn't expect too much either. Danzo's sole purpose for accepting this commission was because Naruto was interested, so he took it to practice for him by the way. Our mission this time is just to protect Shin and ensure that the sprites will not break through the seal, so there is no need to face those monsters. Naruto destroyed the letter of entrustment and said calmly. What a pity, I want to touch the monsters and let them feel the whirlwind of my Konoha roots. Rock Lee muttered to himself with a face full of regret. Hearing this, Aberamay recalled the unbearable past, and couldn't help but have black lines all over her head. It is conceivable that the reputation of Konoha roots will soon be completely ruined by Rock Lee. From the intelligence point of view, the strength of the sprite seems to be very amazing, but fortunately, we don't have to face that kind of monster. Experts will decide, and this seal will be handed over to Ziwan. We only need to deal with some emergencies. Any other questions? Naruto's eyes swept across Abaramae's and Rock Lee's faces. Can you collect body tissue? Abaramae said blankly. Since the last time Naruto bumped into her research, Abaramae has become unbridled. After all, he is Naruto's subordinate, and there is still a lot of work to be done in the future. If you can't accept yourself who likes your body like this, then it's better to part ways as soon as possible. This is good for both parties. As long as it doesn't affect the commission, do whatever you want. Naruto replied. Leaving Rock Lee on the side was extremely shocked. Hey! Collecting body tissues. So scary. Queen of insects, so you are such a person. It's hard to imagine myself working with Abaramae for so long without discovering her strange little hobby. Why would Naruto know? Do they? Rock Lee's expression suddenly turned horrified. Ninjas need to have keen insight, are you an idiot? Abaramae scolded mercilessly. Okay, since it's all right, let's pack up and set off. Seeing that the two were still thinking about arguing, Naruto knew that Rock Lee had temporarily come out of the haze of losing his parents, and immediately smiled. A ninja's life is busy. Naruto didn't even have time to say hello to little Sakura and Sasuke, and set off with the team. When little Sakura came to Naruto's door and wanted to share the joy of becoming a fifth Hokage disciple with Naruto, she was surprised to find that Naruto had left and went to execute the commission. Her eyes were a little lonely. But in the past and now, she has been chasing Naruto's pace, never giving up, but the distance is getting farther and farther. For some reason, little Sakura felt a suffocation in her heart as if she was about to lose Naruto. She walked into Naruto's room, feeling the breath of Naruto's presence, and she was in a trance. After sitting for a long time, she got up and started cleaning the room. In the forest where the country of ghosts and Konoha communicated, several figures shuttled around at high speed. The wind whistled past his ears, and with the trembling of the branches under his feet, one of the slender figures sprang out more than 10 meters away like a beast. It then landed heavily on the trunk, and after repeated jumps, appeared above the trees at the far point. The other two figures were not so rude. Among them, the tall figure is unusually unrestrained, each time it is just a tap on the toes, and the next moment, the figure floats like a fairy to a tree 10 meters away. Abaramae, who was at the end, kept her ninja advancing posture and looked at Naruto in front of her with a hint of envy in her eyes. In this squad full of monsters, he, the most senior root ninja, is actually a dragging bottle. I really want to savor the mystery of Naruto's body. It's a pity, now that he is his boss, the following crimes are not the qualities that a root ninja should have. Abaramae even thought about donating her body to collect his primitive tadpoles in the process of communicating with Naruto. But considering that Naruto has not been close to women until now, Abaramae dismissed the idea. In the middle of the journey, the prototype of the country of ghosts soon appeared. Overlooking the overall situation, the forest in the land of fire is lush and lush, but the green color suddenly disappears at the border of the land of ghosts, and is replaced by an ancient building complex that is contrary to the style of the ninja world. In this place with a little yellow sand and yellow rocks everywhere, the strong wind swept up the gravel and fell into the forest with scorching heat. And blow through these ancient yellow buildings. Brings up the ancient howl of woo-woo, which makes people feel dizzy. The ancient buildings in the eyes seem to be a little more gloomy and cool. Naruto stood at the top of the tree, looking at this old ancient city from a distance, with a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. No wonder many shinobi villages are reluctant to accept commissions related to the country of ghosts. Its style is indeed a bit spooky and scary. It is hard to imagine that such an ancient city has been passed down to this day. In the ancient city, the tallest building stands tall, and humans the size of ants can be seen guarding nearby. Queen, how's the situation? Naruto looked at Abaramae. The dense worms on the ground crawled back from afar, climbed up Aberamainari's thigh along the grass, and then submerged into the body. Aberamainari's unwavering eyes fluctuated slightly. Softly, there are no traps ahead. The ninja world is full of dangers. During the mission, many ninjas move slowly. It's not that they lack physical strength, but they must always be alert to the surrounding situation and be ambushed. You must know that this Shu ninja can stay in ambush in one place without eating or drinking for more than 3 days. Moreover, the country of ghosts has been in the feudal state since the death of the former witch, and no one can guarantee whether there will be any changes within them. What is your attitude towards Konoha? It is never uncommon to issue fake orders and then booby-treat ninjas who carry out the orders. Even the Naruto squad with Janin's strength should be careful. Let's go, let's meet the current sorceress first. Naruto straightened the fox mask on his face and walked along the road towards the land of ghosts. Aberamainari and Rock Lee followed. At first glance, the 3 of them looked like ordinary travelers. As soon as you step into the town of the land of ghosts, you can hear the faintly chanted praises. Your Majesty, the Supreme Witch in the Kingdom of Ghosts, seal the sprites and sing praises to our Majesty. Praise the Witch, sing the land of ghosts. Pedestrians and residents looked at the highest palace with pious expressions. The wind whistled, rolled up yellow sand, and blew on the masks of the Naruto team, obscuring their vision. Who is it? Why did you come to the country of ghosts? Several guards stopped Naruto's team and asked in a deep voice. Konoha Shinobi. Naruto revealed the forehead protector on his arm and handed the guard a token of identification. Wait a minute, I'll report. A guard hurriedly turned and rushed towards the palace. After a while, he rushed back and greeted him respectfully, please come with me. As the guards entered the country of ghosts, they experienced the charm of this ancient city up close. The smell of ancient vicissitudes, many residents set up stalls at the entrance of the street, selling small accessories. Xiao Li, who couldn't be idle, jumped up and down, and from time to time lingered on the strange totems and strange carvings on the booth. In the end, I couldn't help but pay for the next one, which is also considered a commemoration of my visit to the land of ghosts. Aberamainari sniffed the incense from the tip of her nose, and her eyes under the mask fell on the residents who came and went. Greed appeared in his eyes. Will the inhabitants of millennia-old traditions have different body tissues? The guard didn't stop until he entered the temple. After reconfirmation, Naruto and others walked into the temple. Chapter 155. The gates and walls of the palace are engraved with chilling ghosts and ghosts. Although the palace is atmospheric, it exudes a cold atmosphere. Rock Lee, who had never seen the world, suddenly became quiet, and the muscles under the black robe were also tense, and he was in a state of attack at any time. Naruto looked at the palace, which was far more grand than the Hokage building, and couldn't help feeling emotional. Even a small country has more money-gathering ability than Konoha. No, to be precise, it should be a religious power that possesses a terrifying ability to collect money. Naruto had known materialism and idealism from earthly knowledge. The present technological world is the representative of materialism. The fundamental point of materialism is to recognize that the essence of the world is matter, that there is matter in the world before consciousness, matter determines consciousness, and consciousness is the reflection of matter. In that world, human beings respect science and do not believe in the existence of ghosts. Blame theology for all the weirdness of the unknown. The representative of idealism is religion. Consciousness determines all things, and thus derives substances such as gods and ghosts that appear to be nothing in the scientific and technological world. Religion, undoubtedly, is extremely powerful in accumulating money. Loyal believers see their faith as everything and are willing to give everything, including body and money. Unlike Ninja Village, a strict tax system will be set up to achieve balance. Naruto wasn't very interested in these things, he was more concerned with the abilities of the Shrine Maiden. It is said that priestesses have the ability to predict the future. I don't know if I can see through my future. After passing through the corridors, they soon came to the main hall. The three are still wearing big black robes, full of mystery. On the throne at the rear of the hall, a white-haired witch slowly got up, and her voice was noble and inviolable. Welcome to the country of ghosts. I am the current Miko, Shin. Looking at Shin's rather arrogant appearance, she looks a bit like a swan who pretends to be noble. We are Konoha root ninjas, my name is Shinigami, this is our companion, the fairy, and the queen of insects. Naruto introduced in turn. The Konoha land is rich in resources, and it is a well-known and powerful ninja village in the ninja world, so it's not like he doesn't even reveal his real name. Our roots are the most powerful department in Konoha, and we never show our true colors to the public. Please forgive me. Naruto's voice was full of magnetism, and his tone was warm. Although his face is covered, one can guess that behind the mask is a handsome man. Shin didn't bother about this either, and nodded coldly. After a brief self-introduction, Shin also began to inform the Naruto team of the more detailed content of this commission. This time, I asked Konoha Shinobi for help because our traitor from the land of ghosts unlocked the seal of the Sphinx and let it be possessed in his body, thereby gaining great power. After the Sphinx was resurrected, the ghost he created Legion also followed the resurrection. In the near future, they will launch a violent attack on the country of ghosts. I need you to help me resist the attack of the monsters. I will seal the sprites. Shin said with a blank expression. The witches of all dynasties need to use their lives to seal the sprites. It also means that Shin is ready for death. At her prosperous age, she has not even experienced the love between men and women. Her eyes spoke calmly. This is different from the initial entrustment we received. Please report only that we sensed a strange movement, but did not say that the seal has been lifted. Naruto asked in confusion. The news will always be out of date. Besides, your root ninjas contacted us first. A few days after your ninjas left, the sprites were resurrected. Do you still want to cancel the commission? This kind of thing happened. Facing the question, Ziyuan frowned slightly, suppressing his anger. Mate Rhea, the shrine maiden in the past, sealed the sprites in the underground palace of the country of Oni and the shrine in the neighboring country of Swamp. Only now, the sprite has resurrected, and has resurrected his army, and will soon launch an attack on the country of ghosts. For ordinary ninjas, this crisis will definitely be fatal. Shin has ordered his subordinates to go to other shinobi villages to issue a request together. They need help from countries. If the sprites break through the kingdom of ghosts, they will make the life of the mainland suffer as in the past. She felt a little uneasy in her heart, for fear that Naruto would just turn his head and leave. After all, Konoha is the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. To her surprise, however, Naruto's team focused on ghosts. Sasuke, I haven't fought ghosts yet. I don't know if they can withstand the whirlwind of my Konoha roots. Rock Lee said in high spirits. Ghost? Do you have a body? Can you collect body tissue? Or it would be good to grab one for research. Abarame's eyes lit up, and the bugs in her body danced excitedly. Ghost Legion? It's another manifestation of the soul. It seems that the kingdom of ghosts and the Pure Land have a certain connection. Naruto chuckled, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Don't worry, Shin Miko, we will protect you. He looked at Shin calmly, and extended his hand gracefully. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Hearing this, Shin breathed a sigh of relief, raised her arrogant and white neck, stretched out her green little hands, and held Naruto's warm palms like a dragonfly. Quite arrogant, like a willful child. Naruto chuckled, not caring. Miko-shin, I have a few questions I would like to ask you for advice. Naruto asked politely. After getting Shin's nod, he continued to ask. What do you think about the soul and the Pure Land? Why are you asking this? Hearing this, Ziyuan's expression suddenly turned cold. Just curious. I advise you not to know too much about this, it's not a good thing for you guys. Shin's tone became a lot stiffer, but she still told Naruto what she knew. After a person dies, the soul will go to the Pure Land. It is a barren land full of the breath of death. Humans who enter the Pure Land by various means cannot leave. The sprites can be regarded as souls contaminated with the breath of the Pure Land. He has great power and terrifying negative emotions, and ordinary people will be awakened to their inner fears when they see him. Then, how do you enter the Pure Land? Naruto asked. Ordinary human beings will be polluted immediately after entering the Pure Land and will lose their lives. Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Obviously did not expect that there will be human beings trying to enter the Pure Land. This is undoubtedly suicide. For human beings, the Pure Land is never a place to be coveted, it is full of dangers. Thinking about it from another angle, what happens when humans enter the place where the soul lives, I think the consequences are clear at a glance. I advise you to give up the idea of entering the Pure Land. She took a deep look at Naruto and said coldly. Upon seeing this, Naruto did not ask any further questions. Anyway, there is more time. Judging from Shin's performance, she should know how to enter the Pure Land. For ordinary humans, the Pure Land is indeed a forbidden land. But for Naruto, who owns Ryutsu, Johto is the place where he can grow by leaps and bounds. The Ghost Army will launch an attack in about 3 days. During this period, please rest here for a while. You only need to protect me to the sealed land. I will use my ability to destroy the sprites. You don't need to be with spears. Fight face to face. Shin said with a blank expression. Can't fight sprites? What a pity. Rock Lee raised his forehead regretfully. Then, I'll just watch the battle, hoping to have the opportunity to collect body tissue. Sprites should be considered dead souls, it seems that there is no body tissue, so what should I do? I don't seem to have a container for storing souls, or, find a way to collect the Miko's body. Aberamainari's face was expressionless, her eyes did not waver, but her brain was spinning rapidly. We are very interested in sprites, don't worry, it won't affect your seal of sprites. Naruto chuckled, his tone full of confidence. I suggest not, sprite is not something you ninjas can deal with, he is not human. Shin shook his head, slightly disdainful. During the last sprite's runaway, there were also ninjas who tried to challenge sprites, but the consequences were tragic. Do whatever you want, if you are not afraid of death, do whatever you want. Ziyuan nodded coldly, turned and walked towards the back of the main hall. I'm tired, you guys should fix it first, it's going to be a tough battle after that. Seeing Shin's graceful figure disappear from sight, Naruto still wore a warm smile under the mask, looking at Rock Lee Aberamainari. Let's go. Led by the guards, they temporarily stayed, Naruto and Rock Lee sharing a room. Rock Lee sits up and does push-ups in earnest, topless and bandaged on his hands. Naruto leaned against the wall and looked at the antique buildings outside the window, his eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. 1231, 1232. Rock Lee stopped, looked at Naruto curiously, and asked carelessly. Naruto, what are you thinking? I'm thinking of a way to enter the Pure Land, Naruto replied casually. Entering the Pure Land? Naruto, why do you want to enter the Pure Land? Haven't you heard Shin Miko say that humans will die if they enter the Pure Land? Rock Lee looked puzzled. Because the Pure Land means a lot to me. Naruto looked intently at the buildings outside the window. In her mind, she thought about how to get Shin to let go of her guard. Late at night, Shin lay on the bed, covered with a thin quilt. Her brows were knitted together, her bumpy figure kept rising and falling, and fine beads of sweat were oozing from her forehead. In a cave filled with red light, a group of believers knelt down. The breath of death wafted out continuously, bypassing the crowd, and lingering on the magma in the cave. A black shadow ripped open the believer's chest. An ominous breath spewed out. At this point, Shin twisted her body in pain, dripping with sweat. Pata! Suddenly, crisp footsteps sounded, and a tall figure stood in front of the shadow. "Kneel down, despicable creature!" The ethereal voice sounded. The figure slowly turned around. Through the mask, Shin saw those deep and cold blue eyes, with white light flowing. This is a pair of eyes that do not belong to the ninja world. It was a pair of eyes that made her tremble. Bang! The whole world collapsed suddenly, and consciousness seemed to fall into boundless hell. Fear and panic enveloped Shin. Those eyes, that breath. Who is he? Does the Pure Land have anything to do with him? Ziyuan suddenly woke up and stood up suddenly, only to find that his back was covered with fragrant sweat, and screamed. Prophecy. Chapter 156. The guards who heard the abnormal noise rushed into the room. Under the moonlight, Shi Yuan was as cold as ice, and his eyes were full of chills and confusion. She sat under the moonlight, as if contemplating. The guard didn't dare to say more, and could only wait for one more time. The success rate of Shinmiko's prophecy is 100%. Every night, she predicts the future in her dreams. Judging from this situation, this future does not seem to be easy. Ziwan recounted everything she saw in the dream, and recalling those pure eyes, she always felt familiar. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in her mind, and she exclaimed. "I want to meet Shinigami, the Konoha shinobi." Under the announcement, Naruto came to Shin's room. The huge room only had a tatami and Shin sitting on it. The room was filled with a fragrant fragrance. I don't know if it was the smell of Shin's body, or sandalwood. After Naruto entered the room, the guards closed the door and left them alone. Naruto chuckled lightly and took an elegant step to sit down in front of Shin 1 meter away. "Good evening, Shinwich. I don't know why you are looking for me late at night. I want to appreciate the ancient city in the dark." Shin raised her head and looked directly at Naruto, her purple eyes flashing inexplicably. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Naruto's large warm hand. This sudden scene made Naruto a little overwhelmed, but he still showed a polite smile and asked softly. "Wizard Shin, was it as simple as shaking my hand when you called me late at night?" Naruto is convinced that Shin is not the kind of woman who looks at her own body. She had absolutely no reason to call herself here. Naruto doesn't think that his charm will be so great that others fall in love at first sight. Shin ignored Naruto's question. She held Naruto's hand tightly, and her eyes were full of astonishment. The reason why the witch can predict the future and seal the sprite is because her power is related to the Pure Land. When she holds Naruto's big hand, Shin, who feels it with her heart, can feel the energy flowing in Naruto's body, which is different from chakra. Have the breath of Pure Land. This is the first time Shin has seen a human being connected to the Pure Land. No wonder he asked how to enter the Pure Land. Combined with what he saw in the dream, the identity of this man is not simple. Shin recalled what her mother had said to her. The Miko family has always been the sealer of sprites. All of their lives have to sacrifice themselves to seal the sprite. But in fact, the sprite is just a relatively powerful monster after a soul in the Pure Land has been upgraded. In theory, it is impossible for humans to have the power in the Pure Land. But the Shinigami in front of him is. Ziwan only felt shocked, raised her head and asked. "You have a power that does not belong to the ninja world, who are you?" Naruto was stunned at first, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Ryutsu's rise has always been the trouble on his mind. Before going to the land of ghosts, he was extremely worried about whether Shin knew about the Pure Land. In case she doesn't know anything about the Pure Land, this trip is equivalent to a trip in vain. When he heard about Shin's culture, Naruto understood. It's the right time to come here. I let out a happy laughter that I have never had before, and I feel very happy. Sure enough, exactly as I expected, you are connected to the Pure Land, you can feel, my Ryutsu. After the words, Kakashi Uchiha directly flashed a violent blue light, and the room seemed to have huge ripples. Because the guards who burst into the room with laughter only felt a flower in front of them, and then stood there like a sculpture. The five senses are plunged into endless darkness. Totally fed by Naruto. You. Seeing this, Ziuyuan grabbed the knife beside him and aimed it at Naruto, threateningly restrainedly, "What did you do? Don't worry, I just don't want unrelated people to disturb us." Naruto raised his hand, took off his mask, revealed a soft and handsome face, and showed Shin a warm and harmless smile. "You." A flash of surprise flashed in Ziuyuan's eyes. They say that first impressions are very important. Naruto's sunny and handsome face instantly made Shin less hostile. "Introduce myself again, my name is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto's voice was full of magnetism, and he placed Kakashi Uchiha around his waist on the ground, showing his kindness. Ziwan still did not dare to be careless and did not put down the knife. Naruto begins to speak of his power. "As you can see, I have a power associated with the Pure Land, which I call Ryutsu. I'm a human, and I'm not a human." Naruto stretched out his right hand, and the right hand condensed a white Ryutsu, and then under his control, it bloomed like fireworks, lighting up the moonlight, reflecting his gentle smile and Shin slightly with a surprised expression. "Not only do I have Ryutsu, but I also have chakra. I can use ninjutsu, and I can also use Kid, which Ryutsu spawned." Naruto incorporates different attributes of chakra into Ryutsu. The small white fireworks suddenly became colorful Madara, and dazzling colors bloomed in the whole small world in the palm of your hand. "It's so beautiful." Ziuyuan has been staying in the country of ghosts. He has never seen such a beautiful sight, and even if he is crazy. "By chance, I entered Mount Maiboku in the natural world, and heard about the existence of the Pure Land from the two immortals, and confirmed that my ability originated from the Pure Land." The Ryutsu in Naruto's hands condenses into the appearance of Shima and Fukasaku. "Since then, I have been looking for a way to enter the Pure Land, because I know that only by entering the Pure Land can my power be developed." Naruto put away Ryutsu and looked at Shin earnestly. "That's why I came to the land of ghosts." Shin put away the knife, her eyes a little blank. She really couldn't superimpose the elegant Naruto with the haki, indifferent figure she saw in the dream. If it weren't for the similar energy of induction, she would definitely think that she was not a person. The Pure Land is forbidden to be open to humans. After all, you have a human body. If you enter the Pure Land, the chance of death is still very high. Ziwan said coldly. Naruto smiled slightly, shook his head indifferently and said, "I think you made a mistake." Under Shin's stunned gaze, Naruto put his hand on his face. In an instant, an extremely terrifying, pure land energy spewed out. Condensed into a billowing white mist, which swirled around Naruto's face. Just by looking at it, Shin can feel endless resentment and obsession. The white mist wriggled on Naruto's face, forming a half-faced white mask. The pupils under the mask are as blue and clear as in a dream, but it makes people shudder. Naruto's slightly distorted voice came from under the mask. "I don't fear death, on the contrary, death should fear me. This is, the power from the Pure Land." Ziuyuan couldn't help but take a step back, with horror and a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Chapter 157. Crack. Naruto put his hand on the mask again, suddenly pressing hard. Senbai's mask suddenly shattered like a lens, the words fell from the air, turned into a little white smoke again, and disappeared from sight. Hollow's negative emotions are beyond his control. With Naruto's current physical state, it can last for less than 10 seconds at most. As soon as 10 seconds passed, his sanity would be swallowed up by the negative emotions generated by Hollow, and he would become a monster who only knew how to kill. After crushing the mask, Naruto's violent temperament suddenly disappeared, returning to the original gentleness and elegance. This huge contrast made Shin a little unable to react. She kept her mouth open and blinked in shock. Looking at Shin, who hasn't said a word for a long time, Naruto couldn't help but muttered in his heart, "Isn't I scared?" After a long time, Shin returned to God and took a deep breath. Looking at Naruto solemnly, he said word by word, "This is indeed the breath of the Pure Land. Then I can trouble Shin Miko to tell me how to enter the Pure Land." Naruto asked politely. "No." Ziuyuan decisively refused, "Just a sprite already has the ability to destroy the continent. If you get the power of the Pure Land, the threat to the continent will definitely be greater. I'm different from those despicable creatures." Naruto shook his head disdainfully, cupped Shin's face with his hands quietly, put him in his ear, and whispered softly, "I'll let you understand my purpose now." Ultimate's gentleness and the hot wind in her ears made Shin blush instantly, her head was buzzing, and steam was rolling like a train. As a witch, she clearly understands her own destiny and will eventually die for the seal sprite. So far, she has never experienced the taste of love. Only this time, Naruto's gentleness and handsomeness made her originally peaceful heart suddenly break into a person, start to fluctuate, and start to riot. Ziuyuan's mind was confused, and out of the corner of his eye he saw the subordinates who looked like wooden people in the room, and their empty eyes were just looking at this side. Let Shi-Yuan feel a kind of excitement of stealing Q in his heart. The thighs couldn't help but stick together. How dare he be so bold? How dare he? Naruto didn't notice that his small movements stirred Shin's sensitive nerves. At the moment, he is using Ryutsu and Chakra to let Shin see the picture. Shin only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and then Naruto's mental journey appeared. From Konoha's malice, his own efforts to gradually firming. I want to overthrow the class rule of the major ninja villages and create a peaceful and fair world. There is no so-called wealthy family, and there is no monopoly of ninjutsu and forbidden technique. All civilians have a chance to come forward. Seeing this, Ziuyuan was shocked. Naruto's idea was so naive that it was almost impossible to implement. Because once he goes down this road, all the families, all the big countries and the shinobi village will do their best to stop him. His enemy will be the whole ninja world. The picture continues. Naruto starts Master Ryutsu, and creates Kid, Zanpakuto. His talent was amazing, and before he knew it, his strength began to skyrocket. But even so, he no longer has the ability to control his own destiny. Konoha looks prosperous, but its master has always been in control of Naruto. Shin followed Naruto's point of view to see ordinary ninjas who were depressed and unable to learn even powerful ninjutsu. I also saw those ninjas who gave up their real names after joining the route. Too much helplessness, too much bitterness. And the high-level Konoha who built on all this pain enjoyed all the honor and applause. Their family prospered. Even when war begins, members of these families can sit comfortably behind the vanguard. Guaranteed that the family's losses will be reduced in battle. Gradually, Naruto met like-minded people. Rock Lee, who was born ordinary, has no talent, but has been working hard. White who longs for peace. Even Orochimaru, who is focused on scientific research and dissatisfied with the big family. This road is not easy to walk, but someone has to walk. If I can overturn this sick world by becoming a fearful devil, then I will become a devil. At the end of the picture, Naruto's face condenses a half-white bone mask. The temperament became cold and domineering. The sleeves of a white robe fluttered in the gust of wind, and a pair of sharp eyes flashed with white light. So far. Naruto released his hand, took a step back, and looked at Shin gently. Shin suddenly woke up and touched his warm face with panic. The temperature and aroma of Naruto remained on it. Looking at Naruto's eyes is extremely complicated. Let me see this directly, is it really okay? Aren't you afraid that I will expose you to other shinobi villages? Since I'll let you see it, I'm naturally not afraid of being exposed. Naruto smiled confidently, staring at Shin's purple eyes with azure blue eyes. When he was in close contact with Shin before, he felt the difference between Shin and ordinary humans. She also has an extremely rare Ryutsu in her body. If you guessed correctly, Shin's ability is similar to Kid's. Just because the Hokage world did not have the birth of Shinigami, and the ninja world had a natural suppression of Ryutsu, so Ryutsu was suppressed in the body. As long as Naruto pours Ryutsu into Shin's body, he may be able to activate Shin's Zanpakuto quickly. Naruto stretched out his hand, and the Ryutsu in his hand turned into a thread and sent it to Shin's palm. The warm energy caused Shin to have an emotion called longing in her body. She looked at Naruto in surprise. Actually, we are the same kind. Hearing Naruto's words, Shin tries to absorb the Ryutsu. Soon, she closed her eyes and her body began to be transformed by Ryutsu. That feeling is like a gentle slaughter of chickens inside the body. She narrowed her eyes in comfort and let out a moan. This feeling lasted for nearly 5 minutes before it stopped. When Ziwan opened her eyes again, there was a faint floating silver light in Ziwan's eyes. Wow! A lavender knife suddenly slipped and landed on the ground with a crisp sound. This is... Shin picked up the sealed state, only to feel that her mind was unprecedentedly clear, and she even felt that she could speak without entering a dream. She suddenly looked at Naruto with a blank expression on her face. Congratulations, you have successfully become a Shinigami. Seeing Shin's changes, Naruto's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and he smiled. Exactly as he expected. Shin's own soul is very different from ordinary people. She is not only human, she can also be regarded as an upstream soul. So able to accept Ryutsu's transformation. This is my strength. Shin frowned, stroking Zanpakuto lightly. The feeling of concentricity fascinated her. However, the power doesn't seem to be complete. She looked at Naruto with a puzzled look in her eyes. Naruto's mind was largely clear. If I'm not mistaken, sprites are part of your inner strength. The witches of all dynasties have existed to seal the ghosts. The previous priestess Maitreya and Shin's mother once said that there is a powerful power hidden in Shin's body, but she can't use it at this stage. Shin held Zanpakuto, feeling the abundant power, and had a little guess in his heart. Ryutsu may be the power that his mother spoke of. And his own Zanpakuto seems to be able to absorb sprites. After having this thought, the lavender Zanpakuto suddenly flashed a light. In Shin's heart, a desire to devour sprites also arises spontaneously. Consciousness blurred for a while. A word sounded in my ear. Remember me, my name is Begui. She woke up suddenly, gasping for breath. Awakening Shikai so soon, it seems that my choice was right. Naruto's voice sounded in his ear. From today, we are companions. What kind of companion? Humph. I haven't agreed yet. Ziwan blushed, turned her head and snorted. After becoming Shinigami, Shin is completely on Naruto's side. No one can imagine the feeling of suddenly finding the same kind after being alone for more than 10 years. Shin feels that way now. Even though she is a witch in the land of ghosts, she is admired and worshipped by all people. But she was lonely inside. She had no friends since she was a child. What is instilled is also the responsibility and mission of the priestess. In the long night, no one could tell her misery and loneliness, and every time she fell into a dream, she would see the predicted future. Most of these futures are painful and terrifying. Over time, she became capricious and indifferent. Companion is such an unreachable word to her. But now, she has found a true companion who has the same power as herself. The only way to enter the Pure Land is to open the gate to the Pure Land. After awakening Zanpakuto, I found that I seem to have this ability, but the ability is frozen. After getting familiar with Zanpakuto, Shin replied. So, we need to absorb the sprites as soon as possible. Naruto pondered. The sprites will attack in a few days. But Naruto couldn't wait. The Ghost Legion is not afraid of blades, and even ninjutsu is difficult to kill them. Shin frowned and expressed his concerns. If you can't do ninjutsu, use kid. Naruto looked unusually calm. No matter how difficult it is, can it still be stronger than Su? After the communication, it was getting late, and Shin was a little tired. After saying goodbye to each other, the two returned to their respective rooms. As soon as he returned to the room, Naruto was pulled by the excited Rock Lee and kept asking questions. Until he heard Shin's prophecy for Naruto, he beat his chest and sighed with regret. Damn it, why didn't you give me a prophecy? And next door. A Baramaneri curled up in a ball under the covers, wide-eyed, eavesdropping on everything. Her eyes were burning, and she muttered to herself. In the middle of the night, men plowing and women weaving, what prophecies are you talking about? It seems that the information is wrong. Shinigami should be interested in women, then my plan to learn from the scriptures may be feasible. Hey, if you can breed offspring, maybe the most powerful poisonous insects will be born. Chapter 158. As the moon sets and the sun rises, a new day arrives, and the otherwise quiet streets become full of people. The crowd began to bark. Outside the temple, the spirits of the guards who were waiting in turn relaxed a lot, yawned, and began to change shifts. Naruto woke up from his sleep only to find that Rock Lee was no longer on the bed. Turning his head to look out the window, he saw that Rock Lee was doing squats with a blank-faced guard on his back. Hey, 732. Brother, can you be awkward? 733, The picture is weird. Naruto suddenly remembered a sentence, have you seen the land of ghosts at 4 o'clock in the morning? Xiao Li really worked so hard that it was scary. The rest of the guardians of the kingdom of Oni looked at Rock Lee with admiration. They knew that Xiao Li would come out to exercise before dawn. His efforts impressed everyone. It also boosted their morale. Don't be afraid of the ghost army you may face next. There are still a few days before the army attack. That day will also be the most suitable day to seal sprites. They need to go from the land of ghosts to the sealed land. And along the way, it is bound to encounter countless terrifying enemies. From the map, they need to traverse difficult terrain such as valleys and swamps. Due to the existence of sprites in the sealed land, lonely souls are everywhere, and the air is cold and humid. Ordinary ninjas can play 80% of their combat power after entering the field, which is not rough. There are many things in the ninja world that cannot be explained by common sense. On their way forward, no matter it is the turbid air, the souls full of negative emotions, or even the fear in their hearts will become the last straw that crushes people's hearts. This trip to the seal will definitely kill a lot of people. Inside the palace, Shin is practicing the first kid taught by Naruto. One of Had Chong. She stretched out her lush right finger, and a white light flashed. Pfft! The small wooden board in front of him was pierced, sending out curling smoke. The power is good, but it still needs practice. The good news is that your control over Ryutsu is already a beginner. If the bad news... Naruto pondered, looking at Shin, who was looking forward to getting praise, without any hesitation. He graciously criticized. Based on your original experience with relevant abilities, you should be able to get started faster, but your progress is still too slow. You praise me and I will die. Ziyuan's eyes widened and he muttered. After waiting for a long time, Shi Yuan said that she was very upset. Teacher Naruto is really strict. Keep practicing, your control over Ryutsu is not up to standard now, let alone Shikai. I'm afraid you will hurt yourself with Zanpakuto. Don't look at Naruto's daily behavior is very gentle, but when he is really a teacher, he is very strict. Shin also understands Naruto's good intentions. In a few days, he will face the monster. Time is running out, don't allow yourself to be lazy. According to the mission of the witch in previous years, she needed to use her life to seal the sprite. But after awakening Zanpakuto and gaining the power of Shinigami, Shin deeply resisted the mission. The power of Zanpakuto and Ryutsu gave her hope and confidence. She didn't want her end to end in death. She wants to solve the sprite forever with her newfound energy. Drink. She held up Zanpakut, practicing the sword technique vigorously, interspersed with Kid's practice. Since birth, she has worn the costumes of countless believers. Not to mention training, even meals can be fed. Never had such intense training. So in less than 10 minutes of training, she was already sweating profusely. Don't stop, maintain the original strength and speed. Naruto sent out a shadow clone to supervise Shin's training, and the main body and Rock Lee went to the forest near the forest to start daily training. With Huanjun as the weight-bearing, strength training is carried out in the yellow sand. This Rock Lee is directly topless, his muscles bulging. This wild scene stunned the guards in the distance. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The day has finally come to head to the sealed land. At the same time, the ghost army also appeared on the border of the country of ghosts. Each of them was burly, about 2 meters tall, all grey and looked like stone men. A mighty grey army formed, approaching the city gate. The Naruto trio stood on the city wall and looked at the ghost army coming from afar, with a grim expression. Is this also the Ghost Legion? It's really weird, they all look like stone men. Naruto said with a sullen face. Saikui, I really want to fight them. Rock Lee sighed, rubbing his hands together, looking excited. Immortal, our opponent is the sprite's subordinate, you can hold it back for me, these little minions are not worthy of our shot. Abarame said blankly, but the bugs in her body quietly crawled out, along the city wall towards the Ghost Legion crawled away. If it goes well, maybe the worms can collect the body tissues of these monsters array. With a command, the archers on the city wall drew their bows, and the muscles in their hands tensed. Launch! The sky-filled bows and arrows shot at the Ghost Legion, almost covering the sky densely. The arrow rain fell precisely on the Ghost Army, and everyone was happy. I hit it. Great, let these bastards taste our power. But then exclaimed, in sight, the Ghost Army seems to have not felt the pain of the arrow at all, and the pace is still the same, not slowing down at all. Continue. The flaming rocket fell immediately. Then there was the sound of ding ding dong dong, and the sturdy body of the Ghost Legion was almost invulnerable. It's a strange creature. Naruto withdrew his gaze and led the team to meet Shin. Next, they need to take Shin to the sealed land. At the same time, the ninjas of other ninja villages have been killing the Ghost Army together with the army of the country of ghosts. Numerous ninjutsu burst out on the battlefield. At first, the violent ninjutsu made the Ghost Legion retreat. Although they are invulnerable, ninjutsu can still deal a fatal blow to them. Only after a long time, the ninja's chakra began to bottom out, and the Ghost Army once again had the upper hand, killing the humans and screaming. The sealed land is half a day away, and we need to cross many dangerous areas. Team Naruto and several ninjas exchange Shin with each other. Shin sits barefoot in the sedan chair, her hands constantly trying to condense Ryutsu into various shapes to achieve the effect of exercise. The girl's heart is filled with anxiety when she thinks of the ghost that will face the seal of her mother's life. For fear of not doing well enough to complete the mission. But when she thought of Naruto, who had the power to make even sprites tremble, she couldn't help but relax. Recalling the days of close training with Naruto, the corners of her mouth turned up involuntarily. Naruto taught me so carefully, he wouldn't like me, would he? If he confesses to me, will he agree? The team walked smoothly through the forest, surrounded by terrifying silence. The Naruto team found the problem early on. The forest is too quiet, not even the birds chirping. Be careful. Naruto looked at Rock Lee and Abarame. Don't worry, you're always ready. Rock Lee compared his muscles. Are these Konoha's ninjas? They are mysterious, and they wear masks. They don't look too strong. Several ninjas from other ninja villages gathered together and talked softly, looking at the Naruto team. Full of curiosity. As the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world, Konoha will naturally receive the most attention. Most of their eyes fell on the exaggerated and firm Rock Lee. There are not many ninjas who are good at taijutsu, and this Konoha shinobi person is eligible to participate in the country of ghosts. Presumably the strength is still good. As for the other two, one is a weak woman. Another looked harmless to humans and animals. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Because the Naruto team exudes the atmosphere of keeping strangers away, no ninjas approached and chatted up for a while. Along the way, apart from the eerie silence, nothing happened. But when approaching the sealed land, a change finally appeared. Boom! The originally stable ground suddenly cracked, rubble scattered everywhere, and then several ninjutsu of water and fire came from all directions. Good job! Rock Lee took the lead and met a fireball that was coming towards him. His hands were bulging, and he punched with a loud cracking sound. Boom! The fist wind swept up a large piece of air, which actually formed an invisible spiral that was enough to pierce everything directly in front of Rock Lee, stabbing towards the fireball. Hey! The fireball was directly rolled into slag, scattered as sparks and fell to the ground. Ninjas from various countries also hurriedly shot, releasing ninjutsu to block the rest of the ninjutsu. These ninjas are at most Chunin level. Suddenly, the ground in front cracked, a ninja jumped out, and earth-style directly overturned several ninjas in the front row. Then another Sunin appeared from the surrounding area, and the ninjutsu of the three elements of water, fire, and soil continued to tilt out. They are four brothers and sisters. Originally, they were mediocre in ninjutsu. After getting the power allocated by the sprites, they became super strong and can freely use ninjutsu such as fire, water, and soil. Boom! In their hideous faces, a violent explosion occurred in the area where Z1 was located. The task is completed, it's really easy. They put away their hands easily and looked at the rolling rich with disdain. Then, found out. Once the towering transparent wall was erected in front, it was extremely clean, and behind the transparent wall was a desperate ninja. The expected pain did not come, and these ninjas were stunned. These guys are handed over to you, the Fairy Queen. Leave it to us. Naruto came to Shin's side, with Vice Admiral's back behind him under the shy gaze of the latter. Shin was barefoot, her toes shyly intertwined. Who is that man? He actually easily blocked the ninjutsu. Not only the sprites were shocked, but even these allied ninjas were shocked. If he can face the combination of ninjutsu that Jainin has to avoid, this man will not have reached the cage level. Naruto didn't give them a chance to react. With a kick of his legs, Shin disappeared from everyone's sight. The area fell into a brief silence. It was soon broken by the strange call. Ah, 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 a big whirlwind at the root of Konoha.